Hello friends and welcome back to another day of China DPC action where 8 of the best teams of the region are battling it out to stay in the DPC tournament and also qualify to a possible potential tournament. We don't know yet, but we do know these teams are going to be trying their dang hardest to stay in this event because it is so damn important that they do so for the second season. Otherwise, TI hopes and dreams are probably dashed upon the rocks. And talking about dashing things, I've got 2 great panelists with me to break down today's games. We've got Lizard and we've got Black to bring you that hard-hitting analysis.
The right adjective is wide analysts.
Wide analysts.
Very wide.
The big wide boys. That couch isn't even actually wide enough for the both of you.
It's just like we barely fit in.
Yeah, no space.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but
what can you do?
Yeah,
we have to deal with it.
We'll have to apply for a bigger couch for the future.
Please.
Yeah, no, we'll make sure we
double the size.
At least double the size, yeah.
Double the size.
So we feel very comfortable.
I'm not just imagining like a big long couch with just you guys on either end of it, just like, that's better. That's better. But we need a long couch to fit all of these awesome games in. We've got 3 series coming up today, starting off with IG versus LBZS, then moving into EHOME versus VG Gaming, then moving into PSG.LGD versus RNG. An incredibly exciting series to end off this day. And actually, some awesome series throughout the day. I mean, out of every single one of these games, they all seem so evenly matched, right?
They do.
Which is kind of weird to say that LBZS and IG seem evenly matched, but right now it's actually
on paper it's
factual because IG is struggling a lot and LBZS is putting up a much better fight than we thought they would.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by both of these sides. IG with the way they're struggling and with LBZS and the way they're performing, because LBZS they've had some really nice games. And usually, like, you're watching teams and you're thinking there's no way they can take a particular series. But for LBZS, I'm in a point in which I'm thinking, yeah, if they have a good draft and if they play like they can, if they perform to their fullest, they can take down even IG.
That's always a problem, though, with them, right?
Yeah.
Because will they get a good draft or will they get an LBZS draft?
Yeah, and will they play properly or will they, do some crazy
big coin flip,
stuff?
like 2 coin flips. Good draft, bad draft, good one. Are we going to play now? Not that good.
Yeah, it's
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Exactly how it works.
And yeah, as we mentioned, I mean, this region, it's a club sandwich, right? We've got the bread on the top, which is PSG.LGD. These guys are looking absolutely phenomenal. No other team is really looking close to them in terms of performance. They are just looking so damn crispy. And then down at the bottom, that soggy piece of bread, which is getting wet from the juice of everything on top of it.
Yeah, but it's tasty as well. It's kind of soggy, but it's tasty.
Because it absorbed all the sauces and stuff.
Exactly. I would even say that the soggy should be on top.
Yeah, I was asking, like, isn't there like a better premium ingredient than the top bread?
Yeah.
Because that would be LGD.
Exactly, right?
Okay, they're one of those fancy club sandwiches that has like a cocktail stick with an
olive on
top.
skewer.
Olive on top or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. They're the lovely olive on the top then. Is that better?
Now I'm hungry. Thank you.
Now you're hungry? Sorry, dude.
Do you like olives then?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I like them. I like olives a lot.
Back to this very far-fetched analogy. And then the soggy bread on the bottom, which Lizard apparently likes, and you're allowed to like them. But Phoenix haven't really been looking up to caliber compared to the other teams this tournament so far, unfortunately.
Pretty rough. I mean, you're a new team. You're getting thrown to Division 1 because they needed to like field an entirely new team.
Yeah,
they do look really good in the early game. I gotta say that, but just after that, they look really lost.
Yeah, it's
my phone was like, all right, I like Phoenix as well. I don't know.
It's trying to make its big break as an analyst here, right? It's hearing this. It's like, all right, here we go.
I'm feeling threatened.
There was spooky, you know?
Yeah, right.
It was really spooky. Suddenly it speaks to us. Technology is scary, but we also need it for esports tournaments. So.
Thank you for the early morning technological philosophy, Black.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. All right, let's get into our first series of the day. As we've been mentioning, it is IG versus LBZS on the cards. And of course, we try not to be biased at all whenever we're covering any matches, right? You know, we're leaning one way or the other. Very important, especially for the host, to take a nice middle ground. So I just assure you guys that I'm not going to be leaning one way or the other, but LBZS are going to win.
I see.
2-1 or 2-0 though?
I'd say 2-1. I think 2-1.
2-1? Okay.
Yeah.
You've got a really nice shirt there. I see you're not biased at all.
No. It's actually got IG on the back. You just can't see it.
So you just flip it around.
if it starts going wrong, I'm just gonna quickly change it around the other way.
Inside out. Oh.
Yeah, possible.
All right,
but let's be realistic.
Let's be realistic.
Not gonna win. Probably. There's a chance they might.
That's the problem, though, because you have to say this probably.
Yeah, but it's because I don't know about IG. Yeah. Okay, if IG was the old IG, I would be like 100% they would win.
Yeah.
But the new IG coupled with the new LBZS is like too many question marks.
I feel like there is no one to keep their emotions checked on the side of IG. I feel that Kakao, besides shot calling, was that star figure that calms everything down, right? Suddenly, Emo is completely unchained. And he can get a little bit perhaps emo if he's playing something like an SF or... no pun intended, guys. Come on.
I think if IG were a sandwich, Kaka would be the cocktail stick down the middle, holding it together.
Stop with the sandwiches.
I mean, I like sandwiches. He's not wrong, though. He's actually the stick holding it together.
Yeah, when you have a really big sandwich, you need that cocktail stick down the middle, otherwise it's going to fall apart, you know, get all slidey.
And that's the problem. Lots of teams don't have the cocktail stick. Like LBZS also doesn't have it. The sandwich is kind of like just falling apart. The cabbage is on the floor sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, the whatever meat they put in, it's like not centered properly. It's like off center, so they're kind of like sliding out.
Like sometimes you can hold it together. But
guys, you didn't have breakfast, did you? Right? I can tell.
Yeah, the next game's analogies will be a little bit more varied.
About perhaps chicken or something.
Perhaps it's going to be about lunch, you know.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
A warm dish.
Lasagna.
So IG definitely struggling. Emo not really having the performances we expect from him, and Frisk, you know, still a great mechanical player, but not really filling in that leadership role quite as well as we would hope. Let's talk about LBZS, the Sunny Boys, you know, my favorite team in the tournament, and they have been showing up. You know, they took a game off Vici Gaming when they played against them, and they actually beat Team RNG, which honestly were one of the favorites of the entire thing. Like, second or third place is what we're expecting for RNG, and LBZS beat them. I mean, a crazy, crazy result.
Yeah, and I'm gonna like attribute it to luck, but definitely a lot of things went their way. Like, they way overperformed.
Yep.
While RNG really did underperform as well. And we've seen it in the last series LBZS played. They didn't look nearly as crisp. Like, the draft wasn't as good. The movement around the map wasn't as good. So maybe, you know, like in a season you have this one-star performance. Maybe that was against RNG.
Yeah, RNG as well. One game, arguably they threw. And one game, they had a really abysmal draft. I mean, with 0 stuns, if you remember, with the Lycan offlane or whatnot. Meanwhile, I do like what LBZS is bringing. It's something different. Everyone is pretty much drafting the same way. Meanwhile, LBZS is trying to do something similar to what Thunder Predator and Neon were doing at that first major of the last season, in which they are playing with 3 semi-cores. They don't really have a true carry, and then they kind of try to make that work. They try to crush you in the mid-game. If they don't, they lose. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, which usually like more high-caliber teams would be running these kind of strategies like Nigma.
Yeah.
Because
they can.
Yeah, like you make one mistake and you just lose the game, right?
Yeah,
which we saw last time LBZS played. Like, yeah, we got the 3 cores, we got the safe lane quap. Oh, I died 2 times. I have no game anymore. It's GG.
Yeah,
you have to be like super crisp.
It's difficult. 100% I would say that it's way more difficult to play that kind of a style
than just farm
on one carry and hope that he wins the game for you. But if it's something that teams aren't used to, it can catch them off guard. And that's what happened to RNG. Now the question is, can the same thing happen multiple times in the same season? I would say not.
You would say not? I think it's a tough ask for them. Obviously it is. These guys are not one of the top teams coming into it, but they have shown those moments of greatness. They have shown those parts of the game where they can get an advantage. What kind of hero picks do you reckon they should rely on? You know, is that safe lane Queen of Pain is something you kind of think needs to go to them in order for them to put a challenge towards IG?
I mean, it's definitely one of their stable picks, right? The safe lane Quap.
Tusk, Death Prophet as well.
Yeah, they like to run scaling cores in like all lanes. You know, there's DP off lane, Night Stalker off lane, and then they do like more of semi/hard carries in mid lane, like the TA they like to run as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm just expecting more of the same, really, because what gave you success against RNG is probably in your head also what should bring you success in your future series, right? So they're probably going to stick to that. And yeah, that might be a big problem because if you prepare for that certain style and you really just draft in a way to just defend and play passively, get like one Medusa really big, you know, you just auto-win basically because it's very hard to get overrun.
All right, let's talk about that mid lane matchup as well because, of course, when we're talking about IG, we have to talk about Emo. It's Emo versus PP in the middle lane. Quickly, Lizard, how do you think this one's going to go down?
Emo, he's not going to have an easy one this time around, let's put it that way, because PP, he brings the fear.
He does. He really does. He really does. All righty, well, the draft is just around the corner, which means a little bit different this time. We're going to have our drafting stats corner with B-Cup. B-Cup, how's it going, dude? You looking good in your laptop, ready to pull off some Hacker Man?
Yeah.
Can you call
I lost the title of Master, so I'm just going to, like, you know, I guess...
Yeah, you're the stats... You're the draft nerd now.
He can be the laptop master.
Why not?
Laptop master.
Why can't I be?
Yeah.
All right, we'll brainstorm it and come back with a better name after.
Yeah, better names come with time.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll
just like my beard, it'll come with time.
You just have to believe.
I've been believing. In it. I've been believing for what am I, 29 now? 14 years.
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
We believe in you, bro. You'll get there. You'll get there. Let's jump into the draft for game number 1 between IG and LBZS in this best-of-3 series to find out who's going to be taking this very important victory. And of course, both teams are not clear of relegation yet. We have to make that clear going into this one. Both of these teams really, really need a win here to just get clear of that relegation zone, which is very important. And also, major dreams possibly still alive for both of this team, of course, if it's happening, which we don't know yet. But if it is, they want to make sure they're going.
Yep. Yeah. One win would put you at 3, which means you're probably out of relegation territory. Maybe. There might be tiebreaker. I'm not sure. I'm sure Statsman will tell us more about that later. But or rather, very surprising, we have IO come out.
Yeah,
Usually it's banned.
They let it go through and IG pick it up instantly. And now if you're LBZS, not only are you playing versus a team with realistically, much stronger strategical background, you're also playing versus a team that's like that, and they have an IO, which makes the game way more difficult. Like, I remember, if I'm playing versus a team that's a tier above me, I don't want to play into an IO when they have it. It just makes things so much more complicated.
Yeah, especially with the Mars too, a perfect setup for the IO. And I'm just going to assume they're going to run that safe lane IO, and a DP really relies on harassing and bullying an enemy carry out of the lane. And when there's an IO, that strat doesn't really work because you will just buy a headrest and keep him at full health the entire time. So I'm not a big fan of offlane DP, as you guys know, but especially against an IO, in my opinion, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So maybe I'm just going to put it mid lane because PP, of course, loves his.
Or maybe even on 5, right? Like
maybe on 5 they did that as well.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of teams now put the DP on that position 5.
Then you have Weaver, DP probably as support duo. That sounds really weak.
It sounds great, yeah.
Yeah, unless you want to run the Weaver as carry.
Silence between them sounds pretty brutal. Another thing about IO as well is that it's the most contested hero in the tournament, which means you have to believe that LBZs have a plan for this, right? You have to believe they've got an idea of how they want to play against it. What that idea is, though, I don't know. I hope it's better than DP Weaver, though.
Yeah. Well, the idea right now is to ban out Emo. Because they banned 3 of his heroes already.
Now that feeling when you're how would you
rubbing your eyes?
Rubbing your eyes, yeah, it's a beautiful feeling. I love it. I didn't do it in such a long while. Goddamn LASIK, can't touch my eyes.
Oh really?
Yeah.
You can, but you probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Can you fire laser beams out your eyes now? Though?
I can.
Very cool.
He's just trying to become like a budget Superman, you know?
Budget thinker.
Lasers out your eyes. Actually, the statistics here say that only 5% of people who get LASIK get lasers out of their eyes.
Really?
Yeah. All right.
I must
be
the lucky one.
It says the stats.
I'm the lucky one.
Thank you, stats man.
Yeah. So far they banned out mostly mid laners and carries now. Storm, Lina, and Void Spirit banned out from Emo. So that we have Ember remaining in the pool. Which is interesting. In SCA, apparently, Storm isn't really valued as much. It's mostly Ember that's picked up.
Yeah, I mean, even Europe, like the players from Europe say Storm is a really bad hero. I'm like, okay.
Why?
Grab. I don't know. I think Storm is really strong, especially in its current meta.
Way,
yeah, with the pick-off meta, Storm is so strong. And then you get like 1 or 2 items, you're actually a very strong team fighter as well. In that late game, You have the Axe potential, but of course we're not going to see that this game, but instead we're going to see Bane Elemental.
In the second phase as well.
Hey,
Interesting.
you did that voice really well. Can you do it again?
No, later.
He's a little embarrassed now. Look at him. He's got a little blush going on.
Usually, you know,
I can definitely imagine a German voicing Bane. I don't know why I'm doing that.
the thing is, like, you gotta let me do my stuff, you know? Like, if you say I did my stuff well, I'm Bane.
Above Rome.
Oh, yeah, I fiend's grip.
Sure. It's Bane.
I like hearing Black with a putting on a German accent because it just doesn't sound German anymore, which is wrong. Considering you're German.
Because he's usually speaking it there. And meanwhile,
It's hard. Like, people are like, yo, can you speak in German accent? I'm like, no, I actually cannot. But then sometimes they
just
say,
speak normally.
sometimes they say you sound really German, and I'm like, okay, thanks, I guess.
One thing to note with this Bane Mars, through all regions, picked 29 times with a 55.17 win rate. Can you guess what it is in China, though, the win rate? of Bane Mars?
75%.
Not even close.
25%.
Closer, but not close.
40%.
No, it's 16.67%. Bane and Mars have played in 6 matches together, and
That's
they
actually
uh,
terrible.
How is that possible?
Alright,
Because
I
there's
get
so many
one-
stuns.
I guess.
For me?
Yes,
0
it's
points for
better
Easy?
to get some damage when you already have the Mars, and then you follow up with like a Snapfire or something like
But
that.
there was no IO in that team, because
Yeah.
IO is super good with that, right?
Yeah.
Which now also means that it's probably Mars IO lane.
Mars IO Bane on safe lane, you get this grip for relocate with the carry later on.
Zahandu.
It's yeah, it sounds okay. Meanwhile, LBZS
This
with the
draft looks pretty
Mirana.
wacky.
Mirana.
Wacky wacky.
I like it. It's different.
Yeah, it's different, but it's not. I mean, stuns are really good. I like the Rave King. It's good.
It's
a stun.
one stun.
And then you have an arrow, which can be a stun if you hit it.
They need the
Oh,
mid laner that,
very
that
insightful.
brings a lot of
Thank you,
control,
thank you.
right? Like,
Well, IG. Honestly, I would love. I know it's a little bit out of meta, but I feel like Zeus is so good for IG right now.
I don't think we've seen that at all.
They lack some burst damage, you know. But yeah, we haven't seen it a whole lot.
goes
One of
versus
the many,
DP
many
as well.
uncontested heroes.
Yeah, I'm so sad because
Did they-
Zeus is really strong now.
Yeah, they didn't take the Mirana because of the Bane, because Bane already has an Eye on his team. So I don't know. I'm
They just like Mirana. then, I guess.
surprised by the Mirana pick.
Yeah.
It's funky, like Black said, but I feel that they still needed more control, and Wraith King alone is just not enough. So
Got your Zeus picks and bans here for the entirety of the DPC. Only 3 bans.
No picks at all.
No picks.
Man.
Contest rate of 0.95%. And then actually the Death Prophet and the Wraith King together played in 8 matches, 62.5% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, they're very strong together. You have the Rave King and DP that both can just front line. Very hard to bring down both of them.
Yeah.
But Kunkka, it's one of the staples in China, at least. Super easy setup, right? For, especially when you have an IO as well. You X mark, you get relocated on it, and LBZS will like, damn it, I'm dead.
Kunkka Bane, 100% win rate.
Yeah.
5 matches.
But LGD played it a lot, so it's a little
Yeah.
bit skewed.
a lot
What
of
can I say? The stats don't, they don't lie.
they speak to you.
They don't tell stories.
You can also play him on mid, play safe lane Kunkka.
Played off lane.
Off lane. I hope that this is Fly Kunkka and they pick something more mobile for Remo, but we'll see. If you're playing into a DP, that doesn't feel that great for a Kunkka, right? Like
The lane is, I mean, it's still okay because safe lane you have this like aura under the tower the entire time. You have the
won't
Bane setup.
lose. You won't lose it. It's Kunkka after all, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Kunkka is a pretty silly hero right
Is
now.
there a matchup that he loses on safe lane?
I mean, we saw Timbersaw, even he beat even Timbersaw.
Like what the hell?
Concerning.
Yeah, like, oh, we're picking this Timber to counter the Kunkka. Oh! Wait, it was a Kunkka tied lane even and they won.
Yeah, but that was like Phoenix versus who was it?
LGD.
LGD, yes.
Yeah, but still, like the laning phase, Phoenix should be able to hold their own, right?
Yeah.
Because they're high MMR players, they should be able to just welling death for Kunkka the entire time. And he did, but they didn't win.
Kunkka don't care.
Can you win? Helm of Iron Will is too good, Lizard.
It's too damn good.
Too
Like,
good.
Just too good.
It's a testament, though, because one of the strongest tools we have at our disposal in the real world is Iron Will. The will to do anything you believe you can do.
But does a helm give you that?
Helmets are also pretty nice. Like,
They're pretty heavy too, though.
I wear them when I go cycling and when I ski. I always wear a helmet.
skiing, yeah.
Protect my head. It's not much in it, so got to protect it.
It's
Gotta be cool without your helmet on the bike.
What's the statistics on the helmets on bikes? How many people wear them?
In Bosnia, no one.
It's 12% survival rate with a helmet on a bike.
No, not even what he asked.
I have no idea what he asked.
That's,
you make up a stat.
that's pretty good.
LBZS, they keep it in their green
Well, you know what I'm
aura
gonna say?
kind of a lineup with the Tidehunter.
Anti-mage is a free win here.
Of course. it
Literally,
is.
they have no stuns.
Of course.
They have one targeted stun which you press. Oh, it's flying to me at a 50 speed. E.
For you, it's always like that. Anti-mage is...
Oh, I'm landing against a Tidehunter lizard.
Meepo is free game here for...
No way!
Come
Meepo
on.
against Tide is not that good. He anchor smashes you, have
Yeah.
5 damage.
Yeah,
That sounds terrible.
No, you have the
just
passive,
happens
man.
to
You just shred through. Actually, this is a decent Meepo game. If there is any.
I mean,
Meepo has not been picked in the DPC.
Has he been
Really?
banned?
Thank you,
Man.
Statsman. We needed you there.
Got you. But also, Death Prophet going from off lane to mid is a bad trend. 50% win rate in the off lane, and if Death Prophet goes mid, it's a 12.5% win rate.
Yeah,
How about
it's not-
anti-mage's win rate? That's pretty high, because he won a lot of games.
1 out of 1. Right?
What do they pick mids here, like versus that Prophet? That's what do you go for SF or
SF?
something?
I think you can still do Kunkka middle and be fine with that. But
Alright.
yeah, SF also works. Makes sense if you're emo. You want to have a more... Or just go back to Medusa. Woo!
Some
Luna! Luna Bane lane.
Luna
Woo!
Bane
That gets
versus
tough.
Tide. It's not easy for him.
The classic.
Molasses is going to be.
Yeah, say it, say
Yeah.
it.
He's going to be having a rough time. That safe lane. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Emo might not have as good of a lane, but it's fine. It's a Kunkka. I think he'll still get what he needs.
Guys, stack the hard cam 6 times for me. I cleared in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. It's time to ask that all-important question. What are the stats on this one, B-Cup? Who's going to win? What are the stats saying to you?
Luna Bane, 100% win rate. I don't know if I can go up against that, but I kind of like LBZS. Your shirt inspires me.
Nice. You're going against the stats and following your heart instead.
As a
Yeah.
stats
Wow.
man, it's kind of betrayal.
Yeah. Why do we have a stats man? He's not gonna. The stats don't lie, B-Cop.
Yeah, you're like Nahas now. You have to follow the stats, the heart of the stats.
Stop shouting at him.
The
Stop
numbers.
shouting at the camera.
Sorry.
Tell him your predictions.
I get.
IG.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, I think it's. You don't have to ask.
Okay.
I think we're
Okay.
going
He did
for
ask
IG.
though.
So
You don't have to.
2 analysts going for IG. The stats man. I mean, you don't have to ask me. You know, it's on the shirt. We go in LBZS all the way, baby. The Sunny Boys got this. I will say they're a little bit weaker because the sun might not be out just yet. So you know, they're starting to find their power. So maybe around 15 minutes into the game, that's when they'll really start to power up, I hope. But yeah, they got this. LBZS all the way. It's a 2 for 2 here on the panel. Let's find out how the game's going to go for the first game in this best of 3 matchup here at the Giant DPC. We have our casters of our Cryptic and Neff taking it away.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And yeah, a little bit of, I would say, overconfidence in the Sunny Boys maybe right now. It does look a little bit rough based on the draft. What do you think, Neff?
Yeah, and you know, a betrayal by Black. A lot of confidence in this Luna, even though he's shouting out an anti-mage pick.
Yeah, I mean,
Surprised to see that one.
it's a hero we don't really see all that often, but Bane Luna is just such an impossible lane to go against, and you're going into it with the Tidehunter, so this Molasses is gonna have a rough time.
Yeah, he's gonna be slow like molasses in this lane.
I wanted to make that joke,
No,
Neff.
I get to make
no,
that
it's
joke.
not fair. You can't take that joke. from
Ricky
me.
actually said to me during the break, "I'm gonna make this molasses joke, Neff. You're gonna see it. It's gonna be great." But
Betrayed by my own friend. How could you? But yeah, Nomad doesn't want to betray LBZS, it seems. He's really sticking with it.
well, he's the host. He's just here for flavor. You know how it is.
Yeah, that's-
we've got real analysts on the desk. No, mine is B-Cop making up stats, even though he's got his computer right in front of him.
Love to see it. Yeah, this should be a very fun game. Very excited to see how this one plays out. We've got... I mean, the only thing that I don't quite understand about the LBZS draft here is honestly this Mirana, that you don't have a lot of things that synergize with it. It's really just the Wraith Fire Blast and then like the slow from Gush, and Gush is quite good at helping you know, just support the harassment from the right clicks of the Mirana, but you're against Bane Luna. So it just feels pretty rough. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. You know, Moonlight Shadow, even that, it's not like you're going to get a ton of use out of that one. Is the enemy's already going to be carrying detection to deal with the Weaver, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, there's a number of reasons why it doesn't synergize so well, but, you know, maybe they'll make this one work. I'm excited to see some different heroes picked up. Mirana's not been picked so much, and maybe they're just big fans of the anime. You know, with Dragon's Blood just around the corner. I believe that one comes out in 2 days here.
Wow, that's soon.
Yeah, it is. The 18th. Mark it on your calendars, everybody. It was supposed to come out on the 6th, and is expecting to talk about it quite a bit, but unfortunately I have to talk about the game I've been forced to.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We're going to see Evo mid lane on his Kunkka going up against the Death Prophet. Now, they were talking about this. It's not a great lane for Kunkka, but it almost just feels like this hero might just be too good. It's like, oh no, I'm a Kunkka in a bad matchup. Guess I'll just farm anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot you can do here. PP, unfortunately, is going to be able to run down the Kunkka with the Spirit Siphon. Kunkka Emo isn't really going to be able to zone PP out of the lane, but you can clear out the wave pretty quickly with the Tidebringer. You can play with Harass a little bit and, you know, outskill your opponent by faking out your torrents or knocking him up in the air with those ones. So regardless of the fact that DP is so good against melee strength heroes, Kunkka is just too good in almost any lane. One thing you do have to be a little bit concerned about in the matchup against the Death Prop is when you leave the lane, especially once the DP gets level 6, you're worried about her just pushing down the tower, but you cleave out the lane so quickly with that Tidebringer that one isn't really an issue on Kunkka. He's dropping a little bit low at the moment though, DP keeping that harass up, but in the bottom lane, you won't see too much aggression out of Fly and Ollie, probably up until Fly hits level 3. Once you have 2 points of the Lunar Blessing, then all of his harass becomes a lot stronger, plus 15 from the Lunar Blessing.
Yeah, that was actually a really good sidestep there on the Luna, because they were definitely trying to set up the Gush arrow right there since Tide hit level 2, but able to dodge into the creep wave, so making that a lot more difficult to connect.
Yeah, and there's this matchup up here in the top lane. We see Kagome playing against JT and Frisk. Surprised that he didn't start with a Ring of Protection here on the Wraith King. Usually when you're playing against heroes that do a lot of right-click harass, you know, such as Mars up here, you need a little bit of extra armor because Wraith King is one of the lowest like base armor melee strength carries, or carries in general in the game. You only start with 2 points of armor and your agility growth rate isn't amazing either. You don't get much more.
Arrow just off the mark there. Yep. I mean, this is the thing. You can get aggressive with the Gush arrow, but it's not a guarantee, right? Like you have in some offlane duos that, you know, Miran also synergizes with. So IG managing to keep themselves alive in that lane, very important.
Yeah, if you're Nightmare timing, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you can just like have the arrow pass right through you.
Absolutely. So what do you think the Wraith King's build is this game? Has anything changed? Or are we just going to be seeing the like Armlet Deso here?
Armlet Deso. I mean, maybe he'll get his Phase Boots a little bit earlier, start with the Chainmail, he'll go Helm of Iron Will into Phase Boots and then Armlet, but armor is super important inside this lane. I don't think that we'll see a like Midas Radiance build like we've seen, I think, once.
Yeah, or twice, I think.
Now?
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, but that one is pretty outdated. I don't think you can get away with going that against the Mars here. You're forced to play a little bit faster.
Bottom lane Molasses just taking the right clicks. And again, this is what you said. You get the...
Well, he's only level 2 right now, so they don't have a ton of kill potential on the Molasses. But again, once the Fly hits level 3, then Ollie becomes a lot scarier. And then, of course, JT, starting with the Helm of Iron Will. We were talking about this one in the back room a couple of times. Black just super angry with how strong Helm of Iron Will is.
Yeah, it's just a ring of health that's slightly more expensive that also gives you 6 armor.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So this item definitely needs to be addressed. I mean, they increased the cost by 25 gold, but I don't think that was the nerf that Helm of Iron Will needed.
It needed like 3 armor reduction, or I don't know, like at least another armor or 2 reduced off of it.
It is so much harder to get armor than it used to be now as well.
Yeah, it is. That's the thing. Like they changed a lot of the items that would provide armor, or even the armor formula was reduced. So it's very difficult to find that that stat in this game, and Helm of Iron Will is just like, yeah, just give you all of it.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember the formula. Armor provides more at earlier levels and less at later levels, I believe, is how they changed that one around slightly. I had a graph for it open, but graphs are nerd shit.
Very nerdy. IG doing pretty well in all 3 lanes, though, to be honest. And this is expected, right? You have the Bane Luna. This is a pretty strong lane. Like, Luna should farm pretty easily here, but unsurprisingly as well, you have Mars Io, right? A lot of sustain in this top lane. They don't really have the damage from this, you know, Weaver Wraith King to push him out of lane.
No. The Wraith King is going to feel pretty useless, especially against the Mars. The IO keeping him sustained, and of course, anytime you want to try to summon skeletons, the God's Rebuke's going to just push them back and clear out, you know, the entirety of your harass. So, feeling probably a little bit hopeless up here on the Wraith King. I mean, he's doing reasonably well for CS given the matchup, but you definitely don't want to be losing your position 3, and that's currently what's happening.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot, like, how strong this Mars can be. I really do like the fact that he is going for the armlet build here.
Clears out the skeletons.
Just because, like, they do need a little bit more damage coming from the mid lane. Like, Kunkka, usually, like, spellcaster from the mid. Bottom lane, Fly. They've got the bugs, the rotation from detachment, but a beautiful sleep from Ollie. They might try and turn this one around. Okay, Frisk just going to come down here and top off Fly.
Yeah, not a ton of damage between them, unfortunately. Man, it is so crazy to see Io use the salve on an allied hero instead of himself now, just because of how the healing scales. And now at the early levels, the tether doesn't provide you with a bonus healing. You actually give a little bit less to your allies than you do to yourself.
Mid lane, they're looking to find Emo on the Kunkka, but Ollie here instead is going to scout it out completely. Detachment does need to be careful. Arrow's off the mark. PP making the rotation in, looking for the Bane, and Emo just going to Delta split out of here. Doesn't want anything to do with this exorcism, and there it is. First blood coming through finally. 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game for this Death Prophet. Now turning their attention to the mid lane tower. Emo just got to try and clear up the wave. But this catapult, it's still alive, and PP, he's happy to tank this one up to try and take this mid tower.
Not extremely happy.
Oh.
Toss up into the air. They have to be careful about committing onto this one.
Do you have any regen left on the Death Prophet?
In a moment,
No,
the exorcism will come back.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was wondering. I was just wondering if you had like bottle charges or something, but mid lane tower, still pressure being applied. They want to go ahead and maybe die the tower, but got to be careful. There is no boat. And Salad just clicking the tower. Kunkka forced to deny it, and now Ollie. Arrow does connect. They might get themselves a second kill, and it's going to go the way of detachment. So this mid lane push, super successful here from LBZS.
Yeah, they just didn't have anyone ready to rotate in. I mean, maybe you could have done it on this Mars, but you'd have to step away from the creep wave, get away from this Wraith King who's got Wraithfire Blast, and you still didn't have level 6 on him. No arena available on the Mars, so not able to turn that one around. And nice aggression there from LBZS, and Nomad in the other room is going to be pretty happy. Boys, the sunshine has arrived.
Yeah, apparently. Man, yeah, JT, he does have level 6, hasn't put the point in his ult yet.
Oh, what the hell?
He's got 3 points God's Rebuke, I think. Which is, yeah, not your standard.
He's holding onto a point right now.
Yeah, he is holding a point, but he's got 3 points God's Rebuke as opposed to like maxing out the Spear, which we see a lot. Emo on the run here from this Death Prophet being dove underneath the tower, force pop the stick. He's still got these bugs on top of him, has to get rid of them, and he's just going to go down. I think the boat, will it connect? No, just off on the timing, but there it is. The arena in from JT, and they will punish this Death Prophet.
I mean, PV's going to be more than happy about that. You force all those TPs in, sure, you end up going down, but you didn't even have to commit that much for that kill on the Kunkka. You are just dominating at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, Kunkka will recover. He can just move into the jungle, clears out camps very quickly, but I don't think they were planning on losing this mid tower this quickly, and their lineup is supposed to be playing a little bit faster than this. JT is having an excellent game, don't get me wrong, but Luna not doing as well as she should, and now Kunkka is beaten down into the ground by this Death Prophet.
Yeah, really, really good plays, being able to slow down Emo here in this mid lane. It's really important. And PP with another rotation now to the bottom, Arrow off the mark. Nightmare going to buy some space, and they will disengage, but they've now rotated Wraith King bottom as well, meaning that they want to guarantee that they take this tower.
PP moving away from the lane, wants to chase these heroes through the jungle. I think you should keep your eyes on the prize, but feeling pretty confident. All right, now it's finally going to back away.
Rotation into the mid lane. Salad will be here to protect detachment. Ends up getting a salve, so he's going to be just fine. But yeah, like we said, Wraith King's rotation bottom with the help of Molasses and all these skeletons, easily going to take this tier 1 tower, and LBZS taking out more of the map here from IG.
Yeah, and with the molasses underneath the tier 1 tower, the enemies have essentially already set up there, so you can't TP anybody in, or you run a risk of him just committing the Ravage on you. You commit multiple heroes, they just go down to Wraith King and the skeletons.
This is an Meteor Hammer being built here on your mid lane Kunkka. You know, I was saying like your Kunkka usually goes a little bit more of a caster build from the mid lane.
Whoa, hold on. We just kind of skirted by that one pretty quickly there.
No,
Meteor Hammer is being done on the Kunkka?
I'm looping back to it here,
we're going back to
I
it.
said Kunkka normally goes like for a Meteor, he usually goes like a caster build from the mid lane, but I didn't think you were going to go this much of a caster build. This is a little bit out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I am not sure what's going on here. I mean, I'm a big fan of this item. It gives you tons of stance, extra HP regen, mana regen, but on a hero like Kunkka who's able to get in and out of the base.
Big Ravage from Molasses. The arrow catches the eye on the backside. JT trying to TP out, but the physical damage, it's there from the Spirits. And they will grab themselves 2 very big kills here. And with Exorcism up for a half its duration still available, they're just going to shove this lane, try and take themselves their 3rd tier 1 tower of the game here. It's 10 minutes in, and LBZS, they're out for blood, man.
1 to 5 at the moment, and yeah, the 3rd tier 1 tower. They're not even going to try to defend this one. They certainly don't have the items for it. Kunkka, if he's going this Meteor Hammer, his BKB is not going to be done for a very long time.
Dude, they are owning already. Exorcism will expire. No Ravage means a little bit scared to defend here. Bottom lane, though, they've got their eyes on Kagome's. Wraith King is holding the point there for the reincarnation. The question is, can they TP in bottom fast enough? Here comes the relocate. TP's coming through. Can they take down Kagome twice in time? That's going to be the big question. Boat timed in perfectly from Emo. Looks like they will just let him go. The 5 here. Well, Armlet toggle? Yeah, no chance. Nice attempt there from the Wraith King, but
probably regretting putting that point in there. Somebody on the team made the call. They tried to TP the heroes in, but again, they just were not fast enough. So with that, when they look to take an objective of their own with this tier 1 tower, the Meteor Hammer, unlucky.
It's all right. He's still going to do a decent chunk of damage.
Yep. The dot does do quite a bit.
Mask of Madness on Fly. A lot of tower damage coming from him, and they will finally grab themselves their 1st tower of the game. Goes the way of JT here on the Mars as he finishes up those phase boots. So you have a little bit more of a greedy build out of your offlaner, and your safe or your mid laner kind of going a non-standard build.
I think you just committed here.
I don't think you need to. X into the Meteor Hammer. Yeah. What can you do?
All right, you've invaded their triangle. Marana does end up going down. All right, is this Meteor Hammer the new thing, Ricky?
Oh, we'll come back to that as Fly being chased down in the mid lane. No way to escape here as BB's going to find the kill. That Mask of Madness making him take way more damage than he should.
Yeah, minus armor from that, plus the bugs, you're going down pretty quickly.
But I was going to say this, to me, the Kunkka, it feels like a budget OD here, you know, where you're just like, you Meteor Hammer someone and then
we've got OD at home.
Yeah, exactly, the classic.
I'm not a big fan of the Meteor Hammer on mid lane heroes. I think your build just kind of comes apart a little bit too fast, but, you know, it's working out for him so far.
They do need tower pressure, right? And who's going to apply the tower pressure early on in this game? Early on, though. Like, Luna wants to be jungling, right?
I mean, I suppose. Luna's just such an amazing hero for taking towers. I'm grasping at this one as well here, Ricky. I'm trying to figure out why he went for this item. Maybe he's just having fun.
You can't ever complain about having fun. Smoke up here from LBZS. They're going to be able to get a little bit of a glimpse here of JT, potentially. Moonlight Shadow going to be popped behind the tier 1 tower. Luna is on the Ancient Creeps, but they get the scan on the mark. They know exactly where they are.
We got a pretty good idea, and I'm pretty sure they're just going to give this tower up. You don't want to defend from this one. Luna already moving back into her jungle. So with this, it'll be a little bit easier for them to set up around the Rose Pit on LBZS. All the tier 1 towers taken. But up until Wraith King is ready to go into the pit, they really are lacking damage on the Roshan. What is Wraith King looking like right now? He's a 3rd on the net worth, 6,000 net worth.
He's probably on his way to the Deso, right?
Yeah.
So Armlet on his way to his 1st Mithril Hammer there, so he'll be getting it relatively soon. And Detachment on his way to the Spirit Vessel. Very big item against the IO. Need to have it.
Yeah. his job is going to be jumping the backline, getting on top of the IO, and trying to blow him up in these team fights. I mean, eventually the Wraith's going to get a Blink Dagger, but up until he's got it, it's going to be the Weaver's job.
All right, X bottom onto the Tidehunter. They will grab him into the Meteor Hammer as well. The relocate comes through. Big Ravage, though, connects onto all 5. Can they actually get out here on the Tide? He's hiding in the trees. Tumble Toys on through. Almost makes the sick play, but...
That was an illegal spear. It kind of came back and wrapped around on him.
He has an aim assist on.
Yeah, that's what it is. Controller Dota 2 player.
Yeah, exactly. Top lane PP. Caught out as the relocate takes him back top, and he'll find one there onto the Mars, and Frisk dove as well. So it ends up being a big disaster here for the side of IG.
I lose the courier as well. Insult to injury. I mean, it had some wards on it as well, so your vision game going to be a little bit weaker, and I think this makes it easier for them to potentially set up around the Roche pit. I'm hesitant to say that's what they're going to do right now, just because they did end up using Ravage, and without that, they don't have that area denial to fight against IG.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Tidehunter, but then you lose 2, and Luna loses her big creeps on the Ancient stack, so
yep,
that's pretty rough. Roshan is definitely going to be an option here for LBZS. I think next time Exorcism's up, if it hasn't been committed for a fight, we might see them make the rotation in. Just because they have so much physical damage in the form of like the bugs. But we'll see. Kagome found for the moment. Wraithfire Blast does come through, able to pull him back in. Torrent off the mark though, and he just walks away.
You know, it's not exactly that practice, the Meteor Hammer into Torrent into Boat on Kunkka. I'm pretty sure Emo needs a couple more games before he's used to the timing on that one.
Sure, it's just, like you said, not a very like standard build, right?
Yeah.
He's just winging it at this point.
I am curious if they like genuinely believe in this Meteor Hammer Kunkka, or maybe they had a bit of disrespect for LBZS coming into this one, because, you know, IG, they are the favorites here.
I mean, are they?
I mean, according to the stats, maybe not, but given their performance in the DPC last year, there's no doubt about that.
I mean, yeah, it's so interesting. Like, LBZS has, I mean, I would say, had a more consistent performance in this DPC, where IG has just really struggled.
Well, it's all about expectations. I mean, if you look at the expectations, IG, you know, 4-6 overall record, 1-3, but ties, or sorry, taking a game from best of 3 series doesn't really mean anything. Meanwhile, LBZS at 2-3, the overall record of 5-8. So yes, they're ranked over Invictus Gaming at the moment, but I think anyone would agree that Invictus are definitely the favorites. But they lose this game. It's like our panel was saying, they run a risk of relegation moving into the 2nd division here.
Absolutely. We're going to see a smoke up by LBZS. They've got a nice vision here in the jungle. Eyes on Fly. If they get the Ravage initiation, it's going to be huge. Tumble Toys on in. That is way too short. He ends up blinking in later, and Fly just gets relocated out. Was that blink on cooldown? I'm very confused.
Shiva Ravage?
He Tumble Toyed in without using the blink.
I don't know what disabled that one. It had to have been... No, blink was definitely on cooldown there.
I mean, I don't know. We'll never know, Neff. It was either on cooldown for like 1 second, or he accidentally didn't press it and pressed Tumble Toy by mistake. I don't know which one it is.
Did he blink?
Because he ravaged and then instantly blinked afterward for the gush. So that was a little bit awkward.
Oh! I think his tumble interrupted his movement from being able to blink.
It's hard to say, yeah. We'll find out, but into the Roche pit we go. There's no Ravage, and LBZS, they've got to contest this. You can't give this up for free. Bugs coming through are going to find Fly inside the pit. Just takes a ton of damage from Kagome right away. Big Arena Spear does connect onto the Death Prophet. Molasses walking in, trying to take up as much damage as he can. Nice Yule's buying some space for PP, but Meteor Hammer's going to connect. The Spirit Siphons, is it enough to keep him alive? And it's not going to be. A crit from Emo on the top side will be able to take him down. Kagome woken up from sleep, but the Yule's into the arrow. Your Luna separated from the fight, taken down on the backside in detachment. Trying to continue the chase here onto JT. Bugs do come through, do connect, and I believe that's going to be a dead Mars. Oh, he gets the toggle with the armlet. He's going to be fine. Ollie, however, not as lucky. Wraithfire Blast connects onto Emo. Do they have the chase? Salad with an arrow. Doesn't look like... Is it going to connect? No, but he does force Emo out of position. Does he get the crit? Try to chase for even more into the base. Molasses gets the chase. They get the kill with the Wraithfire Blast. He's going to buy back on this Kunkka. You don't have reincarnation, but he's got that... Soul Ring. Oh,
can he get him?
Oh my gosh.
He
He finds Molasses, pulls back with the Meteor Hammer. Kunkka able to grab the Tidehunter. He is quite tanky, but it's just Space Mate. I'm sure LBZS, meanwhile, they might just go for the Roche, right? Okay, this is silly. He can't get away, but that's Space Mate, I think, is the...
Space Mate, but they don't end up getting the Roshan off of that one. Neither team ends up taking that. They're going to make beeline over to the pit now. Luna, I think, will make quick work of this one, but as soon as Tidehunter's back up, he's going to have Ravage available again. That last team fight, I think where it all came apart there for Invictus Gaming was the amount of time it took them to kill that Death Prophet. I mean, yes, they ended up bursting her down pretty quickly, but she got those Spirit Siphons off as they committed onto her. They just had to spend way too much time, way too many abilities on finishing her off, and teamfight just became too easy for LBZS there. So you need to be able to burst her down before she gets any of this healing.
Yeah, I mean, the Yules and the Double Spirit Siphon gave her a lot of survivability, so see what they can do. I mean, the part of that is a lack of lockdown on the side of IG. Outside of, like, Arena and Fiend's Grip, you don't have a lot of the things to control up this Death Prophet, and I mean, they took this whole fight without the Ravage, too.
Yeah. I mean, you'll have tools to deal with this Death Prophet later. Big one is going to be the Eye of Scotty on the Luna eventually, but we're only 20 minutes in the game. We're not there yet.
We have BKB completed up on the Death Prophet here. Does have Exorcism, the Roshan falling here fairly quick, but you're fighting into the entire kit here from LBZS. Exorcism is going to get popped. The question is, can IG actually stop them? And it doesn't look like it. Molasses blinks up aggressively onto the high ground just to guarantee that they don't take this fight. And all right, Roshan sends that Aegis on over to the Wraith King. Pretty happy about that.
All right, just going to head to the bottom lane, farm this one out. Safe for him to be down here. He's got Reincarnation available. Not too concerned about the damage that Luna and Io are going to be able to output. If he needs help, allies will be able to TP in. But the mid lane...
Fiend's Grip right away into the mid lane. They're going to find the Death Prophet, and she has a BKB. Doesn't even get a chance to use it. Nice spear timing there from JT.
And with that, even though they've got the Aegis on the side of LBZS, they're going to invade now and take control of this map. All right.
That's the first Fiend's Grip we've seen, right?
I think so. Huh. Ollie hasn't had the chance to commit it yet. I mean, there's a lot of things. I guess you're super concerned about the Ravage coming out, the Silence coming out from the Death Prophet. And as this game goes on, you're not going to have a ton of opportunities to drop the Fiend's Grip either, because unfortunately, though playing against a Weaver, you always have to keep your eyes on him once he has his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Right.
A little bit of a pause, some lag here for the Wraith King.
Gives us a chance to look at some of these other items that people are going for. Right now, Mirana working on the Lotus Orb this game.
I love Salad's build this game. The Yules is so good. It's fantastic against Kunkka, right? Having the Yules to dodge out the X pullbacks. But you also, like we saw in the last fight, have the ability to just Yules up a hero and guarantee that arrow connection.
Yeah. I mean, this is a problem that, you know, both us on Galaxy Desk and our panel had with Mirana. There wasn't a ton of setup for these arrows, unfortunately. So, solving the problem yourself, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps here.
And it's worked. Flyfly's definitely got to be a little bit more careful about his positioning. He does have the BKB now, so you can't just get Yules arrowed. Speaking of Yules, it's going to find Ollie silencing from PP. Detachment comes in as well. Kagome revealing that Blink Dagger, securing himself yet another kill for his Wraith King.
Yeah, and now working on his BKB. They're smoke up. They're looking to take something now. They've got all their heroes back. And still, another 3 minutes and 10 seconds on this Aegis.
They ping bottom right away. If they get vision of Flyfly, this is huge.
I think this is a waste of time hitting down here. If they can get it, great, but I do think they should be putting pressure on these mid-tier, or this mid-tier 2 tower, or the bottom tier 2, if not that.
Oh man, they are so confused on where the side of LBZS might be. Molasses into the trees.
Smoke pops, they know exactly where they are. He's pretending he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He was under Moonlight Shadow, not smoke.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. That was Moonlight Shadow, so
I thought he was like pulling the next level play there. 5 hitting it.
Yes.
And I thought he'd just like jump back and blink into them inside the trees and then drop that Ravage, but no. Did not scout them out. Ends up being a little bit of a waste of time. They only got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on this Aegis. Again, you want to be taking one of these tier 2 towers, getting control of the outpost, and getting that XP advantage, but a lot of time now wasted.
No, it's still a very close game in terms of net worth, you know. 8-13, but only a 1K lead. Fly gets the BKB force from Kagome right away, and now they might go for the wraparound Ravage here. But no, she's heading all the way back to the base. They do not want to risk this one.
Yep. They are out of there, but at the very least, Wraith King is going to be able to secure himself a tier 2 tower. The Tidehunter set up over here. I don't think you're going to try to defend this one. Bottom tier 2 is kind of difficult to hold. Right, getting closer to his level 18. He's got, he's still a pretty long way off his BKB. Needs another 2,000 gold till that one's completed. But until then, you are kind of worried about the control of this Mars, of this Kunkka. There's a lot of stun and lockdown between these two heroes, especially considering the Kunkka win the Meteor Hammer.
I think Kunkka has his BKB flying out right now as well, and JT on the Mars just finished up the Blink, so you do have some big items being delivered here on the side of IG. Yep, there it is, BKB for the Kunkka. But you're still fighting into a Ravage, an Exorcism, and an Aegis on the side of LBZS. You lost the tier 2 bottom, you take the Outpost. They seem to be controlling him quite a bit. Molasses, top lane, gonna get found. He might be able to Tumbler dodge it. No way. Pops the Ravage anyway, connects onto 5. He is still alone, but the arrow, it's gonna connect onto 2. They get a 5-man silence in from the Death Prophet. Arrow gonna connect there onto the Wraith King, but Emo taking so much damage himself, trying to TP out. Is he gonna be able to do it? It's not gonna be enough, and now looking for more. Ollie on the backside. Yules comes in, he gets the Nightmare off onto the Mirana, but Kagome able to chase him here. Another silence from PP. And this is an Arcane Rune, so this Exorcism's not going to be down for that long.
Yeah, committing the 5 heroes onto that Tidehunter, but unfortunately he's able to get that Ravage off. And anyways, Kunkka probably wishing that he built that Silver Edge instead of the BKB there. That way he would have been able to break his Kraken Shell and would have been able to get that Ravage off. So, unfortunate that the entire team rotated up there, and it's strange item choices in my opinion. You'd even be to that Silver Edge if you didn't go for the Meteor Hammer, I feel.
Yeah, it's very close. But, I mean, it's a very sick response from the side of LBZS, right? Like, they TP'd immediately, and they also hit the 5-man silence, kind of interrupting some of that fight before they get the BKBs off.
Yeah, but then once again, Fiend's Grip not going off in that team fight, like you talked about. It just hasn't had much of a chance this game.
Yeah, Fiend's gripping a Tidehunter feels pretty bad, right?
Well, not if you Silver Edge him.
That's true, yeah.
Well, he's got the Chrysalis completed, so Silver Edge definitely going to be what he's going for next here. Fly almost has this Eye of Scotty. This one's at a pretty important time. We talked about this. The Death Prophet and the Wraith King having so much sustain and lifesteal inside these team fights, so that healing reduction is going to work wonders.
Well, speaking of healing reduction, there's going to be a Shiva's Guard queued up for PP. They do have that Vessel as well, so kind of goes the way of both teams here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wraith King eventually build like a Scotty here as well. Salad going to be caught for a moment. Leap number 1, leap number 2, and a Yules to buy him some space, but they get the Fiend's Grip out onto the Wraith King. Emo needs to get out of here. Boat does come through, will connect, but the Axe Gush from the Tidehunter managed to connect onto Frisk and the Isle. That's the target that they want. Spirit Vessel comes out, trying to heal himself back up. Tether on over to his Luna, but he goes right into the hands of the Wraith King.
Yeah, but no way to interrupt this BKB TP, so they end up getting out. They just lose the ports. JT, actually, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's just going to get ran down here by the Death Prophet. He's gone a little bit too far, though, as BP will be forced to BKB and TP on home.
All right, they only lose the 2 supports there, but things looking a little bit rough. Again, these Fiend's Grips never able to get off. You have to be so concerned about the positioning of these supports. And, you know, the Yules from Mirana is just another thing to keep in mind. That time was the Death Prophet coming on the back line, hitting that Bane with the silence. And so he managed to get 1 off this entire game prior to that one that he just dropped. So you're not really feeling the effects of Bane here.
I mean, and Wraith King's just having a fantastic time. Like, his reincarnation, yes, it did get popped here by Fly, but at that point, like, Fly has to BKB TP home, right? He can't stand his ground against the side of LBZS. And IG might actually go for a smoke play here. We'll see. They've got JT on the Mars, going for a Satanic next. And yeah, they were going to smoke up as 5. Head down mid lane. They did get a little bit of information here. They have their eyes on the Wraith King thanks to that nice ward. Also going to see the Tidehunter. But Kagome walks right in. He gets the blink. The stun does connect a huge Ravage to follow as well. Can they take down Emo? He goes no problem at all. And the Luna stuck in a really bad spot as well as the Frisk. In comes the Eclipse, but it's just not enough. Has to TP home.
That's twice in a row. Luna's just been forced to pop that BKB only to retreat. Arrow comes out. They're about to lose the Bane as well.
Yeah, dude, these Ags Gushes from Molasses doing so much minus armor in these fights, and Kagome's Wraith King just chops right through him. Now up to a 6K gold lead, 9-20. As they're going to look for the tier 2 mid lane tower.
Yeah, Molasses initiations have just been so sick, always getting the stuns off on this Kunkka. By the time he manages to pop his BKB, he's already sitting at like 25% HP in these last couple of fights, and not much going to stop them from walking up to the high ground here. They do have fortification available. So
that was such quick reflexes from the Wraith King. Like, he walks up the high ground, pops the smoke, just blinks on Kunkka with an instant stun.
Yeah, and of course the whole team behind him as they just smoked up, so Kunkka, these chain stuns doing wonders on him. The BKB not feeling that effective. I mean, it's a correct item, don't get me wrong, but the initiation game from LBZS has just been on point.
Yeah, it has been, absolutely. And looking forward to the Aghanim Scepter here from Detachment. Obviously, a very, very good item for their team if they can use it to save heroes like Death Prophet or the Wraith King. Even the Tidehunter, if he hasn't Ravaged yet. Like, there's a lot of utility out of this one this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to siege high ground, it's an excellent tool as well. One of the main things you have to be concerned about when going high ground against the Mars is getting speared back into like the tier 3s, the tier 4 towers. Weaver just being able to jump in, reset your allies' positioning, reset their HP, and then take the fight. So almost have all the tools in their kit that they need to end this game. Only 6-7K net worth advantage right now, but going for the second Roche.
They may not know about this because they are showing bottom on the Death Prophet. But it looks like IG might have figured it out, kind of positioning around the Roche pit. But Kagome, yeah, he's already got it. That's going to be the Aegis and the Shard going his way. And yeah, LBZS looking very strong now under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Is going to get scouted here by Ward and Sentry. So IG should be able to dodge this one out. Oh, Salad goes in. Yules, Arrow, okay. Gets the BKB at least.
Yeah, but that's your BKB on cooldown for the high ground defense.
Yeah.
They're going to see this on LBZS, and they're going to be just another reason to push the high ground here. Waves are shoved in the top lane, and they're dealing with it in the bottom, though. Just giving them reason to go back, trying to stall this Aegis out for 4 minutes, but I'm not sure they have that kind of time.
Yeah, Mars queuing up that Refresher, or pretty much the standard build. We see the double Arena, the double Spear end up just being so game-changing in terms of fights. You can't really BKB through 2 of them unless you have your own Refreshers, so it's pretty scary. Luna queuing up the Shard, giving her the Lucent Beam spam, of course, which is very strong.
Yep. You usually get the Chrysalis first. I feel the Chrysalis immediately afterwards, so you do a little bit more damage as it comes out. But, you know, the long-range Ive's got... Oh,
she has both.
Have it. All right. There you go.
That'll do it. One other thing, too, is you just finished up Assault Cuirass here on your Wraith King, so even more minus armor coming through from this team. You have the AoE Gush, now you have the AC, the Deso, which I guess he has backpacked at the moment, but anyone that this Wraith King +1 gets on top of, like this Io, if he manages to find him in the backside of this fight, he's going right through. He doesn't care about BKB either.
No. You are just melted the moment Kagome gets on you. JT, I think he's going to try to cut this creep wave.
He'll have to cut the next one. It's way too scary, I think, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Up to the top lane, playing pretty far forward.
Yules actually doesn't get in line for the arrow, and a Nightmare comes through from Ollie. They're looking to chase. And actually managed to catch Fly. But PP, I don't know if he's going to be able to get in range. He's now just looking for Ollie here in the trees. Wraith King, Spider Legs off the mark. They're still looking for Fly. They catch him with the Gust. Looking okay. They get the relocate out. They don't want to risk it, and now looking for Emo. But of course, he does have that BKB. They should get Io once this relocate comes back, though.
Yeah, so they lose both supports yet again. You're not going anywhere. There was a pretty sick Lucent Beam coming out from the Luna, that Egg Shard. PP unfortunately stuck in place for like a 1.2 seconds as he activated his his Shiva's Guard. Otherwise, he would have been able to run down the Luna. You
also have the Scotty slow it's applying, right?
Yeah.
So you're able to just kind of kite around with that Lucent Beam spam. Ends up being really smart. But they commit Exorcism. You get 2 kills. Ends up not being too bad for the side of LBZS. Again, it was another Arcane Rune for this Death Prophet. So
it'll be back up before your Aegis is about to expire. So they're going to get another push out of this.
It's going to be back up in like, what, 70 seconds or something? G's come back out. Looks like we're back into it. All right, Kunkka is going for the Silver Edge. We saw that one a little bit ago. Pretty big, important item this game, but I don't know if it's enough. Like LBZS, they're ready to go up onto the high ground. Backdoor protection will protect the tower for a moment, but it is going to be Fort coming through.
Just got the fortification back up as well, so this will stall them out enough time to have Bane back to the game. They've still got buyback available on the IO. Stalling out this Aegis reasonably well.
Yeah, Tidehunter heads bottom, so no more team fighting here for the side of LBZS.
But it looks like they're more than happy to take this even later. I mean, again, Kunkka, he ended up going the Meteor Hammer build. He's not
JT
scaling to the late game.
Gonna cross paths here with Salad. Yules into the arrow. He's gonna be forced to BKB this one. He gets a courier. Arena Spear comes in. Kagome, no way he's got the damage to find this kill, so, you know.
Does he change his item? Does he go Basher now? He's got overwhelming Blink queued up still.
I think Basher is just so bad on Wraith King, right? Because you just don't have the attack speed like other heroes. You just need the big instances of damage, right, to amplify the crit.
The only issue is right now they've got 3 BKBs. They're giving you the runaround. You've got no BKB piercing disables.
Yeah.
So you might just be forced to go into Abyssal Blade on Kagome so you don't get given this runaround.
Very true. All right, Refresher finished up there for the Mars. A very big item.
Luna working on the Satanic still. I'm not sure this is going to be the game-changing item for them. It really does feel like it's on LBZS to make a couple mistakes, which is surprising. Again, the Invictus Gaming, the clear favorites going into this match, but their back's against the wall now.
I mean, Molasses just finished up a Refresher, so you now have the double Ravage available on this Tidehunter.
Does he have the mana for it?
Yeah, he does. I mean, when Ags.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to have the mana.
Yeah, he's got it.
Soul Ring, Ags, yeah, absolutely. On his way to a Shiva's Guard as well. I mean, it's never that bad of an idea to have 2. The armor this game's super value anyway.
Yeah, he's got Cloak of Flames and Hood of Defiance. He is so tanky. All right, get in there, Tidehunter. Weaver's still up in the top lane. I think looking to just this lane back out. It's going to take him a super long time to get back up with his teammates. Maybe this is just a sign that they aren't ready to push yet. Another, 600 gold till this Aghanim Scepter is completed. At that point, they might feel confident on LBZS to push high ground. So
yeah. Oh,
we might be waiting
lane
for this third Roche.
JT looks like he's trying to set up here. They do have a little bit of vision onto Molasses on the side. He ends up connecting with the Spear of the Arena. Molasses forced to Ravage, but the BKBs come through. He's not going to get anything. They get the Fiend's Grip off onto the Wraith King as well, and the question is, can they actually turn this around? They've got the Refresher from JT, another Nightmare, but PP gets the BKB, chasing down the eye on the backside, but they've still managed to control up Kagome here. He goes down. Can they take down Luna? Fly is alone. And there's so much damage coming in from this Death Prophet. He will do a lot of damage here, cleaning up big in this fight. PP's Death Prophet, just way too strong, ends up just being a 3-for-3 despite what looked like such a good fight for IG initially.
Yeah, I mean, saw that Weaver's up in the top lane. They separated the heroes. They end up getting the BKBs off and Ravage did absolutely nothing. So Tidehunter not doing any damage there. I think he ended up hitting with the Anchor Smash, and that was about it. But PP coming in, just absolutely melting these heroes towards the end.
Yep, there's your Blink Spear back. Detachment doesn't have the Axe quite yet to save the Death Prophet. PP, Spirit Siphon plus Yules to buy himself a little bit of space, does have the Shiva's Guard as well. But X back into the Meteor Hammer. Oh. Did he get the egg? Oh, he got a Lincoln's. He got Nightmares? Wait, did he save him with that Nightmare? Crit does come through. All right, Spear on back. They get the kill. Detachment will trade for the Bane. I think at the end of the day, you're pretty happy with that, but there's your Axe finally coming through. Just a little bit too late. Detachment also here. Just overstaying his welcome for sure.
Yep, that was definitely a misplay there by the Bane. I think it was questionable whether or not he'd get pulled back in, but definitely messed that one up on my screen. But a nice spear back into the base, and this is one of the things you're concerned about as you're trying to push high ground. I mentioned this. You can turn games around so fast by repositioning the enemies and stunning them at the same time. So Death Prophet getting caught out there, and IG, they're still got a game on their hands.
Yeah, they really do. Still an AK gold lead, however, but it is...
JT put in so much work in that previous team fight as well. That double arena, controlling up Wraith King as he respawned, brought him down to like 20% HP by the time he could move again, and then they just quickly finished him off. So
yeah, I think he might need a BKB.
It's hard to say. Again, if you have favorable initiations, the fights definitely go your way. But the fact that the Ravage ended up being wasted there, and Weaver not there in time.
Well, Arena mid lane does connect onto Molasses. They're going to relocate right into an arrow, and he just turns on that Refresher. They grab the IO. JT will just DP home, but they are looking for Fly. There's the Yules. Oh, you brought your Luna into the danger zone, baby. Fly surrounded by the 4 heroes of LBZS, and he goes down without buyback.
I'm not sure why the Luna didn't just BKB TP right away, like the Mars did. I'm not sure if the TP was on cooldown, but I think he just forgot.
That's a rough one. No, it wasn't on cooldown. Just thought she could get away.
Well, I mean, it was off cooldown when she died, but
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was on it when she activated her BKB. I don't think it was, though.
Dude, they no buyback on this Luna. They don't know about that necessarily here on LBZS, but they're going to find out here fairly shortly.
I mean, again...
PP's got another Arcane Rune. How many does this guy get?
How many breads have you eaten in your life?
Oh my goodness. All right, Exorcism plus Wraith King. Pretty quick work here on these towers. Mid lane of Barracks already gone. Move their attention down to the bottom lane. Do you just go straight for Megas?
I think you do. Look at the damage coming out from this Wraith King, this Death Prophet, Desolator, and Assault Cross on top of all these ghosts. Yeah, just going to head up to the top lane. Then, huh? All right, they're going to leave it at that. Yeah, Roshan just respawning now. So they're going to try to take that right now while the Luna's dead. JT, I think, will be able to stall this one out if he makes a beeline over to the pit, but he's got to be quick.
Yeah, they do scout it. They know what's up. Bugs plus the arrow, plus all the minus armor. It's got a refresher from Molasses. 3 Ravages. It's about as bad as it could get here. I just give it to PP, I guess. Why not? No way, right? Is he going to hold on to it? All right, I guess he will.
Yeah.
Molasses has his own refresher. They give him cheese. All right. They've got everything going their way here on the side of LBZS. I cannot imagine that IG find a way to pull this one back in. But Neff, what is the avenue to do so?
I mean, we saw their win condition in these team fights, separating the heroes on LBZS. You separate the heroes, you get like a sick arena off. Maybe Luna manages to burst one of the heroes down. Kunkka doesn't have the right items for this, though. Emo, he just is not able to carry for his team. He needs so much damage coming out from Fly and JT in this game with his build. I think they've just fallen off as far as damage goes. And now that Weaver has done this Aghanim Scepter, I mean, Bane, he's felt pretty low impact this game. He's going to feel even lower when you have to worry about this Aghanim Scepter on the Weaver. That time lapse just able to completely turn things around on you. So it's hard. I feel like you have to make a couple mistakes on LBZS for IG to come back into this game.
All right, we're going to see a smoke on smoke here. Looks like IG want to try and maybe catch LBZS out of position, but they TP the Death Prophet up at the top lane, and they go right into the triangle. Molasses, Smoke's going to get popped. He sees Emo. That's going to be the quick BKB, but Molasses going to get caught by the Nightmare there from Ollie. Blink forward from Kagome. He found him. An arrow. Oh, it connects onto JT. There's going to be the Ravage. It connects onto 2. Where's the second? Molasses drops it right on top of him, and the Wraith King here to clean up some more. Emo gets the BKB off, able to make it into the base, but Ollie, that's going to be a dieback on the Bane, looking for more, chasing to the tier 4 towers. In comes the arena from JT, but the damage in from these heroes is just way too much. The Eclipse cleans up Molasses, but PP continuing the onslaught here. Oh, Wraith King, a little bit too far forward, doesn't have reincarnation, but he's still protected by the Aegis. This arena able to control them up for the moment, but they get the arrow onto the Luna. She can't afford to go down here. Blink in the tether, stunning him up, but Fly goes down anyway. 90 seconds without the BKB.
30 gold from buyback on the Luna. If one of the heroes on the Dire go down here, she will be able to get back into the game, but they're still standing.
They go for the tier 3 in the top lane. They want to get the Mega Creeps. They don't want to overstay their welcome. Reincarnation coming down in just about 25 seconds. They call the GG, and LBZS have done it in game 1 of this first series.
Against everybody's expectations, IG, they managed, they dropped the game here, LBZS. They win this, and I'm starting to wonder if the Kaka curse is real.
I mean, I just don't know how you doubt these Sunshine boys. These guys are doing pretty dang good so far here.
Yeah, it's hard to say whether this was overconfidence from IG or LBZS just playing an amazing game, but you know, falling apart at some crucial times on the side of IG. I mean, going for that Meteor Hammer on Kunkka, I'm not sure that would have been the ideal pick. I would have loved to see a Silver Edge up against a Tidehunter picked up a little bit sooner. But, you know, some very sick plays coming out from the side of LBZS this game for sure. Wraith King ended up popping off. A little bit of rough start to the laning phase. JT on IG definitely tried to carry the team on his back, but it just did not end up being enough.
Yeah, it really was. Like, the Mars arenas were like their entire team fight. Like, they were the only way that they were able to do damage to the Tidehunter. And it is one of the best counters to the Tidehunter, right? You just lock him inside the arena. He's not a hero that likes to go BKB. Wraith King was kind of in the same scenario, right? You locked him in the arena. The Luna tries to do what she can under these BKB durations, but to me, it was really this Death Prophet. Honestly, she just stayed alive in every fight, and even the fights where like they try and take down the Wraith King, you just have this Death Prophet that just runs them over. And we heard from our stats person early on. Thank you, B-Cop.
Thank you, B-Cop.
Wraith King and Death Prophet has been picked up, I think, like 8 times and has almost a 70% win rate. So like these two heroes synergize so well when they're on the same team.
Yeah, again, just being able to start that fight, get in, force all these abilities on cooldown. We have to commit them onto the Wraith King. They're all slowed, and the Death Prophet makes her initiation. That makes it very easy to land multi-man silence and run people down with the exorcism. So it's clear that they understand the synergies of these heroes very well. They did an excellent job at shutting down the Bane and making his game kind of awful. So LBZS looking very clean.
You know what? I'm super excited to send this one back to the panel because I cannot wait to hear what Nomad has to say. So go ahead, take it away.
It's not going to be Nomad, sadly, Ricky. It's going to be me that gets the first words in, as I've been demoted to the hosting role. My predictions have been wrong for long enough. But guys, what happened? LBZS? A little bit unexpected. Not for you, smiley face.
Not for me, absolutely not. No, Alice Nomad now taking my rightful seat, replacing it.
I don't know why I'm here.
No, me neither, but, whatever.
They just couldn't fix up all the mics in time, so we're going to keep you here, but you have to remain silent. Nomad, please take it away. What happened? How did LBZS manage to have such a strong showing against IG?
All PP, baby. All PP. And maybe a little bit towards Emo and his unorthodox Conquer build, but I'll leave you to talk about that one, Black. But yeah, no, LBZS having an absolutely amazing showing in this game. They played great. This Death Prophet absolutely worked. And yeah, just a ridiculous front line of like DP, Tide, and the Wraith King. And like, who do you go on there?
Yeah. So do you guys think that it is the Death Prophet that did the majority of the work, or did perhaps Tide help out a little bit the Weaver, perhaps as well? Thank you, Black Nomad.
Oh, am I allowed to talk again?
You can't.
Okay. I mean, it was an anti-armor strat, right? Like the Weaver started playing with the with the Death Prophet really early on, and like that combo's sick, right? Like you have the bugs plus the anti-armor, and then DP just all of a sudden starts doing like way more damage than she should, and when she's mid lane, she's already got that huge XP advantage. So yeah, I mean, they weren't laning together, but when they started playing together, it was really hard, and they got several kills on like Fly in the middle lane. They got a couple of kills onto Emo as well, like big targets being brought down.
Mm-hmm. And now, as we allow Black to talk again, he can perhaps explain the Kunka's build to all of us plebs. What's up with the Meteor Hammer?
Well, it was an offlane build for a couple of months when people, like when the item was really imbalanced, and then people figured out, wow, it's actually not that good. So I'm really surprised he actually went for it, especially on a mid Kunka, where you want to like buy more scaling items. But once you buy the Meteor Hammer first, you build on heroes that don't have AoE spells to clear waves generally, right?
Yeah.
And you have Tide bring on a 4-second cooldown. It literally clears waves every 4 seconds. So I don't know what the build was about. I don't think experimentation is the name of the game when you're about to get relegated, potentially. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm sure you won't see it in game 2. But yeah, I mean, IG in general just didn't really look cohesive at all. Like Fly got picked off a lot while his team was making a move on the other side. It just seemed like the team play in general was off.
Talk to me about the positive sides. Do you see some spark of hope from LBZS coming into the second game as well?
I mean, if the draft made a lot more sense after the last pick, the Tidehunter, because they had this big team fights done, especially after the refresher. So I like it quite a bit. No, I'm just expecting more of the same. You know, why change anything if you just beat IG so convincing?
Yeah, and they tied it all up with Tide, like you said, a lot of minus armor, the bugs, the gush, the slow is there, the vision for exorcism, just everything feels pretty damn solid for them, don't you think so, Naomi?
Yeah.
Like you're the true analyst here. I don't know even why am I describing the game. I think I should be told to you.
I mean, you're just. I already made these points, dude. You just added the gush in there as well, but you know, it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I don't truly have anything to say, so I'm just stealing what you said earlier and rehashing it.
Yeah, you're learning from me. Then you've learned.
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think that maybe IG has got some emotional issues at the moment, like losing to LBZS, not really being where they should be in the league as well?
Yeah, I mean, they've been very open in their interviews, right? You know, all the Chinese players have just been super open and very, you know, happy to kind of share how their teams are doing right now. And IG, as they said in, I think the Chinese interview as well, they're not happy with how it's going right now, but they're working on it, and they just feel like due to this very condensed schedule, they're finding it very hard for them to find their feet and for them to sort out their issues as quickly as possible. Yeah, on paper, it's a small change, only one player being replaced, but they literally said in the interview that the reason they replaced Kaka was to get an entirely new outlook on the game, to get an entirely fresh perspective. They're putting a lot of pressure on Frisk, right? And you could say he's not developing, or you could just say, you know, it takes time for these ideas to come into place, you know, to get these new foundations laid. You know, it's really hard to pick up a house and lay some new concrete underneath or replace that concrete. Very difficult.
I need to say that I'm very surprised you're not using any cooking metaphors. Now we're off to building houses.
Yeah, well, you know,
it's a decent
as I said, I've had
improvement.
my breakfast in that during that game, so you know, we can move away from the food a little bit.
Yeah.
You can't build a house with materials only, right? Or you can't build a house with workers only if you don't have the materials.
Yeah, but PP can definitely build a strong case for getting this MVP when he's playing the DP.
What a segue. Wow.
PP on the DP, he was just insane. Is this hero too strong, or is it just PP playing out of his mind?
I mean, probably in this game, PP definitely played well this game, but I always gotta say, you know, when you play Death Prophet, it's not like, wow, I'm so good. You know, like you run into a team fight, you spirit siphon people, throw the sounds out eventually.
You hating on my boy PP?
No, I said
I
said he played very well, and LBZS in general just loves their DP, right? They played on all three roles. They performed really well on three of the different positions as well. So it might just be worth, you know, banning it out against them, because whenever they're owning, it is with their DP.
Yeah, it's the DP which they're very comfortable with. I think for me it was, you know, this draft just enabled PP to be this absolute monster in this game. And also the inability for IG to really get their claws in. Like, I feel like if IG got like a bit of a lead, the ability to burst this Death Prophet becomes much more possible. But yeah, again, you know, that Conquer build as well, delaying their damage a little bit later in the game. You've got a Luna. Again, you know, it takes a while to actually start really slapping. And they didn't have that burst. And if you can't burst the DP, PP's going to have a good time.
Yeah. So, with all this said, what do you guys think IG should change for Game 2? Do you think that maybe the supporting combo should dish out more damage, or maybe Emo should be on a more flashier hero?
It wasn't really a draft issue, though, in my opinion at least. I think they just could all play around the map. Like, as I said, whenever they tried to make a move, they actually read that, and then they killed Fly instead of losing their own hero, and that's obviously a massive loss. They transitioned into a tower after. And yeah, it's hard to believe that IG is getting outplayed by LBZS. I didn't think I would say that in a DPC season.
I did. That's why I got the shirt.
Not last season.
Where did you get the shirt? I think we all need to get one at this point.
Yeah, no, I can put in an order for you, you know.
Yeah.
Or you can just give it to me right now.
Shout out to the, we can swap on stream.
We can swap. Do you like the sweater?
Yeah, I'd wear
One
that.
for one?
That maroon is a good color on me.
Yeah. We'll talk later. Like we can switch it out. LBZS, in the position in which they were, like you said, Black, we definitely didn't expect them to be here, but we also didn't expect IG to be in the same spot. Like
facing relegation.
Facing relegation.
What are the bottom two teams right now? Like Phoenix is one, but who's the second? There's no clear like candidate for that yet, right?
No, there's not. At the moment, who won against IG Vici?
Well, I think right now it's between EHOME, LBZS, and IG.
I think at the moment it's Phoenix and Vici. Wait,
Can we get some stats on that, stats man? We haven't introduced you, but you can whisper into our ears.
I can, yeah. IG and Phoenix are the bottom 2 teams. IG at 1 and 3, Phoenix at 0 and 5. LBZS actually 2.
Wait, IG only won 1 series so far?
They've only won 1 series so far, and that was against Phoenix.
If they lose now, they're 1-4
So they literally only won versus the team that's
below them.
below them.
Wow, that's not a
So
good situation.
that's really not a great situation.
Mr. Host, I think the draft might be ready. I don't know. I just got a feeling.
So if the draft is ready, we're going to introduce our drafting master. Once again, you have seen him before. B-Cop, welcome to the panel.
He's the laptop master now.
Oh, the laptop master.
I'm
No,
a draft
I'm
master.
giving.
Whoa,
I'm
me and
taking.
Nomad, we're on it.
I'm taking the panel master. I'm giving you a new title, draft master, together with the panel master, because obviously
Panel master.
you went for LBZS. You knew something.
Yeah.
Black,
Felt it.
you didn't. So please, don't demote my boy here.
Yeah.
I promoted him. I gave him back the master position.
But
I've
the
always been a
laptop.
master. I just don't brag about it.
Ah, I like laptops. You guys don't like laptops?
I think we all like laptops, right?
I mean, it's not like a status symbol, though, is it? It's not like a master.
It depends. Like I see B-Cop's laptop collection and like all golden and flashy
It's just
with diamonds on them.
it's a brand. I have it with me. I won't say their name on stream though. It's a good one.
Stats master.
Stats master. What do you want to know? I got you at the fingertips.
Give us stats on these heroes.
All right, just, you know.
DP
Stats.
Quap together.
That's me, baby.
Stats us.
DP Quap together now.
EP Quap together. Yeah, I'm gonna need 2 seconds.
1.
Just a second.
Two.
Whoa.
Very
You should
rare.
see this guy. These fingers are just.
Wait, why
I
you
just
search
see, I
it?
just see Matrix now falling on his screen, like
Yeah,
all the.
you-
He's hacking.
He's even
Yeah,
got
I'm
his
hacking,
gloves-
I'm
fingerless
hacking the
gloves
mainframe.
on, you know,
What you
sunglasses.
don't know is I'm in it. Have you ever seen the movie War Games?
No.
Right in there, yeah. So Queen of Pain and Death Prophet win rate not great, 25%.
Together?
Yes,
But there has to be a very small sample size,
yes,
right?
4 games.
Only 4 games, because usually you don't really see that Prophet and Queen of Pain picked up, right? On the same team.
Yeah, because it makes. I mean, they don't really take care of each other's weaknesses, right? They're both heroes that don't really offer stuns. Yeah, you have one slow, but. I mean, Quap isn't terrible to protect DP, right? Like, these BKB heroes rush her, and then you like, push them back with the Sonic Wave. So, in essence, it should be okay. Your lanes are pretty flexible, but... I mean, it's LBZS's style. That's what they love, so...
Yeah,
probably-
it's 2 cores with no stun as well, which I'm always like, yeah, you got a silence in each of them, but
Yeah. Especially if you're up against the Kunkka already. Oh, yeah.
It's probably been, Kagome playing the Queen of Pain when they have Death Prophet too.
Probably.
They've lost a good amount of their game.
The thing is, it could also just be PP and then they play offlane Quap. It could be a mid-quad, they play offlane DP. It's very flexible. The team in general is pretty flexible with those 2 heroes. I'm surprised they didn't ban a DP, to be honest.
Are you surprised the team of LBZS's caliber is as flexible with heroes as they are when it comes to switching up lanes?
I mean, the flexibility is high, but the hero pool is not.
Yeah.
You know, they don't play much, but what they do play,
They play everywhere, yeah.
pretty damn well.
We have
They
5
play it
heroes,
everywhere, exactly.
and those 5 heroes you put in any lane. So what happens if we ban a couple of them? Well, IG probably didn't think about that because
I just hope they like have a big wheel with 5 gaps on it, and they just write in the names of each of the heroes whenever they draft.
And just spin it?
the wheel.
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. Who's going where? Let's find out.
I'll
Yes.
say, Draftmaster stat, big one here. Kunkka, Grimstroke, 100% win rate.
Well, Bane and
Golly
Kunkka,
gosh.
Bane and Kunkka just lost. They had 100%.
True. This is IG just destroying the stats right now.
They're like,
That's,
100% nah.
Let's change that.
That's also in all of the DPC. That's all regions.
How many games?
What?
5.
5
Yeah.
games?
Is there something special that the Ancient Apparition is bringing to the game?
Oh, wow. B-Cop. You love this hero.
you-
right?
Let's go. I mean, global presence. First of all, Ice Blast, come drop back, boom. Oh, Peyton Manning right there. Some Tom Brady from across the map. Land that Ice Blast. You're in. You're good. Then you just rush Midas. You grab that shard when you can.
All right, mute him.
I love.
Production.
I think it's the first time that I have this power as a host, and I am officially banning all American sports references.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
From the rest of the draft, at least. You can use another one in the next draft, because
Just ban it from
that fine?
Dota entirely, please.
Who's Tom Brady?
Doesn't matter.
Who's Tom Brady?
Doesn't matter.
my
Don't
God.
start him off. You're banned.
Taking the power back, what do you think about the clockwork?
Well, we're gonna talk about the AA first.
No, we already talked about it. I can't make any more references.
Yeah, but why did they
This
pick
is
it?
what, the
They
first
picked-
They've got
This
this
is-
a double cold feet when they're leashed together. What?
or
With
because they have
Xbox as well, so they
DP.
can't even break it. What?
It's a pretty good DP counter, obviously.
Blast. Good
I mean,
death
it's
pop.
too obvious for our two masters here, so they don't have to mention it. But for people like me that are just plebeians, you know, like I gotta point it out.
Yeah, they'd rather talk about some American sports and whatnot,
Yeah.
but you
I
can.
mean, we're getting into the deep analysis here. You can cover the surface.
Yeah.
What
let me
about
tell
Dominic
you.
Reitmeier? Like, that guy's insane.
Dominic Reitmeier.
Yeah,
Don't know. Sounds like a cool guy.
yeah, it's great, right?
Reitmeier.
Reitmeier, yeah.
More like Wrongmeier after last game.
Ooh, got him.
Oh.
Yeah, we're having some fire here. So, clockwork.
Don't hold me back, Lizard. Stop holding me back.
I'm not holding you back. You can do
We're
whatever
letting you.
want.
We're letting you breathe and flap your wings here. You need
what?
to fly.
Clock 5.
Unpicked hero.
Earth Spirit
Earth
4.
Spirit.
So is Ancient Apparition, right? I don't think he's been picked so far.
Yeah.
You're the stats guy.
And now you know why.
I'll bring it up on the stats. I was
Wait,
just,
what's
you
the
know,
guts for?
Now you know why it's never picked, because
seeing if you guys are on your toes.
I see.
Come
I
on,
see.
come on.
Sorry, Black.
No, it's okay.
Go on.
I have nothing to say.
Well, what I have to say is I can't click on pick spans right now. Hold on.
It's not surprising.
2 seconds.
Right, that's why A is not so popular, right? Like, it's very scared of all these jump on your heroes, and now they just pick 2 right away. Well, they even have a cop as well. Could be a rough AA game, but Emo on a Storm, probably his best hero. So
Picked
Is
once.
it a good storm game?
yeah, it's a bit tough against the 2 silences, but once you get like your BKB, you're super free this game.
But you need to get.
You gotta get there first.
You gotta get that BKB early, right? It's
Yeah,
not,
I
it's
think you
not
just
gonna-
go Orchid BKB. You probably can't greed over the Kaya or Sanj Kaya. You probably gotta just go for that BKB. You jump into the backline, and once you have that, they don't really have any way to stop you. They have a hook shot. That's it.
Yeah. Are you worried at all for these 2 squishy supports? No, Matt?
Yeah. IG certainly. Those look like they can be torn apart pretty easily by the Clockwork and Earth Spirit just rolling on in there. I don't know how they're laning this still on LBZS. Like, I feel like they still have their options open.
It's probably gonna be 5 clock and Earth Spirit 4,
You reckon?
and then
Could go off lane death prop.
probably offlane DP. I mean, I could do mid DP also. Like Earth Spirit DP can really pressure Storm off the lane, but so can Quap.
Is this a good anti-mage game?
For
LBZS?
IG it is.
All right. I actually have some hard-hitting analysis.
Go on.
I hope. All right, so both teams have very pick-off-oriented lineups, right?
Right.
Both of them looking to jump the back lines. But IG, as Liz mentioned, they've got AA and Grimstroke, right? Like, these guys are going to die much easier. LBZS got Clockwork and Earth Spirit. These are 2 big boys. They're not going to go down so easily.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of gank potential with Storm plus Inkswell plus AA Blast, but realistically speaking, you're going to have to commit a lot more to get the kills on the side of IG compared to LBZS, where it's going to be much easier for them.
I'm obviously just a host here, and I can't really analyze nearly as well as you can, Nomad, which was proven previously. but-
Otherwise, you'd be sitting where I am.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or
But I feel that Ancient Apparition usually makes these big boys not feel that
Big.
that tanky, that big because of the ulti. Plus, you have Storm jumping in with Inkswell. There's a ton of damage potential this time from IG just from their supports, and I feel that they maybe even overcompensated. They went from Io Bane that deal 0 damage into 2 heroes that are mostly about that.
Yeah. You also gotta, like, people underestimate it a lot, but the Ice Vortex actually, 25 or 30% magic increase with Kunkka Boat, Storm. It's a lot of damage coming out. And what you said is very right, that they are going to jump them in the backline, but the Kunkka Boat is one of the best tools to kind of mitigate that. Maybe just delay them from dying just long enough to get all your spells out, and then suddenly that backline jump doesn't feel that good anymore. But it really just depends on positioning, like who gets the first initiation, like can you silence the Kunkka, you know, it's a lot of ifs and what, but they have the potential to definitely just cut the backline, no problem on LBZS.
Definitely a lot of ifs and whats. Do you guys think that AA plus Kunkka is a scary lane? The pullback into cold feet, is that something that LBZS should be worried about, or is it like whatever?
It's a scary lane, but And Grimstroke Kunkka is also pretty scary. I just feel like Kunkka plus anything is scary. You X-mark someone, you just hit him for free for 4 seconds, and he comes back, you keep hitting him.
Does the... Oh, gosh. Now I have to give up my analytical prowess here. Because when you cold feed someone and they use themselves, it breaks the cold feed, right?
It dispels it.
Yeah, so is... with... never mind. I can't. I'm gonna just embarrass myself.
Wait, I feel
have
like
no
cold
confidence.
feet, even if you use yourself while you're cold feeted,
It's
I feel like you still get.
It's
No,
if-
no, it's
no,
a-
if the
it's a-
ancient
it's a
version
debuff.
uses his cold feed. It's fine.
yeah, it's a debuff. You can manta it off and stuff. Yeah.
But when your teammate uses Yules on somebody who's cold feed, it breaks the cold feed.
No. No. It's only if you yourself use you, then you purge your own debuff cold feed. So you can combo it with a teammate, if that's what you're asking.
I swear.
So like if Storm was to use someone that's cold feeded, they would still get cold.
They would still get, they
yeah.
would still get stunned.
But if you're the TA, you get cold feeded, you use yourself, then it's gone.
Enough with the cold feeds.
Just
you,
saying,
host.
I have warm feet now. So TA
Enough
last pick.
with the
Wow.
exact-
Whoa! LBZS
Insane.
one. Easy game.
It's actually really good though against Kunkka if they expect the Kunkka to be off lane.
Is there something that IG can
They could
now
still
pick
fly.
to completely counter this TA?
Bat Rider. Honestly, this is a
can't
pretty
fit
good Bat Rider offlane game.
Is Brood an option?
Actually, you can't really pick Bat Rider because they're so
They
flexible.
won't pick Bat Rider. They're
Yeah.
they're
They're too
gonna
flexible. They're too flexible. What's the Fly hero? Oh my god!
pick more
So are you expecting a Fly hero or JT's hero here?
I think JT's here.
JT's nice call. Thank you very much, Black. Right on time.
I did not expect the Lycan. It makes sense though. But yeah.
Yeah.
Can I go for IG after what I did last game? Is my question to you, Lizard.
I didn't see
It's completely on you. I'm just the host here. I'm not going to tell you who to go for. But are you guys worried at all that IG have sort of limited amount of reliable stuns and disables?
Potentially, but they got good ways of protecting their supports now, I think. With those wolves, they got a lot of scouting information, can maybe even block a hook shot. They got bow to cover. I mean, I liked the draft last game when they couldn't really perform.
So are you going to go with IG this time around, or are you switching?
In fact, I will go with IG.
You will go with IG once again.
Fool. It's LBZS, baby. Look, it's too greedy on the side of IG. I feel like, what do they got? Lycan, Storm, plus what's the other one?
Kunkka.
Conquer. It's too greedy. It's too greedy. I mean, they got supports which do damage, yes, but they've also got supports who can die. I know it's gonna be LBZS just running at them. Easy game.
Statsman?
Easy game. LBZS.
All right.
Based on the stats.
As I'm a host and my analytical knowledge is completely redundant here,
Useless.
I'll just go
Non-existent.
and make 50%. I'll just go with IG.
I don't know if it was
my
the
more
flame
black.
towards me or not.
What's what?
He just called himself a user. I'll just go with him then. Because, you know, it's okay. I can tank it.
I think
Do you think they're ready?
I think they are.
As Nomad thinks, he's right always. Obviously, I think as well that our casters are ready. So let's throw it away to our Cryptic and Nef.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Lizard. And I don't know. I was a little shaken. You know, I tried to send it back, and I was like, "Yeah, Nomad, ready to hear your thoughts on this previous game." And boom, Lizard right in my face. Happy to see it though. I'll be honest.
I gotta say, our host is looking much more handsome today.
Yeah, looks very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're never getting on that panel now with Nomad. He's definitely never asking you for another question.
Fair enough. Wouldn't want to be on a panel with him anyways. I'm happiest when I'm casting here with you, Ricky.
Well, thanks, buddy.
No problem.
What do you think about this game, though? I mean, we get a pretty greedy draft here once again from IG. I don't think it's necessarily bad, though. The combinations that they have with the Grimstroke, it is a hero that when you have these like combos and synergies just feels kind of overwhelming. But they get Death Prophet once again here for the side of LBZS. I don't know, man. This hero seems to be looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they've popped off on this hero. I'm a little bit... I was concerned about the Queen of Pain pick, just because we've seen Kagami on it almost every single game. And I thought they were terrified of playing it in position 2, but clearly we're wrong. It's going to be PV on the Queen of Pain in the mid lane. And maybe IG were convinced that it would be Queen of Pain safe lane as well, because for some reason they picked Storm into it.
Yeah.
That was bizarre to us. We were talking about that one in the back room there. So you had to fight into these Shadow Strikes coming out. It actually opts to drop at level 1 on this Queen of Pain. Usually you see, even against the Storm Spirit where the dagger feels so good, the Scream level 1, just to be able to secure that range creep. But now already zoning Emo back out of the lane. You have to keep in mind, though, that this is an Emo Spirit hero.
It is. He's this is his spirit, right?
Yeah. Man always pops off when he plays these things. But outside of that, I'm very excited for LBZS. We get to see the first Earth Spirit game here in the upper division, CN DPC. My absolute favorite hero to play and to watch.
Yeah, we were actually talking a lot about how it's surprising, like this hero just isn't being picked at all. And yeah, we finally see it show up into the game. Molasses top lane here on this Death Prophet up against Fly's Kunkka. I mean, Death Prophet into Kunkka is a very Death Prophet favored lane to begin with, so it's kind of makes sense that we see it here into the safe lane of the Kunkka.
Ollie might just die here with 2 more auto attacks. Can you get them?
Oh, so close.
I think he got the extra armor from the tower there, so we kept him alive. A nice try there by the DP, and that lane would have been pretty rough if you end up even up first blood there. Like you said, pretty favored towards the Death Prop to begin with, up against the Kunkka.
So I like this safe lane TA pick, something that they've done pretty often as well. It's something that's always in the back pocket here for LBZS. And you have the Clockwork, which, I mean, if I'm Clockwork this game, I'm so happy. There are so many good targets for him to find. And especially, Lycan, a hero that doesn't like to build BKB. Both supports here are basically food for him as this game goes on if he gets like a hook shot. So
yeah, you do struggle a little bit against a Lycan in lane. When you have to play against his Wolves or Bat of yourself, it feels a little bit underwhelming. But outside of that, like you mentioned, being able to jump the... Oh my god, Lycan!
He just dies. Kagome just takes him down underneath the tower. A little bit maybe underestimating the Psyblade play here from Kagome.
Yeah, it caught our observer off guard as well there. Didn't expect him to just die underneath his tower like that. So off to an amazing start despite super strong last game. Into losing JT. Emo very much struggling here in the mid lane. I mean, he's managed to secure himself CS. He's sitting at 10-0 top lane.
Really smart plays. I mean, Salad on this Earth Spirit, he does a lot of damage, and we're going to see them chase down Ollie. They might be able to stay on top of him to get the kill. One more Crypt Swarm, and he does it. Takes down the Ancient Apparition. B-Cop in shambles in the back in the green room. I can already hear him.
I can hear him screaming as well. He goes, "Not my hero, not my ice cream cone. 5-second rule."
What do you think, what flavor of ice cream would Ancient Apparition be?
Plain.
just cream. Salad gets the kill on the Kunkka on the top lane. Does dive for it. I think a valid exchange, honestly. So far, off to a fantastic start here for LBZS.
Yeah, unfortunate that you lose Salad there. I wanted to take a minute to break down, these support heroes lane dip grabbing. Usually, you grab supports that sit a little bit further back here, but they opt to go to frontline. Oh, okay, never mind.
And they go for the Inkswell play onto the Wolves. Going to be able to stun up this Clockwork for a moment. Detachment taking a lot of damage, but there it is. The rotation from Salad. Oh my goodness. They're feeling themselves. This is one of the strengths of the Earth Spirit, and one of the reasons we haven't seen it has just been like, it feels a little underwhelming to find some early game rotations, because if you don't connect onto them, the hero feels pretty bad, right?
Yeah, one of its biggest strengths is the fact that it can find rotation so easily, but they end up reducing the...
Oh my gosh,
Emo.
PP is hunting Emo into the jungle. And I think he's going to be able to get the kill. He does. All right, LBZS is out for blood, man.
Frisk is now a long way from home.
He's about to be very close to his home, if you get what I'm putting down here. Yeah, nice play there by the Queen of Pain, not giving Emo any space to breathe in this game.
I mean, in the Storm Spirit matchup against several heroes, Invoker, Queen of Pain, sometimes Puck, you lose so hard once you hit like level 4 that you want to just move into the jungle. But LBZS obviously very disciplined about this. These teams have been chasing Storm either into his triangle or into his jungle the moment he leaves the lane. So this slows down his game quite a bit.
Storm Spirit with the smoke rotation to the top lane. Gets a great connection there onto Ollie, setting up another kill. And they have vision of the Storm Spirit as well. They've got this ward. Like, Sal's just going to run at you.
Yep.
He's trying to salve up here on the Storm. Maybe just going to steal a little bit of XP.
Yeah, I mean, this is smart here by Emo, just keeping himself topped up so he's not able to melt to this Earth Spirit. But yeah, eating half his XP, slowing down Emo's game. He's going to have a very slow level 6. Yeah, and Emo realizes that there's someone beside him.
They're going to know that ward.
XP.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't think those creeps gave me as much as they should have.
All right, nice Inkswell stun up there. Salad with the kick into a great Vortex, though. It looks like he will finally be punished. Yeah, he does ping. He knows that they've got a ward here.
Yep. I'm not sure he realized that Emo had a point to Electric Vortex there. Sometimes when you go to the jungle, you go like 3-0-2 build, but he did end up going 2-1-2 here, which I think has become a little bit more common as you move to the jungle, so you get those recovery kills when you hit level 6. The Electric Vortex is pretty important, even if it doesn't farm quite as fast as maxing out your Static Remnant.
There are traps in lane now for Kagome. I mean, that makes life very easy.
Kagome's life has been incredibly easy. Top of the net worth here, 2.9k.
Oh, Fly chase down top lane. They just need one more auto attack from Salad, and he gets the kill. Fly now his second death of this game. Molasses is going to grab level 6, and that Exorcism, definitely an objective taker, so they're looking for more, though. Salad kicks back, sends Ollie right into the Death Prophet. Molasses able to chase him down here. They're going to get himself a double kill, and now a dominating spree. 8-2 before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, now level 6 on the Death Prophet. I think she just popped a Clarity as well, or Mango, so now she's going to commit the ultimate to the tower. Emo trying to come up here only has just hit level 6. All right, at the very least, Kunko's going to be able to refill his bottle. And pass him a Mango, okay.
They actually de-ward pretty much the entirety of the jungle. They swapped the ward location, which is like kind of interesting. Like they actually get some defensive wards into IG jungle so that they can actually play around those.
Yep. All right, Earn just completed now on the Earth Spear. Would have been nice to have that earlier when he was finding some kills, but I imagine it won't take long for him to fill that one up. Oh, Fly is so scared, man. He's X-marking the spot in order to clear out creeps here on the wave, and only manages to get the ranged creep. Yeah, he pings it out, realizes, okay, the enemies have a feeling I'm around. They don't realize where the ward is, though. It is sitting on top of the hill there. The most common location.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a fantastic start to the game here for LBZS. I mean, PP 7.5 here to Emo's level 6. Obviously just pulling further and further away. He is going to find a regen room here on the Storm, so probably just going to use this to honestly farm at this point because you can't really fight into the side of LBZS.
I mean, this is what they talked about on the panel, right? The support heroes are both so tanky, it's difficult for Storm Spirit to find the kills onto these ones. So for that, game is a bit difficult for IG or Emo to get back into it after he loses the mid lane. So again, it was surprising they picked the Storm Spirit into this Queen of Pain.
As we were talking about earlier, detachment on this Clockwork. Not a whole lot you can do here on these supports as they just chase down the Ancient Apparition. The Exorcism still available. They should use this to try and push this tier 1 tower. They are trading, though, as JT bottom lane on the Lycan has that Helm of the Dominator completed, so they will at least find an objective on the side of IG despite the constant bleeding that they have right now.
Yep. 1-for-1 exchange, but now a 3k net worth lead and only 9 minutes in the game for LBZS. 9-2. PP now working on this Orchid. Coming out, I think, a little bit slower than he would like. The Storm Spirit will be able to build a Yules in order to counter this one out if you want, but I don't think that's what Emo's going to do this game. I think he's going to try to, I don't know, build an Orchid pretty quickly himself in order to find kills on the back line. But again, you're not finding supports to get back into this game. The supports you're trying to jump are the Clockwork and the Earth Spirit, and both of them are so tanky.
Yeah, I feel like this is a game where he needs, well, we'll come back to that thought. Detachment dove underneath the tower, a lot of damage coming in.
They'll turn this on him, though. Or they'll, okay, never mind, Salad off the mark.
What I was going to say, though, is look, in Emo's position, you know, you do feel like you need an Orchid on the Storm Spirit to have kill threat. After this, do you think he just has to rush the BKB?
I think that you have damage problems at that point. Lycan needs to do a lot in the offlane if you're going to go straight BKB. I think that he... It's hard to say. I think he will go Orchid, though. He has to rely a lot on his allies, unfortunately. That's what he's going to do, though.
All right. A nice kill there for IG. It is only on to the support Clockwork, but trying to stabilize this game little by little. PP did go the 4 points in that Scream, though, so you have a lot of farming potential out of this Cream of Pain, and no one currently able to keep up with the TA yet. She clearing up all these like ancient stacks and farming pretty easily here on this hero.
Once she starts playing the game with the rest of the team, then things get very difficult for IG. Frisk playing the backline, scouting things out with the Wolves, doing what he can here on JT.
Rolling Boulder, a little bit luckier than he would have assumed, as PP has that illusion rune there, able to remove some of it, but they just turn it around, the Vortex into the Ice Blast. A little bit overconfident there on this Queen of Pain.
Yeah, figures that she's going to be able to stand her ground or blink away before they get out enough damage to her, but nice jump in there by Emo, and JT is doing a lot of damage already. Ice Blast as well. This makes heroes who normally feel kind of tanky just melt so quickly.
Yeah, this was what Lizard was saying, right? There's a lot of burst potential that can come out of the side of the IG lineup with just the Storm, right? Like, he can zip in and set up so many different spells. So
not if he's had a game like this, though.
Yeah.
With Storm Spirit plus Ancient Apparition, the kill potential is still there, but then your Ice Blast is on cooldown afterwards. So at the very least, that kill get the Storm Spirit a little bit back into this game, but TA is farming.
Yeah, indeed. 800 gold here up on the next closest hero. Molasses almost do a BKB here on this Death Prophet. And that is go time. The Death Prophet is one of these heroes that, as long as she survives in these fights, like if she's not the hero that they immediately jump, she just pops the BKB and just kind of runs them down. Silence from her is going to be really difficult for the Storm Spirit to deal with unless he, gets that early BKB or that early Yules. Frisk walks right into the enemy heroes, not seeing them, and there's a pretty easy pickup here for the side of LBZS.
Yeah. JT's going to keep his Wolves on top of the heroes and try to scout them out. As long as he knows where they are, he's not really threatened by the where they're.
This is exactly what Black was saying, right? Like the
information game.
Yeah, the information that this Lycan provides is still very useful for the side of IG, and it does help protect the supports. Unfortunately, didn't protect Grimstroke that time.
No. Didn't get those ones out fast enough. Now as the Vlad's completed so well on his way to the Helm of the Overlord, they don't have a great way of dealing with that one, and this is why we saw Lycan come out towards the end of the draft. It's kind of like another gotcha pick. You can sideblade down the Helm of the Overlord creeps, but it's just as easy for the Templar Assassin to melt to the Lycan under all these dots. Like, you have all these summoned units on you, especially if AA Blast comes out as well. Can make your life miserable. And yeah, the Storm Spirit is going for the Orchid as his first item. Emo, with the assistance of his team, will get back into this, and they're dropping salves on him.
He's actually going to be getting the Orchid around the same time as the Queen of Pain, but Quap does also have a double null tally, so she's a lot tankier, does a lot more damage from her spell kit.
Yep. Unfortunately, I don't think you have the ability to use this Orchid onto the Death Prophet, as she's going to have her BKB completed by the time that comes out. PP?
He's found mid lane. The boat does come out into the Vortex, and the Ice Blast follows. This is the combos we were talking about, and, Detachment comes in to try and save him, ends up falling as well, and these are huge pickoffs for the side of IG, completely swinging the momentum as they're now going to lose the mid-tier 1 tower. These deaths, these are game-losing deaths. You can't afford to make these mistakes.
No, too far out there on the Queen of Pain. They're going to try to go forward. They do end up catching the Storm.
All right, it's going to be Molasses on the Death Prophet. He gets chunked down. Plenty of control there with the Silence. All right, they're looking for more, though, potentially. Nah, they can't chase. They're just kind of zone this one off. Soulbind plus the Silence. But Molasses here, with the help of Kagome, now turning their attention for more in the mid lane. Silence does connect. They managed to get onto both of the supports and now chasing down Ollie here behind the tier 1 tower. Easy kill for the Molasses. Death Prophet now looking for Frisk as well. They get 2. They can't stop the Death Prophet.
No, she just runs you down, and now turning their eyes towards the tier 1 tower. They managed to take that mid, so map control going the way of LBZS, getting recovery there. So this is something you're concerned about. After you find these kills, your boat is on cooldown, you don't have AA Blast anymore, nothing to stop LBZS from running at you. And both these supports, excellent gap closers and heroes at catching. So them paired up with the Death Prophet just makes running down this enemy team way too easy.
Yeah. Kagome pulling even further and further ahead, has that Deso completed with the Dragon Lance, queuing up that BKB, gonna have that, honestly, in only a matter of minutes here.
She'll need a little bit of time. And again, you are concerned about the Orchid being completed on the Storm Spirit, as well as like the X boat combination. We saw Queen of Pain just go down twice. this aggression coming in from IG. So I think now they're realizing, okay, if we play too aggressive, if we don't finish up these BKBs, we do run a risk of IG getting back in the game and us throwing this lead that we have right now.
They're looking for Kagome top. They are going to see him. In comes the silence from Salad. Will connect, and Kagome turns attention onto Emo, nearly kills him. There's the Sonic Wave on through. They get the kill. Yeah, you've managed to catch the TA. Signs her up as well. Looks like she will finally shatter, but detachment on the backside gets the hook shot out onto Ollie. The Magnetize taking down onto both of the supports. They grab the Ancient Apparition. He will TP home on the Grimstroke, a 2-for-1 trade. I mean, kind of worth, because you get the Templar Assassin, but slowing down Storm Spirit's game that much more feels pretty rough.
It's nice that they managed to salvage that team fight, at least get the heroes out of there. I would say that it was worth getting the kill off on this TA, though, because again, this is what I was just talking about. Finding the kills off on her before she gets the BKB is crucial for IG getting back in this game.
Ultimate. Looking for PP. There's the Orchid. He has Blink in one. PP will make it, but he's going to get chased down here by JT behind this mid-tier 1. Or I guess there is no tier 1 tower. Emo just runs him down.
Yep, and that's before you had your Orchid as well. That one now being completed, flown out to Emo. So these kills off from the Queen of Pain even easier. I mean, it was a quick reaction there, dropping that silence off onto the Storm Spirit, but again, didn't end up being enough. And they're finding these kills that are getting them back in the game. IG knowing exactly what they have to do. The moves need to come out right now, because if they wait until these BKBs are completed.
Hook shot finds the Kunkka. Detachment, nice play. Actually doesn't get the cogs quite yet. Does finally connect. There's going to be the Soulbind onto two, but with the Molasses coming in on the Death Prophet, they will finally be able to clean him up. He does shatter. Ice Blast connecting onto two. They get help the Overlord creep, and they're going to run right into Roshan. They've got the Exorcism, they've got the Deso Meld Strikes, a lot of physical damage coming in from these heroes, and IG, they've used their whole kit. They don't have anything left, but they're sending in a Centaur with an Inkswell. It's going to connect, finds Molasses, catches the Earth Spirit as well. He shatters. It's Roshan, baby. Collapse him. Silence on the backside will hold Grimstroke in place. Kagome Molasses trying to finish off this Roshan. Spirit's going to come back. He pops that BKB. They want to get this thing before anyone can stop him, and they do. TA Aegis for the next 5 minutes will protect her.
Yeah, that Centaur went in and just did damage. The Inkswell stun coming off, followed by that Centaur stomp, but Death Prophet ended up being just a little bit too tanky, so she survives that one. They get the Aegis, but it did cost them a little bit. And this lead hasn't grown in the last, like, 8-9 minutes. Still, 3K net worth advantage for LBZS. This is exactly what it was at the end of the laning phase. So IG doing a great job of stalling the game out and staying in it. As this game goes later, I'm not sure who I prefer. The Kunkka can do a lot of damage. Oh, no, fly.
You were speaking about Kunkka, Neff?
Kunkka, bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, without BKB yet, there's not much he can do once Kagome gets his sights set on him. And bottom lane, they lose Ollie as well. Fighting in the river, though, I don't know if they're going to chase here. Emo's got a little bit of space. They're going to go ahead and pump that Shapeshift, looking for the Death Prophet. She doesn't have that BKB available. Spirit Siphon trying to keep herself alive onto this Ancient Creep. She's getting so much healing and detachment. Pump faking the hook shot. He manages to find the Wolf. Not necessarily the target he wanted. Now an Inkswell does come through. The Silence, though, to take down the Grimstroke. Detachment does shatter, but they're going to get the Ancient Creep again. Another 250 gold going their way.
I'm not 100% sure what Detachment was trying to do when he went in there. He shot into the Lycan, and then he hesitated so much before he dropped his cogs. It's almost like he couldn't decide between trapping him in or not.
I think he really wanted the Grimstroke, I think. And he like happened to connect onto the Lycan and then was like, oh, I also stunned Grimstroke. Neat. But yeah, it was at the end of the day, like he's still setting up these kills on the clockwork. He doesn't really need a lot to be useful this game, but he is still food for the Lycan if he's able to get on top of him.
PP almost has his BKB completed, looking to stop being food to IG as he's been away back into this game for the Storm Spirit these last couple of kills, but almost has that one done. Like, and just going for Heaven's Halberd as his next item, crucial against the Templar Assassin. All the damage on the side of LBZS in the late game is going to come out from her, so the 5-second disarm is going to work wonders.
So Emo here does kind of greed it out like Black was saying. He ends up going for the Kaya here before the BKB. Just feels like maybe he's going to be the one reinitiating these fights or trying to set up pickoffs, and we'll see if it ends up paying out for him. He does need to be very careful. They have a lot of answers for the Storm Spirit right now.
Yeah.
Smoke up here from LBZS into the mid lane. Detachment, ward placed on the high ground. Not going to get scouted. Storm goes mid. They does have an X on him, though.
Yep.
Smoke is going to pop. Yeah, they know they can't really get to him. Nice play there, actually, from IG.
Yeah, they see these lanes that shoved in, nobody's showing at the moment. They don't have vision under any of their wards, so they figure, all right, they're looking for a kill off onto us. Safest thing to do is just X makes the spot the Storm Spirit and keep these lanes shoved in.
They actually just X the Storm to zip all the way for the rune there and doesn't find it. PP grabs a haste rune. Looks like Earth Spirit trying to scout up top somewhere if he can find a hero.
The flare ends up going in the opposite direction. They figured if the Earth Spirit was going to catch anyone up here, they already would have, but might get the helmet of the Overlord
Yeah,
if they do.
He does. PP another 250 gold. I mean, that's the third one for sure that we've seen, so it adds up, man.
Yep. And to let you get to this BKB that much
Oh,
quicker.
Salad.
Now
Not
he
going to
knows.
find him. Yeah, he's too distracted by the wolves.
Yep. These wolves, you know, tip them off that the Earth Spirit was nearby, so they both opt to TP out. Force staff now completed on the Ancient Apparition. That's going to be a big one.
They need it, absolutely. Clockwork, very difficult for these supports to deal with without a force staff.
Anybody gets caught out by him, now able to get away. Courtesy of the Ancient Apparition. That's kind of what he has to do this game. The hero is, like Black was saying, the bonus damage that detachment.
Yeah. Ooh, what a cogs. Emo, not today. They're considering going for more. PP finds on the backside the Orchid. The Chainsawn's hookshot off the mark. Do they even need it, though? He's just going to get taken down by that Soul Burn.
Yeah. Emo too far forward. He was never going to get that kill if the Ice Blast didn't connect it. That was such a sick power cogs drop there by detachment. The moment that he comes in, he saw that one.
I mean, we were saying, you know, you go for this Kaya build, yes, it allows you to do a little bit more damage, gives you a little bit more flexibility on the map, but it can be punished, and oh boy, was it punished there.
Speaking of punishment, Inkswell onto the Wolves there. Detachment, all right, he's just going to walk away.
He's into it.
Yeah. They're hesitant to commit onto him. They go into detachment, you know, he doesn't even have hookshot available. Suddenly, you know, your entire team shows they can turn a fight onto you.
10 seconds left on the Aegis here. Kagome might have a Blink Dagger coming out here, so that is a pretty big item. Yep, there it is. And they'll probably just farm up a little bit until next objective, now that the Aegis expires. What do you think?
Yes, probably. I think Salad's working. Is Salad still working on his BKB? Is that one completed?
He was going either BKB or Spirit Vessel. I don't know which one.
He had BKB queued up. I think that one's not completed yet, and there hasn't take a fight before he has that one done. Because his control is pretty important as well as jumping the back line. You want to be able to avoid getting stunned up by this Grimstroke or taking any damage from this Ancient Apparition. Wolves being an absolute nuisance.
Yeah, it really has been some huge plays from the Like in this game, being able to provide as much vision as he has with this Wolf micro. But bottom lane, they do know the Kunkka is here. They are going to scout him. Slow does come through. Salad rotating in, gets the dust out on top of him. He does get the boat dropped, but Kagome as well as Molasses chasing him down here. No chance. Beyond godlike here on the DP, 10-0-3. Molasses is owning, man.
Yeah, and he completed his BKB and the Kaya Sanj, so he's not really going to go down. The one thing he can use is armor. The Lycan is like the only thing that you're that concerned about right now, but I imagine Shiva's Guard is not long off. Either that or a Heaven's Halberd or to have this you know, extra control for the Storm Spirit as he tries to jump your allies.
Grovebow Dragonlance, one of the best combos you can find on the Templar Assassin, so she is super happy about that.
At least we're not still in the patch where the Templar Assassin could just side blades you from like 3,000 range away. That was funny.
Yeah, that was a heck of a time to be alive. I remember watching Gunner get side bladed like in the middle of the mid lane between Tier 1 and Tier 2 on Dire from a TA that was standing at the Tier 3 tower.
Very cool.
It was just like, oh.
I guess I'm dead. Did he die to it?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
He rewound the he went and downloaded the replay to be like, what the heck happened?
All right. Something wrong with the LBZS. TA's got a bug. She does have her BKB completed. She's had that one for a moment. Salad. I think he's almost done his. He's got his Ogre Club. I think he's got the... Oh, his courier is holding the Mithril Hammer. He just doesn't have the recipe yet. Once he's got that one, I think IG will commit to a fight. Roshan
Four
respawn.
BKBs, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's very important in this game. A lot of the damage coming out from them is magical. This is one of the issues that they were talking about on the panel as well. This last game, the supports on IG did not have damage to deal with these heroes on LBZS, but without the magic damage, once you have these BKBs completed on 4 heroes, the Lycan just has to do so much work. The Kunkka's not doing that much. He's trying to go for a right-click damage build. I think he's gone for those talents, but he's not going to be able to cleave down everybody by himself. It's just going to be the Lycan. Emo's damage is going to be completely gone as he's going all in on spell damage. In fact, he's got Orchid, Nether Shawl. He went for the Kaya instead of the BKB because he's being greedy.
Now here's some BKBs getting popped into the mid lane. Who did they find? It's actually Storm Spirit, but he has a haste rune, so that will actually save Emo here.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
I think they just play a little bit further back for the next minute now until this BKB is off of cooldown.
Another Helm of the Overlord creep going the way of Kagome.
He's fed a lot of these. This isn't good.
It's definitely like 1,000 gold so far that we've counted.
This is actually like a massive difference if you keep on giving up Helm of the Overlord creep. So I think the Lycan should be playing close to the creep wave. In fact, I think that he should have just like Helm of the Overlord or ranged creep beside him in order to stop the TF getting that kill.
Oh, Inkswell goes in. Who have they found? It's going to be a Storm Spirit. Okay. Storm Spirit stunning up Earth Spirit and decides maybe a little bit too far. I don't have BKB yet.
Yeah. It's going to be 2.5 minutes until Roche respawns, so a bit of a longer timer on this one. This will give Sal a chance to finish his own BKB, though. And again, very important item. If you can get this one done before the Storm Spirit gets his and take this fight, I think LBZS are in a position to like start to close out this game.
Roche is a very long respawn, though, which does favor IG quite a bit.
Yeah, it gives Emo a chance to get the BKB.
They're looking to go mid. Emo jumps in Vortex. Doesn't end up connecting Molasses with the BKB, though.
They forced 2 BKBs out with that one. The X putting in work with that Storm Spirit there.
Yeah, very sick bait.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like you said, long Roche respawn, so they're not going to be able to take a fight around the pit with this one. But BKB now completed on the Kunkka, and they're all smoking up. They're looking to punish that usage of the BKBs to the Storm Dove.
Yeah, they're actually just baiting. IG is baiting so well, and Detachment's going to be the one that pops the smoke. Orchid does come out. PP signs him up himself. Inkswell will dispel him. So Email able to make it out, no problem. PP cannot do this alone. They're going to buy back on the clockwork. All right, IG making some sick plays despite being down here 22-11.
Now I'm going to scout up the high ground with these Wolves. They're a minute and 12 seconds. They're not going to find anybody, though. Earth Spirit's just in the bottom lane again. Yeah, he's got the BKB flying out to him right now. Sitting in like less than half mana, but not sure that one's going to matter. He's got a clarity going as well.
They will be able to like continuously flare this Roche Pit for vision, right? So one of the benefits of the clockwork that they don't have to like panic about this Roshan dying super fast.
Yeah, definitely have superior vision inside the pit, better jump as well, but you have to be concerned about the Ice Blast, the boat coming in if you try to take Roshan yourself or a fight inside the Roche Pit.
All right, these X plays are actually so sick from IG. They're playing so smart. Just using the smoke there to try and scout the high ground.
Chin to Quiverfan on the Templar Assassin. I'm not sure she'll take that one. She could find something else. It'd be neat. Titan Sliver is probably what she's looking for.
Stupendous.
All right, things slowed down a little bit here, but Roche responding in 3 seconds. Both these teams about to clash inside the pit. And the BKBs back up on LBZS, but they completed on the Earth Spirit does favor them unless they can pull off some crazy backline jump on IG.
Yeah, both teams aware of the Roche respawn. Molasses going to find himself an Invis rune. Decently helpful there. But you're about to have Daedalus completed on Kagome, and this is when things get very scary for the side of IG. If she's able to find any of these supports, or even if they grab Storm Spirit before he gets a BKB, he can just burst them down.
Yeah, if anyone's dying in like one auto attack plus a crit, like 2 hits.
Detachment. It's a hook shot. They find Fly. The crits, they're there. He's just dead right away, but a big Vortex. They get the Ice Blast as well. 2 kills now going back the way of IG. That's the way you want to start the fight. Salad on the backside. Using the Magnetize here. Will be able to finish off Frisk with this one. Rolls on out. They're going to buy back on the Death Prophet as well as the Kunkka. PP forced to BKBs. He's get found here by Emo on the Storm Spirit. He's got to be a little bit careful. They're still getting, still got eyes for this Queen of Pain, but buybacks forced from both teams. 2 from the side of IG. You only get Molasses. TA not having hers, though, is a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, That was a soul bind to the double vortex on top of the Storm Spirit, so those two heroes just melted, and your Beyond Godlike Spree ended up going down. They didn't end up getting the backline there, so that's got to be the Earth Spirit's job. Get the silence off onto either the Ancient Apparition or the Grimstroke.
Salad gets the silence. Fly forced to BKB. Orchid does come through as well. Molasses, though, pops that Exorcism. You got to be careful. You cannot fight underneath this spell. Molasses is going to use this to try and zone out the side of IG here.
He needs to buy enough time for the Templar Assassin to come back up into this fight. He'll be able to melt his Roshan when he respawns, and the Exorcism is going to last just long enough to make that happen.
They are smoking up once again on IG. Yeah. If they grab this Death Prophet or this Queen of Pain, I mean, these are the most important kills they can find right now.
Yeah. LBZS, they're more than happy to stall this one out. I don't think they can actually fight even with this Exorcism. If Molasses gets blown up, the fight is just over.
Yep, now no Exorcism available. Storm Spirit. He's just cleaning up the wave. He's going to be fine.
Quickening Charm, that'll definitely go. It's got to go the way of the Death Prophet. Pass that over to Molasses. Oh, I think he passed it to PP?
And who knows? Templar Assassin queuing up the Swift Blink mid lane. Emo, he gets found. The BKB from PP, though, will protect him. Ends up blinking in super aggressively with the Shiva's Guard to try and find more. And now the roll in from Salad ends up missing on the mark there, but he's continuing to chase her onto the Ancient Apparition without an Ice Blast. That's a huge advantage for them around the Roche Pit. He will pop the regen here on Emo, maybe trying to get back into this fight. Earth Spirit positioned really well up onto the high ground, and they're going to take down the Helm of the Overlord creep here. Oh, and oh, it's going to take down, right? No, it's got... Okay, he just grabs a new one.
Yeah. We'll need to get Roche back in the pit. They got 50 seconds without the Ancient Apparition, but again, Storm Spirit able to jump in and make some plays happen. If they get the double Vortex off again with that Soul Bind.
Detachment is sitting so well here on this backside. They're looking for JT. The Soul Bind does come through, but he gets the hookshot onto Frisk. Holding down this Grimstroke, he gets the Aegis on this Kagome, and PP managed to grab the shard as well. They will take down Clockwork as well as the Earth Spirit. PP going in super aggressively, but here comes Kagome. Can he do the damage? He doesn't even manage to grab the Grimstroke as well. They've extended a little bit too far, and now they're chasing down this TA. It's a disaster for LBZS, severely overestimating their damage, and now maybe Molasses can save him. Kagome, no chance.
Fly stepping away from that one there, so he's able to get the torrent the moment he respawns, and even with that silence coming off the Death Prophet, they all just melt. Aegis meaning absolutely nothing. That regen rune on Emo just allowing him to do work. Spent all of his mana on that previous fight, but could just stay in there thanks to that one and took the fight around the Roche Pit. I mean, it looked like they would have been able to stall that one out with the Clockwork. He sits on the ramp, he ends up separating the two teams, but regardless of that, they just end up spending too much time finishing off that Roche, and your team melts.
Yeah, they just kind of ran in on the supports, and they did make space for him to grab the Aegis. And I guess
they overestimated the amount of damage this Templar Assassin could do in the end, I feel.
I mean, they just jump on top of a Kunkka Lycan who just surround her.
Mm-hmm. Storm didn't end up going down very fast either. I mean, they've all this armor aura. All these
it was blast rigged. That's what happened. She blinked on and got blast rigged, I think.
Oh, yeah. All right, she needs an MKB. I missed that one at neutral items. Sometimes you just roll a good neutral item and win the game.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, this game now pretty much dead even in terms of net worth. IG right back into it. It's really the supports here that are starting to pull ahead. The Grimstroke finding some items himself. Fly grabs a halberd. I mean, everything's starting to come the way of IG, despite what was a terrible start here in game number 2.
Death Prophet now working on this Aeon Disc. I mean, just concerned that she's going to get bursted down these fights. She's got the Refresher Orb queued up after that, but I feel like that isn't going to solve your problems. I feel like you need more burst damage on this Templar Assassin, but with these Heaven's Halberds coming out now, with the Blast Rig, there are so many things that Kagome has to be worried about. And yes, you had super tanky frontline supports that are able to catch these enemy heroes out, but you need to be able to put the damage into these heroes after you catch them out. Now LBZS are lacking in that.
All right, Bloodstone finished up on Emo here. This is a very big item for him. If he can start snowballing this game, this is exactly what he wants. And
they're hoping somebody would jump that creep wave there. And it was on the enemy side of the river. It looked reasonably safe, but it would have just melted to the Emo immediately.
Smoke bottom lane. They're going to head into the triangle. I mean, if they manage to grab one of these heroes, it would be huge. The Lycan up on the high ground. Instead, they just leave. They're too afraid to go up there.
Flare just
Now, counter smoke right away from IG. Emo ready to go in. Is he going to find anyone? Not quite.
can't go much further than that. Doesn't want to go through all of his mana, but yeah, the flare on detachment. I figured some of these enemies might be hiding inside the trees. It'd be the easier kill, so didn't have the vision to go up onto the high hill there.
Oh, Kunkka. We'll see him go invis for the moment there. Emo looking for PP behind the tower. He gets the BKB off, though. He needs to be careful. Ice Blast is going to come through. Does clip him? Maybe. Just for a little bit, you managed to grab the Grimstroke. He's going to go ahead and buy back right away.
It doesn't look like either team is willing to take this fight, though. Both sitting on their respective side of the river. Didn't have to commit too much on LBZS to find that kill. So, nice that you forced the buyback, but the Grimstroke, not that important in the grand scheme of things here for IG. Am I working on a Hurricane Pike now? I guess worried about these enemy heroes getting on top of them. If he could get Lycan off of them in these team fights, or things might get a little bit easier for him. Force Staff, Hurricane Pike now coming out for Kagome.
All right. Just continuing to try and clear out what waves they can. They actually managed to, again, X up Emo, allow him to just kind of play very aggressive on the Storm Spirit here. I mean, if one of these guys get a Yule Scepter and punish that, it is going to be really bad.
Yeah, but your supports aren't really Yule Scepter builders this game. I mean, you can get it on the Clockwork or the Earth Spirit, but these heroes had other things in mind. Templar Assassin and Queen of Pain as well. Couldn't really go out of their way for that item. It would have been huge this game with how they're playing this.
Chain stun here on him, Molasses. Aeon Disc going to protect him, so he is out. That's going to put it on cooldown, though, for another 90 seconds, so not too bad.
Cooldown goes up every time, though. Keep that in mind. So first one wasted. They could potentially try to make a play now that the Aeon Disc is on cooldown. In fact, they ping themselves. Grimstroke. It looks like they're wanting to smoke on IG.
Her Spirit going in Aghanim Scepter here, so the ability to stone form an ally or an enemy.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff.
You could reset a fight with that one. The Storm Spirit jump has been pretty big.
Hookshot comes through. They find the Kunkka. Can they chain stun him down long enough for Kagome to keep him down? And Fly pops that BKB, trying to disengage. Molasses, super aggressive. Just falls to Emo's double damage as well as the rest of the heroes. And now JT chasing for more. Kagome forced to BKB. Force Staff gets him out of danger for the moment. JT inside the cogs here. Does he be careful? PP jumps the backside. They get onto both of the supports and they go down, but you've lost the Templar Assassin once again. Can they actually get out of here? PP chasing for more, gets a Sonic Wave, takes down the Kunkka. Detachment now in trouble as Emo running out of mana, though. PP comes back in, hits the silence onto 2. Can he finish him off? The chain silence then from Sal, they get the kill. Emo's dead, and JT trying to TP home, but falls. PP with a triple kill. Huge plays from the Queen of Pain.
Super concerned about the amount of damage they'd have there without the Templar Assassin. Just Lycan standing his ground against her, and he just wasn't taking any damage. There's way too much armor, but the Queen of Pain coming in clutch there, finishing off Kunkka as he tries to escape, and look at that, 6,000 damage this team fight. Showing off that she's scaling the late game pretty well, too. I was concerned there, man.
It's really, really, really sick. I mean, you see them get the kill here onto the Kunkka.
Before he can do...
Almost, right?
Almost,
like, they drop him super low. Molasses. I mean, this is the thing on the Death Prophet. The Aeon Disc was popped, right? So you don't have it for this fight. And they just focus her down so quickly.
Yeah, but Kagome was, like, so controlled up in this team fight. The Soulbind came out as well. Detachment tries to hold JT in place, but you barely do any damage to this Lycan. You stand your ground, but Queen of Pain all over this fight ends up finishing off Frisk before he can do that much. They end up getting Ollie as well, who ended up having to commit the Ice Blast onto the Ancient Apparition, so Queen of Pain just had a free reign in this team fight. And
dude, these chain silences were so sick. I mean, Salad and PP, they get the double kill right out of the gate on both supports, and then they finish off both cores. Like, they did everything in this fight. The two of them managed to secure kills on all 5 heroes.
Yeah. I do think it was a bit of a mistake going onto that Earth Spirit there with the Lycan. If you had gone on to PP, then you might have been able to burst him down. You don't do nearly as much damage in that fight on LBZS. So showing signs of life now, but still concerned about them as this game continues to go forward here.
Man, that was so sick. And now Queen of Pain, top of the net worth after this fight. Gets herself a refresher. She also has Trickster Cloak. This is such a good game for it. So has the Lincoln Sphere passive now on the hero. Yeah, she's feeling good after that one.
IG just picking up the tier 4 neutral items now.
So I'm curious, if you are the TA here, do you still take refraction instances against like Inkswell, Ancient Apparitions, Ice Blast, and Lycan and all this stuff, or do you just go like Meld Bash? Is it still Meld Bash? Is that the other one?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you take Meld Bash. It allows you to just take a support out of the fight before they can activate a Ghost Scepter. Get 3 auto attacks off.
Yeah, it's either Meld Bash or you take the refraction instances just for like that extra auto, like the attacks portion of it, right? Because you still get the extra attacks, I guess. But
I mean, the damage block is very nice, but again, I think that you just want to be able to burst down these supports because they are doing a lot of work.
All right, Roshan number 3, this time with a refresher. Timeless Relic for the side of IG is a very big item.
Sure, they pass this one over to the Storm Spirit. DD.
Oh, Emo gets himself another one. He has done a very good job at controlling runes this game.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky. I'm not going to lie. Your detachment was quick with the hook shot there. He might have died.
He's just pathing the... he's got the good old patrol on for that wolf. That's pretty funny.
Storm Spirit. Is he looking to get his 25 here? He just bought the tome.
I mean, such a big talent. And this is a huge portion of the game here, going for this third Roche.
Digigear on the ground.
BKB, they find Ollie on the Ancient Apparition, kicks him right into the Clockwork, and they will be able to finish him off with ease. But Fly, nice boat, doesn't end up connecting though, and Emo will not connect on his chase. They'll buy him back on the Ancient Apparition. Minimal commitment from LBZS. Once again, hookshot still available. You did commit the Magnetize, but you got so much more left in the tank, and they're going to go ahead and smoke up on IG here. PP needs to be a little bit careful. Trickster Cloak will protect him. They turn out with an Orchid onto Emo, but of course the Dispel.
Yeah. The moment that silence came off onto him, the Dispel activated from the Grimstroke. That one could be a little bit scary to use, as you know, you need to wait.
He comes in, he sees Frisk for the moment, gonna protect himself with a Glimmer Cape, but detachment comes through. They find the kill. Big Sonic Wave in from PP. Now looking for Emo. He's got to be careful. PP gets the blink out. He doesn't end up shattering here quite yet. They're looking for more detachment, trying to get his hands onto Ollie, but it's Molasses going in so deep here. Gets the kill onto one, chasing for more. Fly into the base, protected by Invis. Will be able to escape, but so far, 2 dead, 1 dieback on the side of IG, and again, Roshan number 3, it's on the deck. LBZS, they need to get into the Roche pit here.
Yeah. In the bottom lane, Lycan, he's trying to pressure the tier 3 tower, force somebody back so they can't take this Roche.
Okay, X-Play once again, he's fine, but he's out of mana now, and they can't do that X-Play again. Kagome's got to do all of the Roche damage here as Exorcism does expire.
They did have to send PP back to the base. There's a huge wave of Emo.
Oh. Okay, he does. Never mind.
You know, that's enough, Emo. Calm down.
You can just keep doing X plays, I guess. It's pretty funny.
Are they going to do it again?
Yeah, Kunkka's sitting right next to him base. Number 3, he's going for the Roche this time. Does he actually get the items? Not this time. He almost does it, though. I mean, that would have been...
That would have been big. Yeah.
That would have been the highlight reel there for sure.
Nice try. Death Prophet now working on the Sheep Stick. I mean, control up for the Storm Spirit is going to be absolutely huge with how this guy is running on the net. What Emo is getting away with is absolutely insane. I can't believe this is happening right now.
I've actually seen this happen a few times. It was in a CIS region game, and it was Storm Spirit Kunkka, and they were like defending their high ground against Mega Creeps by just sending Storm down every lane on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he doesn't die, continue to get Bloodstone charges, and this becomes progressively easier. But eventually, you know, they will have Yule Scepters completed.
And looks like Death Prophet trying to get that Helm of the Overlord creep bottom.
Oh, I think Stone Form will do it as well on the Earth Spirit.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It does kind of remove him from the game momentarily. Yeah. So if he's ends up finding Storm, it'd be pretty rough. And it lasts
longer as well, so they have a 4-second window to catch him out instead of a 2.5.
It's a way to force the BKB as well, right? Like, he has to BKB coming out of it.
Yeah. Or you're just dead.
Top lane, Ollie here. Queuing up that Aeon disc. Very important for him to get at this game as he is starting to struggle quite a bit. And Solid has the gem, but Ollie will force staff himself away.
The setup for the tier 2 tower up here. Finally going to be able to have access to these outposts 43 minutes into the game.
I mean, they're already pushing bottom. Storm is there, and Inkswell will protect him here, of course, so Emo's going to be just fine. BP just lets it rip anyway. Sometimes it's a good feeling, you know, just throwing the Sonic Wave.
less good when you don't find kill with it, but whatever.
Another tier 2 mid though, and 16,000 net worth advantage, the largest one of the game still for LBZS. There's a flicker on Kagome. Not a bad item here.
This one feels pretty good being able to break out of these silences, especially. Run these heroes down. I'm trying to think what the move for both these teams are right now. I mean, Emo's just doing an excellent job of keeping all these waves pushed in. Now working on the Aghanim Scepter so he can potentially take a team fight. I feel like you make one slip up on LBZS, you're able to melt the bases. Actually, one slip up on either of these teams.
Yeah.
Like it'll tear apart your base, or Templar Assassin will go through the buildings pretty quickly.
I mean, we saw last game the armor combination of the like Wraith King having, you know, Deso AC. This game you just have a Templar Assassin, right? Like, it's so much minus armor as well.
Yeah, Templar just melting these creeps.
Doing a decent job at cutting waves here, however, on IG, trying to slow this game down. Aegis down to 2 minutes here as Kagome queues up a Lincoln Sphere.
Doing a great job of giving them the runaround. I gotta give credit where credit's due. JT, look what he's doing with his Humble Overlord creeps.
Yeah, that's what
all
he's
the time, cutting the creep waves.
It's really smart.
Missed that one? Yeah, he did. He did. He's just gonna sit it between the tier 2 and 3 towers up in the top lane, but he puts that in his wolves just wherever the enemies have started to push.
Emo forced to BKB. PP will do the same. Kagome trying to chase after him. Doesn't get the detection, though, onto that Grimstroke, so he will just TP out. And the wave, it's actually... Is it dead? Did they cut it in time?
He used... I think
it's still there. They got catapults.
Yeah, it is now, but I think he did like a creep on that one. Dragged it over to... because there was a sentry down up in or down in the bottom lane, they used that to drag the creeps up into the the creep camps and whatnot for a moment.
Third tower.
And now he's pushing the top lane with it. JT is being an absolute menace this game, making it so difficult to take objectives, but like we just saw, it took, what, 42, 43 minutes for them to start to take these tier 2s despite having a decent advantage most of this game.
They actually flared top, trying to find Kunkka here in the trees, but he's going to disengage. He cannot afford to stick around here any longer, but that also means you get the D-wards here on Salad, so doing a really good job at eliminating the vision game here from IG. He's about to be, I mean, not about to be, he just hits level 24, but level 25 Earth Spirit, man.
Yeah.
This guy is so farmed.
Which talent do you think he'll take?
Yeah, I don't know, I'm not an Earth Spirit player.
You tell me.
Maybe the grip.
Grip on allies?
Yeah. The stun's pretty good as well.
Do you remember when that was just normal for the hero? Ooh, hookshot in, finds the Ancient Apparition. His entire escape route is just taken away. Does have a force up, but Hex up for the moment. The one shot from Kagome takes him down 60 seconds. They don't know he doesn't have... Oh, he actually is on buyback cooldown. Never mind. They go in. They're just looking for the like, and PP doing so much damage. Vortex there will connect. He goes in, pops a refresher, throw another one. He gets him. The double kill there for PP. Gonna buy back on the Grimstroke. If he got the Lycan as well, that would have been huge.
That's an 100 HP on him. At the very least, they'll be able to take this tier 3 tower before they're forced to get back. But
I mean, Molasses has a refresher. He's just gonna go again. Why not? Jumping in on Emo, big AoE Vortex onto 2, but they don't have the Ancient Apparition to follow it up, and it tells like PP just stands his ground with a BKB, and Molasses with his Exorcism is going to claim himself the first lane of Barracks, now turning their attention top. Does need to be a little bit careful. X, he's got Swift Blink and Flicker. Yeah, 4 staffs out as well. PP might turn it around. Nah. Okay. LBZS finally taking first blood of the Barracks. Now will back out as Ancient Apparition about to respawn. I mean, we saw the amount of damage the Storm Spirit does there, but without the AA.
Yeah, it's just not quite enough to finish anybody off. He can't go in by himself, and they just couldn't gap the distance on the rest of these heroes. I gotta say, Queen of Pain coming into that fight just did an amazing job at dropping everybody so low they weren't able to stand their ground. And once you were actually on the high ground on LBZS, there was just no stopping them. As Ice Blast is a huge part of their team fights.
Dude, if he gets that double Sonic Wave, if it manages to kill the Lycan there, it might have been game, as he did not have buyback. So very, very, very close, but he's just getting stronger and stronger by the minute. 22,000 gold advantage now, and of course, Roshan will be the next objective again for LBZS, the 4th one. giving both Refresher and the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and it's clear that IG know, like, in these 5v5 engagements, if LBZS managed to actually get onto their high ground, not be split up by, you know, IG split pushing these waves, they lose the fights, because they put so much emphasis on this. Like, the Storm Spirit constantly, like, Xing back after clearing out the creep wave with Ball Lightning, and JT
Ice Blast bottom, they're looking for the co-op. Do they actually have the damage to finish him off? The Vortex, he does get caught by the Ice Blast, but will just blink away thanks to the BKB. The chain stuns were not there. I mean, they do manage to force the BKB and a teleport, but it looks like LBZS thinking about just going in top lane. You got the jetpack up on the Clockwork.
This is so much fun.
I love this ability, dude. The AoE vision is so sick.
Everything about it is sick. Just being able to quickly flare yourself or hookshot in a jetpack over your power cog, and you still have 4 staff available afterwards.
Yeah, flying above the haters.
Yeah.
I mean, Templar Assassin, the thing I'm thinking, like, the reason this next Ags is so good is if it goes to the TA, she doesn't have to buy it, but it is so good this game. They have to deal with the split push somehow, right?
Mm-hmm. This does make getting around the map and, you know, quickly clearing out the Helm of the Overlord creep or pushing a creep wave, then coming back to your allies, you know, possible. And I think they realize, okay, these guys are giving us the runaround. They can't take the fight into us anymore. At this point, it is worth going 4,200 gold out of our way for this item, as you know, I'm already slotted out. Before, not so much, because we did see, like, when TA tried to stand her ground against the Lycan, she was losing those fights. But now that you're out of inventory slots, be an excellent thing to pick up. 2 minutes left on the Roshan respawn.
And super long respawn.
Yeah, I think the TA will just wait for this and grab the Aghanim's Blessing.
Either she's going to buy it out herself, like the Ag's Blessing, because she doesn't really know what else to spend money on, or they're going to wait for it. And she did go the refraction charges, by the way, it seems. But if you don't give it to the TA, who takes the Ags here? Is it just Death Prophet, or do you give it to the Queen of Pain because she has the refresher?
Probably Quap. I'm pretty sure you just give it to the Templar Assassin, though. She would have. I'm pretty sure she would have bought it anyways.
Yeah, she could still go for like a backpacked refresher and stuff like that, right? Like, so there are still items Kagome can build.
Yeah, or Moonshard.
Yeah, buyback status. Everyone online except, well, okay, thank you Storm Spirit for that one. Almost everyone online except for the Grimstroke, but Storm Spirit actually buys refresher. So you have the AoE double Vortex. I love this. This item is so sick on this hero.
This refresher item really needs to be addressed. It is just way too good right now with the 6-second BKB, and everybody knows it.
They want to go in. Do they have vision on any of these heroes? Emo. Still X'd up, so does need to be a little bit careful. Looking for Salad, does get him with the Vortex, but X will just pull him right back.
Trying to force an engagement or them to drop BKBs there, but they're not taking the bait. Not for the Earth Spirit, and he's in a pretty safe place as well. Like, even if they do like almost bring him down, he can just like quickly turn around, use Enchant Remnant on himself, and then like, kick himself away.
They really want to try and take this fight outside of their base, and before this Roshan comes up, they're looking for Molasses here. He's got a DD rune, still has Aeon Disc as well. It is going to get popped, so does need to be a little bit careful. Silence up onto the Storm Spirit, takes a lot of damage from Kagome. Blink in from PP. Does he have the Sonic Wave number 1? It does come out. He's got the refresher, looking for more. Fly on the backside. He's trying to take down Frisk. Ghost Scepter will protect him for the moment. Can they cancel a TP? They will. So they managed to take down 2. That's going to be a dieback on the Grimstroke. Kunkka dead for 90, but his buyback is available, and there it is, the Roche respawn. The worst case scenario here for IG, you at least have the Ice Blast.
Unfortunately for LBZS, your bottom lane is getting pushed in again by this Lycan, so somebody going to have to get back to defend this one. Depends how quickly they can clear this one out, though. Okay, never mind.
It's pretty quick.
All right, fair enough.
Ice Blast comes through, will connect. Storm Spirit looking to get into the pit, gets the AoE Vortex, but he doesn't actually pick up anything. It's going to be a Hex. Comes out right away, and Emo goes down. 100 seconds, no Storm Spirit.
Finally, he ends up dropping for this aggression. And it looks like they don't even care about the bottom lane. They ping it out on the Clockwork. Somebody has to defend this tier 3 tower. Otherwise, it is just going to melt. They fortify, and this will buy them a little bit of time.
Do they care?
But
Do they
I think they're just going to end the game here.
They
No
are
buyback on the Storm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He bought out that refresher. They're going to wait and see if he'll use it. Kunkka going to buy back into the game right here. You got the Ags on the TA now, so good luck split pushing. And Molasses has the refresher shard if he needs it, but they are just taking these towers so dang fast. Second lane of Barracks will fall. Now turning their attention to the bottom. Going to get these Megas. Of course, the next objective for them, PP. playing an incredible game 1 and an amazing game number 2. Fly looking to go in. Does need to be careful. Hex does come through, but not going to do anything. The Storm Spirit Stone Form is something you always have to be wary of. Hook shot on the backside off the mark here from Detachment, but they get the Hex. Molasses trying to chase him down here with this Exorcism. He's going to pop the BKB, try and make it back to the fountain. X pulls him back. There goes Soulbind onto 2, but the bottom barracks have fallen. You've achieved your goal. You're going to grab yourself these Mega Creeps and PP, just zoning them further and further into their base. Storm going to respawn here about 15 seconds. Abyssal Blade onto the Queen of Pain. Still able to blink on out. Molasses thinking of going back in. Maybe overstaying your welcome here. LBZS do need to be a little bit careful, and it looks like they will respect IG and back out after getting these Megas.
I mean, there's nothing they're able to do to defend from this one at this point. They're doing their best to stall this one out, but I'm not sure it's going to make a difference. They've got heroes that can defend from Mega Creeps. The Kunkka, you know, he can pick himself up a Divine Rapier. He is very scary, but I think eventually it's only a matter of time until Molasses gets into your base with that Exorcism and your tier 4s fall.
And that's going to be an Ag's Blessing for the Queen of Pain, level 30 now on this hero. We don't see a lot of people hit level 30 nowadays. A lot of times the games are over before this, but
yeah, 55 minutes is definitely a rare experience.
43,000 gold advantage.
IG, their backs against the wall. I mean, they came into this the series the clear favorites. Last season, major winners, LBZS, moving into the upper division. But looking to boost their score here to a 3-3 tie. This IG lose this one, which is looking like they're going to. This will put them at 1-4.
Yeah,
not something anybody expected, except for Nomad.
I mean, I expected it too. Based on how they've been playing, I actually thought LBZS was the clear favorite here. They just have been playing such cleaner Dota. IG has struggled in every series. Even the one that they won against Phoenix was not a clean victory.
Yeah, well, IG aren't going to go out without a fight. I mean, kicking and screaming right now. Emo has been giving this his best.
Yeah.
Jumping around with the assistance.
You have
for the Kunkka.
They did end up buying the Moon Shard on the TA. Another Arcane Rune here for Molasses. It's just a matter of time before LBZS decide to go for your high ground. And look at the net worth difference here, man. They are just so farmed on all 3 cores. I mean, even Death Prophet is ahead of every single hero here on IG. Hex out. Gonna catch the Kunkka, but of course he's X'd up. PB looking for the backside, trying to get vision on top of this Grimstroke. He just gets melted. Kagome just crushes him here with this Templar Assassin. He's going to buy back into the game. Tier 4's under siege. And they go back in. Emo tries to get on top of the last, but he just gets the BKB. And now, what do you have on the Storm? You got a Refresher, but you got to be careful. Turns attention over to PP on the backside. Aeon's just going to protect him. Gets caught by a Nullifier, but the BKB comes out in time, able to blink out. And now Fly doing what he can, just try to zoning this out, but it doesn't matter. IG grasping at straws here.
They force a lot out from IG there. They don't manage to catch anybody. Storm's here trying to jump the back lane, clear out the creep wave, but it's not enough. It's pushing in from the top lane as well. If they want to hit these tier 4s, they can. Earth Spirit now working on a sheep stick as well, and he committed so much a buyback as well there on the Grimstroke. And each time your tier 4 tower is going to take a little bit more damage. They need a miracle to save this game. Lycan's just got multiple moon shards queued up right now.
Hookshot mid. They're on top of the Kunkka. Fly forced to BKB and disengage Detachment. He's feeling himself, man. He's feeling himself. Well played.
Still a little bit scary for him. 2 more minutes until we see tier 5 neutral items come out. I'm not sure they even have to wait for that here on LBZS. They're keeping this pressure up.
There's your Aegis, drops in the Desolator. I mean, you actually could wait the 2 minutes for the tier 5 items, just because where can IG go? They are trapped in a box right now.
Yeah. You show for a moment, you know, there's a potential punishment coming out from the heroes on LBZS. You can even wait
out. Who do they find? Ancient Apparition. They roll in as well to follow. Aeon just will protect him. Fly in some trouble as BP trying to stay on top of him. They will get the AA pack into the base, and now Emo will take down the Clockwork. His buyback is available. Grabs the Death Prophet as well. Ice Blast coming through. Can it connect? It's dodged by all. They got to be careful, though. BP looking to reinitiate. Gets bashed up, gets the BKB off just in time. JT will be fine. Molasses pops his refresher. They're looking for the tier 4s. Aeon Disc will protect him as well. Instantly purged by the Nullifier, but Gome, he's found the Storm Spirit. Can he actually get the kill? It doesn't matter. They just chew through one by one on the backside. PP doing so much work. Turn his attention onto the throne, but Emo with the Vortex. They get the big crits. They take down TA. They take down T-Tab. That's going to be a tieback, but it's just too much damage from Molasses on this Death Prophet, and PP will find the kill. 4 heroes dead, and the GG comes out. IG falling to 1 and 4. LBZS, baby. Where are the believers?
Believers were on the panel. I mean, our host Lizard, our expert analyst Black didn't see this one coming. Preferred IG for both these 2 games, but coming out with the strength here, LBZS ripping apart IG, and unfortunately, it just doesn't look like the team that we're used to seeing. I mean, yes, they played the map fairly well. They stalled out the game as best they could with the Lycan, but it felt like they were never really able to take these 5v5 engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw some of the same scenarios we saw in game 1, right, with the Death Prophet in this final fight. Like, you finally commit all of these resources, you get the Templar Assassin, you're like, yes. Oh, wait, there's still a Death Prophet. Like, what do? Like, you just can't deal with this hero in these long fights. Like, the Exorcism just doing way too much work. At some point, you're just out of resources on the side of IG and LBZS, man. They look so dang good in this series.
Yeah, one of the big issues towards some of these fights at the end is just being off the mark with these Ice Blasts. I think the AA, like, it served its purpose at the start. It allowed you to recover from the lanes. But as the game went on, you just ended up melting. You missed the Ice Blast. They played around it too well on LBZS. And it was nice to see some Earth Spirit play. Again, when you catch these heroes out all the time, it was a lot of fun to watch. It was a little bit annoying watching Emo get away with so much. That X Mike the spot always bringing him back after he zips in, but
it's a good combo. Yeah, it's pretty funny to watch.
It's a good combo, but that was all they were able to do, right?
Yeah.
Stall out the game and eventually just crumble to LBZS, who now managed to secure themselves a 3-3. Not something I think that many people were expecting here in the DPC. So.
Yeah, I mean, they're still out of they're now out of relegation, I think, right? With the 3rd win, like they're not really. They don't have to worry about it.
They don't have to worry about it. IG are worried about relegation now. This puts them at 1-5 overall.
Yeah, that's rough. And not where a lot of people would have expected, but it happens sometimes, you know? Just a little bit of a rough performance here from IG. And, you know, like I said, even the one game or the one series that they did win, it wasn't that clean, you know, against Phoenix. And so now we're going to see, you know, if they can claw their ways out of this, you know, 6th position here or 7th position on the rankings. Like, that's a rough one.
Yeah, well, we do have, this is just the first series of the day. We do have a ton of series ahead of us. Most excited about the one towards the end of the day, the PSG.LGD versus the RNG. And that's one of the ones that they were saying that they were most excited about on PSG.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Both these 2 teams are super skilled, and we've got, you know, another series before that's going to be VG Gaming versus EHOME. Before we go to that, though, we're going to go ahead and send it back to our panel to break down IG versus LBZS. Really curious what they have to say. Take it away, guys.
LBZS 2-0 IG in a very surprising result yet again. Oh my goodness, this team, they keep pulling it out the bag.
Yeah, we really expected that one going this way, coming into the series. Black said at the beginning of the day. What did you say?
While we were in the cap,
100%, 100% IG taking, the LBZS taking this one, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, so...
And I just want to thank you both. You know, as analysts, sometimes it's important to put the entertainment factor above your own, you know, being right, being correct, and making the correct calls.
Yeah.
And, you know, you two, without question, just fell on your swords. And, you predicted IG both games, knowing full well that...
Wait, I was the host. I was the host in one of those games, so...
True.
I had to role-play making wrong predictions.
Yeah.
Because that's what... At least that's what you've shown me that the host is supposed to be doing.
I deserve that. But talk to me about this game specifically. I mean, why did this Lycan Storm Conquer not really work out how we expected?
It really just comes all from the early game. Like, they pretty much lost every lane. Like, wherever I looked, I was like, okay, LBZS went this lane, camera went to middle, okay, Storm just TP'd back to base, and looked top lane, oh, they just got double killed. I really don't know what happened to IG in this early game. Their lanes are not weak. Like, Lycan just died to Psyblade Cleave. Like, there was nothing really happening other than him getting... Like, they just got outplayed. Like, these kind of mistakes, they usually don't happen to a team of, well, the caliber of IG, but yeah, they just don't look amazing, whereas LBZS looks really good.
And this is the second time LBZS takes a series versus a team that drafts this Lycan on offlane and doesn't have any reliable catch.
Yeah.
Okay, Storm can jump in, X marks the spot, but it's not BKB piercing, it's not instant, it's everything that you can react to. And IG's draft seemed like they planned on Wolf carrying that Inkswell in order to set up a kill, right? And they would Inkswell the Wolf and send him somewhere, like the invisible one. Doesn't sound that great. RNG tried, I believe, the same exact combination, and they also failed to get that W versus LBZS, but enough of IG. Like, we should celebrate the sunshine.
We should celebrate the sunshine. We always should celebrate the sunshine because it always comes out when you need it most, and that's exactly what LBZS did here. Great performance from them. I mean, across the board, you know, 2 very solid games. You know, like, yes, okay, we can talk about IG's faults, but at the end of the day, if you want to beat IG, you have to play pretty damn well, and I would say LBZS did exactly that.
Their draft allowed them to do just to do that, and as we said in the draft also, they're super flexible. They can go literally any lane on any of the heroes. Ended up being the TA safe lane in mid quap, which pretty much won them 3 lanes. I'm just worried for them. Like, once teams actually start banning their quap and DP together, like, what are they gonna pick? Because it never happened yet.
Yeah.
So I'm also like, who do you have other tricks in your bag, or like what's gonna happen there, you know? But if you give it to them, they look really scary just because of their flexibility factor. They're like really good with that.
Yeah, you just don't know which lane they're gonna take on these heroes. Like, yeah. TA, Quap, DP, they've played them everywhere. Like, DP even on position 5, on offlane, on anywhere, like literally any position.
Alrighty, well, we do have an interview now available, which means we can get in and talk to the man himself, and we have Kagome on the microphone to talk us through this game. Now, of course, this win does mean that they are now 3-3, which means well clear of relegation. Do we get to talk to Kagome? Okay, apparently Kagome can hear us, but he can't see us, okay? So just on the microphone. So, firstly, does he know I'm wearing an LBZS shirt? And if not, then can you please tell him I am and ask him whether he likes that?
就是想问一下，你知不知道现在英文主持现在穿着来吧展示的这个队服？现在既然你知道的话，你对这个有什么想说的吗？
谢谢支持吧。
Thank you for your support.
You're very welcome. I mean, 3-3, absolutely huge. Did you expect to be at this point coming into the season, at the start of the season? Did you expect this result?
现在的分数是3-3了吗？然后开赛的时候有没有想过现在会是这样一个结果？
没有，开赛的时候以为只能拿1分或者2分吧。
No, we thought we only gonna get 1 or 2 wins.
Wow, so very, very impressive. You guys like playing fast. During these aggressive games, is the communication very structured or is it quite chaotic in the team?
你们队伍的话比较喜欢打快节奏，那我想知道在这种进攻节奏的情况下的话，队内的沟通是非常有序的，还是就是会有的时候会比较混乱？
会比较混乱吧，因为有些时候就大家会冲得比较深，然后就会有2个人会发现，然后就会喊大家停，然后有时候大家就停得下来，有时候停不下来就只能一起送了。
It's kind of chaotic. Like sometimes if we go very aggressive, some players will lose their precision and going too deep. Sometimes there will be 1 or 2 players spot that and call them out and try to bring them back. Other times we just go in and office together.
You obviously let Storm Spirit through for Emo. Was this something you planned for, and were you a little bit scared of going against that?
就是第2场的话，也是给 emo 放了蓝猫嘛。当时你们是想好了要放给他蓝猫嘛？然后放的时候有没有就是有一点点就是担心这个蓝猫可能会发挥的比较好？
感觉班位不够了吧？那 如果 emo 玩到蓝猫的话，就玩到猫系英雄，我们都会比较担心，就他直接就把我们给干死了嘛，就班位不够了，没办法，只能把蓝猫放出去。
We are running out of ban slots. We know like whichever spirit emo play he's gonna perform in the game, but we're gonna let him have a storm spirit this game because we're running out of the bans.
Don't have enough bans for emo. Lizard?
Yeah, Kagome, congrats on the win once again. Just tell me very easily, how does it feel winning against IG?
首先再次恭喜你们拿下了这场 BO3。现在就是想你简单的告诉我一下，赢了 IG 是什么感觉？
很开心吧，因为保级了。
Very happy because we know we're gonna stay in Division 1.
Yeah, so you are potentially one win away from at least a tiebreaker for the major. I just wanted to ask like, the general atmosphere of the team and whether you're going to have like some special preparation you're going to go through or some rituals perhaps to make sure that you win that game.
其实你们再拿1分的话，是理论上有机会去打一个 major 的加赛的。那你们队内的话，对这场接下来的比赛有没有一些就是特别的准备方式啊，或者说队内有没有一些特别的这种团队的一些仪式啊，来去保证你们能够在后面的比赛也一帆风顺？
因为我们一开始目标是保级吧，所以现在保级了的话，接下来打EHOME就以平常心去打吧。如果能赢的话就更好了，因为我们目标已经达到了，所以接下来应该没什么压力。
So we at the season start, we set the goal to stay in this division, and we already have done that. We kind of just gonna relax and facing EHOME, we just gonna do our usual stuff because we already have no pressure.
Okay, awesome.
So do you feel like not having pressure favors your team?
你觉得其实现在这种没有压力的情况，会不会让队伍打得更好？
应该会吧，因为我们之前输的比较多吧，训练输的比较多，现在目标达到了就会比较放松。
Because we used to lose a lot of scrim games, and now since we reached our goals, we just gonna relax and play better.
Cool, sounds promising. All right, last question from me then. You've been playing a lot of these kind of non-conventional, less greedy carry heroes as of recent. Is that something which suits your play style, or are you doing that to enable your team to play more aggressively?
最近的话也是看到你一直玩节奏核心嘛，就是那些不是传统意义的打前的大核。首先是这种打法是更适合你个人的节奏吗？还是说你为了团队的节奏愿意去使用一些这种伪核？
感觉我们在一些大核方面的运营方面可能会出一些问题吧，所以大家可能就打起来人多一点会比较好吧。主要之后我们打好了，可能也会就其实也能玩，就是现在可能比较适合我们一点。
I think when we're playing those traditional cores, we are not as good as those better teams. We often make mistakes, and if I pick those fast heroes, fast cores, and we can fight together, and it's better now for us. But as we improved, we might use more cores because I can use those heroes as well.
Interesting. So still a lot of potential. All right, I think that's all from us, Kagome. Thank you so much, and congratulations on meeting your goals this season. Great news.
感谢你接受我们采访。
好的，谢谢。
All right, what a great guy. I mean, again, just a very down-to-earth interview from LBZS there. Just saying, like, look, we had a goal to stay in the division, 3-3. Doesn't even feel like they're prioritizing reaching the major that much. They're just like, we're just going to do what we want now, Maybe we win, maybe we don't. Let's see what happens.
Which is very interesting because the last game is actually, on paper, one of the easier ones, which they might even be, the favorites in at this point. And yeah, if they win it, there's at least a tiebreaker for the top 4. Pretty much guaranteed, and it's a crazy spot to be in if you're LBZS, right? You have like no expectations, like maybe we win 1 game or 2, suddenly in contention to like be in the top 4.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like they're just trying to not think about it too much.
Yeah, right. Like he's playing the long con, the long game. Just keep it chill.
We all know he's thinking about it.
Yeah, we already accomplished everything we needed. From now on, we're just having fun. You know, keep the tension down. It does help out in the future games that in the upcoming games that they're gonna have. So.
Yeah. I like what he said though at the end, where he's like, "Yeah, we just play this style because we're trying to catch teams off guard because we consider them better than us right now."
Yep.
Which makes a lot of sense. It was kind of what we also thought they were doing, right? But yeah, definitely as you get more solid and just more stable in general, you can compete with the better teams. You are just naturally going to gravitate more towards the safer picks, you know, like those Medusas and those late game carries. So it makes a lot of sense what he said.
Yeah, no, very interesting. And again, you know, just so down to earth, he's just like, yeah, look, we know we're not an even playing field here, but we're going to even that playing field ourselves by playing our style of Dota, which we believe can catch them off guard, and that's absolutely working for them. So we'll continue to follow LBZS's journey through the DPC. Can they make it to the major? We'll find out later on, but that is going to be it for this series. So stick around, as of course there's plenty more Chinese Dota to come today. 2 more DPC series on the cards for you guys. Don't go anywhere, as we got Vici versus EHOME, and then PSG.LGD versus RNG coming up today. We'll see you very soon, but for now we're going to throw it over to a short break.
Welcome back to the Chinese DPC. I'm taking over Nomad's role as host for just a little while, but hopefully maybe the trend continues. I'm joined here today by Black and R Cryptic. Guys, got a big series on our hands. Vici, EHOME, two teams that are middle of the pack looking to make a break. But, well, before we really get into the draft, really get into the thick of it, what do you think of the last series? I just got to get those last thoughts, because that's game-changing for the standings, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you have LBZS, who a lot of people, even themselves, didn't think they would be in the position that they are. Like Black said, even contending for a major spot. And it's definitely in the realm of possibilities for them. Like EHOME started out this season really strong. They kind of struggled a little bit in their last couple of series. And that's the last opponent for LBZS here. So we'll see based on this series that we're about to watch, how good EHOME is and how they're feeling. It's a big deal.
Yeah. They're sitting... Now LBZS is 3-2, plays into what you've got here between Vici and EHOME, and I wonder if maybe just nobody expected IG to be in this spot, and Vici and EHOME trying to take advantage of this, maybe sneak into a major, because last year, top 4 was like the top 4 every single time. There was no breaking out from EHOME or Phoenix or LBZS. Now, if there is to maybe be a major, changes things up a lot of it. Fingers crossed.
Keep our fingers crossed, baby.
Keep
please.
them crossed, toes crossed
We need
as
it.
well. Need that major, need those points, need that money. We'll see how it goes. But, well, getting into this one, let's talk about EHOME first. A team that came out of the gates roaring, now kind of pulling back a little bit. They're, I would say, struggling. I don't know if that's a little bit over-aggressive, but not exactly.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
How dare you say
EHOME
that my
fan.
team is struggling? No, I think EHOME has looked pretty dang good. I think better than a lot of teams expected them to be.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot of respect from PSG.LGD early in the tournament. They were like, yeah, we think people are underestimating this team. They're at 2-2. They've only played 4 series. Same thing with Vici Gaming, though, right, Black? Like, they're tied at 2-2. This is a huge series for both of these teams. No one wants the third loss.
Yeah, but EHOME is... It's hard for me to say that they're in a great position against Vici. Just the last games they played, their drafts have been very miss, unfortunately. And it's always rough to have some draft losses, because some people say it's really easy to fix, just pick better. But it's really hard once you're actually in a drafting shoes and you're drafting against a really accomplished coach, perhaps. It's very problematic. And if they don't get their draft right, Vici is a team very, very capable of just dismantling you.
I mean, Vici Gaming looked really good in their last series. It was against IG, but if you look at their history, they've played against what people would consider the 2 top teams in the DPC. Like their first 2 losses came from Aster and PSG.LGD.
Right.
So their score may be a little bit deceiving, but when we look back at the Vici IG series, it was pretty convincingly Vici Gaming that came out of that one, right?
Yeah. But then again, as you said, it is IG, and they are struggling so hard right now. Are they 1-4?
1-4.
now
1-4.
Just above Phoenix. Then that was the only team that they beat.
I think they're
Not a good.
not guaranteed relegation, but
If they need a
looks
win
bad.
to avoid tiebreakers, but there's likely to be a tiebreaker for that 7th spot.
Well, it's only EHOME really that
Can do it.
EHOME or Vici. If one of them ends up with 2 wins only, then maybe they can get a tiebreaker. Who's IG's last series even?
IG plays, they're still yet to play Aster and LGD.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. And meanwhile, EHOME's next opponent after this is LBZS, who is on the come up right now. So they have the potential, not only LBZS, to get themselves a major contention tiebreaker, but also the potential to put EHOME in a relegation tiebreaker if EHOME loses this series. So there's actually some pretty cool things that can break out of these last few days.
Starting out week 3, you've got EHOME against LBZS, which is a massive series, especially if EHOME take away this one. And, EHOME does play LGD as their last series, so I feel like all those are just not auto losses. You still have to play them, but LGD just feels
They do feel like a
so much better.
But we also don't know how hard they're gonna try, because they might just be locked in top 1 and just try some new strategies. Because if you're 6-0 already, or 5-0, you're guaranteed the major already.
Right.
You don't have to pull out the best strategies you have, but rather expand on what you already have.
True, because LGD didn't start last year in a playoff spot anyway.
No, they were like 4th or 5th. They had to like
They were wild
battle
card
it
in the
out.
first one, yeah.
It's kind of crazy how the team went from being very average to like considered the best in the region by far. It's very nice growth there. Maybe LBZS will be second next season.
Ooh.
Who knows?
And then they can take second to TI.
Yeah. Or first.
Or first.
Don't curse them already, Black. Don't curse them.
And they never won a game again.
Yeah. Oh, no. Nomad in the other room, I can hear him pulling his hair out already.
Has the only LBZS merch ever. And, he wears it proud. But talking about these two teams, we've got 70 and XM on the board. And pretty similar in all these statistics going around. Actually, from what we've seen so far, the teams seem on paper pretty even at the moment, which I guess for people who are more of a casual viewer might think that's a little weird coming from VG, but obviously they've had roster changes. They've gone to XM as well as Irving, and now they've got YDS, who's now Xiaoma, and then they've got Victoria to round it out. It's a whole different roster here for Vici that maybe I think a lot of people are expecting a lot more from. But Black, what do you think is really missing from what they've been showing so far?
I mean, they lost like 3 core pieces, right?
Yeah.
And the support duo, and Ori is also gone. Some of those were like the most experienced players on the team. And now you have a completely new roster. Well, not completely new. You still have Erika. But other than that, it's, it's very hard to fill those shoes, right?
Yeah. Do you think it was a shotgun decision to build around Erika more than, say, keep Ori and if they were going to make 4 changes like that?
But that's the question, though. Like it was probably like a mutual decision because Ori also was very underutilized in that VG roster. So he probably also yearned for like a change, because he probably felt very bad about his own performance. Like if everybody else thinks he's underperforming, then he himself definitely knows that he's underperforming.
Yeah, he might be.
And now he looks way, way better. And but the loss of the support duo might be the biggest one because there's like so much synergy in between them, and it's very hard to replicate that. It was the same with like FY and Fenrir. They didn't like part ways until like 3 years later or something. They always, wherever FY went, Fenrir was like, okay, I'm coming with you. Wherever Fenrir went, FY was like, all right, I got you, buddy. And it makes sense. Like a support duo, the synergy there is so important.
Who was your favorite support duo on any team you ever played with?
Well,
put him on the hot seat right now.
Of course it was FY and Fenrir.
Okay.
Yeah, like it was so easy to play with them, They just make all the moves around the map. You just get so much space. You have Ice in there, who makes even more space. Easy 1K GPM games, no problem.
Come out as anti-mage ready to go.
Yeah, terrible.
Or
Whatever.
Terrorblade.
It's so easy, yeah.
You just leave the jungle and you're like, all right, fun time's over.
Yeah. Thanks, guys, for so much space.
Yeah.
Time to warn some heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it live. Saw you guys dominate, win ESO1 New York.
All thanks to them. We first picked my hero like every time because it wasn't really important what hero I played. It was important what they played, simply because if they have good matchups, they're gonna make space for me, no problem.
You knew you could make anything work.
Yeah, I was just like, you guys, I'm good to go. You guys do whatever you want. I'm just chilling.
Put the seat all the way back, ready to go. Make it easy on yourself and win some tournaments. Always feels good. But to get into this game again, we've got the draft ready to go. So we have to introduce our draft sensei, also known as Neff Sensei. How you doing over there?
Excellent, Deco. Thank you very much. Let me say this is a mighty fine-looking panel. You're an excellent host, by the way.
Nomad's shaking in the other room.
Yeah,
He's
good.
worried.
Good. But excited for this one, you guys. This one, one of the two teams are going to have to break their tie here. We have a 2-2 at the moment, and I like watching me some EHOME. They pick some more interesting heroes. A lot of people have been kind of slaves to the meta, but these guys, Planet especially, I love seeing his Earthshaker. I love seeing his Rubik.
Yeah.
Black, I want to know your feelings about these heroes and the drafts here from EHOME.
Rubik, Earthshaker. I mean, they're a little bit more unconventional, at least as of late. But if you have a player that's a specialist on those heroes, because they are very different post 4 heroes, right? Like especially Shaker doesn't really play on lane. He's more like, oh, I'm going to rotate middle, get a good fissure kill there perhaps, maybe grab the rune away. And you really need somebody that knows what he's doing on that hero. Otherwise, it can feel very, very underwhelming and even borderline useless. And Planet is definitely a guy, especially on those two heroes, where I was very impressed. Like with his gameplay, his reflexes, like when he spell steals or his lifts and stuff, it's really, really good. And arguably in that one game where he played Shaker and they almost had that comeback, against who was that again?
Was it Aster early?
Was it
What is that? It was Aster, yeah.
Yeah. Like his shakeup was like the main focus of that comeback.
It almost won them the game, yeah.
Yeah, and he's an amazing player, and might even be for me the best player on the roster, to be honest.
Yeah,
Did you know that Earthshaker has a 100% win rate right now?
He does.
No, he doesn't. He has a 50% win rate.
Yeah, because the Planet lost one game with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, didn't we just say he lost? I'm very confused.
We
yeah.
did just moments ago.
Whew. I was,
Giving us some One Night as Werewolf vibes right there.
yeah.
Trying to keep you guys on your
Yeah,
toes.
keeping us on our toes at all times. And Vici opening up with IO Mars, and then EHOME with the Weaver Spirit Breaker. We're seeing this Weaver quite often in the 4 position, but we've seen a couple of teams, swap it over to the 1.
I'm a little bit confused here because they grab like the Weaver Spirit Breaker while having the Grimstroke banned. So maybe it was like to guarantee that they. It's weird because these are like some of the best synergies for the Grimstroke, but I guess they're just a little bit afraid of Vici Gaming grabbing it themselves.
Yeah.
The Spirit Breaker?
No, the Grimstroke. Like they pick up 2 of the best, arguably the 2 of the best Grimstroke like synergies in the game, and then they.
Well, they had to ban that one out, and they didn't want to play against VC Spirit Breaker as they ended up just absolutely tearing apart IG in their recent match against them, and that's been the common theme here, just countering out whatever you see the enemy team pick in their previous matches and banning out the meta hero. So Spirit Breaker you obviously had to get rid of. Black thinks this hero is way too powerful right now, and I would agree, unless of course you instantly counterpick with a Shadow Demon. But if you do that, you're a little bit more limited with your supports. You don't have that hard stun.
You have an
Mars is
IO.
good though, right?
Huh?
Mars is good. He has 2 ways of canceling it.
Exactly.
But those 2 picks are just a response to IO, right? They are on paper some of the best heroes against IO, especially Spirit Breaker. If you ever charge the IO, suddenly that farming in the jungle, the split pushing isn't all that easy anymore. And of course, Spirit Breaker also takes care of all of Weaver's weaknesses, which is we have no catch, we have no stun.
Yeah. The other thing too is like when you have this IO opener, you can't really afford to go for a hero like Shadow Demon as your other support, right? You just at this point like they're just so susceptible to just getting ran at on the backside, and Weaver, like you said, one of the heroes who can do this, especially Spirit Breaker as well. I would expect this to I'm kind of feeling this is going to be Zeal on the Spirit Breaker here in the off lane. Honestly, I don't think they're going to run this is the support duo. I think this is going to be a core Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, very likely. Maybe with a pos for Weaver, it's a very strong lane.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of these picks, right? They're so open. Like Weaver literally has like 3 different positions he goes to very commonly as of late. Spirit Breaker has like 3 different positions he's going to as of late. So just flexibility, as we have just seen in the LBZS draft, is so important nowadays.
And I just don't know if I see Planet playing the Weaver as much, but it's definitely been one of those 4 positions that's kind of driven a core-ish kind of role out there, and maybe that kind of screams Planet. He does get a lot of farm and tends to be a playmaker, so might want to do that with that Weaver. And then they go to the Wraith King, which has been another one of those heroes in the green room we say that is very broken at times.
Yeah, it's also an amazing pick with the Spirit Breaker. It's very easy for him to get in and assist the Wraith King, or come in and get his charge off multiple times inside the team fight. So now they've got that front liner, so SB is able to come in a little bit afterwards. Just what do you prefer on the hero? Usually you don't want SB being the very first person in, otherwise he gets kited out with the Yule Scepter.
I just want to see them have some fun, honestly, with Weaver, Wraith King. Like you put the Beetles on, you get chased by like 4 skeletons. Like, are you gonna stop to hit the bug and get hit by all the skeletons, or like what is the game that play there? Like that lane on paper actually sounds insanely annoying to play against.
Especially like you have God's Rebuke, but until it's like level 2 and you have like a damage item, you can't clear the skeletons with a God's Rebuke, which is kind of funny. But the other thing to mention, like we saw this exact lane earlier, IO Mars into the Wraith King, and Wraith King had a pretty decent game. Like he struggled early on, and the Wraith King didn't really have, he wasn't able to contest the Mars as well in the lane, but late game it feels pretty strong still.
Definitely does. I mean, Wraith King is one of those carries that is pretty like good at self-sustaining, right? You just get Life Leech, or you get this Hammer of Iron Will, and suddenly offlane is like, well, can't harass you anymore. Unfortunate, because I'm a master when I harass you.
Yeah.
I can't do so.
I think maybe Vici are a little happy though that EHOME took the Wraith King, so they don't have to give it to Erica again.
They do so much better when he's not on the Wraith King.
They've really performed so well when he's on something other than like that one Wraith King pick. He played really well on that Weaver. He's played a couple good games on that Phantom Lancer. Now they go to the Snapfire, which hasn't been a massive pick, but it is one of those that has done really well in this region. I'm assuming. Draftmaster, you could always correct me on that because I just guess with my stats.
Lilina?
I no longer have the...
No, the Snapfire. And especially paired with the Mars, it's like that's typically when we see the Snapfire picked up is when you have the Mars already in the draft. But this does make me wonder, are we seeing like a 5-position snap here? Because IO is almost always played as the 4, but Snapfire does need items.
Before we get to that point, what do you think Mars' win rate inside this region right now is?
The Mars solo?
Yes.
Like 43?
You were close.
56.
He was closer. It's actually only 29%. It's been picked up 17 games, so Mars hasn't had an amazing performance.
Should have tried 30. Damn it.
So close.
Unlucky.
Yeah, it definitely feels under 50. Like most of the games I'm seeing the Mars, it like owns the lane and then it just like falls off. But it's because a lot of times I guess we're seeing it into this this Wraith King who just is the king of late right now.
Lina responds.
Could see the IO go 5, right? Because they just pick a one position that works well with it, and then...
I mean, IO is pretty flexible.
Yeah.
Like he's usually played as 4 because you have this like insane healing steroid. But as a 5, like you get the same thing just a bit later. But you could also just play the safe in IO as a 4 and just to get better lanes.
Yeah.
And play the 5 snap. That's also completely common.
We've seen a couple teams really even farm with the snap too. Just give it some options. I know LGD has done that, where they just leave Jinkyu on the Snapfire. All of a sudden, he's keeping up with an offlaner, and
You can say that about any hero he plays, though.
Yeah,
he's so
he really
greedy as a
does.
4.
He really is.
Well, he put the Weaver like that too. All of a sudden, he was like
first item
in a core
on a support Weaver. Who does that?
after going around.
Luckily, he
getting 3
lost.
kills.
Yeah. Well, we that flavors spilled over into SEA, and we see T1 going a 4-position Weaver rushing Maelstrom, and they won with it. So
with an offlane Wraith King too.
yeah, it was some real interesting stuff. Jinkyu's just a
Brave
meta
King Weaver
definer.
lane, though.
I know that's what it was, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Spoke about.
Take a look at
Yeah.
that. Phantom Assassin picked up, you guys. Easy hero jumping in the backline, getting on top of this Lina.
Also, one of my favorite heroes against Spirit Breaker, to be honest, because if he ever charges in, you just jump on him and 2 or 3 hit him, and suddenly he's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, you're not concerned about that bulldoze. All of a sudden, if he's just dead, that's the best solution to the status resistance is to simply kill them.
It's true. It's a good solution. I mean, you need a support here, right? Or is this going to be a support Spirit Breaker? Do they have too many answers to him?
I mean, it's a tough pick now. Like, that PA is so hard to deal with for him right now. I think the best bet is that you just try to beat him in lane really hard to like delay his timings, and then the Wraith King mid lane game can deal with him, right? You get his MKB or Bloodthorn. And you have the Silver Edge on Lina potentially, but until then, like this PA is going to be very, very free.
In
You
your
gotta start-
opinion, what's the best hero to deal with his Phantom Assassin inside the lane then? What would you hate to play against if you were playing the PAK right here?
I mean, just the worst hero in general would be like a Timbersaw, but it doesn't really fit into the draft.
It's banned too. They banned Timber Darks
Oh, they
here.
did? Oh, yeah.
Those are really good
Oh,
bans.
so smart.
You are very clever, Black.
Then, what else is there even left?
It's just heroes like Centaur and
Yeah, but like those don't really pressure the PA, especially with like a 4 Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like you need a very, very strong, maybe like a Tide Hunter, but into a PA also he gets this shard.
Yeah.
And then you get broken.
Would Wind Ranger be an option here?
Can definitely
that
work. The
as a
lane is not as good though, but until after you get that Maelstrom, you can definitely deal with him.
It just played as an anti-carry, shut down this Phantom Assassin. The Mars
What
is
about-
a little bit of a concern.
I mean, Tide would just give them team fight though that they're
oh,
really
his
lacking.
Pango's banned. Damn. I was like, what about Zeal Pango? They banned it first phase.
Bloodseeker. Oh, that is actually a really good
dang.
one. Yeah.
That's a really good
When you
pick.
blink strike, you take so much damage.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's ended up making it through to the last pick a couple of times. The Bloodseeker always seems to be the gotcha pick that they grab here on these teams, and
Really nice.
I do like it.
And I think even with the talent, the PA can't outblink it. Because I
No.
think the threshold is like 1300.
1300.
Yeah, you go to 1250 with the talent, so you take so much damage. Your team fight, you can't jump the backline anymore if you're ruptured.
No, and
I like that pick a lot.
You reload into a Bloodright sometimes too. Like there's a lot of counterplay from this Bloodseeker. This pick is sick.
Also, the IO just kind of feels like he's there now.
Yeah.
I mean, IO PA can be super strong, like, but not the
see.
greatest combo.
And we'll have to
You
see.
do have to be a little bit concerned about that Aghanim shard, though, right?
Yeah.
When someone's completed.
we just get some last second predictions before we throw it over to the casters. Neff, EHOME, Vici.
EHOME, I believe in them. They've come up, they've rose through the ranks, they got picked up by EHOME. Let's go.
Ricky, I'm assuming EHOME.
I honestly think Vici has been playing better recently, but I will still be going Vici, or I will be going EHOME still.
Black.
I'm a draft supporter, so I'm gonna go with EHOME. I think they
right.
got superior draft.
I'll do the Caster's Curse. I'll go to EHOME and as well send it over to Nomad and Lizard. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeedy, we have a series and a half on our hands. Two teams which have been playing on, I would say, a very similar level. Do you echo the opinions of our panel, or you think it's something else here?
Well, I won't echo them. I feel that they have some pretty good points. I think that the last pick of the Bloodseeker was also very solid, but, you know, it's a PA on the side of VG Gaming. XM playing that Ember Spirit. I believe they can take this one.
I mean, it's a great opportunity once you have that rupture to rupture that PA, and there's not much you can do about that. But what about the actual lane? Does the Bloodseeker get away with that? Because he can be a little bit greedier when it comes to the laning phase.
Well, what's the lane going to be like? Is it Spirit Breaker plus Bloodseeker, or will it be Weaver plus...
Let's find out.
Yeah, that's what I'm really interested in.
ZZQ on the Weaver, so that implies it'll be pos 5. And then plan it on the Spirit Breaker, but...
I don't feel that Spirit Breaker plus Bloodseeker is like one of those lanes that you should be worried way too much about. I feel that Spirit Breaker has much better combinations to play with. But, yeah, the lane itself should be alright for the PA. Later on in the game, like, how do you play PA? You wait for the BKB Battle Fury, right? And then you fight after.
Sure.
That's usually the case.
Yeah.
And here you're playing versus two heroes that do not care about your BKB. You're going to have Spirit Breaker, and you're going to have that Rupture to work with. So, looking at it that way, EHOME have definitely got what it takes. But VG Gaming's team fight also looks like it has a lot of potential. Mars, Snapfire, IO later on as well with Relocates. All seems strong.
Seems good. I mean, is there any potential we see like an SNY on this Phantom Assassin, mixing it up from the BKB, or is it still required versus the 7E Lina?
It's possible, I suppose, but I feel like he'll still go the standard route. Erika just gonna go that Battle Fury BKB. It's what everyone is doing right now. It's solid on her. As long as you get that timing, you start joining fights. Afterwards, Dazo comes much quicker than if you went for anything, any different of a build. So
yeah, of course. All right, we'll see how it goes. So starting off in this mid lane, we of course have the Ember Spirit versus the Lina. I'm very bored of saying it. Do you want to say it?
No, you can say it.
Alrighty, Lina's gonna do well in the first few waves, and the Ember will catch up, and they'll both just farm the jungle a ton. There you go. That's how mid lane goes.
You're learning quickly. Yeah, that's.
It's been a long patch. It's not been quick at all.
Well, not the quickest.
I'm not
Is
the
that
quickliest.
word? Quickliest.
I'm slow mad. I'm
slow mad. Yeah. Not the fastest learner, but you get there eventually.
I get there in the end.
That's
yeah,
what
I'm
matters.
definitely the tortoise and not the hare. But the hare loses, so.
Does a hare really lose, or is that just some?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes
story?
down to it, right, like, the hare has still proved by an order of magnitude that it is much faster than the tortoise.
There was a challenge between a hare and a tortoise recently. I believe someone recorded it, and the tortoise actually won. So.
Okay. Did the hare go in the right direction?
It just got distracted. It was hopping around.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, it happens, right? Like, you think you can take them, you relax a little bit.
And what were they using to lure the? Because if you maybe a piece of lettuce is not that appetizing for a hare, but a piece of carrot, now that's hot money. They're going to be running for that bad boy.
You know, I had a stray hare go into my yard, and
into your where? Sorry.
Into my yard, like into my backyard.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right.
And it actually lived there for like 3-4 months. And it liked cookies, like it was eating cookies.
I don't think that's a good diet for it.
Probably not, but that's what she, whatever liked.
Okay,
and
fair
then
enough.
one day, just looked at me.
To judge.
Yeah. Then one day, after a lot of good memories, a lot of good times, it just looked back at me and said bye, like Shauma says bye here as he feeds the first blood.
Oh, what a segue!
Our observers were too distracted by my rabbit story. Yeah.
They were enthralled, as we all were. As we all were. That's a dead IO, but it's a pretty bad first blood actually. German taking it on the eye, going to feel very, very good. Getting that start.
When you're an IO, you don't really like playing versus minus armor, and in that lane we will bring it eventually with the swarm, right? It's not that easy for you to deal with that, so you can feed if you're not careful.
Do you think the swarm's getting nerfed?
Yeah, I believe so. But we'll see. Like the way Almighty Ice Frog nerfs is usually by taking one strength away or something like that.
And it works.
Strange are the ways, yeah, of the frog.
Who are we mortals but to judge?
Yeah, exactly.
I always imagine Ice Frog as the Hypno Toad, you know, for bottom lane. Planet's going to drop here to the hands of the Snapfire.
Yeah, some minus armor here as well going on, right? Like you have the Snapfire, the little Shredder, then the PA just finds it very easily to jump on top of that target and dish out the damage necessary. Oh, actually, TPing top.
Hello, Planet. Moving around the world right now. They're looking to make the play onto Irving here. I mean, that IO's still healing him up, but it's early days, so not doing a whole lot. Spear comes back, throws back the Spirit Breaker, and that will be enough to stop this gank, quote-unquote.
But at the same time, I'm wondering if the Bloodseeker will now have a good time on the bottom lane, as he's been left alone. Zeal, like, your Spirit Breaker TP top, what can you do? He has a ton of armor. This is one insanely tanky hero.
Whoa, that was nice. I didn't know you could do that.
Really well played.
That seems silly. You just can't charge Ember Spirit. Okay, then.
Yeah, he has just Sleight of Fist, right? Goes on top of him. Well played by XM. And you can really see that Bloodseeker, from dominating the lane or doing well in it, suddenly falls like 15 to 27 CS, almost doubled by the PA. That's this rotation that happened towards top lane. Not really something that's very often seen, and perhaps that's why they did it.
Trying to catch him off guard, perhaps, as ZZQ just starts unloading onto Zhama once again, but Zhama might be able to get away. Oh, can he get the right clicks off whilst he's still got the bug upon him? No, he does not. Did not have the Germinate available, I believe, at the time there, so couldn't secure the kill.
Keeping him low is also nice, as you have Bloodseeker on the other side of the map benefiting from that thirst. So that's also something that they're getting here.
Always good to be constantly brawling when you have a Bloodseeker on your team. Just constantly bait them into fights is exactly what you want to be doing, and ZZQ is certainly fulfilling that criteria.
Planet rotating mid, as Lina is being Dolan, but it's not fast enough from the Spirit Breaker. Again, he misses with the charge, and XM, he gets a free solo kill on the Lina.
That's pretty insane. That's not something we see very often, the solo kills in the middle lane, and Planet once more, you know, I'm not sure what he's doing this game. This is a caster's curse, you know, they're saying on the panel, Planet's so good, you know, Planet's amazing, he's the best player in the world. I want to be his boyfriend, and, you know, they said all these things, and now look what's happening. Zeal down at bottom, he's in some trouble. Cookie on through, the Blood Right's going to hold them back, and the Bloodseeker will be okay. There's that armor you were talking about coming into play.
Yep. Sometimes you just want to be everywhere and do a little bit too much, perhaps, for your own good. I've definitely been in the same position, playing position 4, and I've seen a lot of players get in the same conundrum. You just, instead of just staying in the lane, helping out your offlaner, you're kind of rotating all over the place and not really accomplishing much. Plus, you lose all the experience that you would have gotten.
Yep, but spreading yourself too thin, as it's called.
Yeah, yeah. But maybe that's the plan, right? Spread the Spirit Breaker very thin. As he's a thick boy, he can manage. Meanwhile, the Bloodseeker gets all the experience.
Might be the idea as they roll on into the bottom lane here. Once again, looking for the Snapfire. Not going to find the kill. Victoria will survive and now turns around with that little Shredder and just tells Planet to go away.
It's like an angry grandma. As they do her, she turns little Shredder.
Get off my lawn!
Get off my lawn. Get the hell out of here.
Damn kids.
Okay, RK6. But if there is no one else here, like Snapfire, they don't have kill potential at all. And he needs to be careful once that 6 hits on Bloodseeker. It's actually him who will be assaulted and harassed out of the lane.
Yeah, it's going to get very brutal once you have 6 on Bloodseeker. Their kill potential is very high. Top lane, they're moving on to Shira here. Now, Shira, he does have the 6, but he's yeah, you can put the point in reincarnation if you need to, so he's fine.
Yep. He saved it up. Also has that armlet. We'll see if he decides to stay on top lane or decides to bail, perhaps go bottom or the jungle, as he has, I believe. Skelly's ready. Doesn't want to use them right now.
No, doesn't want to feed them to the Ember Spirit, just have them die immediately. There is a little farming buddies, can't let them die.
Oh, there they are.
Yep, as we called. Coming out straight away.
They... yeah, this is what's going to happen.
Well.
Exactly. Okay. It's kind of sad when you lose them this way, right? Like you get a couple of kills, but they could have gotten so much out of the map. But if you look at the way Ember is playing, he's still around. He's farming this part of the jungle. So if you're Raid King, your only play is to TP bottom, and that's what he's going to do. Yeah, makes sense.
Bye-bye. Meanwhile, EHOME getting more than settled, trying to secure this lane for the Wraith King. Taking this tier 1 tower will, of course, make this side of the map very, very safe for the carry player. And Shiro will be grateful about that for sure.
Yep, now you can push in the bottom lane. There's a lot of wards, the dire wards that is. Push in the bottom lane, then go through the small camp, hard camp into the triangle, rinse and repeat until you have all the farm that you need to take decent engagements. You can also rotate towards middle as the carry. That's why it's such a natural rotation to make and always feels good.
Always.
Well, not always, it's a strong word in Dota, but most of the time. In this patch at least.
But Vici do respond by taking the top tower of their own, so that's going to kind of even the score a little bit again. Open up the map for themselves. Now it kind of comes down to this middle tower. Who's going to take whose mid tower first?
Yeah.
That is what we're here to find out.
Yeah, you can see that both teams are mirroring each other with the playstyle. This is pretty much Dota 101 in this patch, what you should be doing. I still feel that EHOME perhaps have a slight advantage, considering the Raid King, right? Like with the armlet, he's already strong enough to join a couple of fights. He doesn't really want to be joining, but he can. Meanwhile, PA, yeah, it's not her place. Like she just needs to be surrounded by ancients. That's it.
Should play in my games then.
Don't you play party Q? I saw you. You play with Fog, with Sheaves, Toven.
Sometimes.
You have higher ranks there, like.
I'm Mr. Worldwide, you know. I'm wherever I'm needed.
I see.
Take some high stacks, take some low stacks. You know, it's whatever. XM trying to put some pressure now into the middle lane. Planet. I mean, he's watching. There's not really a whole lot he can do, but if someone comes and joins him, maybe they can put some pressure. But I am just wondering, what do they really have to stop this Ember Spirit doing whatever the hell he wants this game?
That's a fair point. Not a lot, and not a lot right now, at least. Usually when your heroes can't do something, you're trying to itemize in a way that's going to allow you to, right? And that's partly what Bloodseeker is doing. Irving.
Yeah, they're going for the charge. He's actually going to throw down the arena to hold off ZZQ, and now the IOCA... Wow, this is Saving Private Ryan here. Well,
yeah, but they are coming in.
Back.
Maybe a revenge.
Oh, let's see. The Rupture's actually out onto XM here, so XM's going to be a little bit limited to silence to follow as well as they get the spear out. The IO's back once more. 7E coming in from the high ground. They want to finish off XM, but XM jumping across the map, not affected by the Rupture, which has now run out onto him. He's going to be okay, and it is actually Planet on the Spirit Breaker who's the only casualty of this fight.
Yep, the revenge was there, and they do get the Spirit Breaker. They punish him for his insolence of trying to go on the Mars.
Yep.
And you could definitely see the fact that they don't have enough catch for the Ember. So we will need to wait maybe a minute more, maybe a few minutes until Bloodseeker at least has that Atos. Once you get that Atos, you can set up the silence on XM.
Nice try by XM there, but didn't get the lucky chains. But with this DD, they want to put some pressure onto the middle tower. A lot of heroes coming in for Vici. EHOME, they must respond. And Shiro's going to turn up and stand vigilant against the forces of Vici to hold this tower.
Yeah, you have a couple of heroes on the side of EHOME that can do that. Spirit Breaker multiple times now has been the main defender of their objectives. But Lina can spam out waves, we will do the same. Okay, they want to go into that triangle, obviously. There isn't really any bigger objective down bottom.
Yeah, we'll see who they can find, but I'm not sure they're going to find out. Yeah, as EZQ's going to come in, drop the smoke, and they'll know this high ground's getting warded right now, for sure, for sure. They pinged it out already. BG once again, you know, they're just going for this objective. Eyes on the prize. They want to get this middle tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's much easier to take the tower once you have this vision around the high ground.
I see. I'll try and de-ward it now.
Huh?
ZZQ.
Did he get it?
Oh, no,
he didn't.
I mean, that's kind of down to the stacking, right? They've stacked the wards on top of each other, making it very hard to click the one you want.
Yeah, it just makes me so mad when I miss the observer and hit that sentry. It's just like, just let me farm it.
I want my gold.
I want my gold. I invested in this sentry, and now I can't de-ward. Like, come on, man. Yeah, it looks like EHOME is also just happy farming away, chilling, waiting for these couple of items that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, they're super chilling. They're having a good time, and they're actually going. So they're trying to address the Ember Spirit problem with an Atos on the Bloodseeker, which I imagine will get turned into a Gleipnir eventually as well.
It's a pretty solid item on Bloodseeker overall. It's not bad by any stretch, and when you take this Bloodseeker on the offlane, you're obviously going to lack control. You obviously will lack some initiation and stuns. Atos helps a bit with that. It's not amazing, though. So they need the Spirit Breaker to be making most of the early game moves. And he has done quite a bit early on, but with arguable success.
Yep, yep. It's he's been trying. We can definitely say that. Succeeding, perhaps not so much, but they seem contented to play a slower game, and now Irving, they're going to see the Lina big pick off here if they can get it, and I think they can. They've got the arena, they've got the Snapfire Kisses coming through as well, and that's going to be 7E in the grave. The 4th kill for the side of Vici Gaming, the 5th kill of this game. Very slow one at the moment.
Yeah, they relocated with the PA as well. They'll probably go back top lane to continue farming. They see the Spirit Breaker, they can jump him, but killing him, oh,
wait, what?
Okay. Yeah, he's fine, right?
He's no interrupt there.
Yeah. He just TP's out.
A little scary, but all as planned, I see. And now this is the Battle Fury finished off by Erica. Pretty damn good timing when you consider the fact it's got Power Treads, Orb Corrosion, and Wraith Band as well.
Yeah. I feel like looking at this game, you'd think that EHOME should have taken a bit more of an aggressive stance, right? Perhaps,
I would have thought so, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps done a bit more. But when you realize that they don't truly have good catching capabilities, it's their excuse, right? Like the only other way is to just put the Wraith King up forward and dive with the charge. But more often than not, that will just get countered and punished. So perhaps this kind of a playstyle is better for them at the moment. I'm just worried once this PA becomes big.
It's ZZQ. He's getting Battle Fury here, which isn't pleasant, but he's getting the XP, which is pleasant.
Stole a little bit there.
Yeah, a little baby amount of XP for him. I'll take it. BG, once again, looking to secure their jungle, and they'll do exactly that. Spirit Breaker charges away, EHOME. Again, just avoiding the engagements. And now we see on the net worth chart, the PA is overtaking the Wraith King quite substantially here.
Yep. You can see all of EHOME's wards are in good place. They're giving them a lot of info, but EHOME just doesn't want to capitalize on that information. They're just waiting for what? A Desolator on the Wraith King, the Atos on the Bloodseeker, and the BKB obviously on the Lina. These items will allow them to take fights. But as always, when you're playing versus this PA, waiting that one extra item can be a bit of an issue.
Yes, yes. You get one item and she gets two.
Yeah. The only thing is, like, as panel did talk about, is they have Bloodseeker, they have Spirit Breaker. These heroes are anti-carries. And even if PA gets big, you can always break her BKB, you can rupture her, so it's not an easy lane for the PA, even if she does get all the farm of this world. So maybe that's what they're counting on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if they throw all their eggs onto the PA, you're then going to have an Ember Spirit running around doing what he wants. But, I mean,
He's gonna do that regardless, right? Like he's,
Yeah, they don't really have the tools.
doesn't feel contested really.
And here we go. Rena comes in. They're looking for the play onto the Spirit Breaker once again here, and those Mortimer's Kiss is going to finish the job once more. The cute combo from Vici Gaming pays off well, and EHOME once more just not really retaliating.
It just feels good having Snapfire with Mars, right? It's just this hero that dishes out.
Oh no!
Okay, I'm not so sure anymore about EHOME and the way this is way too passive, in my opinion. Like,
Surely, right? Surely,
I can understand that you're waiting for a couple of items, but at the same time, you can still be making moves. If you aren't making any plays, this is going to continue happening, right? Like you will be picked off constantly, as Vici Gaming is just free to do and maneuver across the map any way they want to.
Yeah, like unless you're running like Medusa and then something else quite greedy in the mid lane as well, or you know some super greedy draft, you never want to not be making plays. And it kind of just feels like EHOME aren't comfortable playing this draft. They don't see the combinations they can make. I don't know. Maybe it's because Planet's had such a rough early game, but there's no playmaking happening on this team right now, and that is very concerning.
Yeah, usually it comes down to the playmaker of your team, right? The mid lane. Planet is taking a ton of damage here. Should be able to get out.
Okay.
Or maybe not. Never
okay.
mind.
All right, he's fine.
Just joking. But what's happening in the Rosh pit? They're trying to go for it.
Okay. EHOME showing a bit of panache. That's my word of the day, panache.
Panache.
Yep.
Very interesting word.
Thank you very much. And they are going to try and take down Roshan. Now, Victoria's got an idea something's happening here. He's like, well... Oh god. Oh no. Everything thrown at Victoria. Get out of here, Snapfire. And they're actually looking for Irving as well, or at least they're going to charge him, but Spear comes out, and the Spirit Breaker once again does nada. But they get Roshan, and that is a headline news. That is a big hit story as the Raven King just loses his life with the armlet toggle there. Sneaky jump in the side from XN. They do have the Atos out onto XN here. LSA to follow as well. He wasn't ready for this. Do they have the damage to take him down the chain? Combos, it is enough. XM narrowly falling there. Very well chained by EHOME. This team, they've woken up.
They were just waiting for Roshan. Roshan alarm. Went into that pit, took down Aegis. Vici Gaming was oblivious to it. Victoria, he tried to go in and scout it out, but sadly all that happened is that he fed together with the Ember Spirit afterwards. Nicely done, really, by EHOME. We were doubting their passiveness a little bit here, but...
It's the grand strategy bait, right? You know, you just don't play the game, you don't make plays.
Just lull them, into full sense of security, right?
Genius.
It's like pretending you're disconnected.
Yeah, exactly. Leaving the salve out in front of you and just like taking your hand to the keyboard.
Wait for them to approach and then BAM!
Bam! Got 4 heroes in the trees.
Okay, now you have that BKB on the Lina together with the Aegis. This game feels so much better instantly.
For sure, yeah. It's not in EHOME's favor still. Like, I'd say it's pretty 50-50. Aegis on one side, BKB on the PA. She's going to feel very scary. But, yeah, I think the Ember Spirits, I don't know, what's he going for? I saw him going for a Linken's last.
He's had Maelstrom straight into Linken's afterwards. Understandable, you're playing versus Spirit Breaker, so definitely getting a couple of those Linken Spheres, Dual Scepters on the side of Vici Gaming will come in handy.
Does feel good.
Doesn't feel great when you're forced to build an item because of a support, though.
True, especially when that means he can pop it globally as well, basically allowing the Bloodseeker to always get off that Atos if he wants. But it does give that early warning system as well, so swings and roundabouts. And slides.
And that's really all that Ember needs. He just needs that 1 second to reset, not to be constantly stunned. Oh, they have the grenade.
Yep, the Faye grenade popping the Linkens there.
How lovely.
Indeed. Nice Linkens, bro. Glad you spent the money on it.
And here I am. I just farmed this small camp and I got this item for no reason whatsoever.
Totally cool. Oh, here we go. They're jumping on the Snapfire, but the Arenas come out at the same time. That Weaver is getting very, very low. He's gone, and they'll take down the Aegis as well. But Irving does pay the price. Now Planet sliding on forwards here, looking for the IO, starting that fight as 2 fights break out simultaneously. They'll kill off the Snapfire. Zhama looking in a whole world of trouble as in comes Shiro with the big crit, taking it down and getting himself a triple kill. And the PA's just just the hidden creeps. She's just farming.
She's just not ready, you know. Wait up, guys. Just wait for me. I'll be there eventually.
I know I've got my Battle Fury and my BKB, but I also kind of want a Desolator and maybe a Skadi as well.
Oh, he's actually going straight into Aghanims.
Oh, well, that's unexpected. What does Aghanims do? Which I clearly know, but I'm just asking you. Oh wait, it's a refresh thing.
Yeah, you're gonna get the Dispel as well, right, on Blur, which
Right.
is pretty nice. But overall, I've seen a lot of SCA players, well, a couple of them go for the Aghanims early on, but after the BKB, Battle Fury and Dezo, this is...
yeah.
Yeah.
RTW does it quite a lot in pubs as well, and I think in a couple of officials as well. So.
Yeah. We have seen it here as well, right? In the Chinese region, the Aghanims was picked up, but yeah, it's on Vici Gaming now to strike back a little bit. Aegis has been taken away from Delina at least, so if they can find a way to approach this fight and get on top of her before the BKB is popped, they can definitely win.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very even game again, I will emphasize that point. Whilst the past couple of fights have gone in EHOME's favor, you know, this PA is yet to join, and she is just farming. But that said, the Wraith King, he's keeping up very, very well, and he can be just as scary of a carry.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he can also go for the MKB eventually, right?
Yep.
They've got the Silver Edge on Delina coming in very soon, so they're getting all these small items to deal with the PA, also to deal with the Ember with something like an Atos. So proper itemization fixes all your problems in a draft.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
not always, but
A lot of them.
yeah.
And of course, that armlet as well gives Wraith King the armor he needs as well. Being a strength hero, you really want that armor, but the armlet will give you what you need in the early game, and then AC later on.
Charge
will,
top lane.
Ooh, there's also a Lina going onto a an Ember, but yeah, it looks like neither of them worked out.
Yeah, the charge wasn't necessarily there to catch anyone, just to prevent the push from happening a little bit, perhaps scare them. It's one of those bluff charges. Is he crazy, or there are actually heroes behind him?
Yeah.
You always ask yourself when a Spirit Breaker charges you. Can't really tell.
It's a fun thing to experiment with, you know, in your game. Where you just like, if you're running from like two heroes, you just turn around and start running back at them.
Oh, that's 100% like one of those things that isn't explored enough.
Agreed.
Especially in pubs. Like the amount of times that I started TPing somewhere without any mana, without any HP, and saw like the enemy teams just fleeing away.
Yeah.
It's just too many times. You just try it out. If it works, it works.
If it doesn't, you look really stupid.
Yeah, and the problem is if you do it very often, they start reading into it. So you have to actually start TPing with mana and everything that you need. You need to go next level.
Shiro, nice forehead. It's good, he's got good hair. Looks well conditioned.
Yeah.
Good job, bro. To ask him his hair care routine if we ever get to speak to him. Meanwhile, Victoria, he's in a bit of trouble here. Chances of surviving are none. And down he goes. And oh, this is a much bigger kill. XM gets caught out on the sidelines as well. That Ato is going to work once again to bring down the Ember Spirit. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. We've lost two heroes at top. EHOME continuing to find the momentum.
Yeah, and they're getting all these items that are necessary to get close and personal to the Ember Spirit. The Blink on the Wraith King, the Shadow Blade on the Lina, right? Follow up on that Atos is always there, and it feels much, much easier to deal with him. What do you think about the Aghanims on the Bloodseeker? Feels good?
Oh, feels so good. This is such a nice Ags. The 2 charges, the low cooldown. I mean, you could just throw them out all over the place.
Erika just constantly creep skipping. They're pinging it out. They had a general idea where he was, but yeah, they just don't pursue the PA any longer.
Nope.
Silver Edge has been completed on the Lina now as well, so an additional thing to go against that PA.
Yeah, another reason I like this Aghanims as well is because you're playing against the IO. This is a hero which cannot afford to stand still, but generally you don't want to rupture that hero because you want to save your rupture for a core. Now it means you can just throw it on Xiaoma. Xiaoma all of a sudden, his game's going to be much, much harder.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point. Can use it on IO, on Ember, on PA. Just a lot of really decent targets.
No longer limited by who you have to rupture, which is really nice. Yeah, Vici been on the back foot for a little while now, and they might even be further as EHOME. They're setting up for something in the middle lane. 7E's going to open up. He lands the LSA out. They'll pop the link in, so they have the damage to bring him down. Xiaoma, he's going for the TP away. He is just about going to pull it off, and now they can look for the turnaround, but CCQ just gets out of there with a time lapse. Shira's going to go down for the first time. He'll be coming back, but the Lina, she's in some trouble. BKB and Invis away. Erika taking a lot of damage on the front lines. This PA is not strong. She's going to lose her life, and XM's got to back away as well. I think this fight is over for Vici Gaming right now as EHOME jump in to seal the deal. And that is going to be 2 heroes down on the side of Vici Gaming. Big, big win once again for EHOME, but a close one for sure.
Yeah, really, really nicely played from both of the teams in that fight. Arena was there, IO was there to save the Ember at the beginning. It was all on point from both sides. And then PA jumps in, which wasn't that bad. It looked like maybe she could have picked off the Lina if Dota Gods blessed her with better crits, but she didn't.
She's no Somnus.
Yeah, and then you pop that BKB instantly. You just get destroyed by the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah,
that's a problem, right? He popped the BKB. He went in thinking, okay, this is my time. I'm the PA with the BKB 17k net worth. I can do this. You just, yeah. Spirit Breaker just ulties you, and Silver Edge on that Lina did the rest.
Put on your favorite hype-up music, you know, like you're about to go out for a sick workout session.
Yeah, and then you pull a muscle at the beginning.
Very relatable.
Like, you went there. I wasn't about to. What's your favorite hype music for the gym?
I like Censored by DMCA by Censored by DMCA. So it's a really good track. 5k net worth advantage on the side of EHOME now, but Vici Gaming, they're looking for some revenge. Smoked up on the hunt. Jump
onto the high ground.
They found a very big target here. The Bloodseeker absolutely melts, and they'll look for more. Shira's actually jumping in. Yeah, they want to take this fight. Stone out onto the Mars. Mars going to be losing his life here. Rizzy Xiaoma comes in, trying to save the day. Irving surviving for the time being, but they'll turn their attention over towards the Io, and they're both going to fall. Irving and Xiaoma both going down as Zeo looking for a target. He wants to rapture some fools, but is he going too far forward? In comes Io. He's got a BKB, just pulling that one out his butt. Going for the TP out here. Doesn't want to be here any longer. They won't have the damage to bring him down, so the Spirit Breaker gets away. What is man going to BKB for him?
So it's 2 for 1, and they forced the buyback on the IO. On the other side, obviously, the Bloodseeker did buyback. And I don't think you can rush here that easily on the side of EHOME. Even if Mars doesn't use his buyback, it's... Okay, let's see. There, Shiro is trying.
If you jump Shiro here, you're just going to get ruptured. It's not a good position to be in.
I was just thinking maybe they'll...
that rush.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe they'll try to poke and prod with Ember, but no. They fall back. Yeah, they just let it go. Wow. This Aegis and the Shard as well, right?
This is really bad.
For who? Not for everyone.
No, true. It was bad for Vici Gaming, Lizard. Yeah, I don't know. Buybacking to get your eye back into the fight, like they're the ones which really wanted to take that. And then they realize they just can't anymore, and they just give up the Roshan. I mean, do you think that's the right call?
Well, they didn't have Mars. He didn't have buyback, so if you don't have Mars, if you don't have that buyback, you're running into the fight without your main playmaker, main team fighter. That's the Mars.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's smart to try and take that fight. It would be extremely risky, so... Better to wait for him and try and delay the game. Erika. Is there an ulti? There is not.
They'll get him out of there.
Yeah. Planet, actually, a slight mishap over there. He didn't manage to get his ulti off on the PAS. He was a bit too far away.
Popping the my bads. Goodbye, Xiaoma. It's been an honor. Salute for the IO.
Definitely salute him. He had a couple of really nice saves in this game, and this is another one. he's pretty much always in position, playing the IO really well.
Yeah.
They can't really ask more, way more from an IO player.
Yeah, keeping the Mars alive for a really long time in that last fight, honestly. But wasn't enough. They couldn't find the angle of entry. You don't want to fight up the high ground into enemy vision. That just doesn't work out well.
Into Alina as well, who just enjoys that so much.
Honestly, how much is left in the tank for VG Gaming then? Because this game's just looking worse and worse every time I look over. Oh, hold the phone. Planet. Oh, nice BKB timing on Planet there. So fast with those reactions. And now they'll go towards XM. He's going to get ruptured up, but just bouncing himself away. Left, right, and center. Using the remnants strategically not to take ruptured damage, but they found him in the trees. The homing missiles come in. And the homing missile's name is Shiro, apparently.
Definitely feels like they're killing this Ember way too many times, considering he invested into a very defensive item of a Linken's early on, right? They're still finding the kills. This time around, he uses Sleight of Fist, but Lina is there with a perfect LSA to start things off. Then afterwards, they are just continuously chasing him and using all of their stuns. The charge, the ulti of the Spirit Breaker, the stun of Shiro. More than enough, and it looks like PA is also getting these Lincolns, so they're going all into the defensive mode, right? Even the Aghanims on PA is very defensive. BKB Lincolns on the Ember.
I don't know. I feel like when you're playing against Lina, if you're just stacking defensive items, she's just going to outscale and outdamage you anyway.
It's a very possible outcome. I agree.
We've seen it happen a lot.
And it's not only her, right? Like, it's not only the Lina. There's the Wraith King that's scaling in damage. Weaver has that Aghanims, so if you aren't blowing up a target real fast, chances are you aren't even killing it, as ZZQ will be there with the time-lapse to help his bros out.
A slow decline of VG Gaming, where it looked so good at the start. We were honestly believing this was going to be a straight cruise to an easy victory for VG Gaming, but EHOME, they pull out that Roshan card and since then have not looked back.
Yeah, really, from that first rush, everything went well for EHOME.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think they've lost a fight since then. Shiro looking for a target here. BKBs and Arena's going to come on down here, but not really finding the target as Planet comes charging on through onto Jammer, and they will eliminate that IO straight off the bat. And guess who's going to follow? It's the Mars. See you later, Irving. He's going to be thrown in the bin. Oh my goodness, Erica's gone, but yeah, there you go. Stuns out, damage in. Erica's gone. 77 seconds, no PA. I mean, this is a barracks at the very, very least.
Yep, there are no tier 2s, keep that in mind. So this just might be a forced buyback on the Mars. We'll see, they do have the glyph to keep things going a little while longer, but...
Golly gosh, it's VG Gaming.
Just such a hard thing to do and to request from the PA. Usually she wants to be jumping in, eliminating the target instantly, going for next one. This game, she jumps in, she can't even kill a single target, and then her BKB is gone. Even with the BKB is difficult. Without it, it's pretty much impossible to fight.
Whoa! Hold the phone here. XM comes flying in. I guess Snapfire has an axe.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Usually heroes don't fall out of the sky without any reason. Well, they do, I guess, when they respawn every time. They kind of fall out.
Yeah, I guess they materialize from above, but
yeah.
That was somewhat unexpected, but ultimately didn't really do anything. It just takes the life of the Wraith King, which is going to get back in like 10 seconds now anyway, so whatevs.
Some big items coming from 4s, right? Or 5 at least. On one side with the snapbacks, on the other you have Spirit Breaker with the BKB, you have Weaver with the Aghanim Scepter. Just in 37 minutes, the supports on both sides have found a ton of farm.
And the Chad Blink from the Wraith King as well. He's got the Strength Blink to bust out into the fights. So sick. I love this. It's such a kingly entrance to a fight, you know? Just blasting everything around you. Just being like, I have arrived.
It fits a king.
It really does.
I would say it's very fitting for a Wraith King player and for the Wraith King hero. So Satanic completed on 7E as well. Been a while. Zeal has that plate mail for some additional armor. Has, what's it called, the headband to push people that are ruptured. damage them a little bit more.
Cheeky.
Planet going for Aghanims next, which once it arrives, it just makes team fights horrible for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, the constant charging is just so annoying.
And he actually has it in 70 gold.
Wow. He's got so much money. They all do. Erica, Jama, both being seen here by Planet. Do they want to go? It's a question. Of course they bloody do. They're going to just tear the IO apart, but they have jumped the backlines and caught ZZQ as well. A small target, Zeal. This would be a much bigger one, and they bring down Zeal as well, but the Rupture does come out, I think, onto Erica there, so he's just going to try and TP himself away. Not going to happen, though. Planet charging on through. The damage is there. Erica and Irving eat the dirt, and that is going to be another huge fight for EHOME. They are just not missing right now.
Yeah, PA tried to BKB TP away. Not gonna happen when Planet is around. That Spirit Breaker just uses the ulti, cancels it. It was a nice attempt of Vici Gaming to go in the backlines, but sadly for them, they cannot kill anyone but the Weaver. You need to kill the Weaver. If you don't kill him, he's going to save the target that you're going on. So they do get the Weaver. But
in we go, XM flying on forwards here. The buyback's coming out from both the PA and the Mars as well as I'll jump. Nice lockdown onto the two of them, but the damage just not coming in. And 70 with the Satanic, healing up right up again, and Irving cannot survive through this dieback from him. XM trying to do his best here, but his best is just not going to be enough. Shiro's godlike with the double kill. Jama to fall as well. That's going to be pretty much the game coming out here. GGs are out, and EHOME storm their way into the first game of this series convincingly. And you know, as we said, it was just all Vici Gaming from the start, and then that Roshan attempt comes out from EHOME, lulls them into a false sense of security, and then it was all EHOME from that point onwards. I mean, what a straight-up game.
Yeah, their plan was executed to perfection on the side of EHOME. Once that Aegis was picked up on the Lina, it feels like Vici Gaming just don't have a play afterwards. They just were relentless, didn't let go of that lead for one single minute. Taking the Aegis, keep on fighting while you have the advantage, and then the moment you don't, step away a little bit, keep it calm, keep it cool until the next Aegis is there, take it again and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and Planet as well, you know, like, he kind of encapsulated the game for me, because at the start of the game, kind of running around the map, not really doing anything, just kind of being a cow, and that's about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep, and then all of a sudden, you know, after they get that Aegis, he's suddenly just like, oh yeah, I know how to play this hero. I can absolutely smash, and boy did he smash. I mean, every time that PA used BKB, she just gets stunned into oblivion. Ridiculous, so hard for them to play this game. And well, Vici, they get a thrashing in game number 1. Let's find out what our panel have to think about this one. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, coming out of this game, Vici might not feel that good as they get a thrashing in the second half of this one. I'm again joined by our Cryptic and Black. Guys, EHOME coming out on top after what was a little bit of a tough start to the game, and then they got that kill on Ember, and I know you were just like, all right, well, EHOME win. It's over, Ricky. You felt it.
Yeah, it was so rough. Like, EHOME had a really rough start to this game, and then everything turned around at first Roche. They get the first Roche fight, goes their way, they get Roshan, and suddenly EHOME completely back into this game. Planet struggled in the lane stage for sure on the Spirit Breaker, ended up being an absolute stud as this game went on. Same with 7E. Like, 7E fed a solo kill. And
I feel like they all kind of struggled in the lanes, right?
They did.
Yeah, I mean, that first Roshan attempt also looked very
risky,
very suspicious.
But it worked.
It did work.
Surprise to both of us.
Yeah, somehow.
It was a slow Roche. It came out on top.
Like, if anything, I expected VG to come in there and swoop the team and then take the Roshan away as well and then just close out the game. But what happened is Emma got picked off. Suddenly, it's like, oh, we can't take this fight anymore. Lina gets that Aegis. Suddenly, it doesn't really matter that you're vulnerable anymore. She gets a Shadow Blade, gets a couple of clutch stuns on the Ember Spirit, together with the Wraith King, pick him off like 2 or 3 times. It's very well played by EHOME.
Yeah, and then that's something you're going to need, potentially going to a major, or staying in the top 4, making your presence felt here in the Division 1 of China. It's a big statement win, and again, we're still kind of missing some things from Vici. This has been the story of their entire season. They're very hit or miss. We haven't seen a lot from Erica overall. It's felt like the XM show at times. And what went wrong here?
Well, like, this was the fight where you're like, man, like, Vici still has items. Like, they still do a lot of damage, but you're going against, like, Reincarnation on Wraith King. You have Aegis on Lina. So it's just like you do this heavy commitment. And, you know, meanwhile, Planet isolating your backline, your heroes just don't have the damage to kill these heroes more than once. But yeah, I mean, we could talk about Erica. I know Black has a few words to say about this one. This Aghanim Scepter, the idea may be to try and, you know, split push and cut waves, but where's your damage?
Yeah, I mean, like, it looks kind of smart on paper, right? Because you don't give the vision to get charged. But then after, he also goes for the, like, Lincolns to, like, you build the axe to protect yourself from Spirit Breaker, and then you build Lincolns to protect yourself from Spirit Breaker. You have no damage items. You have a Battle Fury, you go BKB, you go axe, you go Lincolns, you're literally hitting for like 250 damage, if even. Like, your crits are just not very scary at all.
Yeah.
Like, he jumped on heroes in team fights, they didn't care. Like, there's no Deso, no Basher. I really don't know what the thought process was behind the item build. Like, as I said, it looks cute on paper, but in reality, in team fights, you have the IO that will heal you up a ton. So you should be itemizing even more aggressively because of that fact. And who else is going to deal the damage? Ember isn't really like a burst damage kind of hero until maybe very late game with the refresher.
He also, like, in this fight, like, gets a kill, finally refreshes his cooldowns, but just gets ATOSed instead, and you're just like, oh, I guess I am not going to use my spells again, and dies. And, you know, that's, like, worst case scenario. Like, this PA, she's got to be, like you said, pumping out all this damage, and then you're just getting controlled by a Spirit Breaker or a Bloodseeker in every fight. And
you think he forgot he can dispel with Blur? Because a lot of people forget that.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, a lot of people do forget that Blur dispels. It's hard to say. I mean, he did get Light Striker raid instantly, you know, so he may have just, like, didn't catch the reaction in time, but Planet had some sick charges, and it's one of the reasons we see the Spirit Breaker picked into the IO constantly. Like, anytime this IO is picked up, people just respond with Spirit Breaker and just spend the whole game charging the IO because you're going to hit the tethered target on your way there most of the time.
It felt like Planet just, right after they got that Roche, turned on. Like, that was his moment, hit these charges, really disrupted PA's game, made it impossible for some of these heroes to have a split second of just survival because their chain stunning on EHOME was perfect at times. They stun locked a lot of these heroes, and that's what helped them get back into the game in that mid part where it felt like you're 4 or 5K behind. This isn't looking good.
I mean, I just felt really, like, weird vibes coming from VG. After the Roche fight, literally everybody just itemized to not die.
Right.
Like it just felt like they were suddenly scared to lose. And the way they played the game really showed it as well. And yeah, then you build defensive items on every hero, you jump into a team fight, and wow, we couldn't even take half of the Wraith King's HP. Like, well, it's not a surprise.
Didn't die once on
Shiro's Wraith King, 10-0-10.
Wow.
Ends with an Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if he actually had Ags, did he? That might be.
Maybe he consumed it.
He might have got enough Roche. It's hard to say. But yeah, like they killed the Wraith King and got Reincarnation a couple times this game, but they have to commit so heavily to kill the Lina and the Bloodseeker because Rupture is such a huge problem for them in this game. So it's like, who can you really, like, who's responsible for which hero on the side of VG Gaming? Like, you have to have the Ember that targets someone that's the PA is not going on, and then you always have this time lapse.
Yeah, and they did jump Zeal, I think a couple times, just knocked him out of the fight. But there was one fight where they jumped him immediately, used a lot to get that kill, and then he bought back, and the fight turns around and goes EHOME's way. And just looking at these numbers, look at Erica, 9,000 damage. Like,
yeah,
he just wasn't doing anything in this game.
It just goes back to the item build. Like, just look at it now. Even looking at it from this perspective, like, it just looks wrong.
Yeah,
you know, it just looks very, very wrong. It looks quite blue, and nice colors to it, but that's it.
I mean, we will literally, every time we would pan to Erica this game, the hero is just like blurred behind tier 2s, in between tier 3s, just like cutting wave after wave because he didn't know any other. There was like not a lot of options for him this game. Like, there was not really anywhere else he could be unless he's with the IO, but it just didn't work.
Does that come down? Because after the draft, we all said EHOME. We had a lot of confidence in this team. They had a little bit of a lead for Vici. Obviously, the Ags is wrong. What do you want to see differently from that build? And does it change the gameplay to just go for that Ags? Because if he builds differently, he sticks with the team a little bit more, right?
I mean, realistically, you have this axe, you have the Lincolns, right? Like that could be a Desolator, a Basher, and almost a Satanic. Like imagine the impact you would actually have in those team fights with all those items instead of like 2 defensive items. Because again, Io is a very defensive support. He doesn't offer any stuns until you get the tether, but even then it's not like super easy to set up. He is exclusively going to buff you and heal you, and you're still going defensive items. Like there was just like something just didn't check out, you know? It just makes no sense.
Yeah, it almost feels like he just doesn't have confidence in the IO to keep him alive, right?
Which is weird.
Yeah. Like that's what it comes down to. He's like, all right, well, I don't like my IO is gonna be doing something else. Like I'm gonna go all these defensive items, but
it's not a matchmaking game.
Yeah.
Like you're playing at the highest level of China Dota. If you don't trust your teammates to do their job, then you can't win. And as you said, he itemized in a way where he really didn't.
Yeah, it could be a confidence issue with himself maybe, or even just with his supports, but we'll see if he gains the confidence back coming into the second draft. We're going to say hi to Neff. How you doing, Neff? Welcome, Draft Master.
Amazing. There were a couple times you two were talking. I wanted to jump in there, get some opinions, but I guess the biggest takeaway is you were a big fan of the Phantom Assassin pick, just not how it was played. It wasn't up to black standard, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just as much about standard, but more like this game would be a perfect replay to show to like some people you're coaching, because like this is so wrong on so many levels.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. This is the highest level here in C and DPC. To say that I'm going to take these points and make them coaching points might be a little bit overconfident, my friend.
No, but I just like to elaborate on how important itemization is on this level.
Yeah.
You build 1 or 2 wrong items, your entire team just falls apart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So we get into the draft here, taking a look. First pick, Bane for EHOME.
Well, look what's banned. Spirit Breaker's out.
Spirit Breaker, wow.
Oh,
Surprising ban.
Not surprised about that
Anyone
one.
shocked?
Again, VG just had an amazing performance on it in their previous series that they played, and so EHOME, you know, obviously prioritized that. Planet did an excellent job. I mean, he did as much work on Spirit Breaker as we've seen him do on a Rubik or an Earthshaker in previous series. One of the big things that he was doing in that game was charging nearby units to the Phantom Assassin and disabling her while she had her BKB active, and this is prior to him getting the shard. So
basically a free axe, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just doing an amazing job this game. Bane, incredibly boring hero, picked up second here. I'm tired of seeing this. I very much want to see a patch come out.
ZZQ plays this hero so often though, so it's obviously something they're very comfortable with. They're going to grab the Tide Weaver, a very strong offlane duo.
Yep.
I think you just pick Luna, right? You have Bane, Luna, and a Tide Weaver. Is that not just like...
Yeah, let's...
Is picking Luna here too aggro because it gives away a lot, or can you just ban against it in the next phase?
There's teams that would definitely just do that to prioritize the laning, but EHOME in general strikes me as a very Shiro-focused team. So they do want to pick a hero a little bit later because they know like once he gets the farm, he will actually put in the work. And
let's talk about this VG off lane though. The Tidehunter and the Weaver. The strengths of this one obviously being the rundown potential and the fact that your position 3 has a big stun, which can make up for the fact that your position 4 does not.
Yep.
Now,
Well,
how
it
would
could still
you
be Weaver on Erica, right? He's swapped to it a couple times.
they could potentially do that.
You can flex it around, but it's usually just played in the 4 and the 3. But my big question to Black here, since you know we have a former player, an expert, what do you want to play into the Weaver and the Tidehunter? Because there's not that much that can survive that lane.
Yeah. Heroes that with self-sustain are usually like what you want. It's like either like a Wraith King, like a Lifestealer, something like that, that aren't as scared of just the Harris damage because you can just heal yourself up. And then you get the Helm of Iron Will. Then the minus armor isn't as scary anymore. But these heroes, I mean, other than Wraith King, the Lifestealer is not really played too much, right?
Yeah.
And you don't really play to win the lane, you just play to survive the lane, which I'm never a big fan of. But like, if you pick a Luna, as you said, like they might actually just lose the lane because Weaver Tide is very scary.
So I'm super excited because Zeal's Pangolier not banned first phase as a result of the Spirit Breaker, and a lot of times they actually wait to pick Zeal's hero unless it's the Pango. And in that case, they've picked it fairly early in the draft multiple times. They'll protect it with a couple bans. So Bloodseeker, they might even ban Grimstroke. It's hard to say, but like Grimstroke is one of those heroes that makes his life pretty rough.
Yeah, it's just a strong hero. We have seen it in other teams as well, where Irving, for example, he plays an amazing Pango.
Yeah, he does.
So they're very well accustomed with how to deal with Pango at least. So I'm sure they have a couple ideas up their sleeves.
Yeah, they take Lena out on the side of VG. Now, my main thing that comes to mind when I see that one banned out is, some sort of melee safe laner. So either an Ember Spirit or a Storm is something they could be thinking about here on VG. On the other side, they got rid of the Broodmother. For some reason, one of the heroes that came to mind here, well, the two heroes that come to mind are both Luna and Drow Ranger. They get rid of the Lycan now, though. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Drow Ranger come out in this draft. It's okay against the Tidehunter in lane and the Weaver, as you're able to play pretty far back, but it's a bit too early to make a prediction that bold.
I think, yeah, like Black was saying, they typically are giving Shiro like a much safer lane matchup and giving him a much better game.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Drow would make a lot of sense. Like,
Yeah.
Brain Drow is quite decent against Tide. Can be a little bit scary if they ever catch you out of position, you will die in that lane. But if you can like stabilize the lane in a good position, then you can just free farm there. Very volatile lane though. If you die once, you're definitely gonna die twice, and then a third time.
Yeah.
there's the Grimstroke.
You guys surprised they've continued to ban 3 offlaners in this second phase, even though they picked up the Tide, or are they just covering their bases, making sure if that Tide ends up being flexed, they want it the right way?
Well, Brood and Bloodseeker are pretty flexible, right, where they can
Yeah.
go. But the Lycan ban in particular is, it's all right. They want to protect the Bane with it, but even Pango is so good against it.
Yeah.
One thing to keep in mind as well, it's not always about banning out heroes that you think the enemy wants to play. It's about banning out heroes that you're most afraid of playing against and that you think you can't beat with your draft. So whatever it is that they're planning on picking here, they're most concerned about playing against these heroes is good counters to the draft coming out from EHOME. I am pleasantly surprised to see the Rubik as a respect ban coming out against Planet.
We saw Planet into a Tidehunter before. He stole like 2 Ravages, so I would not be surprised that he would feel comfortable picking it again.
I'm surprised they didn't first to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Broodmother ban. It's very strange because Pango is actually pretty good into the Broodmother, like historically, and they let the Grimstroke through as a result.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks like they want to protect the Bane, but also pick a carry that is very afraid of those summon run at you heroes, which Drow
yeah.
Ranger would make a lot of sense.
They
They do
Luna.
actually go for the Luna, then
Luna.
then I don't quite understand those bans too much. But
Yeah. I mean, Luna can be overwhelmed by heroes like Lycan and Broodmother still.
sure, especially early on.
Yeah, once you like first shapeshift for sure. Once you have the Helm Dom, like you can't do anything but TP out.
Prior to Luna having a little bit of bulk, Broodmother can just blow her up with all the spiders. Any sort of ranged hero you're playing, without that damage block, you're very afraid of it. So, with that gotten rid of, I guess just looking at potential mid laner or off laner if they plan on running this Pango as a support, but it's historically been Zeal on it, right?
It's gonna be Zeal Pango. There's like no way they give it to anyone else.
Yeah,
with Bloodseeker being banned, he's for sure taking it.
He plays a really good one also.
Oh, that's
70
70 Wind Ranger. He did this before.
Doesn't have to be though. Like
It doesn't
4
have
Wind
to be,
Ranger is
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
strong too. Like
But it is exciting if it's
after
70.
what I've seen from Planet, like he's definitely capable of
Absolutely.
Wind Rangering.
You're right, actually. Planet has done this before.
Yep.
He did this in Division 2, actually.
Yeah. It is a very strong plus 4 here. Like Shackle Shot is one of the best disables ever. If you can hit it, you have like
Stupid strong.
Yeah, it's way too strong. And you have like
And then you have the cooldown talent.
you have 2 Shackle talents, right, on 10 and
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Like
This
I just
double
feel like
roar.
it's just dumb on like an 8-second cooldown or something.
Yeah.
Was Planet playing the Windrunner more so when they didn't have 7E and it was Shiro and Yi as their 1-2?
That I don't remember. It's
was.
like 7E was like came in actually not too late into the season,
He was
honestly.
substituting as well.
Yeah.
Prior to him joining the roster in an official capacity.
That's a good response though. Void Spirit,
Spirit.
one of my favorite not counters to Wind Ranger, but answers, because you built in that fast Yule Scepter, you can easily dispel the Wind Run, and then he's free food afterwards.
Until you get undispellable Wind Run.
Yeah, 15, right?
15. That
Yeah.
talent is ridiculous.
I don't know
Sounds
what
like a
they
20. It should be.
It should be like a 20. Yeah.
Thought. I really don't know
So
what they
good.
thought. Like you literally need an MKB now. Or like a Bloodthorn.
Still banning 1 positions for EHOME. Again, I think maybe if they want to, they could go to that Weaver if they want to flex it, but
It looks good. Honestly, Weaver into Luna, like Luna loses that late game. And the lane against Pango is pretty free. Pangoli is pretty afraid of carry Weaver. And Weaver's also a very good MKB builder, so
Yeah.
would make sense against Wind Ranger as well.
They still have to ban the hard Luna counters, though, as we see the Terrorblade removed. I mean, maybe they go for a support next, but is there any other heroes that we're like really afraid of here if you're EHOME?
Luna, I think.
Anything that gets into Luna's face, she doesn't really like fighting against.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, a lot of Edu heroes are pretty annoying for Luna. Like honestly, even Naga Siren is super good. But you have this Pangolier. And I don't really think anyone in China plays Naga Siren other than Ame.
Decent hero here. I don't like anti-mage.
Same, actually.
You don't like
to be fair, though, if they didn't have that Luna, AM would look amazing here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wraith King would be decent as you have Bane to worry about. It's possible they're thinking about Troll Warlord, but they would struggle up until the Weaver gets an Aghanim Scepter. That Fiend's Grip is a significant problem for him.
Yeah, also very kiteable. Like
Yeah.
they have Wind Ranger, they have Luna with a Skadi Beam later.
I think it's still been RNG that's picked just the troll, right? I don't think anybody else has played it just yet.
Didn't Erica play it once, I think?
Erica did play it once.
Yeah.
Yeah. VG Gaming played it once.
And they lost that game badly.
And they
I
lost.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
RNG's
could
the
go
only ones who
for
played it well.
Phantom Assassin again.
Potentially, yeah. PA can work. But Wind Ranger is very strong against PA.
Yeah. I was like, do you just flex Windy back to a core position?
I mean,
if it's not already.
now it's gonna they gotta reveal the hand, right?
Yeah.
So if it is a support Wind Ranger, PA is definitely good. Although I've seen some 4 Wind Rangers just like rush MKB and suddenly this PA is like, ah!
Z-Freak literally went brown boots MKB into a PA, had it at like 20 minutes and just killed her.
Yeah.
How do you feel about... Oh, I was going to say...
So I said 4 Wind Ranger then.
It could still be
That's
4
such
Ember,
a good
right?
mid matchup too. This is a really good Ember game.
I mean, 4 Ember, yeah, but it's like, nah. Like, it's the same reason why AM would be good, right? They have no control.
Yeah, Anti-Mage looking a little bit better. If you're quick with the counter spells and one of your allies ends up building a Lotus Orb for you, the game would be a little bit easier, but even so, the Shackles, the Fiend's Grip, it makes it difficult to carry the game by yourself, but that's also what you have to do here.
So Eric, honestly, I think I'm still on board with the Carry Weaver. I think that still looks decent.
With the Bane, you're still fine with that?
I mean, it's just hard to find really a hero that is comfortable playing against these 5 heroes together. Like Lifestealer looks decent, but then you have also the Bane still. Wind Ranger is annoying.
I mean, it's
you can't pick Phantom Lancer because it's like they have so many good heroes
Mango
against
Ember.
it.
Yeah.
It's a tough pick if you're a carry. I think you could just go for the Weaver. And
how about Spectre?
Could work, but then they have like no building damage at all.
So
even if they kill a couple of heroes, they won't really get an objective.
I want to see BKB say, oh.
Brewmaster is the Carry
Not
Weaver.
something any of us were expecting. Well, you were expecting that one. You said you'd like to see a Carry Weaver here.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense from what they had.
5 tide, yeah.
Brewmaster also, until Wind Ranger gets 15, you can dispel a lot of stuff.
Yep.
And this way you still get to keep the Tide Weaver lane. So it actually works out.
Yeah, but I mean, Brewmaster is a decent hero. I'm just not convinced that it's good enough.
Yeah.
Do you feel it's too weak in this patch?
Wait, it's Irving on the...
It's Irving on the
Irving
Brewmaster.
Brew.
I actually thought it was going to be the 5 like Red Panda used to run.
Irving on the Brew. I mean, Brew is really OP once you get like this refresher axe, right?
Yeah.
But is he gonna get there? Because the lane is not easy.
It's a lot of farm, yeah. And like you said, the lane's not easy.
Luna Bane.
Luna Bane.
Well, I'm gonna go with EHOME. It just looks
EHOME?
much easier to execute.
Ricky?
EHOME, baby. Quick duo, let's go.
We doing it again, Neff?
I think there's absolutely no way the series doesn't go to 3 games. That's my thoughts on the matter. I'm going to have to go with VG.
Ooh, throwing a little curveball right there. A little VG action.
Yeah, I also like disagreeing with you guys.
I don't like
Make
this
things
guy at all.
difficult for you.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm going to go EHOME. Like, I'm not getting baited over here. I like, these guys sit closest to me, man. I can't.
You are definitely
I
in
can't
my
take any
reach.
risks.
I thought
Yeah,
we
exactly.
were brothers after watching Deso yesterday together.
Yeah, but, I can't get against Black here. I'm within his grasp, and, over on the other side, without being in our grasp, is Nomad and Lizard, ready to cast game number 2, so we'll throw it over to you guys. Take it away.
What did you watch? That's all?
I didn't do anything. I'm not a weeb, I swear. Jesus Christ.
We had an agreement. I'll cast with you, but you will not watch any anime.
You can check my history. I swear. I don't even know who Doo Head is.
I didn't give you that name. We'll talk later. Let's focus on the game. What do you think?
I think Brewmaster is an underutilized hero for good reason. Haha, the curveball. I don't know. I don't like the hero. It feels like until you get an Ags, you're kind of just this fat dude running around drinking alcohol. You can just get me on your team if you need that.
Oh, I see. I see. No, don't sell yourself short. You're a good teammate to have.
Thanks. Thanks.
You contribute. You bring a lot.
When I'm not watching anime, yes. No. What do you think about Brew though?
You're dancing on a very thin ice over here, sir. I think Brew can work. I think it's all right. You have some neat things to dispel. You also have multiple pandas to deal perhaps with the Wind Ranger, with the Cyclone, with the Bane as well. You can get a vessel on, let's say, a Weaver or an Urn on Weaver, on Grimstroke to combo with the Brewmaster really well, really nicely. So
God, 7E just absolutely obliterated XM on the block. That's bad.
Yeah, I feel like Brew can work. We'll see.
Alrighty. We'll see how it works out, and yeah, the build does seem to be... I mean, from what I've seen, I mean, there's not been a ton of Brewmaster offlane. From what I've seen, it is very much a case if you just rush that Ags, and that Ags makes your ulti a bit silly. You have ridiculous uptime, you get the shard as well, gives you the Void Spirit. It's pretty cool.
You already have the Void Spirit.
Oh, is it with the Ags built in?
No, he's on mid lane.
Oh, you. What do you like?
Come on, man.
Get me out.
Can we have Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, and Panda in the same team, and Ember Spirit, obviously?
Yeah, that'd be great to cast in the team fights, wouldn't it?
And then you're gonna have like double the spirits.
Yep, double every single spirit in the fight. You're just like, well, I don't know. There's a spirit doing something. You guys figure it out. I'm taking a break.
Spirits all over the place. Yep. We'll see. I like as well what Vici have got with the Tide plus Weaver. They get that lane on top lane. I think it's solid. A lot of minus armor. Panel has talked about that, discussed that in length, as they should, because they're an amazing crew over there.
Indeed,
please
they are.
Also, please order me some food. I'm starving.
Subtle, bro. Subtle.
Yeah, on the side of EHOME, they picked this Luna into the Tide, right? So they got dodged in that way. I don't think that they should suffer at all in this lane, at least until level 3 on the side of Vici Gaming. Then it becomes a little bit more difficult for Shiro, as they can dive him with an Ink Spell if they connect with a decent slow. And, I feel like the drafts are overall pretty evenish.
Pretty chilling. Yeah, no one really, no really pulling too far ahead from the draft. So you'd agree with the panel as they went 50-50, didn't they? Or maybe they didn't actually.
They didn't. They went
3 for
for EHOME.
Yeah. They were just swayed by this Wind Ranger though. We saw an amazing Wind Ranger performance like a couple of days ago.
Yep.
So I can kind of understand it.
They're swayed a little bit by the Wind Ranger, also a little bit by the fact that EHOME is playing really well. But I do like Erika's Weaver. I think that this guy can perform well on the hero. He has done that. It's something like his Raid King.
Yeah.
Fully in the comfort zone. So
he pulled it out of the bag when it mattered on this hero last. So yeah, absolutely. You can more than trust him to pull off a performance on this Weaver.
yeah, you can see even with the last hit so far, we were 19, followed by Void Spirit. They aren't really pulling ahead, but a solid start from them so far.
Yeah, this matchup in the middle lane is literally just like, I have a physical shield, you have a magical shield. I have chains, you have chains, I have remnant. You have Slide of Fist, it's just a mirror matchup.
Yeah,
it's as close as you can get to one, I'd say.
Yeah, I feel like I'd enjoy playing Ember a bit more, as you can continuously chase the Void Spirit. Pango dropped really low on that top lane, by the way, as they tried to go for the first attempt on his life.
Indeed.
They failed to do so, and Zeal turns back and says, I will not try, I will do it.
So would you say they failed to seal the Zeal?
Yeah, to seal the deal.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Just, dude, you started it. It's not any worse than yours.
It was about both of us, don't you worry. I'm
Zeal.
He's all good. He's all good. Just trading some tides, trading some hits here. But the Tide is very tanky. He's able to take an absolute punching here, and that seems to be what's giving the Weaver such a big advantage in this lane. This Pos 5 Tide doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and when you look at Pango and Windranger, that's not an easy lane. They're really strong together. Perhaps just not in this circumstance, because Tide and Weaver are just ridiculously strong as well.
Yeah.
If they get those pesky bugs on top of you, you can't even escape in the fog. Bottom lane, we will see... No Inkswell? Nothing? Okay. Nothing like that?
Just chilling.
I expected them to perhaps try and... There we go.
There we go.
Case in point.
All right.
Bugs were there. He tried to swashbuckle behind the tree, but he was under vision of the bugs, and the Weaver found it very easy to get in there with Sokuchi and finish him off.
It was bound to happen. He was playing on the precipice for a very long time. This Pangolier kind of baiting the Weaver, and eventually the Weaver does have enough damage to finish the job there, so rest in peace, Seal.
Shiro, is there an Inkswell? Bane is very far away. There is an Inkswell.
Yeah,
the blocks as well.
Look at
nice
this,
blocks.
look at this. Very nicely done, but at the same time, Shiro actually hasn't taken too much damage here. Irving's going to come out again from the side. They're looking for the kill here, but they're not going to find the slam.
Maybe even Irving.
Yeah, possibly. They've got one. Can they make it two? Shiro trying to chase down Irving. Irving, he's running the wrong way. This isn't his tower, but going to try and juke around the trees. That's not happening. Another blast is available from Shiro right now. ZCQ going to go for the cutoff, and yeah, this is just
he's dead.
A dance
at this
of death.
point, yeah. He has the raindrop, but it won't be enough. Shiro was possibly saving the Lucent Beam because of the TP potential, right? But yeah, I thought that Panda and Grimstroke might be a bit stronger once they get level 3+. But it seems like Luna is a tough cookie for them to chew through.
Yeah, another lane maybe, but you're playing into Luna Bane. It's so hard.
Yep. Surprised a little bit. Thought that they had what it takes. Turns out they didn't. So
yeah, it's difficult to get a power reading though, isn't it, on a hero that's picked as infrequently as Brewmaster.
Yep. Just need to farm a bit more, get that level 6. Once that level 6 is there, they can perhaps threaten Luna's life again. But from this point onwards, you really cannot do that. And it's a very similar situation on the top lane with Weaver after he got that first blood. You get the first blood, you get level 6, suddenly, how do you kill him? You can shackle, but unless Pango gets some perfect rolls going, you're not taking down the Weaver.
Erica's been set up for a great game here, as is the Luna as well, though, however. So it's going to be a carry versus carry again.
Yep. I feel like you can abandon the Weaver earlier, or you can set him down bottom to pressure the Luna and take the tier 1 tower. So Erica on that Weaver will definitely be more active, or should be more active on paper than the Luna. That's something that Vici Gaming have got going for themselves, and they can compensate this poor offlane by having a really strong position 1. The bug did latch, and Zeal is just gone.
That's a problem. That is a problem. He will get a bit of tankiness from the shield crash. She opted to go for a last hit here.
Okay, okay.
Surviving a surprisingly long time, but Erica finds him with a Sakuchi, and now time lapse away to safety. He's just going to leave Victoria behind. Good night, Tidehunter, and goodbye.
Yep. They rotated the Luna towards the top lane. That was a TP even, which means their bottom tower will fall by XM and Irving. Really nice rotation by the Luna, by the way. If he remained on bottom lane, he probably dies to the Void Spirit, so not only does he get the kill, he escapes certain death.
Oh, dramatic.
Very. I'm picking up drama class in Ukraine.
Oh yeah, I can tell it's paying off. You make everything so
can.
exciting.
Yes, indeed.
Like your was that, you know, a little pre-game stunt? You know, is that something you'd picked up a little
Yes.
bit of physical acting?
Exactly.
Okay, so you weren't actually going to kill me.
I was.
Okay, all right.
For the entertainment.
The entertainment value.
Yes.
My life is worth. Okay, all right, fair enough. Can't argue. For the show.
I'm like that. I'm sacrificial, you know. I have to do what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it. I respect it.
Respect the hustle.
Respect the grustle, my friend. Combination between the grind and the hustle. That's what the true Sigmas are doing these days.
That's why I love working with you, Nomad. You're...
I'm with it.
Yeah, you're
Absolutely.
down with the kids. You understand the lang.
I absolutely do. Yep. And yeah, I mean, talking about hustling and grustling, our Luna is just farming up this ancient stack. You know, she's just got those points in, bouncing glaive. She's just going to farm up as much as she possibly can. Will out-farm anyone else in this game, that's for sure, unless they can keep this Weaver getting kills and getting
Shackle shot.
Ooh. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Planet.
It feels like they do have this initiation, which is nice, but the follow-up before the grip or before Pango's roll truly isn't there. So you need to combo with these two heroes.
Let's see, what's happening here? Well, the Remnant comes down and actually catches out 7E, and a nice shackle between the two. They're trying to finish off the Tidans here, but they don't seem to have enough damage, and now the stun comes out onto the Ember. Ember's going to be the one that goes down, 7E to fall, and now Zeal, he's going to go a little turnaround here, look for a target, but won't be able to find one for now. And we'll just try and save Planet with the roll through those pandas. But Planet, he's got the bug upon him once again, just clipping him on the side. Zeal in some trouble as well as Erica joins the fray. Gets right in front of here. They'll bring down the Pangolier. Vici Gaming, they clean up 3 in the middle lane.
Yeah, it's just so much easier for them to fight this time around. They get a nice little Phantom's Embrace on top of that Ember. He can't really get away from all the follow-up stuns, Inkswell and whatnot. Tide didn't even have Ravage, and they won that fight very cleanly. Felt like Zeal could get a couple of kills, but Grimstroke with his ulti prevents him from stunning both the Ember and the Tidehunter that escape with like, what, 15-10% HP?
Yeah.
So, overall, very nicely played by Vici Gaming, realizing that they have what it takes to already take fights, and they capitalize on that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But as we said, you know, Luna, she's the farming master this game, so we'll start to pull ahead unless they can keep this Weaver getting kills and getting objectives, which it's not the case right now. I mean,
yep, the moment you use your big ultis on Vici Gaming, you're definitely susceptible to some counter ganks. Irving, it seems like he senses something.
You're a big old panda, mate. You can't hide behind a tree. I'm sorry, but he is going to get caught out and killed off.
He got Planet really low there.
He really did,
like,
yeah.
A couple of more hits and he'd get a counter kill. Okay, a nice little comeback kill for EHOME. They suffered slightly around that mid-tier one. So as long as they're making these kind of moves, they're preventing Vici Gaming from going into the triangle. I think that's all that matters. I would like to see one of these heroes, maybe Bane, start babysitting Luna completely.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah,
You're scared.
Yeah, Bane feels like a nanny. He walks like a nanny. Very, very scary nanny, but...
Terrible nanny.
Terrible nanny, but...
Okay, kids, here's your nanny. My nightmares.
Look at his hands. Like, I can imagine a baby there, you know, like just carrying it around.
Yeah, carrying it. I think he might be doing something much worse.
No, he wouldn't. Bane is actually a very nice fellow. Don't you know him?
Yeah. No, I don't. I've never met him, actually.
Yeah, he lived down the street.
Oh, is he Bosnian?
Yep.
Ah, okay. Bosnian nanny.
that's how Bosnian nannies usually look like. Bosnian nannies.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I can see why you turned out the way you did.
No, I didn't have a nanny.
Oh.
What's wrong with how I turned out?
You're a special snowflake, don't worry.
Okay, I'll take that. You meant it in a good way, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
5-5 is a scoreline. Not much of a net worth difference between the two teams. Yeah, they've had a couple good fights on Vici recently, but with the Luna farming up. The
nanny survives. Bane was actually the only one near the triangle. Didn't dare to poke his head out onto the high ground, and that's why the smoke has failed. But maybe they can turn something with it. Maybe they can still pressure this tier 1 tower.
Very good read, though, right? They've completely dodged this out.
Yep. They have Ravage and whatnot, so you're definitely afraid to fight if you're EHOME. You're trying to dodge it.
Doing so very, very well at this point.
Yeah, so far it's pretty damn decent. You can see even Planet. You see how he's moving together with Shiro. I really like this from EHOME. It's so on point. And there you go. I'm not sure if they can get this kill.
Let's see, Planet on the run. He's got that vessel upon him and the Cinder Brew, meaning a lot of damage per second coming through, and Planet will not be escaping this one.
Yeah, you're not about to TP there. I'm surprised that they tried to kill the Tide, because if he's running their uphill, he's a 5, but most likely there will be other heroes following him. That's what happened. And Planet paid the price for his insolence.
He absolutely did, yes. Gets slapped down in submission. Well, I mean, do you find Brew to be an interesting hero? Like, ignoring the ultimate, what do you think about his 3 basic skills?
Look, Brew for me has always been like this hero. It's a dead copy of what he was in Warcraft 3, right? Like you could play the literally same hero in that game.
An OG.
Yeah, OG. And it was always so much fun. I just loved all these transformation kind of heroes, right? Like Metamorphosis and Lycan Wolf form and triple pandas. Like, who doesn't want to play that? So.
Cute dodge there on the silence with the nightmare.
Damn, he almost lives even.
This seems unfair. Let him go. He
deserved it, right? Yeah. At the same time, Planet once again falls. This time to Irving.
The planet is dying, Lizard.
Yeah, it is. No, the planet is fine. We're in the problem.
Dire's top
Deep.
tower is under attack.
Sure, once again, just trying to stay elusive. You know, something you always do when you're behind as a carry is just constantly try to move around the map. Once you've shown in a lane, generally, you only show like once or twice, and then you're kind of presuming you're going to get moved upon and you want to get yourself out of there, get somewhere else.
This should be Dragonlance on Weaver, right? Like, he finishes that off, getting closer and closer to the BKB. Has that Maelstrom to work with, so he's keeping up with the Luna. Luna does not enjoy being on par with the enemy carry. Usually she wants to be a little bit ahead at least.
She's behind at the moment.
Yeah, even behind.
Being pressured a little bit too much by these movements of Vici as they shut out the triangle, they shut out the bottom lane. Just getting to squeeze.
Yep, at least they didn't catch the Luna at all so far, but Planet, he's been the one
tanking it.
Tanking all the aggression, and 7E now falls.
Wow. Yeah, up in the top lane very deep, and now they move on to Planet as well. And once more, the wind shall die.
They're just picking them off left, right, and center. I'm not sure where is the EHOME from game 1. Are they just... I guess they started the first game in a similar manner. It takes them, you know, it takes them a little bit to warm up the engines and get the juices flowing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Need a bit of time before the action starts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just not in the mood.
We'll see if everything changes once again with some crazy Roshan attempt. It worked in game 1. Let's do it again, guys. Just go into the pit, take ages, win game. Sounds easy.
Easy. Not quite sure they have the lineup for it this time around, but why not? Why not? I believe.
No, definitely not the same amount of minus armor. Avicii Gaming do though, and they have the map control as well to do so.
Yeah, a little surprised they haven't actually gone for Roshan themselves yet, considering the amount of kills, and you know they took over the triangle at one point as well. So
they're just satisfied with all the pickoffs that they're getting, I guess. So you don't necessarily have to take out Roshan that early on. There was a point with some heroes that you don't even wanna, okay, hold that thought, Ember.
Once more, we've seen it, twice more now as they jump onto the Ember Spirit. Can he get that Remnant off? No, he cannot. He will be going down. 70 falls again in the exact same way as before.
They will catch the Grimstroke. They probably will kill him. I don't think he's surviving, but Ember dying so many times in a row is definitely a problem.
Yeah, does not want to be playing from behind, really, and now he's like 1.5k gold behind his counterpart in the middle lane, and he's meant to be the playmaker.
Yeah, and it's like when you look at the heroes on the side of Vici Gaming, like it's much easier to be the Void Spirit than it is to be the Ember Spirit in this game, just because of the amount of pickoffs that you can make. On one side you have Grimstroke, that's an easy kill. On the other, none of them are that simple to pick off. You have Indran, you have Bane with the sleep and whatnot. The rest of them are probably unkillable for you alone. So,
I mean, once you have that heals on the Void Spirit, I feel like it just skews the matchup in your favor so hard because you can Yules off his chains and
there's
you
a
can't
grip.
Yules off. Oh, yes, they do have a grip here. They're throwing everything down onto the Panda, and they're going to be able to get this kill. Irving to full. EHOME, they punish heavily.
Yeah, but he's dead for 30. Can they get anything else out of it? He could...
Let's
Do
stick
you want to
around here,
fight?
RNG. Look at these madmen. They are not backing away at all, and they're going to start things off with a kill onto ZZQ. Great target, great kill.
Yeah, why back off when you know that they used every single spell to kill off that Panda? And the Panda is dead only for 35 seconds anyway. So if you manage to hold the high ground, he'll be able to resurrect and TP back as Tier 1 tower on the mid lane is still standing. And there's a reason why this objective is just so important. It just allows you to connect to your teammates no matter where they are on the map, very quickly and easily.
Relocate, be in position, help hammer down those objectives, and that's exactly what VG Gaming are doing right now. Tier 2 in the bottom lane being forced out here. Planet, oh, Planet. I mean, Zeal is behind me, he's not going to help.
Yule's just doing wonders versus them. Like you called it, it's not only that it helps versus the Ember, it helps versus Windranger. Suddenly your Windrun really does not save you.
Nope.
And you can see Ember buying that BKB, getting closer to it. It's definitely what's necessary for him to take some of these fights.
XM is absolutely clapping it right now. He's having a wonderful performance.
Yep. It's always that issue when you have hard carry on position 1 that you're just waiting for. But very often it can happen that the other 4 heroes just fall behind very heavily as they aren't able to contest all the aggression coming from the enemy team. And it really feels like that's what's happening in this match. But they still have some really neat ways of taking team fights.
Like, well, what's the ideal engagement they're looking for?
I think around the pit would be really nice, with Pango just rolling in and killing off Panda first. Like, you have this Panda and Tidehunter that you need to kill. 7E going in.
Hard commitment here, but he's got the BKB, so he can get away with it. And Xiaoma is going to be brought down as the first kill of this fight, but can they get ZZQ as well? I think they can. Nightmare out onto the Weaver, but they don't have the follow-up as the stun comes in. Ravage to follow as well. Planet just dodges it, but still ends up dropping. Tide will fall. Also, XM looking forward onto the Pangolier. Pangolier is going to lose its life as well. Erica and XM are just running through this fight, doing whatever they want to whoever they want. And Shiro might be next on that list. He has got the 9-second BKB available, so very unlikely that he's actually going to fall here as he keeps on running. But Erica keeps on chasing, and he's actually got a decent amount of damage to throw out. Is he? Ah, Shiro's gone.
Oh, he is actually, yeah, he was getting really damn low there. A fight that looked kind of okay for EHOME. They jumped in with the BKB on the Ember Spirit. They tried to just get that initiation going, which did net them a kill on the Grimstroke, but before dying he used Soulbind. Soulbind prevented Pango from controlling the Tidehunter, and Tidehunter ravaged 3 of them. Yeah. So it's kind of a cascade of
Planet
misfortunate happenings for poor EHOME.
Love how you just continue your conversation there. Planet's death just not really meaning much at this point in the game. And Roshan, oh, they're going to go for it, but it's not going to pay off on L7E. He's in the pit and taking so much damage. That bug is upon him. They know exactly where he is. Can they keep 7E alive? No, they cannot. The Gush finds him. Oh, no. And now they move across, looking for the Bane as well. It's all falling apart at the seams for EHOME.
Yep. Ember jumps in. Tries to snatch that Aegis. It happens. We've seen so many times, right? Storm Spirits, Void Spirits, Ember Spirits. They all like to do the same thing. Be a little bit cheeky. Try and get that Aegis out of the hands of the enemy team. Was it really that important? If you can survive afterwards, yeah, sure, you can risk it. But this time around, the bugs just give you so much vision, so much info on the Ember that you can follow him around. Plus, he dropped really low in the pit itself, so...
Yeah. Erica wasted no time just picking up the Aegis and slamming into the Ember, like, get out my pit.
And the game looking better and better for VG Gaming. They're definitely making a very strong case for themselves and why they should be still considered favorites.
Yeah. This team is team's very legit. The changes they made, you know, still finding their feet. Obviously not on the top echelons of the Chinese region just yet, with the likes of Aster and LGD, but they want to be kind of top of the middle, for sure. That's what they feel they can be.
Yeah, Vici Gaming for the last, what, 5-6 years have always been on top, right? Like maybe 1 or 2 seasons in which they looked out of shape a little bit, but when it comes to the Chinese region, they are always up there. Not in the first game, but in this one, definitely looking like their old self.
Yeah. No, they're definitely one of the more consistent of the orgs in the region. Vici, along with maybe Asta, but Asta even then had a few off seasons.
Yeah. Even IG right now is looking very shaky. So
yeah, I mean, IG's history has been up and down, hasn't it? Like
it has kind of always
high highs, low lows.
Pretty much. You have Kaka, then you don't have Kaka, then you have Kaka.
A high when you have Kaka, then a low when you boot him. And a high when you have him back again. Whoa, whoa, the phone, what's going on here? This is XM getting a face full of damage. Irving comes in though, drops that ultimate, looking towards the Bane. They're just trying to take down these pandas. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the air panda's got away. Whoa, in comes a Ravage though. They're going to be able to turn it around and kill off ZZQ. And now, Irving, it's round 2. Guess what? He's got that Aghanims turning straight back into the pandas again. They're trying to do the same thing again, but they just don't have enough damage to rip through these pandalings. And that means Shiro will be the one to fall.
And there was a nice attempt there to TP, but yeah, a little bit too optimistic from Shiro. They do get a kill on XM Void Spirit and on the Grimstroke, right? And they prevent any further aggression coming from Vici Gaming, at least for a little while. You're still not happy with the fact that your Luna died? Yeah. This is really a hero that needs to continue ramping up and becoming stronger and stronger, but at least you're delaying a little bit of time, you're not fighting into an Aegis. So you're not forced to defend the really big objectives such as tier 3 towers versus a Weaver with an Aegis, and that's kind of okay.
Kind of okay.
Kind of okay. Yeah. I know I'm not
That's as best as they can get right now though, isn't it?
Exactly. They're only 5k ahead on the side of Vici Gaming, but it feels like, at least at the moment, their teamfight is easier to execute. But everything can change with a nice setup on the side of EHOME.
ZZQ in some trouble once again here, though the cavalry is coming. EHOME don't want to let their Bane go quite this easily, and they are trying to look for the revenge, and they're going to be able to find it as the Tidehunter falls. And now they're trying to unleash everything they've got onto the Panda, and the Panda will die. Irving is gone. 4 times dominating streak going the way of Shiro, as EHOME, they do finally get their teeth in a little bit, and they take out just a little chunk. Out of Vici Gaming.
What's funny is even after those kills, Vici Gaming went ahead in net worth. Like it jumped for a slight little while from 5k to 6k. Just they're farming the map more efficiently with the Weaver. But you could see that, right? If Pango is able to control Vici's heroes, EHOME can take a fight. But sadly for Pango, he's playing into a Grimstroke, so
that is sad.
It's not really easy for him to use that Rolling Thunder properly. He needs Ember perhaps to just eliminate Shaoma first, which he has been doing so far, at least trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so much on his plate, though. It's like, well, you have to kill Sham, but at the same time, if you go on Sham without the protection, then the Ember Spirits, then the Tidehunter's probably going to Ravage.
Ravage, yeah.
I mean, you have that BKB, but you don't want to leave that Ravage uncontested. You know, Void Spirit's just destroying your supports as well.
Yep. Void Spirit with that tags as well, right? So can't really use that grip easily. Can't use anything really easily without BKBs.
Yeah, but you are right. They need to enable Zeal by killing off this Grimstroke before he can get off that Soulbind. It is so important.
They're trying to get out of the base a little bit. They don't venture too far away beyond their gates. They pop that one little smoke into an observer next to the triangle and move back onto the high ground. It's just not a nice position to be in.
Enjoying that train of thought there.
Let me out.
Doesn't it sound like a cat?
Give me some food and let me out. That's what it sounded like. I speak cat.
Oh, I see. I see. At what point do you think we'll be allowed to upload our own voice clips to the game? Never, because that'd be a pretty terrible idea.
Probably never, yeah.
Planet.
Planet, the jokes.
Guessing the wrong way there on the Void Spirit. He goes for the 50-50. He ends up getting 0.
Quick maths with no math.
I know my
Quick statistics.
statistics, yes. There was a 50% chance he got the Wind Ranger there. That's a statistic for you. 13 to 22. If you try really hard, you can find the funny number there.
Yeah, it's there. It's always there. In our eyes, 1337, 3022, 420.
Never goes away.
It's all very
If you look
nice.
hard enough, you can always find it. It's very nice indeed. Aghanim's queued up for the Ember Spirit next. He's got himself the BKB, the Maelstrom. Hasn't really seen much action since then when it comes to item progression. Very much the sacrificial lamb this game, as it is Shiro who is going to be that all-encompassing carry. At least that's what EHOME hope.
I feel like once you get the BKB on Ember, you shouldn't be that afraid to venture out and pressure the enemy side lanes, right? Like
Yeah.
the good old, also known as ratting. Oh, they're going into the high ground.
BKB's popped as they're going to try and throw everything here onto the tub. They can't find the target. He's just absolutely gone. And now it's Shiro who's in trouble. Luna down. 75 seconds. That is a bad, bad call. And now they're going to lose Planet as well. Vici just absolutely ripping through EHOME in this fight and taking down 3.
Yeah, maybe some miscommunication, maybe just thinking that they had a decent shot there, but you're running into the enemy that has an advantage, into the high ground vision, without having any of your vision. Things like that are bound to happen. They try to shackle shot the Tide Hunter, he just blinks away because he can see you, right? Like, he's on the high ground. And then afterwards, the Soulbind into Void Spirit, just making quick work out of that Luna.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't even want to sit there and attack those Brewlings because they just, you know,
He just cancels and makes new ones.
Yeah, new ones. It's so silly. Once he has the Zags, he does feel like a really strong hero. It's up until that point where his weaknesses shine, but yeah, definitely glad to have this Brewmaster on your team right now. He's controlling this Luna beautifully.
Yep. It's just one of those heroes that if you want to take a team fight, you need to kill him off instantly, or then it becomes just too difficult.
Yeah.
Especially when your BKBs are running low and you're using that BKB to kill him off in the first place. Then if you don't kill him, you're just cycloned. And okay, I guess I'll be AFK for the remainder of the fight. Guess I can't do anything.
How long is that cyclone? Is it
Forever.
forever? Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't end.
It doesn't end. Trust me. It's like never-ending nightmare.
Imagine that was an ultimate where you could just like put someone into a cyclone and they'd only get out of it if your teammate come and help you down. Came to help you down.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Please.
EHOME testing the waters here, but Vici are ready and waiting. They're going to jump immediately onto Planet. Goodbye, Wind Ranger, and they won't be getting any more than that.
Oh, he has the enchanted quiver. The quiver plus level 25 weaver, that's the dream.
That is the money right there.
Yeah, the triple Gemnit attack from like a screen away, you can't even see him. With something like a crit, if he gets that, it's just
throwing the shard
so
as well, and
strong.
suddenly it's your whole team in the same process. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. Talking about nutty. Roshan is going to be going down very quickly as well to the damage pumping out by Erica right now. Aegis going to be in the mandibles of Weaver.
Just call Roshan nutty.
Yeah, he's a nutty guy.
No, he's very serious to me. It looks like businessman selling cheese.
Yeah, but he's got the texture of a nut. Like a,
Okay, yeah, he does. I'll give you that, he does.
like a peanut.
Yeah, he does look that way. He isn't necessarily selling cheese as well, he's just hoarding it, so...
Yeah, salesmen typically don't not give you the item unless they die.
He did used to sell cheese long time ago, though.
Really?
Yeah, you could... I believe you could buy... for ages, I'm 100% sure you could. I think you could buy cheese as well, but I'm not 100% on that.
Why does Roshan have cheese? Is that ever elaborated upon?
She just likes cheese. I love cheese as well.
Does she produce milk to make the cheese herself, or?
No, it doesn't produce.
So who's her cheese supplier then?
Just buys cheese like anyone else at the
She
market.
never leaves a pit.
There's a market. No, he has delivery.
Oh.
Didn't you ever use delivery apps?
Yes, yes.
Welcome to
2022.
2022, nomad.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Do you still grow vegetables
yeah. In England,
on the
we haven't caught up
balcony?
yet.
Yeah.
Go down the old market, I do. Me and my mum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, buying some vegetables.
Okay, this is the smoke from EHOME. We always get to this point, right? If a team is very far behind, you get to that point in the game in which is like, okay, guys, let's just not stay on the high ground. This is kind of depressing. Let's smoke out, try and get the pick off.
Oh, we got some vision down. Yes, we got some high ground vision. All right. We feel like we can actually play the game for a little bit.
I actually love this position a lot. Let's see if they can start off a fight here. Tidehunter is staring them down.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have the vision, and Planet is going to go. Look at this madman. Pops the BKB, just wants to try and take down Victoria straight to the back. Can't do so. Now go for the TP away and makes it out. That was a play.
Was a nice attempt.
Yeah.
Sadly, the spider legs on the side of Tide help him rescue himself, walk across those cliffs, and suddenly the Wind Ranger can't follow. But yeah, I really like when you can't contest Roshan, or you can't contest, let's say, anything on the map. You just go and take control of that cliff over there. It's not big. You just get 2 hard camps and 1 medium one, but it gives you a lot of vision.
Obane, he's going to get taken down by XM, who's just trying to secure their area of the map again, trying to catch out any stragglers, and of course make sure there's no water lying around with his gem he's apparently got.
Yeah, you can see that ward right there that he just planted. It's one of those, okay, Luna will try to perhaps smoke up and go here, farm our own triangle, so let's make sure that if she does that, we greet her very nicely, because we're a nice team and
yeah,
we like guests.
Got to treat guests nicely.
Yeah.
Number 1 rule, break bread.
Exactly.
Right now, Vici are not breaking bread. They are actually breaking heads. EHOME struggling to stay in this one. 13k gold advantage. All that's left is to break the high ground, and Erica with his double damage rune is going to try and do exactly that as he starts breaking down this tower. EHOME, they need to react. They have the disarm at the very least. It's going to delay the inevitable. But I
There we go, the first pop of the ulti.
It's the Void Panda. Look at it. It's purple.
Beautiful.
So cool. What spell does it have again? Does it have... It's got the shieldy one from...
The shieldy one?
Yeah, from Void. He's literally got one of Void Spirit spells.
Yeah, he's got the shieldy spell.
The shieldy spell,
yeah.
that's it. That's what it's called, actually. You hover over it, it's what it says. Good lord. Oh my goodness, jumping in here. They've actually got an axe on the Luna. What? There's 2 heroes dead straight off the bat. Vici Gaming, what has just happened? Planet trying to get himself back here. EHOME were actually trying to recuperate after this.
Ravage!
Shocking Ravage come through. The refresher's there as well, but the Nightmare save onto Shiro. What? Now they can turn this one around. They're looking towards Victoria. Victoria getting low. Victoria's going to fall. E70 needs to get out, but that's not going to happen. 70 is dead. 2 huge plays in that fight, though, from EHOME.
Yeah, 70 did die in the end, and Irving did buy back, so I believe Vici Gaming, yeah, they popped the ulti and they'll go for another side. Now, you do have that Aghanim's, you surprised us with it, but you don't have the ulti any longer, so
yeah.
What you gonna do? That's the question for EHOME. Can they manage to defend at least one side? I think they can.
Let's
but
see.
It probably won't be mid. Oh, the grip is there.
Jump in with a grip onto Erica. It's a huge target here. They don't seem to have the interrupt. The Vogue Spike coming down the wave. It's so close. They get the kill. Erica's gone. What? There's the timing on this as well. EHOME is suddenly coming out to fight, but they lose the Luna as well. The Voidlings are just doing too much work. Someone do something about these bloody pandas in our base. It's an infestation.
Infestation of pandas?
Yeah, exterminators don't usually deal with this kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a very cute kind of an infestation. I wouldn't mind that, having a couple of pandas around. Yeah, they just perfectly kill off the Weaver. That was really nice from ZZQ, going in, gripping the Weaver just as the Aegis was expiring, because it was literally expiring mid-grip.
Huge.
They commit everything on him, they kill him off. A couple of really nice plays by EHOME that caught me off guard. I did not see that Aghanims earlier on the Luna, so very nicely played.
Didn't see the Aghanims on the Luna. The Nightmare save from the Bane as well.
The Nightmare save was really
sick.
nice, yep. ZZQ having that BKB obviously is a huge difference maker, as now he can actually grip a target no matter what is happening, as they don't have any BKB piercing ways of stopping him. But still, you're 2 sides down. In the end, you did lose the Ember, you did lose the Luna, and it feels like Vici Gaming are still in complete control of this game. The question is, can EHOME repeat the same magic somehow? There's a bloody refresher on a position 5 Titan.
It's a bit of an issue, and this is baited. ZZQ has a BKB, okay. And everyone's just buying BKB now on the side of EHOME.
Yeah, that's how they killed. That's how they killed the Weaver. Like if he didn't have the BKB with the grip, they wouldn't be able to kill it, right? So.
Right.
Grimstroke's little pesky portrait running around.
Yeah, getting information, being annoying, doing damage.
They smoke up on the side of Vici Gaming. They want to.
EHOME, oh, the Nightmare just getting Shiro out of there. That is the important thing. Erica jumping forward, popping that BKB. Planet popping BKB as well, but he can't survive the wrath of Erica, or can he actually? It's XM is the one who's brought down, buying back on the Void Spirit here, as in the back lines they have taken down Joma. That is a big kill to get. They still haven't really dropped any of the big ultimates on... Oh, yes, they have actually. They don't have the Eclipse down. And now Shiro taking the damage as Erica just blasts him out from the high ground. That is a dead Luna. 93 seconds. That is bad.
Here comes the Void Spirit jumping on top of Ember. Can they finish him off? I believe they should be able to.
Yeah, surely they've got him right.
Maybe not.
Back to the fountain we go. 7-8, still surviving for now.
That's huge. That might just keep them in the game if they manage to defend without the Luna. It's going to be difficult.
It's bloody split again.
Yeah, he just has split constantly. One of your heroes is in the air, suddenly you're fighting 3 versus 4.
They're not even pushing, they're just leaving the pandas to do the job for them.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're not really being more aggressive here. But
Here we go. Whoa, here we go. Double Ravage coming out onto 2. Goodbye Ember Spirit, and goodbye Zeal as well. And maybe, just maybe, goodbye EHOME. They still have fortified up, and they actually have the grip out onto the Weaver. They need the damage to follow through as well. Not going to come in time, and he's going to get off the timelines. But can they get through for a second time? They can. Erica is gone, which means they might hold the barracks for the time being. Irving is still inside this panda form, finally breaks out the other side, but he's got another one available as they jump forward here looking for the next target, and that is of course going to be the Void Spirit as they'll jump on top of 70 as well.
There's no buyback.
Take them down. XM gone, 125 seconds. Now, well, they'll come with the Soulbind onto the 2 heroes here. Can they actually fight this Vici? They certainly think so as they turn around with those portraits, just ripping the poor old Ember Spirit apart. He's now dead for 125 seconds, no buyback. Meanwhile in the base, Irving is still pulling off some crazy nonsense. That's going on. And meanwhile, they are also losing buildings. The middle barracks are the middle towers are falling. Shiro's back, piling it out into Irving right now. Guess what? Does he have a split? It says he does at the top, but I'm not sure he does in real life. He's going to fall dead without buyback. What is happening, Lizard?
Yeah, just craziness all over the place, really. The double Ravage was really nice initiating in, but then they bought back on the Ember. They managed to kill off the Void Spirit, who already bought back, so he couldn't really join the fight any longer. Weaver obviously died much sooner, but it's funny that Grimstroke plus Tidehunter managed to fend off and fight Ember plus Pangolier. So these 2 heroes that are your position 4 and 5 were able to fight off the enemies 2 and 3. You don't really see that very often, and in the style they did it too. Like the Soulbind was there, the Dark Portrait as well. They kill off the Ember with such ease. It's very difficult to be in EHOME's skin right now. They're doing, like, they do everything right, and then you just get destroyed by these supports.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
They might be able to.
Roshan.
Yeah, this should be theirs. I don't think you can contest this. They did smoke up, but they're a bit late.
Yeah, it's too much damage coming out from EHOME at this point. They have the focus fire, and now they have the Ags on ZZQ as well. Interesting. They choose to give this one over to the Bane.
Yeah, it's really good on him. I've seen a lot of players go for... a lot of teams experimenting with position 4 Bane that rushes the Aghanims.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to break it, but I feel like it was already difficult to break that Aghanims, to break that grip, sorry.
Of course, there's the one person in the chat, you know, who's like, guys, what does the Bane, you know, maybe they're too afraid to ask it. What does this Bane Axe do? So we'll tell you. It's going to summon you.
Continue.
Oh, okay. It's going to give you 2 friends, basically, which we could all use sometimes, which also join you in channeling that grip. The thing is, if they get interrupted, they do die immediately, so they're very short-lived. But you can just walk away if you want. You can just leave them to do your job for you, and you have to cancel all 3 in order for that ultimate to stop. So it's pretty neat and cool, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Do you think it's neat and cool, Lizard?
Well, now that you put it that way, it sounds kind of lame, but I... No, I'm kidding. It's really nice. It's something that I'm sure more players will experiment with. Just the problem, Bane is already in the meta, and I don't see this hero becoming any stronger in the next patch. And already you don't see Aghanims that often, so probably we won't get way too many more days to experiment with it on this patch.
Leak.
Yeah, of course.
So obviously, we all know when the patch is coming.
Of course, I get daily notifications.
Yeah.
Have a timer.
Yeah, I'm actually messaging Valve now, being like, hey guys, when are you going to release that patch, which keep telling me about?
Euro Nice Frog's quick list, right?
Yeah.
He presses 1 and it dials you. Right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, of course.
Dials straight to Nomad. All right, both teams smoked here. This could be a big engagement, but honestly, Vici Gaming, they're kind of happy to just run down the clock. They still feel like they're in a good position. They're not going to force anything out right yet. They just want to wait out this Aegis, maybe. Maybe.
That's the plan, right? They obviously have that refresher on Tide, and they can take a very decent fight at any given point if the circumstances are right, if they find the right approach. But I feel like it's more on EHOME to try and do something with the Aegis. Because, I don't know, you're behind. Maybe utilizing that Aegis is the best that you've got. Double refresher, Aghanims, Luna.
Dude, look at Planet just jumping in, popping down that ward. They do get the ultimate out from Irving, but I mean, that just means diddly squad at this point. Backlines. Ember's going in pretty deep here, looking for some targets. I mean, he forced out the Soulbind, so that's something. And oh no! That is going to be a missed Ravage. Luckily, he does have another one in his pocket, but not going to be popping it for now. Shiro now forced to pop the BKB. Oh, they found the Weaver. They found the Weaver. They've got the grip. Weaver is gone, and now the refresher ulti. He's straight back into this fight right now. He's actually going to TP in using the outpost, try and get back in on this one. Meanwhile, Shiro losing his first life. Does not survive through this one, so the Aegis is going to drop. They're still 5-man strong on the side of EHOME. What can they do? Can they protect Shiro? He's got the second BKB TPing away, still taking a lot of damage. The Ravage to the back once again. It does catch him, actually. 7E caught for now. Can he get away? The taunt is there. The Remnant connects. The Ember goes down. 100 seconds. No Ember Spirit. More importantly than that, though, Luna has run through both of those Eclipses, which is kind of like 50% of her net worth at this point.
Yeah, both those Eclipses, both BKBs. She can't really approach the fight. If she does, she's dead. So
Zeal also figuring in this one out the hard way. Luckily, he has got that Aether, that Aeon, which allows him to survive a little bit longer. And now guess who's here?
No.
It's the Bane, tying them together. And they are going to be able to bring down the Pangolier. Now looking over towards Planet as well. Planet's going to drop. That's going to be 2 heroes dead. The victory, it's so close for Vici Gaming. Shiro and ZZQ, I don't think they've got enough in them to defend from this.
GG.
This should be the end. And the GG is called. And the victory goes to Vici Gaming for game number 2, evening it out.
Yeah. This time around, Vici Gaming did look like Vici Gaming, showing EHOME what they can do when they get a decent draft. A little bit of a mix-up over there with the Panda being on the offlane, we were safe lane, but definitely something that looks completely in Vici Gaming's territory, right? The way they played. crushed the early game, just played off extremely well off of that, never truly lost control. This is one of those games in which you take the lead and you never truly let it go. A couple of nice things from EHOME still. I really love that they continued playing the game, continued innovating. That Aghanim's refresher on Luna, refreshing, definitely. Like, it was a nice sight. No pun intended, I swear.
Of course, of course. No, it was nice. I mean, it kind of felt like he just knew that she wasn't going to be able to sit on top of this Weaver and deal enough damage to actually have as much impact as she needed in the fight. So if she can't do that, she's going to get kited. So go for the refresher, go for the Aghanims, you know, become a spellcasting hero instead. And that was their plan to try and take the game. And it almost worked. It almost worked. But in the end, it wasn't quite enough, which means the game is going to be even up. It is now 1-1. And let's leave it over to the panel to break down this game too.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Lizard, coming back. We are 1-1 now between Vici and EHOME. And it was a close one for a second there. Thought maybe EHOME would pull it back. Black, Ricky, you think Vici had it the entire time? No sweats, no doubts?
No chance.
At the very end, I'm sure I got a little bit sweaty after the Weaver buyback there. But, I mean, again, it didn't look super convincing from Vici's side. There was a lot of slip-ups. They played overall a pretty solid game. Way better than in game one, obviously. But, yeah, once Brewmaster got Aghanim's refresher, as we said on the panel, it's not a whole lot you can do. It's like 4 splits.
Yeah, it feels a little bit broken.
A little
Refreshing charges.
I mean, it was just so good against the Luna this game because, like, she has to BKB as soon as Split comes out or else she's just cycloned out of the fight. Or you just, like, surround her with the Brewlings and you get disarmed. You're getting stunned by Boulder. Like, there is just so much utility that this Brew Split does, and they have no other heroes that can focus fire or like focus them down.
Or even if they had, like, it's so hard to focus fire down once you have the health talent.
Yeah.
They have like 4,000 health or something.
Yeah.
If Brewmaster gets to that stage, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which didn't even take that long to get to that stage, right?
Yeah, I think literally 2 items.
Yeah.
Or level 20 is like the big power spike. And level 25 is another talent for the ult. I think like the attack modifiers get applied.
Yeah, they give all your attack modifiers.
Yeah. To one of the spirits. I don't know.
It's the Earth Spirit, I believe.
The Earth one.
Is this the new?
Or maybe it's Fire Spirit.
Like they're going to see this Brewmaster and everybody's just going to start picking it?
I mean, people have seen this for a while. I mean, there's a lot of people that like pick it a lot in pubs. Like, it's very popular in pubs because for this exact reason, like, you get this Ags refresher and then suddenly you can just 1v5 teams. But yeah, it feels very strong in this game particularly because EHOME did not have a way of dealing with it. And they, again, struggled very much in the lanes.
Felt like Planet kind of felt lost in a lot of these fights, felt lost on the map at times, getting picked off a significant amount. Is this just not really the hero that he wanted to be on, or is it just we found a Weaver who had the quiver, who had everything to just kind of two-shot him and make his game really difficult?
This game, I mean, it's not easy against these heroes. Like, once you lose the lane with the Wind Ranger, there's not a whole lot of possible Wind Ranger can really do. Like, it slows down your item timing, which usually is just a Maelstrom first, which then, like, you just can't really play the Wind Ranger game that you want to play once you're behind, because you have this Javelin, your Maelstrom is delayed, they might already have BKBs.
Right.
Just the whole damage output in general is just very diminishing. And in this late game, though, it was really good. It's just a little late, unfortunately.
I did feel like Planet hit a couple of big shackles that let them back into the game. And speaking of big shackles, on the other side, too, Victoria in that last fight had some kind of whiff ravages. He did end up hitting 70 on that second one, and they did follow it up. He had an opportunity maybe to get to the Remnant, but they still were able to hold on despite the fact that the ravages weren't on point.
I mean, you just watch a lot of these fights, and Luna just doesn't get to move. Like, she literally just stands still and tries to dump out what damage she can before either dying or just TPing out with a BKB. And that was just pretty much the entire game. This was, like, probably one of the best turns around that they could have. They don't manage to get a whole lot more after this, but... Actually, do they get Erica here? I can't remember.
do,
I
they
think
do
they
that.
go into the they go up
go
onto the
over
high
space.
ground. Yeah, he didn't have mana for Ravage. That's what it was. And then Tidehunter goes down, and yeah.
Yeah. Slight miscalculations. Support players playing core heroes. Omega Lul.
Anything can work, Black. Come on.
I mean, it ended up working, right? They won the game. But always, support players are always flaming the carry players, so we gotta take a jab back at them.
Do supports, you think, flame more than carry players do?
That depends. Like, if there's a support player who supports the lane really well, and the carry feels like, oh, what are you doing, dumb carry player? Can't even last creeps. You're just farming the entire game.
I stacked for you 10 times.
Yeah.
Gave
Is
you
that something you do?
some extra farm, and you threw it all away.
Yeah, unfortunate here, B-Cop. Ember Spirit with a critical mistake.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I think they would have actually had a shot at defending the barracks, potentially. Maybe
If they
win
were,
the game.
yeah, if he was alive right here, they actually might be able to turn this one around.
Because you also bought back on Weaver.
Yeah.
It still feels like the brew is just so overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean,
There's nothing you can do. You just get run down, and then they've also got the Dark Portrait from the Grimstroke. It just at some points felt unattainable for EHOME.
a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
A lot of problems. Too many problems. But it really just stems from the early game where you gave them too much space. Perhaps lost some lanes that you shouldn't have. Didn't win lanes that you should have won.
We really need to see this refresher item dealt with, I think. Like, this thing has just been too good. It's had its time, it's been too good for too long.
Okay, so
It needs to be nerfed.
why do you bring it up now and not at any of
No,
the
we've been
other
saying it
40
for
games?
it's because it was mostly the Brewmaster. Like, you see the Brewmaster like have this like 4 charges of ult, and you're just like, all right, this is
What about a support second item refresher?
yeah, true, yeah. Well, then you run out of mana, clearly. So that's the balance on that. No, I'm just kidding. Like, it feels very, very good.
I think it's got to
Too good.
refresh both the abilities and the items, though. If it doesn't refresh the items, it feels super less viable. But I don't know. I think charges have to be gone away.
What if they do the Aeon Disc treatment, where they just like, all right, scaling cooldown increase. So like late game, it's like a 5-minute cooldown if you want to use it.
Maybe. I would.
I don't know how to balance this item. It feels so good.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's good. I'm actually surprised that it took so long for people to really
Yeah.
figure it out. But now it's always like third, fourth item.
Every game you see refresher shard on.
Honestly, I think
Almost
the
every
biggest
core.
problem with it is just what it gives. It gives like, it feels like a third or fourth of the HP region a heart gives. It's like 13 mana region or something. It's like
Yeah.
a bloodstone mana region basically.
Yeah,
It's
it is
pretty
a lot of
insane.
regen. It's so
Like-
much sustain.
Yeah, you just stay in a team fight like 10 seconds. Oh, now I have mana to do it again. And yeah, because like HP region and mana region is never bad.
They got rid of a lot of items that were providing it previously too, right? Like a lot of items got like nerfed in that regard. I feel like, and so
Like flat
yeah,
amount, yeah.
a lot of them went to percentage based, right?
I mean, it gives double the mana region of a hex, which is kind of ridiculous.
That, huh? Yeah, that's a lot. Wow.
Certainly a lot to deal with this refresher orb. Maybe I like the Aeon Disc treatment. Maybe make it a little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
If supports can afford it, something's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, when the Tidehead Blink refresher, I already knew this game is looking a little rough. Potentially, But he did whiff some Ravages. He was like, want to give you guys a little chance here. But-
It was about a % chance without
Yeah.
that Ember.
And 70 was like, thanks, but I don't like to win games that way. He doesn't press his Remnant. It's like,
So now it's
it's a give and
game
take.
It's a give take. He almost gave them the 2-0. He takes it away. Gives us game 3. Gives us a draft. Gives us a draft master. Neff coming back. Game 3.
He wanted game 3.
You wanted game 3. That was what you specifically asked for in game number 2. You didn't care who won, but you wanted game 3, which kind of meant you wanted Vici to win. But what are you feeling right now?
I got exactly what I wanted in that game. I get to see this drawn out. I got to see a Brewmaster performance. I absolutely love that hero as much as you guys hate it with the refresher orb. I think there was some discussions about whether or not that item should refresh charges. Ricky and Black both thinks it shouldn't, and Black's like, I don't know how it took this long, but at the very least now it'll get nerfed into the ground.
No, I didn't. Both of them said.
Oh, okay.
I'm like,
You think charges is okay?
I'll stay out of that discussion.
That's a no, by the way.
Because a lot of my heroes would be hit too. I don't want to, cause
You're
any.
like can't afford to get your heroes nerfed.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Refresher is good, but is it that good?
It actually might need a buff.
I
It's
just
hard to
build it
say.
every game, but
Put the 40 damage back on it.
yeah.
Like, have you ever like specifically talked bad about a hero just to make sure it doesn't get nerfed,
Like
or at least tried to?
I heard that's why Ice Frog stopped asking players for advice, because they would just like lie to him.
Yeah.
Things didn't. Yeah.
That's why you always have to be honest, Become. Like when Ice Rock comes to you and says, "What do you think? What does Kling's change?" You have to say, "It's amazing." If you think it's amazing.
Yeah, well, if Ice Frog came to me, I would be asking for Ancient Apparition buffs, and we all knew that that was the answer. But we come into the Game 3 draft.
Razor.
Spirit Breaker Razor, Tide, and Dark Willow. Dark Willow we've seen be kind of hit or miss. It's felt good at times, good terrorizes, but sometimes lacking
Same with
towards the
Razor.
late game. Yeah.
Sometimes owns a lot. I mean, it's a good Tide Hunter matchup, so they probably want to put that as in a carry role. Erika likes his Razor as well. It's a very early Razor pick, though, and it's not great against Dark Willow, at least until you have your BKB. And, yeah.
It's all right against the Tidehunter if you choose to play this Razor in the safe lane, though. And the Tidehunter's playing the off lane. You're just able to run him down. Any kind of slow or stun will just allow the Tidehunter to melt to you. So, there is that. Odd that they would ban out Morphling right away. I guess they're concerned about the strength of that paired up with the Dark Willow or against the Razor. There's some decent Morphling combinations there, but you said you weren't too much of a fan of the Morphling, were you?
Yeah, I mean, mostly in the first phase, though. Like, if you really first to it straight away, it always looked very vulnerable. And when you pick it in the later stages, when you actually have a good game, it's a very scary hero. Because you can't really pick heroes to deal with it as efficiently anymore. But you have this Tide Hunter could easily just be a +5, and suddenly your Razor answer looks really bad. You just pick an offlaner that's good against it. You have just like for example, well, Mars is banned already, but Dark Willow plus what?
From the offlane?
Yeah, against the Razor. I mean, there's a lot of options they have. But point being, they could easily avoid this matchup if they wanted to.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they actually like target banned Zeal's Pango again. I feel like he didn't even have that great of a game on his Pangolier, but they, I guess, prioritize it.
Yeah. Maybe he just didn't play it anymore because like, it's always first banned. I won't practice it.
Yeah.
There was a couple times it did well, right? Had that roll up, kept the Weaver control.
But not up to expectations.
True. True.
Well, I like what you have going on so far with the Tidehunter and the Dark Willow. One carry that comes to mind that would be decent paired up with them is just getting yourself a Wraith King. When you respawn with Reincarnate, suddenly you have Terrorize, you have Ravage in order to turn the fight around. And I feel like it's pretty solid against the Razor and the Spirit Breaker. You're back up with like full damage and you're not losing any armor all of a sudden. So that's one direction they could go. Surprised it hasn't been banned out yet, actually.
Death Prophet's still in the pool as well. So we could be seeing like a Death Prophet mid or off lane for either of these teams. We know it's obviously going to be contended. I feel like it should be, especially with the lineups you see right now. Like, it feels very strong. Typically, Death Prophet into the Razor has been pretty solid.
They go for the Wii U.
Another hero that's still in the pool that's decent against the Spirit Breaker and okay against the Razor is the Shadow Demon.
Actually, yeah, it is.
Go for that one, but they take the Weaver instead, which is almost certainly going to be paired up with the Tidehunter. We did see it in position 1 the last game to great effect, but I'm not sure they're going to run this round 2, especially not against the amount of lockdown they have just from the Spirit Breaker already, and they'll probably pick up some counters to the Weaver coming out here.
Still feels kind of flexible though, right? You've already got the Dark Willow, which has been more so run in the 4 and the 5.
It's flexible. I mean, there was also a short trend where Dark Willow middle was really popular.
Very short trend, yeah.
Middle play.
But in those games where it owns, it really owns.
Yeah. Dude, were they? That was like the Witchblade into Axe build, right?
Yeah, and then Moonshard.
Yeah, that was.
It's an insane amount of damage.
Yeah. Very nice.
Like a machine gun. Yeah, you have a damage talent too, right?
Yeah.
Is it a 10?
You have a 10 damage talent, I think. Yeah.
10 damage? No, I mean at level 10, right?
No, yeah.
How much is it? Like 30, 25, something like that. All Indios have an absurd amount of damage talent for some reason.
Shame they took it away from Earth Spirit. That damage talent, like plus 50. That was very funny.
50. Yeah, I think it was 60.
It was 60 at one point.
At
yeah.
First, yeah.
That's when Somnus was playing at mid.
Yeah, a lot of people were taking it mid and just going like 60 damage at level 10 with a Spirit Vessel and killing every hero they saw.
Unfortunately, you had to trade off your gap close, the extra range on Rolling Boulder. That was also a very good talent.
Oh, this is a good Rubik game. Wow.
It is, but there's plenty of options to deal with it still.
It's interesting that they take that here. I mean, I don't think EHOME was going to take it, and previously we saw it as a respect band over to Planet, who's had an amazing performance every single Rubik game here. It's okay against Weaver, Dark Willow, and Tidehunter, but we haven't seen it from VC, have we?
I don't think so. I think the only one who's really playing is Planet.
That's very surprising, though, because Jama is almost always playing the Spirit Breaker. So
Been offlane as B.
yeah, so I think what we're going to be seeing is Irving taking the Spirit Breaker, but
Yeah, Rubik feels very weak as a position 5. He needs a little bit of gold in order to get items to feel like he has a big impact in these team fights. Yeah, we see Ogre Magi picked up here as a position 5, which means it's going to be an SB3. Interesting.
Yeah, I think they're gonna ban Faces Void on EHOME side here. Looks way too good for VG, but what are they gonna pick?
It's
gonna be Ogre. It could easily just be a Razor middle. Which
Yeah.
I actually think it's going to be because it doesn't strike me as like the perfect Razor game.
How do you feel about Invoker here?
Invoker is good. You have a Ravage setup as well.
yeah.
I'm a big Invoker fan, but most people hate Invoker. They go for TA instead. What is very risky against this draft already, though. Very comforty, though, right?
They ran, yeah, I mean, they safe lane it, right, most of the time. So,
Like, I'm just gonna say Faces Void right now looks so ridiculously good for VG. It's actually insane.
I'm not a big fan of this Templar Assassin. I guess the logic for this one is you be able to blow up the heroes fast and the Razor is able to sap your damage, but they burn through shield reasonably well. They've got quick disable with Fire Blast and Telekinesis. They've got enough lockdown. I'm not big on. I mean, it's super strong inside the meta right now, but
Yeah, I think it's like a little bit overrated sometimes. It's probably just a comfort pick, right? Like they like it a lot, which we have seen be the downfall of EHOME quite a bit of times. Like they lose this one game, suddenly their confidence is just not there anymore, and they go back to what they know best, which in this particular game looks pretty rough though.
yeah, I think part of it is like they want to maybe like play a little bit of a later timing against VG Gaming. Like the TA is something that they usually pick up when they want to draw it out a little bit. But like you said, against Spirit Breaker, it is a little iffy.
Going late game against Spirit Breaker feels so sad in general.
Yeah.
It's like the later it goes, the stronger he gets.
Yeah. And he doesn't really ever, like, he's never, like, going to get 6 slotted, too, right? And that's the funny thing. Like, he just keeps picking up another item that just makes him so much stronger. Like, each item Spirit Breaker picks up makes him way more powerful.
yeah. The increased farming speed that he has really fixed a lot of problems with the hero.
Now they ban the Brewers.
I mean, it's a great brew game for them, too.
We just showed you how broken it is. Maybe you want to pick it too.
Yeah, it's interesting that these heroes that are normally ignored become on the forefront of people's minds after games like that.
Yeah, interesting bad ban. I mean, they definitely suggested Razor's middle.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
like, Bad Rider didn't seem like super good here. Doesn't really counter much.
yeah, it makes me think that they plan on picking up something that isn't so good against the Bat Rider, but
We're definitely looking for Erica's hero.
Yeah.
It has to be. There's no way they were safe laning the Razor here.
There's a couple of really good options though. Like Troll Warlock looks really good.
Yeah.
I think Faceless Void looks insanely good as well.
Wraith King's still in the pool as well.
Does
Yeah.
the PL fit?
PL is good too, yeah.
I mean, if you're a Phantom Lancer, you're not as concerned about the Bat Rider, though. You have that built-in
same with the
dispel.
Void too. So.
Yeah.
I think they picked it mostly because they want to put the Razor in the mid lane, and Bad Rider is pretty good against that. But yeah, now they have to show their hand.
Wait a minute.
Person would like to see here they can just
Hold on.
build-
OD made it through.
OD did make it through, yeah.
Oh, but
Monkey
they take Monkey
King.
King instead. I see the Ogre Magi there. I see that OD isn't banned out. I thought certainly they'd go for that one, but MK instead.
I mean, OD looks. I mean, I always say OD looks insane because it's just fucking strong. But on EHOME, you could easily go OD middle and you would be fine.
Like into Rubik, though, it's like the worst matchup in the game, right?
It is a rough matchup. Well, ultimately, like the damage you provide is. Well, I guess they don't really lack damage with the TA, or do they? Like once the Wukong's arena is out.
We could see another just counter pick against that Monkey King, a Wind Ranger picked up in the mid lane, and then just run the TA safe.
Yeah, that would be good. Or how about something more like they do lack some pick off. Like some Kunkka could be good.
Yeah, I was thinking Kunkka is just the mid lane is a little bit iffy. You can still do it, though.
It's a little bit rough, yeah.
Could try to pull the LGD, throw the Kunkka save point.
They go for the Wind Ranger.
Nice.
That might be 7E's Wind Ranger this time.
It's got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Of course, it's too good against the Monkey King here. Prior to them picking that one up, they just didn't have the magical burst for it. So once they get MKB, Maelstrom, he's just going to melt. So good at scouting him out as well.
It's really good against Razor too.
Yeah.
Like he like you're just like small instances of damage from items. So Static Link isn't as strong.
Yep.
Yeah, they still didn't. They were actually still picking their other 4 heroes. I was interested to see what they were going to do with the rest. It feels pretty straightforward, but sometimes you never know where they just throw something over or change something up. But with 7E, we see it on the Windrunner, or we see him on the Windrunner. Guys, predictions, thoughts, last thoughts before we throw it over?
Who's starting it off?
I'm with EHOME. I think that was an excellent way to round out for your draft. I want to see these guys succeed. It's the Cinderella story. You move up, you succeed in the upper division, and then you win at the major. If we have one.
Keep those fingers crossed, baby.
Fingers and toes.
I'm on EHOME as well, but completely biased, and I will always vote for EHOME. So
Bias caster. Whoa, I can't believe it's black. Go.
I'm not impressed with the Monkey last pick, but I still think like you don't really have any great stuns. Like Shackle Shot can be a good one, but hard to hit. I'm gonna go with VG this game. Okay, mix it up a bit. Split apart.
That could be some bias too. He played for VG. I'm just trying to maybe get. I'll be a little biased.
As I said,
you
are in reach.
I am in reach, so I'm gonna just scoot this one over and throw it over. Throw it over to Nomad and Lizard. Guys, take it away, please.
Make up blink twice if you need help.
You can come to us. We're very close.
Yeah.
If there's any danger, there's space here. There's definitely room.
We got you. I don't want him to go back to that green room with Black.
And also be cup order us food.
All right, let's get into this. Game number 3, the deciding matchup between these two teams. And a very important one indeed, is if you lose this, you could end up facing tiebreakers for even relegation. I mean, that is just nuts. But of course, for that to happen, they also need the old lads on IG to beat both LGD and RNG.
It's not very likely, right? Like it's not very likely, but
you want to go to the major, though.
Of course. I think the major, if it happens, is in everyone's mind at the moment. Perhaps not as much as it was like a week ago when everyone thought it's actually happening, but you never know. It's still possible.
Fingers crossed.
This for me is the kind of a draft in which EHOME should just have a blast.
Just have some fun.
Just have some fun.
Game 3, all the pressure, possibly major dreams.
Is that the word?
Like, hydrated, flourish.
They're going to flourish because they have so many heroes that benefit from the minus armor of Weaver.
Anime?
From the Weaver and Tidehunter, and then you can go take that Roshan very early on and just snowball out of control. They had something.
Anime banner. I can't tell, but I think
it's not. It's not. Relax, it's not anime. They had a very similar draft, but instead of the Wind Ranger was a Drow Ranger. I feel the Drow is definitely higher in potential when it comes to that late game carry mode.
Yeah.
But if you put the TA on that position 1, sure, it can definitely work.
Yeah, more anti-armor as well when you're comboing up with the Titan Weaver, and that's going to allow you to Roshan super quickly as well. And we saw in game number 1, when they unlock that Roshan potential, you never know when it's going to come out.
Yep, and it doesn't feel like Verubik plus Spirit Breaker should be able to dominate who on top lane. It's TA plus, it seems like Tidehunter is rotating over, so okay.
He's moving on across. Moving on.
TA Tide again?
TA Tide. It's a good lane, right?
So it's the Weaver off lane?
Yeah.
It's a good lane. It's just that their draft looks very wonky. When you you don't like my Slavic wonky accent.
Wonky.
It's very wonky.
very wonky.
There is no W in my languages.
I can tell. Ooh, XM tries to dodge the power shot, but isn't quite able to do so, so takes a face full. But yeah, all good in the mid lane. It's going to be... I don't know this matchup, actually. It feels like it could be pretty good for the Wind.
Versus Razor?
Yeah.
It kind of can go both ways, but usually it does go well for her. You can, as well as it can go versus a Razor.
Yeah.
He's going to link you, you're going to have to wind run every time, he's going to steal some amount of damage, and last hitting will become more difficult. So that's it. That's the rundown on that mid lane. This lane is what interests me, because you have Weaver on the off lane. Weaver. let me try.
Well, Weaver.
Weaver. Let me
There
try
you
a
go.
little bit harder. Yeah, there you go. I can do it. But you don't have a front line. That's my problem. Like, your front line will be this position 5 Tide Hunter. And I understand that Tide Hunter would have suffered in a lane such as this one. But is putting him completely out of that position, out of the core role, a solution? Because you do need a bodyguard for all these squishies.
Nice Bounder strike here, but Zeal does get back. No Jingo for you, sir. No, it'll be absolutely fine on eHome side.
What are your thoughts? Do you like the 5 Tide in this game? In the last one it was okay, but in this one?
Despite all the facts you just mentioned, I still just think like they value this hero so much. You know, it's got that incredible ravage and team fighting potential, and then of course the anti-armor with the Weaver and the TA. So yeah,
it can work.
I think
agree.
in their draft it works really well. Against the VG draft, maybe not so much, but eHOME are just drafting for themselves. I think that's why they picked the TA as well. You know, like the panel was saying, it doesn't feel great. They've got a lot of instant stuns and ability to melt through the refraction, but it fits very, very well into the eHOME draft and kind of creates this anti-armor synergy which they looked for and which did so well for them in game number 1. So,
and it gives them this snowball potential, I have to admit. So maybe with that snowball potential they can take the game, but I just worry for them because in the last match they had Panda, and you can afford to have a Brewmaster 5 when you have such a frontliner, the ultimate really frontliner. That Brewmaster, all he does is just front lines. So.
Oh, Zeal's going to be the one to drop in the bottom lane. Very, very close to it being Victoria, though, and he's going to walk into that Bramble Maze, which will seal his fate as well, so it's a trade, but a trade which massively, massively favors VG Gaming.
Yep, Planet does get that 1 kill on the Ogre Magi, but Ogre is even happy to die after a kill, as he is able to take everything that's necessary for the Monkey King and himself, bring some more regen, and then restart the lane completely. With a slight advantage, obviously.
Not that Erica even needs any regen at this point. He's full health, full mana, having a wonderful time at this bottom lane. But yes.
Carries always need more regen. You never know when they're going to do something...
stupid.
Yeah, something out of control.
I'm going to pull. All right, I'll dive them. Wait, what? Classic.
I love how he's playing this little mini game around the brambles.
It's just Dance Dance Revolution down here. Stepping through, tip-tapping his way.
Sadly, he misses... Oh, 7E.
Oh, block, block, block.
He's gonna get both of those? It looks like he will. Looks like he just might get both, yeah.
XM's too slow.
He tried to go in, steal a couple of creeps, small creeps, with the nuke, and because of that he loses both of the water runes. Moral of the story is don't be greedy.
Yep. Very important.
Conserve water.
Yeah, conserve water. We don't know how much of it we have left.
Yeah.
One to one with no net worth advantage at the moment. Just very, very slightly towards VG Gaming, but that's probably down here in the bottom lane after the kill they got for Erica. So the Monkey off to a flying start. So what's his offlane Weaver setting out to achieve? What's his goal?
It's really hard to say. Like, it depends from one player to another, from one game to another. You can do the same thing that the position 4 viewer does, and then the question comes, like, what does a position 4 viewer do? Does he go for the Vessel? Does he go for the Aghanim's Rush? Does he go for the Gleipnir? All are valuable, valid choices, and it's just one of those heroes that can really itemize in multiple ways and decide what's necessary at that point.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you go for Gleipnir here. You're probably going for that Maelstrom. If you're going for that Maelstrom, you're going to be taking a lot of space from TA and the Windranger. Do you really want to do that? Probably not. So maybe something like an Urn is better and then just be very active early on.
We don't think we'll see the Pos 3 Weaver going out because it's too sacrificial.
I mean, yeah, but it's game-changing as well. So
yeah.
It is sacrificial, but it just is such a valuable item that we might see it. Probably not like you said, but I wouldn't mind it, eventually at least.
One day.
Yeah.
One day. I mean, it's very good against the Monkey King, obviously. Inside that Wukong's command, you know, if someone just needs to fight up inside of it, just turn around and fight.
Yep.
Weaver's very good at getting in and out of Wukong, so...
Some Solar Crest as well on the side of EHOME would be pretty damn good for all the heroes. Like, they benefit from it, so...
Yeah, no doubt.
We'll see. It's always an interesting one, because it's not truly a hero that...
Did he do it again? He did it again. He did it again. But the Rune's going to spawn top, and actually XM and Victoria jumping on 7E. 7E getting baited here as the Ogre Magi moves in, and they bring down the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I was like, what exactly did he do again?
He stopped to get a creep, which meant he didn't reach the Rune in time, but then the Rune spawned topped anyway.
He shackled, and that's it, died after.
Yeah, well, yeah. Sometimes it just be that way. No, I thought he was doing the same thing like he did with the Water Rune.
With the Water Runes, yeah, I know.
Where he stayed for the creep.
He tried. ZZQ.
Got too focused on the micro. Didn't think about the macro.
He's taking so much damage from that one single nuke.
The Plasma Field's nuts.
And it's a Tidehunter with 0 items.
Also true.
He has 0 stats. Like, he's getting nothing. Just consumables in his inventory.
I think Styx should give +1 to all stats. Just to give you something, you know. When you're really poor, you don't feel absolutely awful. I'm talking about feeling awful. Erica getting chased under the tower here. Zeal and Planet trying to chase him down, but they won't be able to find the kill. And actually, the stun comes down onto Zeal. Erica comes out from the trees. Erica, oh my god! That was so unnecessary.
That was sick. That was necessary. Thank you, Erica, for gifting us that play. It was, you know, like, refreshing. I like to see players really playing it on the edge.
Yeah, just coming out to bonk the Weaver.
Yeah, it's always difficult to dive the tower as Weaver. Like, if you don't have an ally that's tanking or creeps that are tanking the tower, you just dive so damn quickly. So Zeal as well, reading it well, moving back fast enough not to die.
Overcommitting. Yeah, exactly. Nice Fade Bolt and the Plasma Field doing a fair chunk of damage to 7E, but 7E's still doing really well in the middle lane, honestly. I mean, not quite as well as a Razor, of course. They got that kill, so Razor following
It's mostly because of the kill, right?
Exactly. In terms of lane-to-lane prowess, it is more or less even. Now, we'll see this Razor doing what Razors do these days. You know, max the Plasma Field, you just run into the jungle. Every single time you use it, you want to hit 2 camps at once.
He's actually going to do something a bit different. Like, go for Yules. It's not extraordinary, like we've seen this build. It used to be the most common build on Razor. At the moment it isn't. But when you're playing versus Wind Ranger, it just ruins her game.
Yeah.
It just makes her game so much harder. So getting that Yules very early on can be a game changer for Vici Gaming.
Yep. Absolutely. And a few other heroes it's good against as well, but yeah, almost 100% for the Wind Ranger and Wind Ranger alone. Look at Magi being jumped here in the tree line. He's going to get stunned up. Now, do they have the damage to finish the job is a question as they turn around onto the Weaver. Weaver needs to get the time-lapse off, and he will be able to do exactly that, but now he needs to leave. There's heroes coming in, and they are hungry for a bit of Weaver. They'll first get 7E as the charge comes across from Irving. That is a dead wind, so big fight for Vici Gaming once again, as EHOME don't get what they came for and are actually punished for their movements down to bottom.
Yeah, they get a really nice kill on the side of Vici Gaming. Weaver survives, but they do get a bigger target in that Wind Ranger. Charge was there, Spirit Breaker was there with the ulti afterwards, and you know, just Spirit Breaker doing Spirit Breaker things. Destroying everything.
Being disgusting.
Yeah,
despite his
I
low win
don't
rate.
think that he's disgusting. I think that it's a beautiful beast.
Really?
Yeah, Spirit Breaker is a beautiful beast. I really like that hero. Erica
70.
is a bit tanky for you, 70. Don't you think so?
No, he's got this.
Are you sure? Okay.
Easy. See, Erica's gonna die. Mission accomplished. Hit the showers, lads.
Of course. Of course, exactly how he imagined that to happen. Yeah. If you're 70, did he get the kill or did the Ogre snatch it away from him? I'm not sure. I think it was
Ogre.
Yeah, didn't the Boundless Strike get the last hit? Perhaps it was Boundless Strike. If it was the Boundless Strike, then it's super valuable for Vici Gaming.
We'll never know, Blizzard.
We'll never know. Yeah.
Only dream of knowing.
We'll just live in mystery
Ignorance.
and ignorance.
Better to live in ignorance than suffer in knowledge. Or something.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Why, when did you become such
We're really,
a boomer?
yeah, no, you and me, we're really appealing to all the 13-year-olds listening.
All the emos,
Yeah.
gods.
Oh,
ZZQ.
ZZQ, he tries to
Ravage.
Ravage, doesn't quite get it off. Now he does, as that Kraken Shell comes through big. They're stealing a lot of damage from the Tidehunter, and they will finish the job, but now the Razor, he's in a bit of a pickle. Can he get himself away is a question. The answer seems to be maybe, as the damage comes in, and they'll take down the Razor. Focus fire out now onto that Spirit Breaker, tries to run away, but caught by the maze. There's too many bushes here for him, and the cow will go down. It's beef for Zeal.
Beef for Zeal. Seems good to him. They force that Ravage out. They go a little bit too deep on the Tidehunter. I'm not sure if they thought that they could kill him off before he pops it, but...
Planet. Buddy. Oh,
Erica getting really low, 70 going in.
He's trying to find it, but won't be able to grab the shackle shot there. Tried to get the shackle onto the monkey, which might have brought him down, but...
Yeah, he tried to connect it over the Ogre. Good point. Just sadly for him, didn't work out. Okay, Vici Gaming, they get a nice little counter kill after making a small blunder under that tier 1 tower. Like, literally what this Tidehunter wants is for you to dive him. He's a position 5, he doesn't even value himself. He's just a big fat watermelon.
Oh, I value you, Tidehunter, don't worry, buddy.
Yeah, you see he doesn't.
Yeah, Vici doesn't value him either.
Yeah.
Well, they do, as they tried to kill him in that last fight and ultimately cost them the lives of their Razor, but, you know.
They value his death.
They value his death. There is value in death. Again for the 13-year-olds. Get nice and edgy here, keeping it edgy. XM, what is the plan after the Yules? It's going to be the BKB is the next option. So that's going to give him a lot of survivability against his Willow, against his Wind, and against the Ravage, of course. Turning him into a beast. Planet just going to defend this tower by his lonesome. What's Vici planning, though? They're meeting in the jungle. They want to move across here. What will they find? Weaver can connect with the bugs. Nice shackle onto 2, actually. That is very good from 7E. Now the follow-up coming in. The focus fire out onto Yoga Magi. They'll bring him down. There's that Yules, but it's too little, too late. It will not help them survive on the Yoga. But they only lose the Yoga. They now get the Sakuchi on the Rubik, so all's well.
Yep, the Yules was there, but usually when this Yules works charm against the Wind Ranger is when you're trying to get her, not when she's chasing you, right? Like, you want to be the one making the aggressive movement on the 7E, and when he tries to run, you just Yules her up. So perhaps Vici Gaming should try and make a play like that with the Spirit Breaker and the Razor. Desolator almost completed on that TA. Couple of stacks here made by ZZQ, doing his supporting job on point.
TA farming up that stacks as well. Should be there soon, and then... I mean, do they just go straight in for Roche then?
I feel like they might. I guess what you would like to do is get a pick off first, but the amount of minus armor, that Roche might die in a matter of seconds. So maybe EHOME is thinking, yeah, screw pick-offs, let's just go straight into the pit.
The game 1 maneuver. Will it pay off a second time around? I mean, Vici have to be wise to the antics of EHOME, surely.
Yeah, you can see that they're around the pit. Smoke up. I feel like this might just be, let's see, triangle or pit? It looks like a triangle.
Yeah, it's triangle. Boring.
Ogre. Boring Ogre gonna get picked off.
Hello, Victoria. We meet once again. I will tank this one, team. Fear not! Alas.
Did they use the Swarm? I think so, right? Okay. So Roche will be a bit more difficult, but no, there's the Swarm.
Yeah, they didn't use the Swarm. That's what I said.
Yeah, I misheard that.
Watch
sorry.
the replay, bro.
Of course. Straight into the pit, they get that Aegis, and this is EHOME 101. Let's get that Roshan, let's get that Aegis, and then just constantly pressure the map. It's something that they do really well. Let's see if they can
Oh, it's Vici going for the play here. They want to take down this TA as quickly as possible, but Ravage is there to defend her. And now Irving seems to be in a lot of trouble. Great spear coming towards 2 as well, with the stolen Ravage. Looking for the turnaround. They'll bring down 1. Can they bring down 2? I think they can. With the Wukong's command coming down as well onto the TA. I don't think she's got a way out of this one. She's immediately going to get bonked up by this Monkey army. And they have just got everything. They're throwing it onto Shiro, but they bring down the Monkey King. They need a little bit more, and they will find it. The TA goes down as well. Irving has to get himself back. The power shot through won't be enough. Irving gets away. Zeal jumping forward here. That might not be the play. He falls as well. XM is dominating this fight at this point, and they will chase back the side of EHOME. And all things considered, I would say a good fight for Vici. Even though they do lose their Monkey King, taking down the Aegis and then the TA twice is a pretty big feat.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's a big win for them because, like, when you look at the game and the way it's heading, I feel that Vici Gaming are the ones that want to slow it and make it as long as possible until the Monkey King gets all the items that he needs. Meanwhile, EHOME tried exactly what we thought they would. Get that Aegis, go straight into the objective-taking mode. And if we knew it, Vici Gaming probably prepared for it as well. They were ready and waiting under that tier 1 tower and just punished the aggression of EHOME.
Absolutely. Ready for the counterplay. Great moves. Some high caliber dotes coming out from Vici Gaming and EHOME for this series. Both teams showing some great moments.
Yeah, definitely. You can understand all the plays that are happening on the map. There is no
silliness.
No silliness, yeah, indeed. No big mistakes happening. Just, I feel like we're waiting to see when Monkey will be able to start fighting with his team.
XM really wants to put some damage down on this tower, but I don't know if he can do that alone. Team should not.
They could still kill him. They do have the firepower necessary, but without the Ravage, you probably don't want to be fighting. And ZZQ now has this smoke. Now, I'm thinking, Ravage is up in 10 seconds. Are they going to do the same thing, mindlessly go on mid lane, or will they smoke up and try and make a play?
'Tis the question, Lizard. Let us find out.
This is a smoke coming. It's kind of obvious, I would... Well, maybe I'm wrong, but looks that way at least.
They're huddling,
yeah,
but they're not smoking. They're just kind of hanging out.
There you go. You just have to be patient. That's all.
Absolutely.
Just huddle.
It's not start. EHOME moving forwards. Will they find anything in the triangle? Nope. No, Shiro's body. He just wants to hit some creeps.
Yep. As their vision isn't really that huge. You see the circle drawn by the Spirit Breaker.
Excellent circle as well. I can't actually see where that joins up. That is how good the circle is. Just excellent connection.
And
great
it's connected
shape.
on all the heroes as well. So very well read by Vici
secondary
Gaming.
thing, yes.
The secondary, completely secondary.
Yeah, the shape is the most important. It was brilliant.
Of course, of course. Do you remember when, I don't know how they did it, there was something, some app that they activated or something, and they would be able to draw these perfect pictures on the mini-map.
Good times, good times. And then there was the glitch where you could blast your cursor through the entire mini-map in like a split second and just color the whole thing in.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember.
Very popular in the CIS region.
Good luck trying to use the map while casting. Good times.
Good times.
Okay, so Weaver is going for a little bit of utility on that from that offlane, right? Like he's got the Atos, Medallion. It's sensible.
Yep.
Like
into Gleipnir.
Getting a little bit of everything that they need, and also making sure with that Gleipnir that he'll remain relevant.
17 just getting caught by that plasma field there, XM. He is so unfazed by this Wind Ranger. He's just like, yeah, I see you, girl.
Yeah, he also did have Rubik behind him, so it wasn't really possible to kill him off that easily. I believe the Razor does have the BKB completed, right? So with that BKB, if you don't stun lock him, you aren't killing him.
Definitely feel like Xiaomo wanted the traps there from TA, but unfortunately got meld, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll do for now until I can get something better.
Yeah, traps are so valuable. Just traps, Sakuchi, and pretty much Ravage are the things that you want in a game such as this one.
Yep.
Zeal, hello.
What on earth is he doing, the madman? Well, they're setting up for an excellent play by the looks of things. They'll throw in the fear over on top here and see if it's held in place so long. Use that time-lapse, though, and they've already taken down 2 Planet, just dishing out the damage. XM TP's away. He'll be okay. But a great little moment there from EHOME as they set up beautifully for the 2-man curse from the Willow.
That was also without Ravage. They got 2 heroes and they forced the BKB away from the Razor, which means that this tier 2 tower on the bottom lane will come easily to EHOME's embrace. The only question is, will Vici Gaming try and trade? Perhaps pressure the mid tower, pressure the top tier 2? As it's very difficult to defend this. I don't think that they can.
I don't think they can either. It's going down too quickly for Vici to contest. XM comes in from the side, but if he goes anywhere near that cliff, he's going to get a tentacle right up at him.
Yeah, exactly where. Chiro, there was an attempt to charge him, but you know, he's a bit too big on this TA. You're probably better off just not playing with fire at this point.
Yeah, a nice wide TA.
Very wide. The best kind.
Of course. Man of culture, our lizard. I've noticed that the Spirit Breaker's been spending a lot of time away from his team, just in the side lane, shoving waves out. Hasn't really been very active this game, to be honest.
Yeah, because his whole team is not looking to be active. That's the main reason, I believe.
I see.
If they were trying to make plays, if the cores felt ready, he would be joining. But that's one really nice thing about the Spirit Breaker at the moment. Like a few patches ago, if you're playing Spirit Breaker and you're in a game such as this one, you just want to leave. It's so boring. Like your whole point is to charge people and you can't. But now you can charge and finish off a full wave in one single go. So that's really nice.
Oh, they're making a play here onto the TA. They're zoned down just about everything they can get onto Shiro now, and Shiro is going to drop. Vici Gaming, they catch one out in the top lane. Meanwhile, they tried to make the play onto XM, but that didn't work out too well, so the Razor's going to survive for now. At least they can get Victoria. They'll take their consolation prize. It's not great. You're the guy at the end of the party that get the cake that got dropped on the floor. Oh, hold the phone. Monkey King, jump into the high ground here. They're committing to this, and I don't know why. There comes a Ravage. They're looking for the counterplay, but there's not really one to be had. Ravage kind of whiffs here. And now XM just looking for the Willow. Willow going for the TP away. Do they have the damage? No, they don't. The right click doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, that was very close. Really good play and really good fight for Vici Gaming, getting on top of that TA very early on, just completely controlling her, executing her in a matter of seconds. Then afterwards, obviously, getting the Wind Ranger as well. Just huge plays from Vici Gaming. And all they lost, what? Is a BKB on XM and the Ogre. Right?
Yeah.
They're
exactly. I mean, very questionable, I would say, for EHOME to continue committing to that fight after the TA is dead, but they felt like they'd done a lot of damage to the Razor, so he didn't want to recommit to the fight and come back in.
XM.
The phone, they got the lift up, throwing him back here. Boundless connects as well, but Shelma is getting absolutely torn apart by Shiro. Shiro, he's looking for some revenge, but in comes Irving powering through the fight, but it doesn't matter. They'll take down XM regardless. Now they look over towards Irving, who is dusted up. Can they finish off the cow? That is a question. The Shackle's going to land, and he does not have the bulldoze going at the time, so this is going to be a dead little boo.
How mighty fall quickly when they're out of position and without that BKB.
Indeed, 'twas written in the art of war.
Exactly. Razor, I believe it was 5, perhaps 6 seconds away of that BKB being off cooldown. And yeah, you're in a spot in a game in which even if you win a fight, you can't disregard and underestimate the power that EHOME's draft have got once they set up all their minus armors on one target.
Yeah.
Razor just disappeared.
He's gone. He's out for the count. I mean, I'm guessing he's going for an AC next, or is he running for the refresher?
Does he have a plate mail? Sometimes you just buy that plate mail and you keep it on Razor. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like you buy it even before the BKB or straight after the BKB, and then you can complete. You can complete a Shivas or an AC, but you don't have to straight away.
There's no pressure, baby.
Yeah, just going refresher is also really nice.
No pressure.
No pressure, go refresher.
Exactly. feels good in every game these days. Just get a double BKB, 12 seconds, hell yeah, sign me up.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the cooldown if you have refresher. Makes sense.
Checks out.
Checks out.
And of course, when you're playing against Spirit Breaker, everybody just mass buys Lincoln Spheres, so I'm sure we'll see a couple of those. 7E starting on his already. But Roshan is going to be the call for now.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely quick one once again.
My God.
VG Gaming, you cannot contest. Again, you're just way too far, way too out of position.
This is just so silly. I mean, he doesn't even attack you is the thing. Like, you don't know those stuns from Roshan, so he can't even defend himself because he's too busy hitting a bug 1,000 times. Ridiculous.
It
I'm
is.
bad.
There are some. I feel like Rosh might be a little bit too weak at the moment.
Just gets bullied. Reminds me of me at school.
Doesn't feel like Roshan, you know. Roshan used to be this big boss.
Yeah. Oh, he actually power shot the monkey down from the tree. What? Well, now they'll look for a bit of revenge. I don't think there's enough help coming for Erica right now. He's moving into the trees, but he's getting power shotted down by the focus fire as well. And Erica's going to lose his life. They couldn't get there. That is pretty insane. Did they have the flying bit? I didn't even think they had the flying mission. Ravage comes through, doesn't really connect though, but forces the BKB out from XM at the very least, but he's draining all the damage of Shiro, and Erica is actually buying back into the monkey.
XM is dead.
XM, this is bad news for the side of VG Gaming. They have to turn this fight around somehow. Taking down Planet, but wait, Erica's died for a second time?
What?
How did that? Huh?
Where did you go? Oh,
What?
sweet monkey prince. We're
I
not
don't
the
know.
king at the moment, at least.
He's a long way off the king. He's not quite a peasant, but he's definitely somewhere in between.
Oh no, that was Erica. What have you done? Oh, yeah, it happens. They take that. Like EHOME is just so good at just pressing that gas the moment they get an objective. The moment they get an advantage, they just go ham. Erica, he thought he could buy back and rejoin the fight. Definitely did make sense. But by the time he did it, Razor is already dead. And then they can just leave everything else and focus him again.
Did she still have a focus fire on him, maybe?
I know for sure that he didn't have BKB.
Yeah. Well, the
Monkey.
Willow's the one who killed him, so...
So if you TP back in, you're very susceptible to being controlled and killed off.
Yeah, the Willow does crazy damage, and I think she was the one that dealt with him the most. Either way, that is a huge problem for VG Gaming. You know, the game was looking tough, and now it's looking downright awful. All right.
He bought back, he's TPing onto the tier 2 tower. He jumps onto a tree. He gets stunned, and he starts dying right
Yeah,
about
it's the Willow.
now.
It's just the Willow, 100-0.
Yeah, and Shiro a little bit.
Yeah.
He poked him a bit.
Yeah,
And
give
the
it a
stun
little-
from Ogre a
little
little bit.
clicky click.
Yeah. But
Wow.
mostly the Willow, indeed.
Goodness me, well, Zeal's having some trouble in real time. Oh, whoa, what a fair coming out from the Willow, saving Zeal. And now they'll look for the turnaround. EHOME once again on the aggressive XM. He's got the BKB, but that doesn't help you for squat when it comes to Shiro's minus armor damage coming out. But she's inside the Wukong's command right now, taking a whole lot of damage. She's going to drop for the first time, and now maybe round 2, they can make something happen, but I don't think so. VG Gaming's getting beaten on down here. They're going to lose. They will lose ZZQ at the very least as Irvin comes in from the back, but I don't think that's going to be enough to stop EHOME for now.
It just doesn't feel like this Razor is a threat at all. He goes in. Yeah, he links up the TA, but Shiro, he just returns the hits. That's it. He just meld strikes him, and this Razor dies in a couple of hits. And very nice, like you called it, Planet on point with his Dark Willow in the right position, using that terrorize, saving Zeal.
Can't believe Zeal lived
It was
there.
like 1% HP.
Ridiculous.
Really well played by the pesky little Dark Willow.
Yeah, MVP for me right now is definitely Planet on the Willow, proving that he's not just a Earthshaker extraordinaire, not just a Rubik extraordinaire, not just and whatever else he plays. He seems to have a lot of arrows in his quiver, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. One game was rough at the beginning with the Spirit Breaker, but overall nothing nothing too bad. He recovered even that one. So there's the smoke. They do have the Ravage, CZQ blinks
Playing
in.
forward, they're going for the plays here, but immediately stunned up by Irving as he jumps through onto the TA. TA in some trouble. That stunner out, the balance strike comes through as well. Shiro cannot survive through this. Shiro is dead. This is going to be Vici's fight for now. Can they make anything else happen on EHOME? They're committing to the play here as they've actually got a beautiful shackle. Does it matter? The Ravish to follow as well. Landing onto 4. The damage is coming out from Planet and 7E as they tear through this fight for now. Wind Ranger full CCQ also getting beaten down by Erica. It looks like Erica has finally found a fight he was looking for, though Zeal does nicely juke out the Boundless. Oh my god, he's so fast! And he's
Nice Gleipnir. I can't believe he caught him.
What? How do you do that?
Yeah, nice Gleipnir, really.
Good lord.
The AoE, you know, it becomes a circle. You don't have to click on the Spirit Breakers. So, if that was Atos, you don't click it. Like he just charges you.
My god.
Yeah. I don't know. 7E, he went into that fight and focused fire the Razor, but he just died from the passive damage output that was dealt to him. TA as well dying a little bit too quickly, and I can understand the Tide as he jumped in. BKBs were already used, so you can't Ravage, right? You need to buy yourself some time, and in that time, Vici Gaming did manage to take down the TA. Like, one really big, important thing for EHOME is that if they're jumping, they need to be doing it all together. If they aren't together, it's still very easy. Like these heroes, they're kind of glass cannons, right? Like your TA or Wind Ranger, they can be picked off and killed off easily.
Stronger together. Powerful.
Divided, they fall.
Wow. Yeah, EHOME do need to be careful here. They need to be careful. This game is not closed out just yet. This TA is vulnerable. But not quite as vulnerable as Raze, though, who just seems to be dropping dead at the moment he walks into a fight every time.
Was that TA net for 24k? Seems good.
Seems very good.
Yeah.
Seems.
We were actually the second one. Meanwhile, the only laggard on the side of EHOME is the Wind Ranger, behind every single core of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, she's got a Maelstrom. It's fine.
It's fine.
Finish
So
farming.
all she needs, right?
Yep. Also, look at these supports as well. Both Planet and the Rubik. Very, very rich.
Two really good games. One really good game for both of these two supports. Dark Willow and the Rubik. Rubik on one side has a ton to steal. A ton. Sokuchi and Ravage, that's all you need, really.
Yeah.
On the other is just a good Dark Willow game.
Yeah.
Do you like the Fire Shield?
I don't know. I don't really feel like it has much game impact, but maybe I'm
I
wrong.
guess it's fun.
It looks cool.
Yeah.
You feel strong when you have it put on you.
It's the psychological effect then, right?
Yeah. You're like, shielded up, ready to go. Jama. Just gonna haul ass, get himself out of here. Whilst Erica farms a triangle, maybe splitting a wave or two here. We'll see, we'll see.
He actually doesn't have a lot when you look at the item build.
Yeah. That's a budget Monkey King build if I've ever seen one. It's actually surprising he's able to get so much done in these fights.
Yeah, a little bit of that Shadow Blade, Orb of Corrosion, and he's just trying to survive and take fights.
Hello, ZZQ. I mean, yeah, he's gonna.
That's what usually happens to a position 5 Tide Hunter if he's caught out of position.
Erica kind of just watching Shiro farm here from the trees. A little bit weird, but
Creepy.
yeah,
A little creepy.
little bit, but we'll let him off. Middle tower getting very low indeed. Fortification comes out. This middle tier 1 tower is still up, by the way, for EHOME. That's how strong they've been. And now, look who they're finding. It's a Razor. Bugs out upon him. He's going to have to pop the BKB, but they've got the focus fire and also a ton of damage coming out from Shiro, so he'll be forced back for the time being. They're holding this high ground here from EHOME. Not looking to commit much more than this. Roshan has literally just spawned, so this could be the big factor. Whoa, Irving committing hard here to the Willow. Wants to bring her down, but Lincoln's beautifully placed, and that means Irving dies for nothing. And
does have a buyback?
Needs to back away here. Buyback should be used for the Spirit Breaker any second now, but it won't be in time to save Irving at the very least, and they're looking for more. They're just going to keep on going. I can't believe they're not fighting this on Vici Gaming. If they lose this fight, they lose Roshan, and then, I mean, the game's just going to get so hard, but it seems like the calls come in to just hold for now, play the long game, and I can't get behind that choice.
They do have 3 cores and 2 buybacks on the side of 2 cores and 2 buybacks on the side of VG Gaming, but this is it, right? This is EHOME's draft. If you let them go into the pit,
you know,
you won't contest it.
So you know when you're driving and like you're just on the motorway or something, and then you sneeze, and that moment where you shut your eyes, you're just like, oh no, you just start panicking. Like, what?
I hope I don't die.
Yeah, I feel like that's VG Gaming this game. You know, they sneeze and Roshan's gone.
Yeah, it's very similar.
It's long-winded, all right?
Look, I'm on your side.
Cool, man.
I'll try and make it work somehow, even though I don't necessarily agree with the analogy.
A long-winded analogy.
I'll just pretend, yes.
I'm the metaphor master, okay? It's not my problem if you can't keep up.
Only when you combine cooking with it.
All right, I'll be better. Shiro blasting away.
Look at the Razor's item build. Not enough armor. Need more armor. Need shield. Shield good.
How about a plate mail on that plate mail?
Yeah. It's all about layers, you know. That's what truly matters.
Like onions and ogres.
Yeah, like good winter clothing. If you live in any of these Eastern European countries, you'll know that if you want to survive the winter, you need layers.
Shout out to B-Cop, who is yet to come to a cold country with a coat.
Yeah, he's yet to buy a coat.
He buys them, he just waits till he gets here to buy them.
Yeah. That's the plan, always.
Always.
Okay, they smoke up. They're smoking up into a cheese, into an Aegis, into a fresh Aghanims.
TA blasting away the lift up throwback. Do they have the damage breakdown? Shiro, I think they might. There goes the first life of the TA, but they're ready. They've used the BKBs here, so the Ravage could be a potential, but XM's just gone in explicitly to cancel the Blink Dagger. But look at 70, he's just charging through this fight. Erica in the trees, biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to jump in. They want to keep their Ogre alive. That's not going to happen. And this Monkey King could be in some trouble as he's Yulesed up, controlled up. Irving just charging through the fight, but look at the damage coming down. Ravage comes in, the damage is there. Can they take him down though? Irving survived for the time being. Finally, they'll get the kill onto Irving. Now they move to XM. XM, oh my gosh, Shiro, he's going in deep. He's committing hard. Don't forget, he has no more Aegis, so under these tier 4s, he could be in some trouble. XM now taking the damage, trying to turn it back around onto Shiro. Shiro trying to get away. The Yules is out. Shiro, he's going to escape. Now they have to look for another target. 7, he's going to get charged up for now. Monkey King, though, he's been forced back by the Weaver and by the
Nice shackle.
What a shackle. Oh my god. They take down 2 with one side play. They look towards the Spirit Breaker as well. The damage pouring out from the low ground, but it's not quite enough to bring down the Spirit Breaker as he backs away. So many buybacks being expended here from VG Gaming. Can they hold off EHOME? I think they can as EHOME scatter back to the triangle, but a huge, huge fight from them.
Yeah, a couple of huge misses there from the low ground done by that TA. Couldn't finish off the Spirit Breaker, who did buyback. So if they managed to kill off Irving, I believe that game could have been over already. But yeah, just insane high ground defense by VG Gaming. They do hold, but at quite a big of a cost. Like a lot of buybacks committed. They do take out the Aegis away from TA, but they're not done. 30 seconds, no Monkey King.
They might not be able to hold this, actually. Look at the range on Shiro. He's clapping. He's got that that nice little grove bow, the groovy bow. Irving blasting away at the Dark Willow. The
problem for Irving is he cannot charge and use his ulti afterwards in most of these situations.
Why ever not, Lizard?
Because of the Lincoln spheres.
Golly.
Yeah, that's... that's why.
They're doing a very good job on that, though. They're very good at trading their Lincoln spheres to each other, and not just the cores greeding out and going, no, it's my Lincoln sphere. I paid all this gold for it. I'm keeping it.
Sharing is caring.
It really is.
And with your teammates, you need to care. Just like in any relationship, you need to care for each other and protect each other from Spirit Breakers. Because they're everywhere.
That's any good relationship therapist will tell you that. Oh, Rubik.
tried to
Griefing Papa?
Yeah, griefing him a bit. It was all right.
All good, all good. Rescues him with the shard there, which he definitely needed and wasn't out safe already.
Yeah, he was completely caught 100% as every Spirit Breaker, right?
Good job,
When he
Sharma.
charges.
Good job, bro.
I got you, man. So,
Man, 28k gold advantage. How do you... Oh, only 27k, never mind. It's an easy game.
only 27? Yeah, 27 is doable. Like, you can win against that. 28
Oh,
will be-
no.
Yeah, now it's rough. No, like...
it's like...
You are playing versus... you are playing versus a team with 27k advantage, but it doesn't really feel that bad, as TA is still killable.
She doesn't hit this stage, doesn't she? Oh, hold the phone. They've actually found her out here. Can they bring her down? They've got the Wukong Spine out on top of her. BKBs mean Ravage does nothing. And they have lost the TA. And they're probably going to lose EZQ at the same time. XM taking a step too far forward again. Focus fire down. Look at 7E just charging at the Razor. He's got the yields to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but is it going to matter? No, it is not. 7E chase him through the fight. And now the Monkey King, isolated, beaten, alone, definitely not flourishing. And he's going to get beaten down as well. Dead for 88 seconds on the both of them. Both have buyback. Oka does not. Somehow the Spirit Breaker makes it out away on a sliver of HP. But man, it is time to get back into this. It is time to defend your high ground, VG Gaming. But they are running seriously low on buybacks. They're running low on money. They're running low on just about everything.
I was right there. They were able to kill off the TA, but unable to kill anyone pretty much else afterwards. Only ZZQ, who was happy to give his life for the greater cause. It does open up this one opportunity for Vici Gaming, and that's killing off the TA, but it's just so hard at this point.
Yes.
I feel like EHOME should be able to close out another side.
Zeal going to be the one sitting on that high ground, whacking away at those buildings.
Yeah, even the Weaver is becoming to dish out some serious damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's not gone for a selfish build by any stretch, but just the hero in general and how it scales these days, I mean.
Yeah.
You can pop a cap or two.
I feel like he went for the Skuchi talent on 25 and not for the triple attack.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, he did.
Yep. Good catch.
It's all right? Like, you don't necessarily dish out a huge amount of DPS, so getting those Sukuchis to constantly be in and out of fights is
They did just see it.
Yeah, but 2 charges.
Bye. Zeal actually initiating here onto the two of them, forcing the BKB out from XM very, very early on. This isn't ideal for Vici Gaming. They were hoping to get the catch, and they're not finding it now. Wukong's command coming down onto the Weaver. Zeal getting low. Zeal's going to die, as does Planet. It's a good fight for now, but 7E coming in the back line, trying to blow up the Monkey King. Monkey King getting low. He's gone. They get the kill onto Monkey. No way back into the game for him. He is stuck in the grave, and I think the Spirit Breaker's going to follow him, certainly will. Another dieback, and this might well be the end for VG Gaming. One hero left. We might just make it 0 as XM's going to get run down as well. The GGs are called, and the win, the series, it all goes to EHOME.
EHOME in EHOME style, taking this last game of the series. Very enjoyable to see them play what they play pretty much the best is these snowbally kind of lineups that don't necessarily have this one big core, but evenly spread out all the material to all of them to carry the resources, exactly. Help each other out, and just every time I see them with a lineup that's able to take Rush in under like 2 seconds, they just do so well with it.
Yeah.
They take that rush, and it's like they hit this different momentum in which they're just crushing you, diving you constantly, and making your life hell. A couple of mistakes here and there from Vici Gaming that need to be called out. Like, one of the bigger or the biggest one is Monkey King dying back under the tier 2 tower. Yeah, that was a little bit rough.
It was, yeah. I think Erica, you know, he's on and off with his performances right now, and that unfortunately was a bit of a miss. But yeah, really, really nice from EHOME. I am a little bit surprised that they were able to play very similar draft to game number 1, play a very similar style, and not really get punished at all by the side of Vici Gaming. Like, it felt like a very stable win from them. Like, is that down to their gameplay and their style, or is it just down to the side of Vici Gaming not really adjusting well enough? And that's a question we're going to throw over to the panel.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Lizard. EHOME coming away with the victory 2-1. There's a big one here for them as they now are over the 500 line. They're at 3-2. Here with Ricky and Neff to talk about this this series. And I know you guys are big fans of EHOME, so there was a lot of cheering in the green room.
Some more than others.
Yeah, some more than others. I would probably, if I had to rank the three of us as EHOME fans, it would be like 1, 2, 3.
The bus here? Is that how this is? I had complete
maybe
faith
a
in
little
them,
bit.
especially after that Wind Ranger pick.
Oh, okay.
It's true. You did. You did say EHOME. I'm excited, man. I'm so glad that this team is doing well. Like, this is a roster that you and I have watched for a little while, and to see them like come into Division 1, take down some like really big name teams, now possibly contending for a spot in top 4. It's just so sick to watch.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. Some of these guys have been together for a little while, and now they're finally starting to make it work. I think there was a lot of doubts with this team coming into the season, but this is 2 victories here because I think early in this third game, we kind of felt like they were fading. Like they just went back to comfort and they just didn't have it. But then they start to click, and then it feels like they really just have the punch. And all of a sudden, Vici, it felt like they were getting shellacked, as I'll use an NA word for all of us.
That's our word.
Yeah.
That's our region's word.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say the biggest player in this game is probably Planet. The amount of work this guy did on Dark Willow was just absolutely insane. He had no business doing as much damage as he did in these fights.
It's not only that, like the fact that you have like the anti-carry in the form of the Wind Ranger, like going late, it never feels like you actually like you don't really have like the ability to get out of position or play like super aggressive anytime this Wind Ranger is off the map. And
I mean, that was the entire point of the pick, right? You just do such an amazing job at bursting down these heroes so quickly, and then somebody like Monkey King, who needs a moment to get his ultimate off or to build up Jingu Mastery stacks, is so heavily punished by the Shackle Shot, Focus Fire, and, you know, playing around the trees as well. It just gives Wind Ranger even more to work with. We saw that one time she took a blind power shot off from the trees, takes down Monkey King. In fact,
this led to his dieback actually right here.
And this is all Planet on the
Planet solos him when he jumps down. He gets the assist by Shiro here. He four staffs down to the low ground and finishes off the Monkey King.
Yep.
But I mean, for the most part, like the Planet did like 90% of his health just on the Willow. Going in there without the BKB is very scary anytime you're going against the Dark Willow. But it's not even like it was just Planet that like excelled this game. Honestly, Shiro on the TA, this was the sickest terrorize of the game. It barely saved Zeal. He gets the time lapse off. They turn the fight around. But there's so many good plays by everyone on this team.
Yeah, I mean that terrorize is coming from a great positioning spot where they don't see it coming. Yeah. They're so confident that they're going to get this Weaver, boom, 3-man terrorize, able to get the time lapse off, turn it around. Like Planet is really not only proving his playmaking skills, but his versatility too. I think he's shown this with a lot of heroes, and he's really been the standout for us since the first series that EHOME has played, and for a long time too. When you guys were watching them as Phoenix, before that when they were EHOME Immortal, like these guys have really started to put it together. And you know, fingers and toes crossed again that there's a major where these guys can kind of show off.
I would love to see LBZS and EHOME at a major. That would be the coolest timeline for sure.
Work their way up from playing Perfect World League, going through the DPC, then finally into the upper division, where a lot of people thought everything was decided. You know, these big orgs would dominate everything. I mean, EHOME is a big org, but having just signed this new roster from Phoenix over to them, and I just love seeing new talent come to the scene, and this is new talent.
Yeah, I think for a little while there was this thought that it was kind of just the veterans in China. You had teams like Elephant that would form with a lot of veterans. You had teams that were holding on the players for a long time, and now you've had probably the most roster swaps in a long time between the entire region, and you're getting new blood in here that is performing really well, and it has just been really exciting to watch. And that starts with the Perfect World League that was taking place before the DPC last year, where you've got teams like Ice that came in, or you've got even Phoenix that's playing with them. Like, the opportunities are coming for these Chinese players that are up on the rise, and I think everybody's got to be on notice a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, our translator, Marshall, was saying that inside the Chinese community, a lot of people are talking about Shiro and Liu, who were two up-and-coming players, like the next great ones, and other people are saying, don't get ahead of yourself, they're still fairly new. Maybe once they perform at some majors, you can start talking them up like that, but I think they've done an amazing job so far in the games that we've seen. So I really like to see them on the international stage.
Sure. Dude, it is so fun watching Wind Ranger once you get the 25 talent, because she just targeted. She gets 4 focus fire kills in the last fight, and like there's no running away from this hero. Like, she will just chase you to death. Yep. It was so cool. It was such a great game, such an amazing performance from EHOME all around.
Yeah, EHOME playing really well, taking the series 2-1. We've got an interview now with Shiro coming through, and I'm so ready for this interview. Shiro, big win here up against Vici, puts you towards the top end of the division. I gotta ask, I know it's very well, it's always the question you ask, but how are you doing? How does this win feel?
是感谢你来接受我们的采访。然后今天拿下这场 BO3的话，也把你们的整体的成绩摆到了上半区。然后今天赢了 VG 之后，你现在心情怎么样？
心情还挺激动的吧？第3把就是因为激动了，所以松了2波。
I'm really exciting right now, and because I'm exciting game 3, I feed twice in the game.
What's the feeling going inside your head when you've I guess fed once? Is there a little bit of sorry, is there maybe a little bit of fear that you've given it up too much?
就是当时上头了送了1波之后，心里怎么想的？有没有想过是不是自己做的有些过火了？
是有一些过火，本来不应该那样玩的。不过我感觉局势还在我们掌控之中呢，所以就还好。
Yeah, I did regret a little bit after I feed, but I also feel like we're still taking the control of the game, so I thought we should be fine.
Right, so 2-year games, your 2 wins were comeback victories. Was there ever a point that you guys doubted yourselves down by quite a bit, or was it all just confidence coming through to get these wins and get the series overall?
2场比赛的话，其实赢的时候一开始都有些落后嘛。当时队内有没有怀疑过，就是有没有过怀疑的声音，还是说就是相信自己能够中期翻盘？
我觉得赢的这2把阵容的强势期一般都是按照我们的想法里走的，所以就还好，因为前面可能是会劣势一点吧。
I think the both game we won, we kind of understand when we're gonna be strong in the game. So even though we're trailing behind a little bit in early games, we still just stick to our plan. And yeah, we won.
Definitely a great win. You've been playing with 70 and ZZQ for a while, since the days of EHOME Immortal. Is there something that's built off that bond? Do you guys have a lot more confidence playing together for so long?
你跟 ZZQ 和7从EHOME就一直打到现在了嘛？你们3个人的话打了很久，你觉得3个人之间是不是有一些默契，然后也会这个帮助到你们现在的比赛？
肯定会的，我们都比较相信彼此吧。
Definitely, we trust each other.
Ricky?
Yeah. So I just want to say I've been really enjoying watching your team going all the way up through now. Your guys' next series is up against LBZS, who, a lot of people also believe is kind of overperforming. But you guys are in a position to go for top 4. What's that preparation going to be like, and how excited are you guys for that series?
下场比赛的话要打莱博展示，然后他们也是最近大家都觉得发挥的非常突出。然后如果你们赢了的话，就会有机会去锁定一个前4名的成绩。那你们对下面的比赛有什么特别的准备吗？
我觉得正常发挥就能赢他们。
I think as long as we play normal, we can win.
Love it. Love it.
Neff?
I got one. We were told by X Nova that Zeal is very hardworking, one of the most hardworking players on the team. Is that true, or do you think who would you say the hardest worker on your team is?
之前采访查诺瓦的时候，他说 Zeo 是他觉得队上非常可能是最用功的选手嘛。那我想知道这个事情是不是真的，还是你觉得队里可能哪个选手就是更加的努力一些？
我觉得他挺努力的吧。就平常他也会受到比较多的那种就是指导吧，然后他也很努力的去完成了队友对他的那种指导。
Yeah, I agree. I think Zeo is really hardworking. He is the one receiving most of the coaching, and also he tried his best to answer the teammates' request as well.
Okay, and one other question I had was, you guys have been playing together for so long. You've obviously improved. What would you say the biggest thing you have improved on in your time together has been?
你们其实部分队员在一起打了很久了嘛，然后肯定也进步了许多。然后你觉得你们之间进步的最大的一项是哪一点？
进步最大的一项就是沟通吧，我觉得沟通进步是最大的。
Yeah, I think it's communication. We improved most in communication.
You guys got anything else?
Maybe one more.
One more from Neff, yeah.
All right. Some people have been saying that you look like one of the best new players from within your region, and I want to know what it's like having to fill those shoes and having people speak so highly of you.
就一直有人说你是新生代里 C 位比较好的，就是最好的一批选手嘛。你自己是对这种说法是怎么看的？然后就是大家都这么说你的话，会对你产生什么影响吗？
我只要打好自己的就行了，就别人的看法对我来说不是很重要。
I don't think those comments influence me as much. I only care about my own game.
Oh, humble, focused. I like it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shiro. It's been a great talk with you. We're rooting for you here, and I think you've got a lot of new fans as you continue to bring the pain to this Chinese region. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
感谢你接受我们采访。
Yeah, Shiro talking pretty openly about his team. They've spent a lot of time together. They've looked really good. It's really cool to see an up-and-coming team really start to break through and get into this top four, potentially major spot. Always fingers crossed when I say that, but yeah, EHOME taking it away. What was your biggest takeaway from the interview overall?
I kind of liked what he said at the end. Like, he doesn't really feel the pressure of being like one of these up-and-coming players. Like, he just kind of focuses on his own game. Right. It shows that he's, very just committed to his own performance, and his team's performance.
No, I'm not going to name any names, but there's some players in the, I think, NA and SA region that get a little bit too comfortable when people start speaking so highly of them and they're at the top. So obviously being a lot more humble, he's going to continue to practice and stay up there as he improves. I mean, a lot of people would say that he's not there yet, but he's well on the path if that's his attitude, and I very much like that.
Yeah, certainly on the path of doing great things. It's the Young Bloods who take out Vici. They move up to 3-2, and we're going to take a quick break before we come into the marquee, which is LGD against RNG. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Short break, but we'll see you soon. Stay right there.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC, where we are now into our final series of the day. And by golly, it is a stonker. And to talk you through it, we've got Lizard and we've got Neff. Guys, LGD versus RNG, possibly two of the top teams. I mean, I think it's kind of like a three-way shuffle between the top three, but LGD definitely at the top. What are we expecting from this one very quickly, Neff?
I mean, this is the match that PSG.LGD were waiting for. The only question is if God King is in good form for this game. He's looked a little bit shaky. I feel like if he performs well, they could be a worthwhile match for PSG.LGD. If not, then the weaknesses that he's had is definitely going to cause them to crumble.
Yep. Which side of bed did he get up on? What did he have for breakfast? These are important questions to know if RNG are going to have the real God King behind them or not. Lizard, what are you expecting from LGD?
Sorry for getting into your shot a little bit there.
Is that what you're doing? I couldn't see.
You're crashing
I just want to be a little bit closer, that's all. Yeah, I already went for IG today, and I believed in them in that first series with all my heart. Didn't really pan out that well for me. PSG.LGD, they cannot fail me, right? They have this has to be theirs.
It seems unlikely. They're so on form right now. They still look great. We'll see what they can do. We have the draft just around the corner, which means we should introduce our statistician magician, Ricky.
Hello. Yeah.
Cryptic. How's
I feel very tall up here. This is fantastic.
This was the analyst you got? Did you get him on Wish?
Excuse me? Look, you're not allowed to talk to me that way.
I'm very happy to be here with you, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it, yes.
Alrighty, we have a draft undergoing right now, so let's waste absolutely no time in jumping into it, as we were a little bit delayed due to the last series going on for 3 games, and 3 very exciting games at that. But we're going to start things off with a Void Spirit and a Grimstroke for LGD. Meanwhile, RNG, they'll take up that Spirit Breaker once again, but slightly interesting on the bans here, Lizard.
Nomad, what happened? Why are you leading us into the draft 3 picks after? We want to see the bands. We want to see it live.
The drama of the first bands. What everyone lived for. Yeah. Hook that to my veins.
Interesting bands, like you said. Io and we were on the side of PSG.LGD. Meanwhile, RNG not going for anything like a DP or a Tusk or a Queen of Pain. Just going with Spirit Breaker while banning out the Kanka and the Tide.
You know who's made it through here? Actually, 2 heroes. One of them, Bane. Surprisingly made it through the first phase. The other one, OD. It was
also went through. Yeah,
ended up going through earlier as well. I'm not sure if that's a meta shift. People have figured out the hero. What say you?
I feel that perhaps Grimstroke plus PA is a decent answer in the lane versus OD. Maybe that's something that they can go for. They already have the Inkswell plus Void Spirit as well, which is nice. But yeah, I agree with you. If you get the Spirit Breaker because he's broken, you should also get the OD because he's broken too. Let's get all the heroes that PSG.LGD lets through. Queen of Pain is also really good. So.
Well, it looks like they've partially been denying nothing to say of his Kanka. I mean, he's had an amazing performance on it in previous matches. What he did around that Roche pit the other day was absolutely disgusting.
Yep, no one wants that to happen to them, that's for sure. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that, so yeah, just get it in the bin. Don't worry about it. Keep your dignity intact. Yeah. Wise move.
It's not worth it. I mean, there's this joke that, if you have to ban out this thing that one team has done very good with, even though other teams don't run it, you've lost the mental game. Kind of like how, I guess I shouldn't make a comparison to Magnus. At TI final, it's not really the appropriate time right now with PSG.LGD playing.
Yeah, that's gonna hit a nerve.
Lizard, you talk.
Yeah, Magnus destroyed them. There is nothing to shy away from here. I was in disbelief, just as well as anyone else.
Yeah, but RNG, they know that they can't play against the Kanka on the either nothing to say or EHOME, so they just get rid of it. No team has managed to beat them on this hero yet. Well, only one team has managed to beat them, period.
True, very
a single game off of them.
And this will be your Void Spirit on that mid lane versus Queen of Pain. Maybe something that RNG can, if they wanted to dodge. I don't think that it's necessary. Void Spirit, yeah, you can dodge away the Shadow Strikes, but still the aggression that comes from Queen of Pain and Spirit Breaker is quite significant and difficult to deal with. That's why RNG right now, they're not worried about that. They're just banning out those position 1s.
I mean, we see the Queen of Pain dominate the mid matchups pretty heavily. Like, very few teams are rotating it to the safe lane anyway. And there's no real reason to give away like what you'd consider the favorable matchup mid, right? So That's why we're going to see the Queen of Pain here at the end of phase 1. Kind of protected a little bit with some bans as well. The TA, the Morphling, stuff like that.
Yep. One thing that's interesting here is the fact that RNG, they're banning out carry heroes. Well, I guess they just banned out the Broodmother. PSG.LGD, they get rid of the Mars, they get rid of the Bane. Do you feel like this is a disrespect for God King, given his performance so far in the DPC here, or do you think they're just more concerned about those matchups?
No, I think there's just a bunch of carries that can be picked right on the side of RNG. For God King. Yeah, he does have some staple ones that he has played, but you just get rid of the heroes that you think RNG needs, and you can leave those last 2 or 3 bans perhaps for the carry, if that's concerning.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the carries that are pretty strong here, you know, you're a little bit worried about the Dark Portrait being created. Wraith King is one hero that comes to mind that I feel like RNG just might snatch up in this next phase, but again, you run the risk of playing that into Dark Portrait, and Xingqiu will just destroy you with your own carry.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Is that something you can even play around though? Like, can you even draft around that, or do you just
there are carries that aren't great to make a copy of, right? But
The Medusa that we saw the other day.
Yeah.
We saw her itemized around that.
Yeah,
right?
we thought that the Medusa was going to be a sick pick, and then ended up backfiring pretty heavily into Darkseer and Grimstroke. But they're going to grab Faith Beyond's Lycan, which this is something that I don't believe. I mean, it's really hard to be like, yeah, LGD hasn't lost with this, but like, you know, they also haven't lost with Lycan, I suppose. Not many teams have. This hero has done a pretty good job so far.
What's its win rate?
Right now, I was actually just checking. I'll get back to you in just a second here.
Yeah,
it is 60%.
There you go. Pretty high.
Decent.
I like an overall is just a strong hero. The only problem is that I'm seeing is there's a bunch of teams that aren't answering the Lycan on the offlane. Well, there's a bunch of teams that are picking Lycan on the offlane and not answering the weaknesses that he brings to the table, and that's you do have tower push, you do have aggression, but you don't have any lockdown, you don't have any control and stuns, and that's what usually comes from the offlane. And you cannot just depend on Inkswelled Wolf to be your initiation. It just doesn't work. In this game, at least, they do have the Void Spirit, so there's something more, but I would like to see a position 4 or 5, or perhaps even the carry with some sort of a lockdown.
So, I mean, one thing that comes to mind is Monkey King, you know, Boundless Strike, being able to keep people in place, as well as, like, usually you build an Eye of Scotty or something like that.
Oh, pretty
to
solid.
hold them. They could go for that. The Winter Wyvern pickup, this one is rare. Grabbed up against the Lycan. I feel like it's a pretty solid pick. Winter's Curse is able to at least pick off one of the heroes if they're not too careful with their positioning with this Lycan.
I'm a little bit surprised on the Snapfire pick here because there's not like a very obvious synergy for it. Like typically you see it with like the Mars or as a counter to something like an Undying or, you know, Phoenix. But their offlane with what we're seeing here is likely to be the Spirit Breaker, right? So
yep.
You do have charge into Cookie that's pretty dang good, but outside of that,
we've seen the same lane, right? A couple of times, the Spirit Breaker and the Grandma. It looked all right.
I don't think it's done well, like in terms of just overall win rates and stuff. But obviously, you know, when
I feel like you're giving Spirit Breaker what he needs as well. He is going to be charging in. You will be following up with a ton of damage. The Mortimer's Kiss will be easily set up by the Nether Strike, right? So overall, it's not a bad combination. Like you said, I like the Wyvern into the Lycan, but it can get hairy even for the Winter Wyvern. Like, this hero hates when there's just a lot of minions running on top of her. You pop that full form, you don't even approach the creeps, you just send them on the Wyvern, and you kind of hands-off keyboard look as she struggles to figure out where to use that ulti, who to heal.
And yeah, there's the Monkey King ban out, so it's like we were talking about. They lack the control, and they pick up a Bristleback last.
All right. Wow.
It's not bad. PSG.LGD, they don't have a vessel builder at the moment.
It could be the Void Spirit. That's like your only option, right?
It could, and also the Void Spirit does bring you a slight counter to the Bristleback. You can turn him, right?
Yeah.
Like the Remnant will turn him towards you, and okay, they just go with the Wraith King.
Yeah, I mean, it managed to make it through the draft this far, which is kind of surprised me. I'd be more concerned about that than I would be a Drow Ranger, to be honest, but they chose to ban out the Drow. either way, this hero is going to be building a Silver Edge pretty quickly against a Bristleback. And you also don't have a tool to deal with that Winter Wyvern ultimate. Even if you're sitting beside the entirety of Lycan's creeps, you just come back up and then take the fight into them. So, I don't know. I'm going to have to go with PSG.LGD for game number 1 pretty convincingly.
That's very brave of you.
Really?
I have to say. And from me as well. I'm going to be as brave.
I'm being mocked. I can't tell. I haven't spent enough time with this week
I'll
yet.
be as brave. I'll take a shot. One small little chance I'm giving you,
I've had enough of this
PSG.
guy.
I wasn't even going to ask, so you guys just
If you
go.
fail
I was-
me, I'll never vote for you.
All right.
Well, they've done it. I guess you should do it as well, Ricky.
Absolutely not. A God King's on a survivable hero. I'm going beast. I'm gonna believe in the Bristleback. I'm going RNG.
You're a lunatic. You're an
I
absolute
am,
lunatic.
but it's in the stats, so I'm going for it.
It's in the style.
Spirit Breaker,
numbers.
Snapfire is 100% win rate. I'm going with it.
True. If you can't read the numbers, you can't read the numbers. You know, I've seen him over there. It's
I'm just typing away. I'm compiling so much info. You guys have no idea.
just laying it on. Laying it on. Alrighty, let's find out what happens in this first game of LGD versus RNG. Can God King do it on the Bristleback, or is it going to be yet another LGD victory? Let's find out with our lovely casting duo. It is B-Cop and it is Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Coming into this LGD RNG marquee matchup should be an interesting one. We are quite the lovely duo, but this is quite a lovely two teams that we've got playing against each other. It's Somnus with his LGD maybe revenge series for him.
Our biggest
see.
question is going to be whether RNG can actually challenge LGD.
Yeah.
Because they've been looking on a completely different level so far, right?
Yeah, definitely. LGD has felt like the top team by quite a margin. It really hasn't been too close at times, and you kind of wonder if anybody can catch them. Maybe RNG can. I don't know. We'll have to see. But everybody on the panel was very convinced to say that this was an LGD victory before it started. So that's their thoughts. That's where they're at. Let's see if they're correct.
I think there's going to be some Wraith King stunts on Somnus that perhaps you wouldn't need. But a little bit out of spite, you know. It's like, I'll show you Somnus, huh? You think I was the problem?
You think it's just going to be Somnus, though? They're not going to do that to, like, X-Nova or Chalice?
That's a good question, because there's a bunch of them, right?
Yeah.
Maybe just, like, they leave all the kills to him, harvest their bones,
30 seconds to battle.
Just got to harvest all their bones, yeah.
and then do some voodoo boogoo with it.
Wait. Can I get that one more time?
A voodoo boogoo.
All right, sure. Whatever that means. Maybe they're making the bones into like little caricatures of the RNG team as they're playing Wraith King, but we'll have to see.
I just watched the new Conjuring, so
Okay.
yeah.
I never watched those movies before.
You shouldn't. They're very scary.
I'm down for some scary movies.
Wanna watch
Scary
together
Movie
tonight?
1, Scary Movie 2.
Okay, let's watch tonight.
Okay, lights off.
Have you watched the Grudge remake?
No, but I watched the original.
Yeah, the remake is... I haven't watched it either, but I heard.
And there's always the scary Mars
good
attacks.
things. Oh yeah, that one was brutal.
It's supposed to be a comedy. I don't know what they were talking about. I watched it when I was 3. Had Nightmares Forever.
I watched it when I was like 6 or 7. Still Nightmares Forever.
So Somnus up against nothing to say here, and old LGD mid up against the new LGD mid. Obviously, you know, there's been some time.
Yeah, but this is the new Somnus, the improved Somnus, not the Season 1 and 2 TI Somnus. We got the
Rampage dealing,
upgraded version.
upgraded. Yeah. And
Romnus.
this is the new Somnus, definitely.
I still don't know what Somnus means. Is that from like a Final Fantasy game or something? What is Somnus from? The name?
I'm not sure exactly. I think that's something I should know. But let's see. We got to pause here.
Who's going to get the last hit?
Whoa.
Wraith King, or is it going to get denied? Who has the faster attack animation, B-Cop?
Me.
You.
Yeah. Watch. I'm about to have the fastest attack animation of all time. Somnus? Oh, no, wait. This is just a definition. This may not mean the same thing, but it just means sleep.
Somnus means sleep.
In Roman mythology, Somnus is the personification of sleep.
I mean, he does look tired a lot, so.
I guess he wasn't awake for those elephant games.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding, Soundness. I love you. Stop. Don't think too. I don't need a clip to come out and people to say I'm a hater.
It's already there.
I'm a big fan.
As a Wraith King. Yes.
Oh, denied. It is the Wraith King.
Oh, he's mad though. Bashes him right away.
Yeah. When you're mad, you get 100% on that bash, obviously. Do you think you like that axe on Ame on this Wraith King?
I think it looks much better than the sword for sure. Actually, it looks really cool. What cosmetic is that? Like Chinese exclusive or what?
It might be. There's a lot of those like old Nexon chests that came out.
Right.
Or those Perfect World collab chests.
I want that one.
No.
The sword's so ugly compared to that one. It should be the default.
Yeah, I can't wait till we find out that it's just like a $4,000 cosmetic or something.
Or just like a 10-cent cosmetic. Like, oh, wow.
Yeah, it's either higher, very high, very low. But Jinkyu with Faith Beyond in this bottom lane. Jinkyu on the Rubik. We've seen him on this hero in career past, but not too recently.
I think we saw one game of his where he played against a Tidehunter, stole a bunch of Ravages.
Yeah. You don't get that big, you know, amount of matches to see what he's really got right now with this Rubik.
Yeah. I mean, this game is going to be a good testament because it's not an easy Rubik game. Quite a lot of backline cutters, and you don't really want to steal spells from the Bristol back. Although Goo can be pretty annoying to steal.
Right.
But yeah, you're probably looking at either the Quap or the Winter Wyvern mainly. Maybe the maybe the Snapfire. The Scatter Blast could be insane, or the Cookie.
Steal Winter's Curse.
Yeah, Stolen Winter's Curse.
Sonic Wave. Anything. A lot of things.
Sonic Wave is the dream, of course. But
yeah,
that was really hard to steal.
Another pause in this game, but still 0-0. Nothing's happened yet. So allowing the fans to still join this game and still watch. Not miss a thing.
That's the obvious intention of those reconnects.
Yeah, for sure. They resume the game, and right now, mid, bit of a lead for Somnus. This is the #1 mid, usually, of Nothing to Say. Considered widely to be the best mid in this region.
It's a tough matchup, though. It's like Quap against Void Spirit is pretty Quap favored, probably like a 6-4.
Okay.
It's just so much damage coming out of Scream, and the Shadow Strike that heals you now also. You have to be really careful that you don't get outplayed as a Void Spirit. And then at level 6, he's probably just going to try to rotate around.
They are making stacks in the triangle for the side of RNG, so we'll see who those end up going to. I know Y had seen them for a second, so they've got the ward there for the Radiant side just to defend the stacks, have that vision. God King walking all the way over just to pick up that Ring of Health, but he is taking a lot of damage here, throwing some quills, trying to survive, and don't want to run too quickly into those quills. All of a sudden, you stack them up and you die before you know it.
Yeah, I think he took like almost 4 charges there instantly from all the tower attacks and the nuke in the back.
All of a sudden, not too healthy.
Bristol back carry, though, is something we've seen Liquid do a little bit. And they made it work. Like, once you have this Aghanim's timing, you're really strong. Your right clicks hurt a ton. So it is definitely a strong hero, especially against like a Lycan. But, I mean, it is just a very strong hero. I think it's very underrated. Of course, you have like the Silver Edge meta right now, so there are good ways to deal with it. But he's going to be very tanky either way, so it's not going to be easy to really burst him during a Silver Edge break duration.
Yeah, we saw some of it last year.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but certainly it was there for them a little. Why throwing that Inkswell on a Felix. Felix just taking a couple of right clicks afterwards, not too much damage to him. Just supports playing around a little bit. And you do see that Somnus has been ahead of Nothing to Say in experience. Not only that, I mean, he's leading by just about 10 CS.
Yeah, and 13 denies also.
Oh yeah, he is dominating the lane at the moment, and maybe one of the few times that you'll see, even despite the matchup, because there are a lot of times that Nothing to Say, even in bad matchups, performs pretty well, but this is one of those few times that you're going to see Nothing to Say, his lane kind of crumble, and do wonder what that means for LGD in terms of how they'll react.
Definitely a slow start from him, but as I said, wow, 1.5 levels behind almost. Damn. That's rough for mid lane, because there was no help or anything from any support. It's pure on Summers, and they want to capitalize on that, trying to rotate in from behind.
Ooh, Felix rotating in from behind, gets hit with the tower shot. They've also got X-Nova over here. They bring in Y, they throw a salve on, nothing to say. Jinkyu, though, he may not be so fortunate. Ooh, looking for the Fire Snap cookie. Still going to get the kill here on a Jinkyu. It ends up being first blood for Somnus. Maybe an Ink Swell to pop on the Felix. However, it is very tough to feel confident jumping into that, knowing that now there's 4 heroes here for the side of RNG. But they've moved 4 heroes here. And LGD do get a little bit of open space in some of the side lanes of the map.
Yeah, it's very scary though. Like your Quap was already dominating middle, then gets the first spot on top of that. Now 1,000 ahead of the Void Spirit. And the strength of Quap is really that even if a Void Spirit is gonna rotate, like you can just TP there yourself and probably get a counter kill or 2 as well.
Right.
So it's yeah, it's not gonna be easy for Nothing to Say to break the map open for his team.
Telekinesis looking to send that into the Inkswell, just gets it on the edge, and they might get this kill on X-Nova. Meanwhile, Sonic Wave over mid, and it's killing on Nothing to Say. They don't get this kill on X-Nova
No,
just
he's
yet.
gonna TP out now, no? Oh,
yeah,
no.
he just TPs out. He's safe. They lose their mid, and right now for RNG, feels pretty comfortable as it's 2-0.
Yeah, at least Wraith got a lot of space. That's something. Lycan is farming decently in his lane as well. So, other than Nothing to Say, they are having a good game. It's just the Void Spirit is gonna be, yeah, a little useless for a while.
And this is somebody
Not
you
even
want to
6
help
yet.
snowball with
Yeah.
you.
He's almost 2 levels behind Somnus.
Is his hope to get back into this game more so just get 6 and hope to get some pickoffs?
Yeah, for sure. Like laning is gonna be increasingly difficult.
Feels tough against these side laners. So like Bristle's not going to be
Conquer
that
Bristle.
easy to get the kill. Chalice, if he gets the status resistance off, is fine.
Yeah. I mean, the draft is very, very difficult to bring down all 3 cores, as you said. Very tanky or elusive. You might just have to like stack up for him a little bit on the hard camps, maybe. They can catch back up there.
I think they still have those ancient stacks over in the triangle for RNG. Looks like they're saving them probably for God King.
Yeah. The Bristol is the best hero in the game, pretty much to clear them. Maybe Kunkka, but
I believe they're looking to stack him again too, yeah.
want to stack them as much as you can. Bristol's
Yeah.
going to be very happy, and of course you as a stacker are going to be very happy as well.
Hopefully, you know, your carrot can take advantage of those stacks.
Yeah, the thing is though, LGD has 0 heroes that can actually clear them, so there shouldn't be any danger. It's actually Somnus taking it, okay.
He's going to take the big camp, and I assume the Ancients are just left there for God King.
Yeah, he says, screw you, God King.
Which,
Know your place.
yeah, Somnus, he gets these. It feels good for him. Maybe we were thinking God King would get both the big camp and the Ancients. If you hyper-analyze it, maybe it's Somnus not trusting all that farm to go to God King.
Nah, it's probably not nothing like that, probably. Hopefully.
Just that's been the conversation, right?
No bulldoze. He might be a little bit of trouble. Oh, gets the charge.
Gets the
there.
charge.
Yeah, why a little bit slow? They saw him under the ward, actually.
Probably should have led with that Phantom's Embrace if they could.
Yeah, doing the stun. Then he would have actually died, probably.
Blinked forward, nothing to say, dissimumates. Gets to the tower,
Has
but
to be
this
careful.
doesn't feel good, that's for sure. They do have Sonic Wave ready to go if they want to dive. They don't have anybody near the tier 1 help out Somnus.
One wave into Scream, he could just die very easily. I can see, like, traditionally, Bristol is considered like a counter to Lycan, but now with this new Dominator build, it doesn't even matter anymore. It's too tanky. Nothing you can do.
Oh, he can actually lost his courier.
Yeah, right. Surprisingly, he's ahead in net worth. But yeah, the game is not looking, or didn't look too great for Nothing to Say, but he recovered quite nicely, I say, and now they're actually like in a gold lead, despite being down 3-0.
Yeah.
But it's just LGD, they always find stuff where you have no business finding stuff.
I think that's one of the most things talked about with this team, finding farm on the map when it's difficult to do so.
Yeah.
Making the most of what they've got.
That's why it's such a scary team to go up against, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It is a rough feeling to go up against LGD, and it has been for a while.
Yeah. The big problem for RNG is that Wraith King is actually the answer to... Oh, nice simulate there. Is that Wraith King is the answer to that Bristleback. And he is having a very free game. And also you have the Void Spirit, of course. The Remnant is going to turn you around to face the Dire team. If you ever connect on that, and...
Inkswell,
Goodbye,
they've
Y.
got the Phantom's Embrace, but Y surrounded by 3 heroes. Kill there for Chalice, who has kind of come off his lane a couple times already. He was forced off the lane the first time, but now this time he's going to help out his team and maybe get this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, like if they rotate this many heroes down and they don't get the tower, that would be a very big problem. And Winter Wyvern TP top to defend that tower against the Wraith King.
Using those skeletons.
Steals the Scream of Pain. It's a lot of damage potential now.
Just no real way in for Jinky, though. Charges coming through into Ame.
Yeah.
And stopped. Using that to actually move over just a few units to the left. Well worth.
Rubik actually managed to deny the bottom tower against all 3 cores.
Gosh, that is not the feeling you want.
Yeah, nice one, Q. Giving your team all that gold in the world. Actually, that feels really bad because the tower at this point in the game doesn't really mean a whole lot. And then you get it denied.
Deny it, yeah.
And you have 3 cores hitting it.
Do you scream into the mic on that one? Come on, guys. What are you doing?
Who do you blame, though? All 3?
Maybe me. Nothing to say, getting a kill there on a Felix, and they've got the silence. Now Somnus following this up onto Y. Nothing to say, we'll TP out, knowing that Y is the sacrificial lamb in this fight. And meanwhile, Ame getting a solo kill on X Nova. So he's already having a good game. He's going to try and push that into a great game.
Yeah, his network is getting a little bit out of control. And the network spiked up for a 2K lead for just a moment for LGD.
And there it is again.
Even though the game looked so bad at first. LGD is a crazy good team.
Yeah, they really are making the most out of the map. Ooh. Ooh.
It's fine, just charging a creep.
Does Faith Beyond know that, though? Is he pinging right now? Is he going, guys, team?
No. He's too tanky. He has shapeshift as well.
Okay.
Go.
Not at me, not at me.
Lucky. Luckily, he misclicked on a creep, that noob. Oh, they're diving him with
yeah, the Chelsea just came here bottom.
4 seconds, 2, 1, he's fine.
He's got Bulldoze now, and we'll have the charge.
Faith Beyond's gonna catch him. Let's go.
Oh, even the 8th Remnant. Okay, nothing to say. That's pretty cool, or as Nomad would put it, pretty cheeky. Right there.
Knew the cheeky little Remnant there.
Knew the trajectory, caught him on the 8th Remnant.
Butter your crumpets.
Does it butter your biscuit?
No, your crumpets. We're English now.
Oh.
Did you ever play Age of Empires?
No. I played Civ.
Whatever.
Okay.
We don't talk about Civ here.
I'm down to play Age of Empires, though. I gotta buy one.
Yeah, let's go. 1v1.
Faith Beyond getting charged again.
Well,
Sam is coming through. There's the blink forward, going just TP out.
Bye.
Just dies on that last kiss as the TP almost went through, but they use the Sonic Wave as well. So they get the kill onto the Lycan, who is opening up space by being got on by, looked like 5 heroes.
Yeah, but that is a lot of space for the team. And now enough to say is actually almost on par with the Quap that demolished him in the lane. And once he has his Yule Scepter up, that means the Spirit Breaker is going to be much less useful. Who's that being top? The Wraith King, actually.
It is Ame.
It's usually not what you want to do as a carry, because the lane is not really like yielding that much gold for you. But I guess they were just really trying to go for that kill. He has his Desolate almost.
Gosh, Ame didn't skill into Reincarnation until 12. Just put the 2 points in it. Looking for the 8th Remnant. They've got the Silence with the Phantom's Embrace. Ooh, the Inkswell actually hit onto the Queen of Pain. They don't have anything to really follow this up, but Somnus certainly might have had a kill if he doesn't get stunned in that exact moment.
Potentially.
They are trying to turn. They've got Ame moving forward. They need to be careful of the Winter's Curse, but they've got the 8th Remnant. There's the stun, and 700 damage. Slices his head off with that axe.
Yeah, like Wyvern is super important for the team fight, so gotta be really careful with the positioning there. Also gotta try to protect him. But they'll just take the kill for now, get the Desolator up, probably look to get the mid tower, then transition that into a Roshan. Together with a Lycan should be pretty simple. This game is looking a little rough right now for RNG. They wanted to be ahead at this point, for sure, with their draft.
Still a 2K lead, though.
Yep.
Not too bad. I was actually taking a look, and we were told that SCCC's cast in for the Chinese broadcast of the series. I'd love to see what the difference between you and his takeaways are, because you guys, like, obviously SCCC played safe lane for a little bit, but mostly that mid. I'd love to hear the comparisons of like how they feel about the movements.
As would I. I don't think I've ever heard him cast the game. Is it like the first time he does it?
No, I think he's cast before. He's been analytical, at least on the panel, I believe. At least for TI, I know.
Or your last TI?
I think maybe the last 2.
Wow, that's insane. It's already better than me.
I'd love to hear what his thoughts are on everything, because it would differentiate itself from me to a safe lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, would be sick if he was on the cast with us too, like a 3-man cast.
That'd be
SCCC,
that would be
yeah,
that would be an interesting tri-cast, that's for sure.
I translate everything for you.
That would
like,
don't get my hopes up over here.
Yep, stop sweating, stop sweating. One day.
He sees an SF pick, he's probably thinking, all right, how's this guy going to do?
Might be a potential team fight here.
Yeah, look for the charge out on a Y, but they catch Free to Pain.
It's a lot of
damage.
damage.
Soulbind, and the damage coming through, but they have the Cold Embrace from X-Nova. Now the Winter's Curse, they still have the Silence out of Somnus. He blinks away. The damage coming in on a Nothing to Say. Faith Beyond denied Nothing to Say, and Chalice ends up getting the kill on a Y. They lose Felix. So far a 2-for-1, but really a 1-for-1 with the deny. The Sonic Wave, not in time to save Chalice. They get the kill there. Faith Beyond still chasing for Somnus, but won't keep up. Quick deny, quick hands there for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, or maybe he just didn't like his voice.
Caught out, what are you doing?
You have to be careful, you're not that tanky, you're not that tanky. Ooh.
Cold Embrace, God King. He's in some trouble. They've got Somnus again without the Sonic Wave this time. He goes up into the high ground with Faith Beyond.
Ow.
And Jinkyu, the right clicks, the Mortimer's kisses. X-Nova's dead, but so is Jinkyu. They keep alive God King.
What a damage.
Oh, gosh, the damage coming in from Ame. They look over at Somnus. Does have the available blink now and shouldn't be caught.
There's such an early Desolator from the Wraith King.
He's outputting so much damage.
He's just hitting all these heroes right now.
Yeah.
Did you see the Bristly? That's like a third of his health.
Slams it down on him.
Right on the head.
I'm still telling you, we need a 7,200 damage.
That's more than the entire Radiant team combined. It's ridiculous.
TeamSpeak.
They're using TeamSpeak in China too. I didn't know that. I thought they had some
or Team Spirit
program.
maybe.
Probably not.
Team Spirit
TS
went to
Ka.
TI, see?
TS Yo Wenti. What does that mean? TS has a problem.
Oh, okay.
Then again, Wenti has like 5 different meanings, just like every word in Chinese. Can also just mean question. Wayo Ego Wenti.
Do you guys have this bug? Could be the question. Are you guys lagging? Could be a question.
Well, they did say TeamSpeak has a problem. I don't know what problem they have. And it's apparently for both teams, so I guess it's like a
mutual pause.
Yeah.
How heavy do you think those Jade medallions are?
Oh, you mean for Grimstroke?
Grimstroke, right?
Probably not that heavy.
You don't think so? Is Jade not heavy?
I mean, look at his... Actually, he looks pretty well built.
But he's also a ghost, right?
Is he?
Is he a ghost or a phantom?
Well, he's floating.
Because I know the Phantom's Embrace is his wife, right? Am I a lore master or not?
Is it his wife?
I think so.
How does Soulbind work then?
I don't know.
Like, shouldn't he be binding himself to his wife?
I don't know.
Or is he just like a phantom out for vengeance at this point?
I think it is vengeance. At least I do recall. He's got some good teeth for a ghost.
He looks pretty mad too. He had these Oni horns.
Yeah. All right, we're good to go here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So,
where I'm
are we at? Wraith King is a problem.
2K net worth lead over anybody else.
Yeah, and he's going straight into Blink Deck and then Silver Edge.
And we'll see if he goes Blink first or like Shadow Blade Blink or something like that.
But what we have seen last fight, you got to be really careful when you're the Lycan, because he actually killed the Void Spirit from full to 0. One Winter's Curse with the creep next to him.
He denied the Void Spirit Black.
Yeah, why did he even do that? Because that means he denied him after he was Shadow Struck or something. Maybe he like A-clicked him.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, because he could have maybe dissimulated away. Potentially.
Potentially, I think that's
It's better than denying someone in the team.
That's a tough ask, that's for sure.
Because unless there was like a buggy interaction with Winter's Curse, you can't deny someone unless you A-click him. So he's like, you know, nothing to say. You've been nice, but I kind of hate you.
Ooh, look at that axe. Production, can we get a cosmetic check, if possible, on the Wraith King?
No.
Please?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Why is everything red? Grimstock is red, Void Spirit is red, Lycan's
Crimson
is red.
Witness chests, man.
Oh.
Not that I think all of these were in the Crimson Witness, but that Void Spirit set was the ultra rare during TI, I believe. In one of the
Void
chests.
Spirit has a long stride. Damn.
Yeah. He does those lunges that Wizard kills us with.
Yeah, but no weight on them.
Yeah. Well, after a full day's workout, it's still pretty tough. Little fillet stone with a bull whip and a dragon scale. Latter two go for the Queen of Pain, while the first one's there for the Wraith King. So Dire get a Philosopher's Stone.
But the big Bristol timing at least is still on the horizon.
Almost that axe.
Yeah, once that's up, he's gonna be much scarier in team fights. Well, I say that, but Wraith King can literally just 3-shot him.
He's taking these big stack on the Ancients, and they haven't even cut the lead. It's just, oh wow, catching Jin-Q. Chalice there with Somnus. Chalice is also going, or well, he was going for the Ags. He's off that now. He went Shadowblade, BKB, maybe back to the Ags. Yeah. And I know Snapfire was going for the Ags too. X-Nova caught, killed, so a support for both teams.
Goodbye, fine sir.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, at least they have ways to mitigate the Wraith King's damage in a Cold Embrace, but they also have pretty damn good heroes to cut the backline.
If he doesn't just kill you, that is.
Woo. Zoom in past.
Oh, the Overlord. Doing some work here.
It's so scary right now, the damage output with the Howl, with the Desolator, once the AC comes out as well. It's gonna be like minus 19 armor. That's a lot of minus armor.
Wasn't there a game earlier we saw minus 30 armor?
Yeah. Yeah, Tide Weaver.
Just Gush, Swarm.
4-man smoke. They just picked up the Blink Tag on the Wraith King, so they're looking for the Winter Wyvern, and they might just run into him. That would be the best kill.
Blink forward, and they find God King, and
the curse.
yeah, well, they're gonna get the kill on the Jin-Q, but they can still go after this Bristle because the Rubik died so quickly. Mortimer's Kiss is laid down on a Y, so he's fallen back just a little bit, and they can't kill off anybody on the side of RNG, as they do lose that Rubik in the fight. So it looked like it could be big, but they went on God King instead of X-Nova.
Was a little unlucky. Like, he came into the field of vision first. He's just charging through.
Yeah,
that
this
should
is
be dead Grimstroke.
yeah, this might be followed up by a Blink and a Scream. May not even be needed. But ooh, stun out on a Felix, and one right click, half his health is gone. But they've got the Golden Breeze that gave the kill on a Chalice. Now they look over at Felix. Cookie onto the high ground, nothing to say, trying to chase, and Chalice is going to buy back, look for the charge on nothing to say. They've got the stun out, now Somnus comes through, ripping through nothing to say. The little Shredder does its namesake and shreds them.
The power of the Bristleback Axe.
Beyond.
They're chasing more.
Look over onto the Lycan, the Nether Strike is there. Faith Beyond low, Faith Beyond gone.
Yeah.
And
Chasing
they
for
found
even more.
Potential +1. Oh, stolen Nether Strike. Somnus tells
silence.
Silence Stroke of Fate.
Oh
They have
my
damage
God,
to
the
the
supports!
The supports kill off Somnus. And they tip him. Okay.
He got played there. He
Opening
got
up some old wounds.
Like, he got so outplayed there. Not even funny. He was like, yeah, Rubik, I know you're a little, you know, bugger. I'm gonna try to dive you. Gets absolutely blown up. Like, he did not see that coming.
Oh my God. Rubik, by the way, going Boots of Travel Lincolns.
That sounds like Q.
What build guide? I don't need one.
I'm going the greediest possible build every game. That is my skill build.
Yeah,
But
and I'm going to do it without a Philosopher's Stone.
you did see, though, the Bristol Axe was very, very strong. Like, you get like 4 or 5 stacks of that, you have no movement speed anymore. Ton of minus armor.
Still giving LGD a pretty significant win probability.
Oh yeah, for sure.
63 to 37.
For now, at least. As soon as there's Silver Edge also out, it's gonna be very tough for Bristleback to tank through much of anything. Gotta be careful though. This Winter Wyvern is still a big priority. Nothing to say. We'll have to somehow jump him. And honestly, it's not too difficult because they don't have great heroes to save him. Like Quap can't really help, Bristol can't really help. Same with Snapfire. You just want to silence him and interrupt him so he can't curse or Cold Embrace.
Right. And he's got the extra Cold Embrace heal. So
yeah.
25 HP per second.
And he's probably going to go into that Shard Tune as soon as he can after the Blink Dagger, but mobility is a little bit more important for now.
Axe being built for the Snapfire, just 600 gold away from that, which...
That's a potential save.
Yeah, gobble up, spit out, but also could be initiation.
Could be. Especially for the Bristleback would be very nice.
Just dunk him in, charge follow up, blink in from the Queen of Pain. Could set up some nice things.
That's an Invis Rubik. Now Bristol is decently tanky, but not super tanky, especially from the front. Level 18 Wraith King already.
Would you say he's tanky from his Bristleback?
Yeah, for sure. Ha. Got him. Woo!
Thank you. You get me so much.
Uh-oh.
Ame, one right click to the front, then one right click to the back. Still doing a significant amount of damage, but just not enough follow-up. Just showing him, hey, we're here.
Yep, got
we
the
know
Soul
where you
Ring,
are.
got the Face Boots, as well as the Dragon Scale, so it's a ton of plus armor. 21 armor.
Yeah. Wow.
But next turn is going to be a Howl, which reduces it by like 7 or 8. So.
Ooh, let's follow this Chalice Spirit Breaker.
Ah, he didn't line up the camp properly.
Deja vu. Well, not a deja vu just yet, but
soon.
He'll get there.
Deja vu being LGD win. Can they stop him? They have good heroes in theory. But it's hard to outplay LGD. It really is.
Theory and results are two different things.
Very, very true. That's factual. They're going to the triangle again. They didn't do what it ward. It's been placed there. Why go Somnus? Got a BKB, nice.
Gets the BKB off.
He was so
not
ready.
going to land. He was ready for the jump, and kind of gives away the fact that they do have vision there. Double damage down towards bottom. That nothing to say will bottle, and LGD into
That one's gonna die fast.
Roche. It's going to die quick, but if RNG have anything to say about it, well, they may not,
With
because
the
the ward is still there.
It's fine.
And they finally take it out. LGD will back off towards Roche again. So Ags on Faith Beyond.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
He's half bones and he's half wolf when he gets bit.
Roche is dying fast. They're going to come in. They got about 15 seconds left, and they all smoke.
Mortimer's Kisses to start this one off. They'll evacuate the pit. They've got the charge coming in and nothing to say. He'll dissimulate early. That means he's probably going to get hit here by the charge. They've got the Aether Remnant landing on a God King. Nothing to say. Trying to run back. Faith Beyond. He'll turn into a wolf. He'll bite Ame. So now Bones and Wolves are coming at you. The blink forward. Oh, God. Ooh, the damage coming in on one shot. Ame looking for more. They got the kill on X Nova. Looking over at the rest of the fight. They look over at Chalice. They get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. They've got
dying so
the
fast.
Bristleback. And they'll take out God King. Double kill here for nothing to say. That's 4 heroes down on the side of RNG. And they go right back into Roche. They bought back on X Nova, but it's not going to do anything for them. Look at the damage again coming out from Ame.
You are really tanky until you're afflicted by minus 15 armor. You just die.
Yeah.
Like even the Bristleback, like he thought he was tanky, gets turned around by the Remnant, gets beaten in his face, and like without Winter Wyvern, there's nothing you can use to save. Like both supports try to help each other, but armor just ripped both apart.
And then that ended up splitting the fight too.
Yeah, there was even a Quap also on the Wraith King. Tried to help his teammates, but he was like, oh, I can't do anything against this wolf. I'm going to try to blink into the team fight. But even there, he couldn't do a whole lot. Sonic Wave wasn't even used.
So Ag's going to fly out here for Felix. I'm just wondering how you bite into Bones, if you're liking.
I mean, it happens a lot, though. Right? When you eat like chicken and a drumstick, you bite into bones.
Get the bone marrow out.
Yeah.
Biting into the bones, making Wraith King.
I mean, they say you are what you eat, right? So if you eat bones, you're very sturdy. X Nova in all by himself, wow. It is so risky. He's getting beaten up by the golem.
And 2 wolves.
Uh-oh.
They still have Splinter Blast. Faith Beyond shapeshifting? Okay.
Yeah, he has to curse if he wants to live here. Okay. 470 crit from the golem.
Golem, get you gone.
470 from the Golem even.
You have to worry about the crits from Wraith King. Well, you also have to worry about the crits potentially and the high damage coming in from that Golem.
I mean, this Wraith King is just so ridiculously big.
Yeah, he's very farmed.
Yeah. Trying to poke on the high ground a little bit. They do have that Aegis as well.
No fear.
Well, they really don't have to have any fear. Like, what is your answer here even for RNG? They're going to begin with a charge.
Okay.
Oh, he already popped.
And let's see, Somnus, BKB charge in, and all right.
No BKB on him.
Reincarnation, that's going to go down, and they're going to see if they can get this. God King going in, looking to get the kill here onto Ame. Ame starting to turn around, but they've got the Nether Strike onto the Wraith King. They're doing a lot of damage.
He's running
turns
away.
into the Wolf, and now will start to run. They took out Somnus. The Queen of Pain is gone. Inkswell on Faith Beyond as he tries the TP out. Charge comes in, stops the TP. They've got the Golem right next to him. Faith Beyond, he's looking like he'll die here. The bash is connecting and the damage there. God King will get the credit on Faith Beyond's kill.
There's just so many small plays that just differentiate LGD from everyone else. Like, first you overstayed, of course, it was a big mistake by Arma, but it gets salvaged by the fact that Rubik lifts him out of the fight while he gets bitten mid-air, manages to run away, and then even a small thing, like he didn't want to feed his Golem 250 gold away.
Ooh, oh, the double tap!
Him.
It's the first rule of the zombie apocalypse, double tap. And this
Looking
is potentially the zombie remnants of an LGD team that used to be there.
Ow,
Inkswell,
ow,
1, 2, 3. 3 strikes, you're out. Ame trying to call this old ball game.
And now all the skeletons hitting the tower, dealing a ton of damage. You got the Dragon Scale as well.
Yeah.
Well, this tower's gone. And it does
Maybe
skeleton.
the next one too. They still have the Aegis. Okay.
It's kind of comical.
Ame getting charged once again. God King trying to use that axe, trying to help get this
so
kill,
good.
but unfortunate. They
That
can't.
lift is so good, Mr. B. Coppers.
People thought it was a meme at first. When it first got released.
People think everything is a meme at first, though.
Right.
Now they smoke up. Well, they gotta make something happen, they also know it, but into an Aegis is very risky.
Charge coming through on Ame
Wraith
once
King,
again.
okay.
He's kind of by himself here. He does have the reincarnation, but the damage is quick. They're going to try and get in this Rubik. And, oh, goes Invis with the Silver
Not
Edge. And now they've got the
again.
telekinesis once again. They got the jump out for nothing to say. They've got the Aether Remnant landing on a Chalice. Do they have the damage to get the kill here on the Spirit Breaker? Winter's Curse, not going to do enough. There's nobody else here for the side of LGD to hit onto this Void Spirit. They use that Snapfire Cookie, and they will stun up nothing to say, but they won't be able to kill him more than once, it seems, as they've only taken out the Aegis. The Aether Remnant lands onto the Snapfire. They get the kill on the Felix. Ame, please. They're dead already. Give him some slack. Somnus, he's been silenced. He'll blink over to the side. They're without the Snapfire, without the Winter Wyvern, and the Aether Remnant lands. And still blinks away, but GQ right there with him. Nothing to say gets the kill. And LGD just styling on RNG.
And another tip. You have no dust, and you definitely don't have the burst damage to kill him twice there. But like, he got lifted out of the sentry ward, and suddenly there's just no danger anymore.
Yeah. They couldn't even kill nothing to say twice. They got him once pretty quickly, but you just know they used so much to get him once.
Yeah, but you fought into that Aegis, and then you still throw every spell on that Aegis.
Yeah.
Like, basically they killed 2 Aegises, right? And that's all they did. Kill the Wraith King's Aegis, and the Void Spirits, and they just leave. Of course, Grimstroke, very good against Bristleback, just to spell all those Nadal stacks. That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, but again, he's got the Reincarnation level 3. The fear is not really that much.
And Lycan is hitting the bot Rex. Probably won't get it, but still.
Oh, but nothing to say. He's looking interested. They are going to bite Ame once again.
Boy,
the
he's
big bad
healing full
wolf is going to
instantly.
come in. Yeah, he's healed full, and they don't want to fight into 2 wolves. Ain't no lone wolves here, but now
So
Ame
good.
blinks in. Oh my god, Ame, the damage never fails to surprise.
Silver Edge as well.
Silver Edge, they've got the break on the God King, who's forced to pop the BKB. He runs away for the moment, but Ame turns back
God King,
around.
be careful.
No fear in his eyes.
Felix now too.
Oh gosh, Felix just getting clobbered. LGD, they are gonna steamroll RNG off the back of 2 wolves, and LGD 27-14 take game 1. And this is what we were saying, LGD, it's them and everybody else. And this game kind of felt that way. Even with the bad lane mid, nothing to say showed up.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to say is a kind of player, though. Like, sure, he's a good laner, but if he loses the lane, he knows exactly what to do to get back into the game. But really, all of them know what to do, like, all the time. Like, what I wanted to talk about is one little thing. You know, just before Lycan was about to die and feed away his golem, the 250 gold, he just dominates, like, a random melee creep, like, just to not give away 250 gold because, like, so much. Like, all these small things, all of these players do it. The team play is insane. Individual skill is insane. The draft is great because they have Sauber drafting for them. It's like, this team is just really complete. And, I mean, you can see why. It's just really scary to go up against them.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been dominant for so long. I don't know how you look at this team and think, like, hey, look,
we got pretty good chances here.
Yeah. I wonder what the teams think on their own chances of winning these games, because everybody they go up against, they slaughter. And it really is just some of the most one-sided games you'll see in the DPC. Major possibility, I could see LGD just running through the entire lineup.
Potentially. I mean, they're definitely good enough to do so.
Yeah, it could be crazy. But to break down this game even further and talk about how LGD won game number 1, we've got the panel. Nomad, take it away.
LGD once again proving that this is their patch and you shall not challenge them as they take down RNG in a very clean first game, or at least clean. I think they had a strategy and it wasn't immediately clear what that strategy was.
PSG strategy? No.
Yes, until they hit that moment and you realized it was never actually up for dispute whether they're going to win that game or not, was it, Neff?
Yeah, I mean, we were sitting in the back room and, you know, everyone was getting excited, like, oh, RNG, they're doing it. You know, God King getting himself farm. They're kind of winning a couple team fights. They came out of laning phase doing all right, but the entire time, Wraith King farming, and eventually, Bone Wolf.
Bone Wolf.
Bone Wolf.
Lizard.
Bone Wolf strong. Say, like, good job. We were brave once again. We went for PSG.LGD. Not anyone would think that PSG.LGD.
We're both so strong.
Game. We're just so strong, so precious.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. You have to understand. Like, this panel has done what no panels have done. Do you see European panel, Dream League, doing something like that? Or maybe
they wouldn't have ever predicted something like that. They would have gone with Alliance.
Yeah. All jokes aside, like PSG.LGD just proving once again what they're capable of. It doesn't matter if they look like they're not in control of the game, or if they are. They just make things work every single draft. They play a little bit faster than you, and suddenly the strategies do not matter, right? We've all been in those shoes. Your draft on paper looks a little bit better, but it really doesn't matter, because when it comes to execution, and they will find some small little openings, they will abuse them, and they will make it work.
And then it's over for you. For me, I think this Bristleback was very interesting because he looked like he was having a really strong start. He goes to this Aghanim Scepter, and it just felt useless. Would you have preferred to see maybe like an AC or something from the Bristleback, just in order to like maybe tank up his team a little bit more and stop everyone getting one shot and increase his own damage a bit?
I mean, I think the AC comes out a little bit too slow, and it's not as good for running people down as the Aghanim Scepter is. So he didn't really have a ton of options. I mean, eventually you're going to complete the Silver Edge on the Bone Wolf, and he's going to tear your team apart. It's prior to the Wraith King joining the team fights where it felt like RNG were able to fight, but throughout the entire game, you can see Wraith King top of the net worth was the EHOME show here for sure.
Should the Wolf look differently for different heroes? In a different way for different heroes? Like you're calling it the Bone Wolf, but we don't actually get the bones.
That sounds like a lot of work. Yeah,
yeah, but it's 2022. I believe we can make it.
We can make it happen. Just get AI to do it. I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Is the really sketchy looking.
Yeah.
All the heroes. I mean, the Rubik ones look different, and all those are amazing. Yeah. It's such a nice quality of life thing. And Rubik has like a unique spell for everything that he does and animations, but every
cube, meteor hammer, and whatnot.
Yeah.
There you go, like an Arcana. Just make your wolf fight change
Everyone.
heroes into a
Every hero
wolf
has
version.
an individual different wolf.
And for the Arcana?
I mean, Rubik's one's really cute. So when he steals, I haven't seen him wolf bitten, obviously, but when he steals shapeshift, he runs around with like his staff in his mouth, doesn't he? Like it's a bone. I think it's really
It's Rubik. Rubik has a lot of these interactions, right?
Yeah, he rides his broomstick when he's fire flying. It's very cool.
But this game, I think I saw one single Winter Wyvern's ulti that was effective.
Yeah.
And even that one ended up in what, a deny? Something like that.
Oh, that one was a little bit weird. Yeah, it's a bit odd. Getting the deny there when perhaps it should have been the Wyvern's kill. Not too sure. An old
The
interaction.
last auto attack came in, I think, when the Shadow Strike was also on him as well. So it would have been coming through after the thing expired. It ended up getting the deny.
It happens. Like, I remember even players with Enchantress enchanting the creep whose attack is flying.
Yeah,
and
You can't just his auto attack at that point.
It's
or
like,
creep
this
flying.
game is just so insane. There's just so many small little things that can happen.
Oh my god.
Are we satisfied with Bristleback, guys?
I mean, it was a good pick, but again, it all came apart. I think Wraith King ended up having too good of a lane. If you could have put a little bit more pressure on EHOME, you might have been a little bit better off, but there weren't enough holes in the draft. The Winter Wyvern didn't end up doing enough, I feel. It didn't end up being a super defensive support that allowed you to reset fights like you expected. And you were winning your fights at first, but if you're not winning harder in the 4v5 while EHOME's farming, then I think you should have just gone for a different draft.
Yep. Some late game potential, perhaps, from that system.
I still think it could have worked. I thought it had potential. I thought, I think he went Crimson Guard at the end, was it? After the Aghanims? Not sure. I mean, we could barely tell what he had because he was always dead by the time we saw him. But yeah, it was pretty brutal. And I just felt like he needs to play amazingly for God King a bit more selfishly. Like, it's hard to say, though. I mean, obviously, their plan was to run down lanes, and nothing to say will be our MVP for this game.
He definitely deserves it, but my problem with Bristleback is, like, this hero is... He doesn't like playing into Silver Edge, and Silver Edge right now is probably at the best state that it ever was, right? It's the item that almost any single carry can buy. We see it from Linas to Wraith Kings to Kunkas. Everyone wants to buy a Silver Edge because it's so valuable, and then you get on top of all of that, you get that break. Plus, you have the Void Spirit to constantly turn Bristleback and prevent him from hiding. If he's not broken, he still cannot use that Bristleback because he's turned towards you.
Yeah. So he just had the Vanguard and the BKB at the end. That's what I noticed at the end, which was the BKB on cooldown. But yeah, it didn't really work out for him, unfortunately. I don't know. I maybe you could say like the BKB could have been swapped out for something else, but then of course we mentioned earlier with the Void Spirit in the game, you know, that's always going to turn him around and reveal that fluffy little belly, which you can just tickle away, and then he dies very fast. So got to make sure you deal with that one. Yeah, I don't know, tough one. Maybe not the pick, but I feel like if you just try to play normal Dota against LGD in their current state, you're going to be in for a rough time. You got to pull something out of the bag. But
yeah, it's so hard to pull something out of the bag against them, though, because they played so many games on this patch, 7.3. We've been here forever, and they are masters of this patch. They're an incredibly solid team. They haven't really fallen off since TI, clearly.
They played a couple of grand finals as well.
They played a couple of grand finals as well. Like, this is a team that understands the current patch better than anybody else, so I'm not sure you could pull a gacha on them. Toward like this late into the patch. I think the best thing that could have happened is like something coming in during the winter break, and maybe these other teams would stand a little bit more of a chance. But at the moment, like they run so many different drafts, they seem to pick apart everything everybody does. They're going to need a miracle here to, I guess, pull something out of their hat that PSG RNG or PSG.LGD aren't expecting,
aren't ready for.
Yeah.
Some Meepo? Nef? What do you say?
Meepo?
Yeah. Broodmother, Meepo, Tinker, all in one go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
The blessed triple draft.
Just get all the cheese that you can in the game.
Just grab it all in. One of these will work.
Do you believe Meepo's viable?
No.
No? It hasn't been for quite some time.
I think maybe if the game is completely perfect for him, he can win. But it's...
No?
It's a bit rip.
Meepo.
Not relevant anymore. I think he's just too old. With all the items you can get to like save people now, Meepo just kind of feels outdated to me.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, the draft is just around the corner, which is means it's time to bring in the Wizards statistician, who is, of course, our Cryptic. How's it going, dude?
Howdy.
Got any cool stats from that last game you saw?
Wraith King did a lot of damage.
Cool, thanks
Very
for the
good stat, yeah. That was probably the biggest one.
This guy was losing it in the other room. He's just going, this is ridiculous. He shouldn't be able to do this much damage. Wraith King was broken.
He was crying, dude.
Dude, this hero just one-shotted a support 4 times that game. That should not be allowed. That is wild. I mean, really well played by LGD, obviously. I don't think anyone's that surprised.
Didn't this guy predict RNG?
I mean, I respect the, fighting the curse, but honestly, I think we need to curse LGD at this point in order to try and bring them down.
There was nothing brave about going for RNG.
Nothing. All right, you need to stop.
We're so strong.
Did I wear it out?
So strong.
Is it too much at this point?
What
Yeah.
are we expecting
I'll stop it.
for this second draft? What are we going for, do you reckon? I mean, they tried out the Snapfire on the side of RNG. Didn't really work out for them. That's usually Zinku's classic. Maybe they take it back on LGD now.
I don't know. I didn't mind really. They're opening their draft on the side of RNG. Perhaps the bristleback is something that I would like to see them change, like Lemf has said earlier, and get a carry that can actually scale into the late game. Not that bristleback can't, but he just has some weaknesses that are very difficult to circumvent.
Yeah, it's like like you just mentioned, the Abyssal Blade patch in the past, where all these heroes that allowed you to kite were suddenly useless because Abyssal Blade was so strong.
Yeah.
These heroes that rely so much on their passives to tank up, like Bristleback, are useless because you're going to build a Silver Edge anyways. You don't have to go out of your way for that item. So I think
maybe
that
an OD earlier. It went through the first stage in that last game. Maybe that's something that they can pick. But it feels like all the teams are moving away from the hero.
Yeah.
At least in the first stage, it's not as contested as it used to be in the first week.
I don't mind it in the offlane so much. In the mid lane, it feels like it's too easy for your entire draft to come apart. Yeah.
I mean, for OD, for me, it just feels like it's been figured out. And the biggest thing that's been figured out is that Nyx Assassin isn't a counter to it, but actually just any kind of save. Shadow Demon seems to be the best option. So many of these heroes we can just offer you some kind of save just seem to be really, really good against the OD. Ruining that kind of Astral into Meteor combo just kind of ruins his entire impact.
Some Rubik, PA that gets on top of him, right? Yeah,
You're talking about the hero being figured out, right? Like, OD has yet to win a game here in the CNDPC. It is
surprised.
a 0% win rate. So
figure it out.
It seems like it's kind of getting there, right? People have had enough of this hero. They're a little tired of it.
But what are your thoughts on the Wyvern last game as well? It's one more hero I wanted to ask about on side of RNG. Because, like, in theory, it would have worked well, turning the Wolf Army against himself. But then, in actuality, he kind of just got chased by creeps, like smacked to death by a mud golem. Was pretty brutal.
Said exactly that would happen, though. Remember?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, he's just going to walk the creeps at you without any heroes there, and sure enough, that ends up happening.
Yeah, around this office, there's a lot of these call for prognosis of the 2022, like for the prophecy, how it's going to go. I called last night. They told me what's going to happen with the Winter Wyvern. So.
I see. Got a wise fortune teller to help
glad
us.
you asked an important question. What else do you ask?
Fortune teller Svetlana Babushka. I called
Nice.
her. She helped out, yeah.
Was there anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay.
So you didn't see this silencer pick coming through for RNG?
Yeah, that one caught me off guard. Insane. But decent opening from RNG. I really, like, all jokes aside, I like this from them. They get the Kunkka, that's obviously very contested, very strong. It was first banned in the last game. And they get the silencer that is one of the best counters to Bane. And Bane's life just becomes miserable, right? Like, you can't use that grip properly. And if you can't use a grip as a Bane, what's the point?
Yeah. Why do anything?
Yeah.
It's great against a Tusk as well. The moment he tries to jump in and to save people, it's usually when the Global Silence has already come out or is about to come out, and he can throw himself out of position with that one. So it counters out both their picks decently, I feel. Much better start to this game, and they ended up banning out the Wraith King. They just do not want to deal with that. But, Hero made it through. Actually, no, that Hero wouldn't be good either. I was thinking Tinker, but against the Silencer, that is not great.
I mean, they actually protect the Silencer pick here quite a bit with the Night Stalker ban. This is something that, like, this hero really suffers against, because the whole thing Silencer wants to do is just remain off the map, doesn't want to be in vision here, and so by doing so, they can pretty much guarantee that global silence is available. It also opens up the Storm's... Oh, never mind, Storm's banned. Take that back. I was going to say, a lot of times we see it picked up with a Storm Spirit because it protects the initiation, but you could go for something like that, right? Move the Kunkka to the safe lane, have a mid laner that's kind of an initiator.
Any sort of a spirit besides Storm would work. Ember, obviously, already snatched by PSG.LGD. They could go with Void. It's an option for RNG. We'll see. Somnus.
There
Storm.
it is.
Yeah.
EOD.
Wow.
Back.
What a call.
Babushka
Can it
was on
get
point.
the first win?
Impressive. Can you give me the number of this fortune teller?
I can. I certainly
Thank
will
you.
afterwards. They get the OD and the Mirana.
This is so sick.
Yeah. You have the combo with the Kunkka. You also have the combo with the OD Astral Imprisonment. All that said, I don't like it that much. Like it's sick. It's nice combos, but like your reliable catch versus the Ember, yeah, it's pretty much only the global. If you don't have global, killing this Ember, it won't be that easy.
Am I crazy? I feel like Morana's won a lot of games in the China DPC though. Am I crazy? Stats man, rustle me up some stats, bad boy.
She is currently 3-1.
See?
So she's doing pretty well.
Lizard,
Kunkka,
Hater, my deep stats pool.
75% win rate.
yeah.
Wow.
Amazing.
Broke
Out
it.
of 4 games.
Yeah. Kunkka's 82% win rate.
Yeah, it's
11
mostly
games, so-
PSG.LGD though. So
I mean, a lot of teams are playing it, but yeah, like PSG.LGD
And it had
inflates the win rate a little bit.
100% until today. And IG came in and said, no.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna buy a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, we want to play Retail and Kunkka. Take that, LGD.
I feel like that's how a lot of my pubs go. My teammate comes in and says, "No, I'm building Meteor Hammer," then we lose.
How do you feel about Luna?
I mean,
Good luck.
solid with the Bane, right? I mean, you have Lunar Blessing to fall back on. Tons of right-click damage coming out from these two if they share a lane together. Could be decent with the Tusk as well if you choose to lane them, but it'll probably just be Luna and Bane. It's a game-winning combination.
Are we expecting the OD to be on the offlane then?
Probably. I feel like it deals reasonably well against it. Mirana as well, able to get the Nightmare off of the OD and throw out arrows if he tries to set up onto him. I think it's got to be the OD and the Mirana together in the offlane.
If they do roll the OD Mirana on the offlane, you will have such a good time as a Mirana. You'll be able to rotate between mid and top. And there are setups on both of these lanes, right? Like X marks the spot, Astral Imprisonment. Then again, I would really rather see PSG.LGD with perhaps a last pick offlane. That would give them some. I don't think they're gonna do it, but for me, getting some extra frontline, some disable would be really neat. Yeah, I still don't think they won't pick it. They'll. I'll just go with the safe lane last, and that's what PSG.LGD is expecting as well with their bans.
Yep.
Well,
always look at the morphling, I guess, when we're...
Or mid, right? Because Kunkka could be safe.
yeah, they've got a lot of reserve time
They
on
can-
RNG.
Are
So
they just baiting the Terrorblade here? It is something that's currently not banned out. One of the better picks into Luna, but struggles a little bit against the Ember Spirit, of course.
it was against the Bane, and then I'm kind of wondering what the last pick coming out. I feel like if you pick a Terrorblade, they just take, they take themselves a Mars. Suddenly your OD is not doing damage, or Terrorblade's not doing damage. If you fight into like a BKB Refresher, Blink Dagger on Mars, PSG.LGD will just like auto win as the game goes on.
I mean, we're going to see what RNG pick up first, to be honest. See exactly what makes sense in their draft. I feel like you don't want to...
This draft looks very much like Elephant's style of drafting in the last year.
Razor?
Yeah, maybe. And then you just have 3 cores just doing their own thing. But I like the Razor call versus the Luna. Would be neat. Would be nice.
Been successful against it so far.
Oh, just avoid.
All right.
You do have chrono damage. There's the OD. Like I've seen way worse Void games. Plus it helps out with a little bit of that reliable catch. The Chronosphere is nice.
My is it enough damage coming up from the OD? I mean, if the OD is mid lane, I don't think that he should go for Meteor Hammer, but it's almost certainly Void 1, OD 3, Kunkka 2, right?
Yeah, I think that's the ideal lane.
Checks out.
It's one of those things where you just want to be able to make sure that you have a relatively good lane against the Luna. Yeah, this one kind of makes sense, right? We knew that something along these lines was coming out for the off lane.
Venomancer for LGD.
Wow. Whenever I see a Void carry, I want to call for a Veno pick, right? Like, this hero just crushes Void as the carry. It just makes his game completely miserable in the laning stage, but...
But then after the laning phase, you got to play the game with a Venomancer on your team.
After the laning stage, you have a Venom on your team. However, at the same time, they don't have heroes that deal well with the Venom. Like, when you're playing into a Venomancer, usually you want heroes that get on top of him easily. Any sort of a spirit offlane that can TP behind him or something like that, they don't have it. They have Kunkka and OD. So Veno should have a really good time in this game. I think it's a good pickup. I hate the hero. I don't think it's the best hero, but I still think that it will work.
You gonna be brave then, Lizard?
I won't be brave because I'm voting for PSG.LGD. Nomad, come on, stop with these jokes. Like,
I'm milking it, am I? Nah.
PSG.LGD. I think Venomancer was the way to go.
Yeah, makes sense.
It is a pretty much as good of a Veno game as it gets. So I will also, unsurprisingly, be going PSG.LGD here.
It's a terrible Venomancer game because every game is a terrible Venomancer game because the hero is terrible and everyone should feel bad if they do play it. However, LGD is still going to win because it's LGD, but let's find out exactly how this one goes down. Perhaps RNG can surprise us all and take a shock victory here in the second game. There's only 2 people on the planet who could give us that answer, and that is, of course, BCOP and Black.
That's right, Nomad. We've got the answer for you. We don't know it quite yet, but we are going to have it for you soon. And I'm a little surprised. 2 of us are thinking RNG might have the draft here to do it. The draft looks really good. I know they've got the Veno on the side of LGD, but
which I personally love.
But RNG, that draft looks pretty good.
Yeah,
looks solid, well-rounded.
Lots of damage, lots of stuns, lots of BKB piercing stuns, strong laning phase.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not so strong anymore now because Venomancer is going to crush that phase's Void. But
do you think they swap the lanes? Could you swap the lane?
Yeah, but you probably don't want to because then you would have to sacrifice one of your other heroes. And you really don't want to do that. Oh, it's a 5-on-5 action, as we like it.
Felix on the high ground and...
Wait, no,
God
no.
King!
You guys
Chalice?
know.
Anybody? I thought they were definitely going to skirmish there.
Yeah, like nothing came. It's a one orb attack.
They just came together and said, friends, right?
They get a D-Ward though on the Radiant.
Okay, that works.
No friends.
No friends. Friends, let us skirmish.
Hello, friends.
Oh.
TSO20.
Oh, G, right away.
Yoshima Wentia.
You gotta give me some lessons.
Sure.
What about the voice line that used to be very big?
B-Cop.
One more time?
Wajao B-Cop.
What does that mean?
I'm called B-Cop.
Oh.
The battle begins.
The arrow was
well off.
Wasn't even at the roof. Well,
it was a good try.
A good attempt, yeah. You get a participation trophy. That was a funny one. Anyway, top lane doesn't really come online until like level 3 or 4 latest, depending on the skill build of the OD. Probably gonna go into the R level 2 though. But yeah, I actually quite like Venomancer against Kunkka because you get the bolt buff and you get the Veno ult on you, and you're gonna take so much damage once that bolt actually expires.
Right. We'll have to see when the Venomancer comes out of lane, starts attacking this Kunkka towards the mid game. What I'm interested to see is the matchup between Somnus and Nothing to Say. Obviously, Somnus in game number 1 did win the matchup, I would say. At least the laning phase.
Significantly, yeah.
And they still came back on LGD.
But the draft overall wasn't like that good for RNG. Like now, this time around, I actually give them the draft advantage by quite a bit. Very scary draft to go up against. And Faith Beyond just missed like 3 free CS on Venom, telling me he's not super comfortable on the hero.
CSing on Venom's hard, man.
Yeah, especially if you don't have your W. You wanna know some secret knowledge?
Yes. Well, it's not so secret if you tell me in front of all these fans watching, but yes.
Well, Venom's W damage applies as soon as you hit the target, so you get 6 extra damage.
Ooh.
So it's basically a Quelling Blade for you. And if you have a Quelling Blade on top of that, that's 2 Quelling Blades.
Min-maxing. It works out. Ame Y up in the top lane. We've seen this Bane so many times before. Luna gaining a little bit of popularity in the carry position in this region.
Yeah, I have to say, I didn't like the Luna pick very much. Like, you are going to get bullied out of this lane really soon. And then you're gonna like fall back to the jungle already. Unless you get some good rotations in from the Ember, but that's not gonna be the easiest task either.
Definitely potentially in some danger if there were to be an Astro Imprisonment into an arrow. Nothing to say. Torrent actually doesn't pop in time, so unfortunate there for Somnus now dealing with not so much mana.
Yeah, his bottle is on the way though, so he's gonna be completely fine. He's also doing very well in the mid lane again. Of course, there's double wave coming to the tower.
Jinky looking to maybe make a jump with the help of Faith Beyond. He doesn't have anything left to throw out a Gale though, in terms of his mana.
This is the lane position you want to be in when you're Veno. Far away from the tower, be able to poke a lot. See if they can keep it here, or if X-Nova will be able to pull it back. Like, X-Nova is a free kill here. If they got a Gale on him, he's dead.
Yeah, it looks like he should be a free kill if they were able to like snowball Shard and then Gale. Shouldn't be all too difficult. God King, of course, having that time walk where he can get away. If they were to force it, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see LGD just go all in on trying to attack God King, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they want to definitely kill the Sansa first, and then if he like time walks in, he also already has boots on the Veno, so kiting is going to be very easy for him.
Nothing happening just yet. I feel like God King's getting more out of this lane than maybe we would have expected early on.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's always looking like Jinky wants to make the jump, but not the confidence there. They look over at Ame. Chalice with the first blood. Get the kill there onto the Luna.
Well, that's what I was kind of alluding to. Yeah, the low range carry against an OD. What do? The hero is busted and always banned out for a reason. Today, surprisingly enough, he wasn't really banned out a lot, but also not picked in some games.
Yeah, given a lot more freedom in these drafts to be picked up or banned later on. Kind of falling out of, say, the focus of what everybody's been looking at. Somnus leading the experience once again over Nothing to Say. 28-7 to the 22-3 of this Ember. What would you have given the matchup numbers pre-Horn for both these heroes?
It's pretty even, right? Arrow, goodbye.
Yeah, easy kill. And that's going to be a second one in this top lane for the side of RNG. This is not something we're too unfamiliar with, though, with LGD from today, as they did struggle in their laning phase, but then brought it back. It's the fact that they left Ame alone in that first game for so long with so much space was probably the more surprising part coming from RNG.
And they lost the game because of it.
Yep.
So now they rectified that error, picking much stronger lanes, but they're still doing just fine. You just see the Harris damage come out. If he jumps away, he might just be dead. So he can't jump, he can't jump.
He's setting up for this. He's looking to go. Once he does jump, they've got the tag team. The right clicks in, the Arcane Curse.
It's a lot of damage.
In deny range now going into the snowball.
The poison's ticking him.
Hit the silencer, and now God King's just going to drop.
Faith Beyond is taking the tower, though. He's dead, too.
Ooh, dead. And Nothing to Say dies mid.
Yeah, X-Mark into arrow combination.
Oh, that is real good for RNG. Well, in the mid lane, at least.
And they also lost the Veno for free, which is pretty rough. It's, yeah, not something you want to see, really.
So I would say 2 for 2 so far for Somnus. At least in lane victories.
Yeah, I would actually... I would give a slight edge probably to Kunkka, but not like a massive one, because Flame Guard can be dispelled by Kunkka. Luna's already jungling, he can't stay top anymore. It feels so bad.
He's looking for the leap away, so Ame's going to try and set up for this, but instead leaps the other direction, still not going to survive.
Did you see what Y did with the creep? He took the melee creep closer to the Mirana, so he gets stomped by the melee creep. Which ultimately was the damage they needed to kill him. Well, Meteor Hammer's on cooldown, but one hit and ult and Y says no, 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 no.
And does he die? There is a nightmare.
Hit him once, hit him once.
Sanities.
I would have turned around and slapped him one more.
That's what you get for hitting my sanity. Sanity roll. He nailed it.
Yeah, but top tower is gone in 7 minutes.
That's not a good feeling.
Mirana swoops into it, just grab it. Like, all right. I'll take that if you don't mind. But yeah, again, laning phase, not looking too hot for LGD. See if they can get back into the game one more time. I really do think, though, the Radiant draft is just so...
It's really well-rounded.
Yeah, like, when you play against this draft, you can't make many mistakes.
No. Wonder if they saw that ward get placed by Felix. It was under vision. I would assume they did, but... The question is, do they deward it, and if so, how quickly?
The prize is mine.
Well, so we have a Venomancer that didn't crush his lane.
Didn't crush his lane at all. I thought this was going to be way more of a dumpstering, but I guess not.
Yeah, actually, even in the lane. Very surprising. So we'll see what he can do. Of course he is.
X and
hey, you
Autumn
didn't go
and
away.
the arrow. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's fine, he's fine.
Good snowball save, but will it be enough? Yes, it will be.
Bash. Bash, 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 bash.
Remnant back? I don't think he really wants to.
That was so close. Somnus didn't trust, man. Somnus didn't trust. If he boarded right away, he would have died. But he boarded only after the arrow hit.
I don't. Did he expect to get that?
Gotta trust, man. Like, if you commit, you gotta commit, you know?
Gotta go all
There was a dead ember right there.
Could be significant.
Here's a haste rune. Chalice.
Searing Chains, Astro Imprisonment. Uh-oh, here comes Somnus and Felix. Venomous Gale is there. The Torian misses. The tag team leap onto the high ground. Shards land and get in front of Somnus. They've got the Global Silence, but that's not going to keep alive this Kunkka. God King, he's got a Chrono available, but I don't think he really wants to drop this down with so many heroes unless he can save Chalice. Thinks about it. Time walks away. And Chalice will fall here. Another positive exchange for LGD. And in one that RNG kind of felt like they had the upper hand in. They came down from the high ground and looked to stop LGD, but ended up falling themselves.
No, gotta be careful here. They still have the Chronosphere.
They have Fiend's Grip available.
Oh, no!
Gosh, that's right on it. Snowball to follow. God King gone.
So good. Now Wyatt potentially in trouble. No, he has the Brain Step as well.
He's okay.
The Snowball. Wait, can they get him one more time? There's no way you can time that, right?
Oh.
No.
Had to be frame perfect. Okay, taking his anger out on Y there.
Yeah, again. But yeah, the Snowball actually canceled the Mirana arrow that would have stopped the Fiend's Grip, so Void would have lived. Everything's just always working out for LGD so nicely. Now they're suddenly 1k ahead.
And there's that Midas for Faith Beyond. What do you go here? Midas from your Venomancer.
Goodbye. No, again.
Okay.
Well, that's a region rune on Ember, so he's obviously very happy about this.
They got the X. They have the silence.
The arrow. Nice.
It's in. Nothing to say. Now they're TPing. They're looking to try and save him.
No damage, though.
He's pretty tanky. This is fine enough for LGD, but now they're going to look over at Chalice. They've got the shards. They have the Walrus Punch.
Who's TPing
Sentries down. Full Meteor Hammer. Venomous Gale. Right clicks in. GQ low. Arrow blocked by a creep, and they will get the kill. Chalice gets the Tusk. It will be traded by Y.
he was in so deep.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It's
under
actually so funny how they keep committing for the Ember, but you just can't get him. Like, they're always just like a little bit off the timing.
Yeah.
If you want to kill him, you really gotta land that arrow on top, because then you can't react to it.
It's gotta be perfect.
Stun. Yeah. Like, leading with a Torrent or Meteor Hammer after Astral is so difficult. Like, you literally have to hit the frame perfect server tick, which is not easy.
GDQ's going on right now. We know a lot about frame perfect skips, frame perfect speedrunning, and
Obviously didn't watch that enough.
no. They gotta hit
Because
it.
they didn't have the setup, you know, like you have to walk 5 steps forward, 1 back, have to wait for this specific moment, and then you do it.
Yeah, side jump up towards the star.
Yeah. Obviously still novices when it comes to speedrunning, but they're Dota pros, so that's, you know, they're forgiven. Who did they ask for?
They're trying to
Or why?
get the speed run down. Ooh, arrow misses, but Y still dead. I like that the orb just turns around.
It's a good amount of space, though. Not terrible. Luna is very happy now, suddenly.
Yeah, getting a lot of space.
Oh, they're going to the triangle, but look at the Tusk. Perfect position. He isn't even breaking the smoke because they scanned him out. No need to sacrifice any heroes.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's
Seeing the
top
Ancients
tower
come
is
back.
under
By the way, God King losing his courier. Remnant over looking for X-Nova. And this should be a kill on the Silencer. Will be. Ooh, shards on God King. God King Chronos
Oh, he was going
to
get gripped.
leave.
Yeah. If he didn't, he was going to get gripped for sure. But that was the first chrono of the game
And
used
it gets you
defensively.
nothing. Yep. Nets you nothing, but Chalice nets himself something as he gets the kill on a Faith Beyond. No sanities needed.
At least they got poison over it. Take a little bit of, ha! Now you have HP. Although he doesn't really care, because he got a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah. 1K lead, though, for LGD still. RNG, they're in a good spot, though. The Kunkka ahead. The rest kind of far behind. But keeping it at least close for now.
Yeah, the Void will have to find a way to catch back up, because right now he's a little bit underfarmed.
Could have potentially come off the back of a good fight, but
Not for another 2 minutes now.
yeah, they just don't have the chrono to really do anything with. And for God King, do you just farm? It doesn't feel that great.
They're going on the Ember again. This time they have Global Silence, so if they catch him in any way or capacity, they're just going to Global.
Did he? Okay.
Oh, no way. He unsmoked him with the Remnant back.
Gosh. Just the jukes straight from nothing to say right there. I think he kind of felt that they were coming over.
I bet RNG has nothing to say about that. Oh, they
Nightmare pulled off. They've got the X into the Torrent,
So
land
nice.
the
So
arrow.
nice.
There's the combo, Ghost Ship later, and Brain Sap not going to be enough to keep Y alive this time.
It was so well done. Mirana takes off the sleep from the Kunkka so he can X mark. Then he takes off the sleep of the of the Mirana so he can arrow. Takes off the sleep from the Kunkka so he can boat. RNG are pretty good players.
Yeah, it's certainly the little things there, right?
Yeah.
That make you believe that RNG can compete. Not that they're not competing.
I mean,
They are
individually,
only-
we know they're really good.
Yeah.
It's just they oftentimes struggle to put the pieces together. Faces Void still quite far away from that Maelstrom, unfortunately, which is really his acceleration item. But as you said, overall, they're not doing poorly at all, because their late game is also way stronger than LGD's. Like, you
See
don't
if
want
it's
to fight
enough,
against
though.
Faces Void OD late game.
Nobody
Potentially
here for
double
LGD.
sounds. Yeah. Oh yeah, another reason why OD is so strong. You hit Roshan for like 200 damage if you hit. Or more.
Nothing to say. Scouts
There's
this.
Global.
Astral.
Time to arrow.
Arrow. Global. Now they'll get the kill on a nothing to say, but they have reacted now on the side of LGD. They don't have buyback on nothing to say, so they abandon the pit.
Now they're going to be careful that they don't steal the Roshan as soon as nothing to say is back up.
Yeah, Ame's down bottom still, just farming up too. RNG, they started to do this Roche. LGD going to sit nearby. Wards placed by Xnova to try and scout this, but at the same time, they've got the Plague Wards of Faith Beyond to get their own vision. Meanwhile, that Midas has turned into now a Yules and going for Kaya Sanj.
Yeah, the typical like, spellcaster hybrid item. Makes you tanky and helps you dealing even more damage with your Poison Nova. Like he's really gonna be looking at an axe as well. Later stages of the game. They have Chronosphere available, so potentially looking for a pick-off.
Could lead to Roche. They need to be careful, though. Why? Innocent's looking to land that Fiend's Grip. Get that full duration.
It's so hard against Global, which they don't have right now. So it might be a good idea to try to start something soon.
And there's a smoke, 3-man smoke.
Looks like they're hacking again and listening to me.
They're wiretap right into your microphone.
They also just have the BKB Luna timing, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I believe locking the Elven skin.
They're just gonna hit Roshan like that?
So it didn't turn into a Dragonlance, right?
Yeah. And then you're gonna turn it back into a Dragonlance afterwards. Wait, are they just gonna get a free Roshan? Surely not, they have Chronosphere, they got both, they got everything.
Silence.
You cannot give this away.
Coming in, and
you cannot give it. God King is not close at all. God King.
He's not, and they just get Roche for free.
They have so many big AoE spells. Torrent, Bolt, Chrono, OD ult. What? They should have never gotten away with this.
A little bit of potential miscommunication there from RNG.
I think you're also shaking his chair. He knows it. They got away with murder. He's like, pumping the energy.
He's powering up.
Mm-hmm. My Faith Beyond's not even in the camera. He's like, yeah.
That's just half his face. And it looks like his wire's stretching across.
Same as Chalice. They're really not good at setting up cameras, is what I realized. Oh, there's a lot of dot damage. You gotta be careful. This is what the combos are good at.
Sight, Searing
Poke,
Chains,
poke,
arrow
poke.
in.
More
Not
poking.
gonna land.
Sleep yourself.
Got the X.
Nice.
Sleep, stops the pull.
I feel like I'm playing.
Shards, ooh.
It's a good one, but you see this is whittling them down with the poison.
Walrus Punch.
Oh, that's deep. That's deep.
Astral Imprisonment saving this
Sleep against
Piranha
sleep.
for
Nice.
now. And Chrono on a 3. Do they have the follow-up? Sanity's gets thrown. They get the kill on a Y. They'll look over as the Global Silence comes out. They get the kill on nothing to say. They've ended up taking out 2.
He has Aegis on Tusk.
And Jinkyu back alive. Faith Beyond. He goes down. 3 heroes dead. And this is Tusk's second life. Goes into the Snowball. Voids the Torrent. And
there's a blink there, apparently.
Kind of looked like he was just standing there within it. And now they'll look over as they've finished off Shinkyu.
Ultra kill for God King.
Yeah, that's a big turnaround, and with the Aegis.
Why was the Aegis on Tusk? If there's an Ember, this fight can look very differently.
That was...
And why are they fighting without the Luna as well? Like, if you want to fight. Your Luna has a BKB, TP'd bottom, so it doesn't have the TP to go back. They are human, B-Cop. They make mistakes. Can you believe it?
No.
Well...
they just did, so I do.
Good.
You ever watch Ripley's Believe It or Not?
I did.
Team with 6 lives ends up losing the fight.
I still don't know why the Aegis was on the Tusk.
Yeah, I didn't believe it at first. I kind of saw him like respawning, and I was like, that's a short respawn timer.
Yeah.
For a Tusk.
Makes sense. Is why he went in so deep, but yeah.
And then he was back. And then he was kind of in the snowball, but still standing
Was it a double smoke?
I didn't hear it.
Wakarimashita. Okay, there's smoke into the bot lane. But you can't talk so loudly.
No, it's a smoke. We have to whisper.
RNG will hear you, maybe.
They're just coming through.
Okay, what are they looking for? Konka, maybe?
Oh, they're going to go for the Konka.
What do you have no global
Oh, they've
silence?
broken the smoke.
Oh,
Now they're going to go. They've got the Lucid Beam, and now the Walrus Punch. San is trying to turn this one around. They've got the X as well as the Torrent. No, not yet. The X pull
The
back
grip
goes
on the
into the
OD, grip on the
snowball. They've got
OD.
themselves the Fiend's grip that comes out onto the OD. They get the kill on the Chalice. They'll look over as Felix jumps into the hands of the Bane, but ends up killing off Y. Felix hit with the Lucent Beam. They've got Jinkyu blinking forward, but the Sleight of Fist, from nothing to say, will grant them a second kill.
Dire's structures.
Decent fight. Could have been worse. Could have lost the Kunkka there as well. But yeah.
It's right by the tier 2 tower, though.
And it was just before Global came off cooldown. So now they get TT2 as well. LGD once again answering back.
It's like a tennis match.
You take something from me, well, I'm gonna take something from you.
Yeah. Back and forth. Nullifier next for this Kunkka.
What, they're giving him the tome actually. Okay. Screw supports.
What are supports?
What are they?
Yeah. Tomes? Those were made for carries and cores.
Why did you say that? You're a support player.
I am a support player. I don't believe it.
It's not the right thing to say then.
No. Tomes are only for supports. Next patch. But I don't know how it could differentiate.
Or next patch, everybody gets tomes.
Yeah, I'm kind of done with the whole everything gets everything.
Well, that's kind of the trend though that we're going.
I want one courier back. Make it difficult.
Big smoke up the triangle, but it's already cleared. And
They
what are you gonna
smoked again.
do?
They smoked again.
Oh, true, sorry.
Oh, right. Why? They're going to break the smoke. Quick kill, -2. X, Astral. All right. Well, I mean, the timing still works for the Meteor Hammer, but he's got
And
the
blink
snowball.
It's another instant cast. You gotta...
Anti-synergies.
Tower is under attack.
No arrow means no instant stun.
Has fallen.
Well, good news. Chronosphere is back. Oh, he just DP top on...
Dire's bottom tower.
Okay, all by himself. A little bit risky, but... No Bane. Means no grip. Means he can be a little bit more cocky.
For now.
Even if they have grip, they still have global silence this time around. So the grip is gonna get cancelled instantly. BKB on the Void now finished as well.
If he goes immediately to the grip, right? Waits out the global silence.
The thing is, they don't really have other great tools other than the grip, Lucent Beam, the Tusk Punch. Not so great. Well, LGD is leading 1K, but as I said, like this RNG draft is just getting better and better and better.
Looks better for them, right?
Yeah, for sure. But now there's also BKB coming out on the Ember, but he might just die before he gets it. If he gets Astral here.
Oh,
again.
now he's got the BKB.
And no one's pushing out the bot lane.
Just letting him push in a little bit. Ooh, another smoke.
Yeah. And now because it didn't push out the bot lane, they have a lot of opportunities.
He leaves the map really open.
Yeah.
God King showing top.
But they have global silence, so they can't kill him.
If they cast global silence, we have to be very quiet. Oh, they find X Nova. Goes into the Glimmer Cape. Won't survive. Tanks the gank and a TP out from God King.
I think he's like, no, he's still here. Tusk looks so angry when he walks.
It's very assertive, that's for sure. Like he's stomping down Main Street.
I think he's just vibrating with power.
Do you do that at all, where you're just kind of like
Oh yeah, especially when I'm going
nervous
ham.
or whatever?
There was like this one game where like 90 stacks with Slark or something, and my camera couldn't contain my power.
Missed opportunity to kill God King, but a good tank of the gank from X Nova. He's already back alive again to potentially go for the global silence plays here for RNG. That's how they killed Nothing to Say last time. Ame backs off into the trees and will escape back over to his own outpost in the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Axe being built here for the Ember, but still 3,000 gold away from that. Saw that the shard is picked up there for Ame.
Yeah, still
Three
only a
man
1K
smoke.
lead.
Three man smoke.
Yeah.
RNG. Oh, they spotted Fade behind.
They have Axe on the OD and
Make the jump. They've got the X again. The Astral
anti combo.
and anti combo again. Now they've got the snowball for the save. The Ghost Ship's going to come through, but it's not going to land. God King,
it's a good
Time
Poison
Dilation.
Nova.
Poison Nova comes out with the BKB being popped by God King. They've got the Global Silence to follow it up. They already used the Fiend script. They get the kill on a Faith Beyond the look over now at Jinkyu. It's 2 kills for the side of RNG, but behind them is nothing to say. They look for the Moonlight Shadow. They've got the Astro Imprisonment. Ooh. Get the kill there on a Felix. They'll take out X-Nova.
Even trade. Well, actually, Faith Beyond out of the grave killed Miran, huh?
It works.
I mean, we spoke about the Poison Nova, how much damage it can deal. Like, they're all half health after like 15 seconds of the fight.
So even taking out the 3 and the 4, they're no longer confident in taking the fight afterwards. Astro Imprisonment, Meteor Hammer, is it lined up? Gotta be frame perfect. It is! Chrono on the 2! And then they've got the Sanities! Lucent Beam, but the damage is there to get the kill and nothing to say. They've got the Astro Imprisonment out onto Ame. Somnus comes over. Ame avoids this.
BKB.
Oh! Gets the kill on a Chalice with the Eclipse.
He's still at BKB anyways on Luna, so no danger for him at all. They have no grip, so they can't really set up for a play here.
Good Chrono. Ended up getting them the kill on nothing to say. Kunkka starting to feel really strong. Gets that level 20 talent, the plus 70% on the Tidebringer Cleave.
And he was about to showcase it to the Bane, but he said, no! Don't hit me.
He said, no, let me see those nightmares. That was a bad Bane impression.
You kind of tried to make it sound like a horror movie, not like Bane at all.
Yeah, you know, you miss all the shots you don't take.
True. Very true. It's factual. Wow, they increased their lead to 2,000.
Not over 9, though.
Yet.
My scouter's just reading 2K. Roche up in 5, though. And RNG are the ones who are nearby in that ward placed by X-Nova. It's going to give them that vision if LGD do come from the jungle to try and contest this.
They have no ults, so it's a little bit risky. And you don't really want to give it to Dire again in the same way you have last time, where you like half HP it, and then you're like, okay.
True, this one has the shard too.
Yeah.
Do we just, if we see the scenery like this during a pause, do we just get all David Attenborough on it? You ever watch Planet Earth?
Every day.
Every day. That's a good answer. You see the Bane in his natural habitat. Banes usually feast on nightmares.
Wait, you nullifier. Straight off.
Yep. That's what he was going for. Pinged it up, and now he's going into the Silver Edge afterwards. Enchanted Quiver for the Mirana. And a Quickening Charm, okay.
Yeah. He doesn't want the Venom to duel himself at all. Interesting pickup this early.
Yeah. That was the go-to for a while, and he just committed to it. And they're in a Roche, so RNG gonna try and go for this. It's a quick one. LGD, they get the scan, but it's not looking like it's gonna matter. Timing's just not there. And it's an Aegis and a Shard for God King. So he's got the Hokey Pokey unlocked, the Time Walk in, the Time Walk out. You do the Hokey Pokey and you turn yourself around. Although, I think in the UK it's like Hokey Cokey or something like that.
Wouldn't be surprised. British people are the interesting sort.
Yeah.
Kind of like Americans. They always want to be special with everything they say and do.
You know.
Well, we have stones, which apparently is 6.3 kilos.
That's not an American measurement.
It's a British measurement.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, British people and American people, they like...
Hey, whoa. So weighing myself in stones, first of all, makes me feel so much better about myself.
Really?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, I weigh like 12, I don't know. Or 16 or whatever the number is. Lucent Beam, Time Walk in, Chrono, BKB before the Chrono though.
You have no
the damage is just not going to be enough.
Grip.
They've got the Fiend's Grip over to the side. The Global Silence is used. The BKB is going to run out in a second on Ame. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, they've got the BKB pop by nothing to say with the Sight of Fist going after X-Nova. He's quite low. They've also got the Kunkka at about half health. The Blink in, Poison Nova comes down on a God King. He's not got mana to work with. Astro Imprisonment. Snowball misses off the mark. Chalice now. Another Astro Imprisonment drops down the Sanities. Time Walk forward, looking for the arrow. Not going to time out right, but they get the kill on nothing to say regardless. They'll take out the Aegis on the side of RNG. And now, looks like both teams will back off of each other. Although, RNG not really backing off completely. They're still looking towards mid.
This was pretty much worst case scenario though for RNG, and they still, well, they lost the Aegis, but they still end up killing the Ember Spirit. Like a one-man Chrono on the Luna, which activated BKB, can't get much worse than that. But yeah, they're scaling and scaling.
And scaling.
And eventually, Void will be strong enough to kill that Luna in the Chronosphere.
We'll have to see.
Oh,
didn't give me much faith, and now the Eclipse. Ooh, God King coming in with the BKB, right clicks away onto the Luna. They'll leap forward looking for the arrow, and now they've got the Nightmare. So, Snowball saving him, turning this around on a Felix. That's going to go all the way through with Faith Beyond throwing out the Venomous Scale that lands onto 2 of these heroes. They've got the Sleight of Fist as well as the Time Ball coming in from God King. They get the kill here on a Felix. The look over as the BKB is going to be popped by God King in a little bit of trouble, but he's ending up Time Walking away. The Torrent lands on a Shinkyu. They get the kill on the Tusk. They've also lost X Nova. Ooh, Meteor Hammer drops down, but they've got the Nightmare saved from Y. It's not going to be enough to get the kill on Ame. Now they look over as Faith Beyond trying to get the kill here out onto the OD. They land the Venomous Scale onto Somnus. They're going to focus their attention once again onto Chalice. The right clicks in. Y gets the kill. There's the shards. Torrent lands. Somnus TPing out and will just escape the hands of LGD. A 3K lead now for RNG as both their Kunkka and their Void get out by the skin of their teeth.
Rare misplay by Nothing to Say. He actually randomed himself onto the cliff. Otherwise the Void would have died. Probably also the Kunkka would have died. And these small little misplays here and there, like, they would be in a very good position now if they got both those kills.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit unfortunate for LGD because they took the fight on their terms. No ults on RNG, which is exactly what LGD wants. They actually baited him into a really bad fight. But yeah.
And now they've got silence. Global silence available for RNG.
Cosplaying Arteezy is... yeah, well, global is off cooldown, grip is off cooldown. You can grip him, but all you're gonna hear is silence.
But it could force the global. Not always the worst look, right?
They're actually going in now.
Moonlight Shadow was used. Time Walk forward again. They're creeping into this with more reinforcements on the way. Somnus gets the X, Yule's up into the air. Nullifier brings him back down to the ground in the arrow. And they've got the combination to get the kill here onto Faith Beyond. Somnus now unstoppable.
Well, that's what we spoke about, the Nullifier S4. Showcased very nicely there. It's also just a pretty good damage item, though.
Yeah.
Gives that plus 80. It's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. They smoked up. Torrent. Oh, nothing to say. Nullifier right away. They've got the X. Remnant trying to get up to the high ground. BKB, Remnant's up there. Sleight of Fist searing chains, but they've got the Chrono ready for Nothing to Say. Felix will leap into the Chrono, and they will get the kill on Nothing to Say. He'll drop down his Cosmetic Divine Rapiers as he does die, but he's dead for 94 seconds. And we'll see how much RNG can take advantage of this. Now pick up Spider Legs. Ooh, they look over. They found Ame. They're starting to come through.
You can't fight the Void.
He doesn't have Chronosphere, though. Time Walk back and forth. Right clicks in onto Felix, just surviving.
That was painful. But yeah, also Void showcasing his very balanced talent. 120 attack speed in the Chronosphere. Don't know who thought that getting a free moonshot in the Chrono is a good idea.
They're still looking to play aggressively. They know that Nothing to Say is dead for a long time. He hasn't bought back yet. Faith Beyond as well as Ame kind of showing themselves with their abilities. They don't have Chrono just yet, but they do have Ghost Ship. They have the Sanities, Moonlight Shadow if they want, and the Global Silence to back up any aggressive play that they make. Right now, it's X-Nova looking to lay down these wards. They brought 3 over. Ame over to the side. Time dilation. God King going back in 5th.
Well, this is kind of the point in the game where I don't know when you're LGD what you can really do. Like, you can't find a pickoff with the grip. You have no other real initiation to find a pickoff.
Ooh, blink in from Faith Beyond. Poison Nova.
That's a lot of damage.
They're going to bring in Ame. Yule's up into the air. They're going to have to try and save Somnus, losing beam hits. They've got the glaives off of this. There's the Moonlight Shadow. No chase just yet from LGD. Does force RNG away, and Nothing to Say now back alive. Somnus taking a lot of damage.
Yeah,
It's not
Venomancer ult
comfortable.
is very powerful. And now they're smoking.
And they smoke. Nothing to say. Gets spotted. Astro Imprisonment. Blink away from Chalice. Still smoked up, though. Come through mid. They've got nothing to say showing. They might be able to find X-Nova. He's kind of the man far forward on this one. Smoke ends up breaking. Chalice blinks in. Lucent Beam out of the ground. God King looking over. Chrono now available once again. They look over. They're trying to get the kill on the tusk. They've dropped on the Moonlight, or dropped on the Meteor Hammer. It's not going to be enough, though, as the BKB gets popped by. Nothing to say. They've got the Chrono down. Actually lands onto the Luna. Remnant back. Chalice in. One right click and a Sanity's dropping Ame. And now looking over it. Nothing to say. He'll pop the Illusion Room, purge off the last word. And now God King Felix trying to search for nothing to say. But he's into the trees. He's into hiding, trying to get away from this one. Time walk in. God King looking. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains. And nothing to say. Still walks it out. How much can he walk it out? Ooh, BKB. Why?
He just doesn't want to grip because they know they haven't used global yet.
Yeah. No global silence used in that entire engagement. Ame just on the edge of that Chrono, now giving RNG a 7K lead. Remnant back and forth, nothing to say now.
He's very slow.
Kind of playing away with God King.
He's being very slowed up, and Mirana's there too.
Yeah, Mirana's there, and on the other side of this, though, Chalice in some trouble. So is Faith Beyond. The nullifiers there. One right click in from Somnus, killing off the Venomancer. And now Y is just... Oh, okay. Faith Beyond got the kill on the Chalice. Here's the Fiend's Grip, but it doesn't matter. Nightmare onto the Kunkka, and a TP away from Y. Ugh.
No Euros, unfortunately.
Can't get the arrow out in time either.
Yeah, a little bit too late. But this is really the point of the game where they can find the sounds. Maybe
Dust. Shards are on the money.
Bum.
Into a Walrus Punch, Sleight of Fist, Snowball, kill there. Oh, God King coming in for a second. He wants to make a cameo. Hi, I'm here. Go away.
What's your play, B-Cup, now? If you're LGD?
Roche up in a
have a
minute
play?
55. You have to hope that maybe you get a pick off near the timing, right? And
Yeah, but
try to
that's the
defend
question.
bit.
How do you pick off anything? The only way to do so is grip.
And they're holding global the
they're
entire
holding global
time.
the entire time. Because they know it's the only pickoff they have.
It's the only thing they care about is the Fiend's Grip to get the global out. They do have a Daedalus on Luna. Like, Ame's no joke, but this is the second time in a row that he's been hit by that Chrono.
The thing is, Void has to only Chrono the Luna every fight. That's his entire job. He can solo kill the Luna and the Chrono now. There's nothing LGD can do about it.
There's nothing they can say about it.
Either, yes. Which is why I'm saying the game isn't looking too great.
Yeah, and it is only a 5K lead on the net worth, but that being said, it still feels like much more. We've talked about it time and time again. RNG have the better late game. Can they capitalize with it? Right now, they're on the track. They're on the right track.
I mean, Void OD in general is just a ridiculous combo. It has been for a long time. I mean, you could just start a Luna. Like, he blew up instantly. No chance for any counterplay.
Yeah, like one right click from Chalice and then the Sanity's dropping it down.
Yeah, because you're often as right clicking for 800 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, if he gets the timeless relic now, 2 on the OD. Boom, boom, boom.
Leveler.
From
And the
Luna.
Timeless Relic.
Decent, yeah. It's just the Luna he doesn't get to play any fights.
No, he has to sit back. It almost feels like you have to bait the Chrono out on something else.
Like
but
what, though?
again, it's the same thing that's happening with the Global Silence, right? You're not going to use these abilities
You literally,
for anything else.
you reserve the Chrono.
Ooh.
Well, bang gets
Arrow, and that is a dead bait. And that's the pickoff that I was saying LGD probably needed. Oh, Poison Nova, BKB gets popped by God King. LGD kind of forcing themselves into a fight. They're going to lose 2. They don't have buyback on Faith Beyond. And Roche is up. This is the third one.
hit. The Poison Nova is going to tick down quite a lot, though.
What is the gift on this Roche?
And look at this.
Refresher Shard.
What is damage?
Double Chrono.
Like, our Cryptic was complaining before about Refresher needs nerfs. I think Roshan needs massive buffs.
Buffs, buffs, buffs.
He's so weak.
You think he should scale with the strongest hero in the game? Like highest net worth or something like that?
I don't know, but he needs to get something.
Can he do that? Is that possible?
Probably. We've got some coding aces. But yeah, you're going to keep the global for the grip. You're going to keep the Chronosphere for the Luna.
Well, I mean, you have...
So
who's holding the refresher? Probably...
What are your plays?
I would say the Void, right? Is holding the refresher?
Probably. Yeah, so now he can actually use the Chrono on anything.
And then go again. Ame pushing bot. Backdoor keeping this tier 2 alive. You might want to be a little bit careful. If Ame starts to push in the base, it could get a little dangerous. But they're up 8,000 net worth. They've got 2 lives on the Faceless Void. They've got 2 Chronos on the Faceless Void. They can play the game however they want at the moment.
Maybe he has too many items and he'll misclick. And that's how they win.
Potentially.
There's always a chance. Except then, you also have the Odie who can save that Void.
True.
Twice.
Also true.
And you have a pipe against the Venom damage.
Still the facts. Yeah, this is something the panel kind of alluded to, right? You have a Void for the lane, but eventually you have a Void in the game. And that doesn't feel that great. He is doing a lot of damage. And that Poison Nova does act as somewhat of a deterrent, but it's not enough of a deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, Venom in general is a very delicate hero. If you don't crush lane, you can't really play the Venom game, and he wasn't able to play the Venom game at all.
Satanic on Somnus. By the way, they have an Aeon disc, I believe, ready to be combined here on the Ember, who's also looking for an Ags. They're looking to make their move felt. Smoked up once again, and... Oi. Oi. Okay.
Oi.
God King. Whoa. Oh, man.
Well, at least the high ground defense with the Venom is pretty decent.
Enfeeble. Reflected. Loosen Beam. Nightmare out. Looking for the Arcane Curse. Now backs it up with the Time Walk. They are cleaning up. They are defending the high ground pretty well. This is all the while Nothing to Say is over bottom, pushing in these creeps to a tier 3, forcing the Kunkka to just go back. Tidebringer and X. Thank you very much.
And you're gone.
Easiest creep cleanup ever. That being said, creeps are in again.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
but
attack.
no catapults this time around, so it's not nearly as damaging.
Boots of traveling with the Luna, and then just boom, 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 boom.
Something a Chrono.
Nah. $10K lead. Big lead here for RNG. By the way, OD has the Ags and the Shard. And now, I believe this was Ags coming out for the Ember. It looks like he's going Refresher Shard now. Yeah, it is the Ags. All right, cool. I want to say, did he sell? Maybe I saw this wrong. I swore he had an Aeon disc disassembled, ready to go.
He did. He did. I saw it too.
And he sold it. Unless I'm going crazy.
I also think he sold it.
Hex now picked up for the OD.
Yeah, yeah. Just more problems to deal with LGD, which they have no answer to. I mean, RNG is just playing this game very, very, very safe, but they're in a super commanding position. Like I said, even a while ago, I didn't know what RNG can do. Sorry, what LGD can do. And as more time passes, it just gets worse, worse and worse. Now the OD can actually like solo kill the Luna even. So
yeah.
Now you have 2 heroes that can solo kill the Luna.
Cleaning up these creeps, trying to protect the base. Moonlight Shadow and whoa! BKB immediately from Ame. That extra 2% Arcane Orb damage.
Well, he also knows as soon as something touches him, anything touches him, he's just dead.
Yeah.
So he says, "Don't touch me."
Just BKB. Nothing to say, spending a lot of time in this bottom lane, cutting the creep wave, getting that gold, trying to match back up somewhere. Venomancer's there with the OD, but look at the spreads on this one. Kunkka compared to the Ember is a 10,000 net worth difference.
Yeah, a lot of big boys in this game. Unfortunately, most of them are on RNG.
Yeah. Faith Beyond does have that Timeless Relic, though. Ooh. And he's got that Axe.
It's a lot of bonus magic damage.
Yeah. Is it going to be enough, though? Giving 20% still to LGD. I don't know if the new graphs are team rank based, but that is a lot more of a percentage than I would probably give myself.
500 pure damage, by the way.
Ouch. Smoke up. Going bot, looking potentially for Chalice on this one. They know he's nearby. He used the double Astral. He's going to look up on the wave once again. Nothing to say coming through on this. Spider Legs, Remnant back to the lane, and the blink forward. Chalice, I don't know if he's expecting the smoke to come in. They've got the Walrus Punch as well as the Venomous Scale. Do they have the damage as they do? No buyback on Chalice. A big kill for LGD to hold on to what they've got. Still, though, grasping at the last straws that they have, it's one that keeps them holding on. RNG is still in a very, very good spot.
What's the perfect bait by nothing to say? Like,
just continuing to...
He's been pushing out the lane for like 3 minutes without anyone behind, and suddenly they're all behind him.
Yeah, and he remnants back into the creep wave, back towards his team. He's like, oh no, I showed myself.
I messed up.
Guys!
Oh, you messed up.
Help, I'm stuck. And then they just jump and free him.
Need about 10 more of those kind of kills though, to get back into the game.
Wind Waker for this Venom.
Well, I guess that could be a Luna help for the Chrono.
Could be.
And of course, if you ever get stunned yourself, well, if you get Chrono, you can't really Wind Waker yourself. So.
Level 25 for the Ember, so, you know, he's been pushing out bottom since he was, what, level 23? Just getting soul experience like that, time and time and time again.
But how big of a difference will it make?
I am not too certain. Maybe 25 Veno.
I gotta say though, RNG in the past, they did have problems ending the games.
Yes.
Like going high ground was a very big problem, very big task for them.
Then they almost threw it back, and then Somnus gets a Rampage and holds the game for them.
Yeah, but even now, they have such a commanding lineup and a very strong lead. Even now, they are struggling to really push LGD out of the map.
Yeah, the confidence may not be there for them.
Like, I still think there's almost no way they can lose this game, but...
They timed out the Aegis. Like, that is probably what was going to give them the confidence to go in and fight, right? They'll take the outpost back. Luna not competing... Well, it is kind of there, but not competing really with the Void or the Kunkka. Down by about 2,000 right now on the Void. You know, competing, I guess. Harsh word. But also, Kunkka just farming so well. And so far ahead, Somnus. We're going to get those Boots of Travel, I believe, just bought out on it. We'll be flying out. And they did have the vision onto Ame. They're going to go towards top. They've got the 5-man smoke. Looking to make a play here. They've got the scan, and it hits. Ame! BKB, but there's the immediate chrono. This is a problem, and, well, they've got the right clicks. They have the bashes. They have the damage to get the kill on Ame and take him out for 100 seconds.
Yeah, just what we spoke about. Chrono, super easy kill. Nothing you can do to save him.
And he's there by himself.
Yeah, he's just trying to get as much as he can out of the map, which, like, everybody knows if you just sit on base, you're just going to lose automatically over time. So you just try to get out, get some resources, but yeah, RNG was ready this time. And the sad part is about playing against Void in the late game. Once you respawn, there's like a 40-second cooldown on Chrono. It's like not much of an opportunity to do anything at all.
You've got to hope that it happens immediately. There's a double damage over top.
Probably going to be used for the Roshan, which spawns in 5.
I believe was getting pinged out. Yeah, they've got an illusion here to scout out Roche. Oh, I believe it went out of the pit. No, it's back in. Nothing to say. Hit with the Nullifier. Avoids the Axe Torrent. Remnant's back. Somnus Invis into the Silver Edge. Oh!
It's a hiding spot?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't even know about that.
Hiding spot enough. Almost feeling like he's playing Dead by Daylight. Tier 3 goes down. Astro Imprisonment with the X. And Walrus Punch coming through into Chalice. Jinkyu now popping the BKB. They still don't have the Luna. They'll use the Poison Nova. They've got this well, Ghost Ship coming through. It's not going to land anywhere as they go for the racks. It's a Ghost Ship fleet. Why looking for his opportunity? You got to remember that they're just holding the Global Silence to make sure that they can get this. And these heroes start to get pretty low on the side of Royal Never Give Up. And God, Chalice, he is so low, but non-lethal. And just eats the cheese. I will eat the cheese.
I will eat the cheese.
Oh, ramming forward. Nothing to say. Wants it.
That's a gem.
That is a gem on the ground and a kill on a Felix. He's up in 90. Oh, Side of Fist. Astro Imprisonment once again. Now they're going to look over. Chalice. They've got the Time Walk in, but they've got the root out onto the Faceless Void. Astro Imprisonment once more. Chalice trying to survive. The shards come in. They get the kill to the OD. He's got buyback. He'll use it immediately. They've lost 2 of these heroes. 5 alive for LGD. They both bought back, and now the lead is just 7,000. They look to move forward. There's the Hex in.
Hey,
Chalice with the BKB. He just bought back for this. He's so low. The Sanity's the Chrono. Faith Beyond trying to get the kill here. He'll finish off the OD. The right click's coming in under the Luna. They've got the Ghost Ship to follow it up. The double Chrono comes out from God King. Ooh, Wind Waker up into the air. That's the save from Faith Beyond. They look over at JQ. They get the right clicks in to kill the Tusk, and they'll finish off Ame. Buyback from 3 of these heroes. The Poison Nova comes out again. They've got the root on the 2. Nothing to say. Looking over at Felix as well as Somnus. X Nova trying to right click in on a Y. Faith Beyond right clicking in as well. They've got the Arcane Curse. They've got the -2. They get the kill there out on a Y. Y's got buyback. 4 heroes bought back on this one. Then they get a kill on a Nothing to Say. He's dead for 2 minutes. Ame finally back into the fight. They've got the Lucent Beam as well as the Walrus Punch coming through on the God King. There's the Eclipse. There's the kill. No buyback on God King. A 10-time spree goes away with the BKB being popped by Somnus. They look to chase. Faith Beyond wants to keep up with this Kunkka. God King doesn't have buyback. He's short 100 gold. The Snowball, it hits on X Nova. They've got the Walrus Punch. They have the Venomous Gale. They'll take the Silencer.
Well, are they gonna go Roche? They're gonna threaten.
Oh my!
I think if you're LGD, like going for the Roche,
you have to. You bought back on so many.
Yeah, but it's a tough call because if we don't push now, once they're up again, the same is gonna repeat again. But it's a quick Roche.
Yeah.
It's a quick Roche, and maybe they can get another barracks after. But yeah, it's it has everything. An additional axe. You can just see this Poison Nova damage.
Like, that's so much.
He blinks in, and LGD doesn't initiate straight away. They're just kind of like walking with them, waiting for them to kind of tick down, and then they jump in. 72,000 damage on the Venomancer.
Oh my god.
Timeless Relic, Kaya Sanj, Axe, Poison Nova is ridiculous.
And it's just a 4K lead now. If you're RNG, you're not buying back on the Void. Don't need to, but now do you just play this to avoid the Aegis?
I think you have to, because he has like Eclipse and Refresher now.
Does he get the Refresher?
He does.
Yeah, he does. Okay.
Double Eclipse,
double
is
BKB, double Eclipse. Lincoln's now finished on Faith Beyond.
Now the question though is like
Moonshard on Jinkyu. Wait, what?
Yeah, because of the 25
talent. Oh my god.
It's Jinkyu, man. We already said.
Oh my god.
He loves to transition into that carry for.
Dude, he's trying to be a knockout artist. He's trying to get in there like Derek Lewis.
He is pretty fast at this point.
Yeah. AC, Moonshard has the 12% chance of a Walrus. That's a heavyweight percent chance. Heavyweights go out there looking to throw that one-punch knockout, and that's what he's looking for with his right clicks.
Not dealing a whole lot of damage, though. He still needs, like, a good damage item or so.
Yeah.
It's mainly going to be annoying for some. He has an AC, too? Wow.
Yeah, he's got AC, BKB, Moonshard, Blink Dagger.
Yeah, well, I think the right play is now to kind of wait out the BKB unless you can find a really good engagement. And like Chalice's last fight,
5-man smoke,
did nothing.
He died. He TP'd in to die, and he gets caught by that Chrono and ends up falling to Faith Beyond.
Well, now's the time, says LGD, and I agree with them.
They think they're going to be up under the triangle. Ame, he's there alone.
Right,
Son is coming up onto the high ground. There's the Eclipse immediately. Oh, the Chrono! Is it going to be enough? They get the kill on Somnus. He's going to buy back. That's a 10-time spree going their way. The Sanity is going to be dropped down, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill here yet. On to Jinkyu. They finally finish him off. They look over at Ame with the BKB being popped here by the Luna. The Eclipse coming down once again. Chalice looking to pop that Lincoln's. It gets popped, but now they've got the second Astro Imprisonment. They'll lock him up for a second. They've got no Jinkyu. The arrow misses. Ame still holding onto an Aegis.
If he had the Eclipse mini stun talent there, Void would have been dead.
Yeah.
But obviously he didn't expect to get the free Aghanim, so he went for the lifesteal talent instead.
Look at how low they are.
Yeah, everyone.
Slivers.
Poison
Slivers
Nova.
of health.
We spoke about it. Poison Nova plus Ghost Ship. Once the Ghost Ship ticks down, you...
14,000 damage! He's doubling the Luna!
And she used a double Eclipse.
Yeah, that feels kind of bad. Didn't really get much for a double Eclipse. You know, Eclipses are only once in a blue moon. They come around again, potentially two. We'll see. He's looking to get that refresher. Now an even game. They're still without Jinkyu for 65 seconds. And that's going to leave the Aegis with about 20 seconds on it, as they're still holding on.
How confident are you, though? Because next fight, you're probably not going to have that Aegis, and you're probably not going to have buyback either. So the same scenario is going to repeat itself. They chrono the Luna, kill the Luna.
But they had the Wind Waker with the chrono.
They did.
And that's what kept him alive. As long as Faith Beyond is there, potentially a chance to keep Ame up and going on this.
Oh, maybe get another Wind Waker, potentially.
If you can get a second Wind Waker and keep alive Ame, I mean, he's your guy, right? You have to keep him alive.
But there's just so much follow-up stunts too, with like arrows and stuff. Like, it's just tricky overall, but...
It's got to be in the moment. It can't be just the sole focus.
Yeah. Man, I can't believe that LGD is actually playing head-to-head with this like late-game monster
And they're
drop.
now in the lead. They have a 1,000 net worth lead. It was, what, 12, 13,000 for RNG? They gave 20% chance to LGD, and now it's only 28. It was up at 30.
They
But
lost
still,
some
they
percentage.
Yeah, they lose the percentage. They get the net worth back. What? Okay. You do you, Dota Plus.
Well, that's because they're just so favored with the drop late game, right?
Yeah. It feels like those old Spectre numbers on the old Dota Plus, where Spectre would be down like 10K and still have
50%?
Yeah, 50, 60%.
Yeah.
There goes the Aegis. So that's going to expire in 10 seconds. They didn't take another fight off this, but I think RNG, they understand the timing, and that's why they're playing across the river looking to posture.
The Wind Wakers won't do anything anymore. They have double Nullifier. Oh, sorry, they have a Nullifier on Kunkka. If you get that on top of the Luna...
He's had that. They've just been able to single him out, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe only 10 intelligence for X-Nova this game.
Well, he's always playing super far back just to get the global out, right?
Yeah.
For the grip.
Just almost 60 minutes. It's kind of crazy. So 5-man smoke once again here for RNG, looking to finish the game. They don't want to get to the 60-minute mark of chaos where those tier 5s start coming out, and really a late game advantage can kind of get nullified by some of these tier 5 items.
Mirror Shield is a perfect one against that Blink Hex initiation. Suddenly you hex yourself.
Ex Machina, we had that conversation.
Yeah. Lots of good items coming out, potentially.
Yeah. Potentially, we've got 3 minutes till they all start to reveal themselves.
Book of Shadow is actually the silver lining here for LGD.
It's always the memed one.
Yeah, but you literally just become invulnerable for 4 seconds. The Void cannot hit you for half its chrono duration or longer.
Yeah, if you can get that off, and then off that get the Wind Waker, certainly a possibility of just nullifying the chrono, right?
Well, he's critting for 1,300.
That's still
on
a
the
lot.
Tusk also.
Every 12% starts with that. Boom. That uppercut catches him trying to get that takedown.
Gold from my chest.
Bane looking for a refresher as well. Luna holding a lot of gold. They're going to go for the bottom tier 2 and try to take this tower. Take the last outer tower on the Dire side. Now 2 minutes to go until these tier 5 show up.
And Roshan's right around the corner as well.
Yeah, Roche. Minimum respawn time, 1 minute and 10 seconds. They've got the refresher now on God King, so he definitely has the double chrono this time around. Double BKB. Is it enough?
Double everything. Why is just grabbing the outpost? Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait. What? Why is that even risked for? Somebody check on why. I don't know if he's okay.
They got deep vision though. Very, very deep vision. Or nothing to say.
Jump forward, Chrono, it's onto the Luna. They've got Faith Beyond, he's ready with the Wind Waker, but it's not gonna come in time. No, they'll get the kill on Ame. He's got his buyback, he'll use it immediately, the Wind Waker, to try and get away from this fight. Jinq goes in with the right hook, that's gonna be the Walrus Punch coming through into God King. Time walk forward, they look over, nothing to say. Global Silence is in with the BKB being popped here by nothing to say. They look over as they've got the Astro Imprisonment out on X-Nova, trying to keep alive this Silencer. He's already used the Global Silence, they've got the Eclipse coming down. BKB once again from God King, Nullifier hits, nothing to say. Should they get the kill here on a nothing to say, he will have buyback. He uses it. Remnant's back into the fight. They've got the Astro Imprisonment once again onto God King. They're going to snowball all the way into the back lines. They've got the Chrono down onto Ame. Can they keep alive this Luna? He's in so much trouble. The Lincolns is popped, but he is going to be able to survive the Chrono. Satanic is not going to be enough. He's dead for 2 minutes. They took out the Kunkka. They've got no Somnus. Now they're going to time walk over looking for Faith Beyond. They get the kill on the Chalice. They've taken out this OD. And they look over Faith Beyond doing a lot of damage. God King goes down. He's got buyback. So does Felix. It was a full team wipe here for the side of LGD as they still have 4 heroes up for the side of LGD and only 2 now for RNG.
Good news though, the building damage is gone. So all of these heroes, they don't have a lot of building damage. They probably can't go for the GG. But it's
a 3v4 situation with a minute and a half without this Luna as well as the Kunkka. Chalice back up in 70. They bought back now on Felix. It's going to hit that 60-minute mark. We'll see if LGD want to farm their tier 5s first.
Roshan is up as well. And Wise like, oh, guys, I think we need this.
You might need this.
Luna isn't there to pick it up though, and that's the big one.
Yeah.
Oh, Chalice bites back straight away. They don't want to give up the Roshan.
They don't want to give it up, but they're going to start to go this way. They don't have a Chrono, and the damage onto this Roshan's not going to be a lot. It's not that quick. They're coming through, but the 12%, it's hitting every single time. He's looking for the knockouts onto the Rosh. The time walk in, the time walk out. They need to be careful.
They can't go for his arrow. No!
Arrow lands. There's no snowball save, but they've got the Nightmare save. They've got the sweep. He's still stunned up. The right click's coming in into Jinq. He's going to be Wind Waker by Faith Beyond. Not moved just yet. He's got the snowball coming through on a Chalice, but they're not going to be able to help and save this Tusk. He's got buyback. Poison Nova comes through. They've got the Remnant forward. They've got Roach. Oh, the Aegis is going to be big. That's by why? Why gets the Aegis? But nothing to say. The Chrono. The Chrono is out. Nothing to say. Gets killed off. He doesn't have buyback. Don't get the kill on the Innocence. He's going to be dead for 5 seconds because he's got that Aegis. Faith Beyond. He's got the damage coming in from the Poison over. There's the Venomous Gale. X-Nova getting low. He's got these blade cords around him. The Fiend's Grip on to God King. Does he have the damage? The snowball, the time wall. God King just getting out. He's looking to get himself out with a TP. He escapes it all. Just in time.
That was so lucky.
Oh my God, the Fiend's Grip with the axe he picked up from Roche. He almost was able to kill God King.
Whew. Well,
and now 4 years alive on both sides.
But no buybacks again. No buyback favors Radiant by a lot. See a little
Nightmare
replay
save.
of this again.
Wind Waker's gonna come through. BKB used by God King. Roche doesn't care. Oh my God. The damage coming out, the Poison Nova, it's just so much. Aegis, the Ags, all for why? I can't believe it.
Now you actually have a window whenever you grip where there's no global because of your cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
So potentially, I mean, I don't know how. Do they have the Book of the Shadows is the real question now.
There's Pirate Hat coming, Mirror Shield is out, Book of Shadows drops.
For
Book of Shadows drops for why?
Oh,
that's a big
the
one
item
to have.
That's the item right there.
Stygian Desolator comes down for the OD. Let's take a look. We've got Pirate Hat on God King, Mirror Shield for Somnus, Seer Stone for Chalice. You've got the Book of Shadows on Faith Beyond. They got the Necro Book, the upgraded Necro Book, and the Seer Stone. One book was good enough. They don't need that much knowledge. Get the courier.
A refresher.
Refresher.
It's a big one. There's so much cast range now also on OD. Like, it's ridiculous.
Oh, God. Dude, the Mirror Shield, too.
I really have to admit, I can't believe RNG is having this many problems in this late game scenario. And now they actually have the Book of Shadow, which is the perfect answer.
It's on Faith Beyond right now. We'll see what they can do. I honestly think RNG got away with the better tier 5s overall, though. Mirror Shield, Stygian Desolator.
The Pirate Hat on Void is ridiculous.
Well, actually, I think Void was holding the Mirror Shield at the moment.
Probably wants to reflect some... Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And the Timeless Relic was put on an Ember. So it's no longer on that Poison Nova.
Yeah. Which is interesting, because It's really been doing the most damage in all these fights.
Okay,
like right now, Luna is literally just meat.
And Force Boots on the Mirana. They got such better items. Although, the LGD only got 3.
They're gonna get the rest of them.
They had time. There was time now.
I mean, they didn't get lucky though.
Yeah.
Because it's all RNG.
Hey, whoa. LGD's still in this game. It's not just all RNG. See what I did there, guys? Hey.
Whoa. Great one.
Hey. Stygian Desolator for Kunkka's gonna feel so good. Got a level 26 Silencer in this game, and he's going Refresher too.
Yeah, it's Bane versus Silencer, the Refreshers.
God, and it's... is this item broken? Everybody just builds Refresher?
Not the Mirana yet. Soon.
You have failed me.
No, I didn't. There's the Refresher. 5k lead for RNG.
They need buybacks on Dire, so I don't expect any move at all from the Dire.
Yeah, I mean, both teams don't have buybacks except for Kunkka and Bane. A lot of time. There's more time on the RNG buybacks than there are on the LGD buybacks, and that'll coincide with the respawning of Roche. So everybody, theoretically, could have buyback for a theoretical next Roche.
Theoretically.
Yeah, let me say that word again. Nightmare?
What a big chrono.
Yeah, okay.
It's worth it. Got buyback though.
That's the only buyback they have.
Yeah, he was like, I hate you in particular. But still, if Void dies there, that was like a split second. At the Roche pit, the game is just over.
Yeah.
The game is actually just over.
It was so close. Oh, does he have another? He has a double damage going. I was gonna say, is he bottling this double damage?
Ooh, careful. No.
All right, they're out. They're out. Stygian Desolator found for LGD. They have one more, right?
Where did you find that?
Did he pick it up?
He was in base. Did his Venovwatch drop it?
Oh no.
Is it even possible? Cause he TP'd back to base.
Tusk is holding it.
Oh really? Alright, good. Dude, Tusk is hurting now. Look at his damage.
Yeah, Tusk hurts, man.
He has like 2k damage
He
now.
wasted all his luck though on the Roche.
No, that was not that lucky though. He's attacking so much.
He was hitting it like every time.
Nah, every like 6 hits or so. He's just hitting that fast. He needs another moonshot.
Do you think the 25 talent should make it so you don't fly up into the air on the Walrus Punch?
No.
That hits on the 12%?
Why?
Because it takes so, you want to get more oomph in, right?
Nah, it just looks like that. Like, it doesn't actually slow you down.
Right.
And you're also just permanently disabled, potentially.
Right. Yeah.
Like, imagine Void versus Tusk, whoever gets the most special.
That's a heavyweight fight. But, like, Tusk doesn't have Chrono. It's not. I don't know if it's fair.
Also, he doesn't have a mace.
Yeah, they have to agree to it. He does have, what, that anchor on his right hand or whatever?
Yeah, it's mostly just a punch. Because it's called Walrus Punch.
Yeah, that hurts.
It does.
Have you ever taken an anchor to the face?
Multiple.
Stopped it with your hand.
No buyback on Luna for 2,000 gold. Where's he going to farm that?
Yeah.
Not in the base, surely.
No.
No level 30 yet either. He needs a level 30 for the Eclipse talent. He's got to get out there somehow.
Yeah.
The Eclipse talent, he actually has the Necro books on Luna. That I feel so sad. Like, I'm literally just like a bot now. He's like the tank. I go in.
Well, he gave up the Seer Stone of Venomancer.
Okay, I can see that. Nice cast range for all the Book of... wait, who's the Book of Shadow? Somebody needs to carry it. Please don't tell me they dropped it. Triple RO. Oi,
boy. Oh, okay.
Relax there, my friend.
Oh, time walk in. Searing Chains, no time walk out. Okay.
Seer Stone.
It's kind of cool. Oh, Chrono is used, and it's going to come through into the Bane. Wind Waker, Beyond, put himself into the Chrono. Now they're going to look over. They've got the BKB Papa God King. Time walk forward, looking for Y. Silence is out. The Global Silence is there. They've got their Refresher. The time walk forward, looking for Y still. They're chasing this Bane. They've got the Lincoln's popped. He'll, well, end up dead. Somnus gets the kill there. Nothing to say. He's forward. He's taking the outpost for a second. They still have buyback on Y, though. And now they have buyback on everybody on the side of RNG, as well as 3
Roche
heroes
is 7,
here on the side of
stay.
LGD.
X-Nova staying.
Potentially 7.
Oh, that's the free
Is it
Roche,
a long
though.
one? Is it a long one?
Come on.
2 minutes.
He brought back instantly on Bane, though.
Yeah.
But you saw the Book of Shadow, right? It did a lot of work. Like, they couldn't kill him for the longest time. If you get the Book of Shadow... Who's going in first? The Luna has to tank it. Doesn't have buyback, though. 500 gold off.
Yeah, I don't know if Luna can really tank this.
If not Luna, who, though?
Arrows, maybe Faith Beyond?
Yeah, or nothing to say.
Yeah, he's got the buyback on
Now, Faith Beyond's really got to focus on getting a good poison over. That's like
the biggest thing.
Super important to winning a fight right now.
They'll use the book to get these wards. Okay. Did that
No.
get him the gold?
Not yet. Still 300.
Pirate hat. Okay.
That's a good one for money.
Yeah.
And then you give it to the Luna
And
after.
now
for the
Luna's
text
80.
speed. Oh, I don't pirate hat to the tusk, man. Ba, ba, bam, ba, ba, bam, ba, ba, bam.
Yeah.
And he gives the Deso to the Luna.
Or to the Ember.
To the Luna.
Okay. I like it on Ember.
I
I like it on Tusk anyway.
I like it on all 3.
Hex, Seer Stone, Time Walk in. Not going to get it. Poison
That's
Nova
a
on the
good
back
one.
lines.
That's a good
That's going
one.
to be the Wind Waker out. They've got the Sleight of Fist, the Astro Imprisonment on himself. Now they'll look for the Time Dilation coming out from God King. Lincoln's pop.
Chalice.
Silence comes in with the BKB pop by God King. He'll throw down the Chrono.
Book of Shadows.
Book of Shadows once again. That's going to save Faith Beyond. BKB running out on nothing to say, as well as Chalice. They're going to continue to chase here on the side of LGD. They've got Faith Beyond going forward. Misses the Venomous Gale. They've got the Remnant coming through. The right click damage coming out now on a Faith Beyond. He's in some trouble, but the Eclipse comes down. The Sanities is dropped. Look at the coming Faith Beyond. They'll end up losing Chalice. They'll both buy back, but now they've got the Mute from the Nullifier coming up from Somnus. That's out on nothing to say. He's bought back as well. Remnant away. LGD maybe not feeling so confident on this fight as they've already used 2 of their buybacks. They look over. Roche still not up for 20 seconds. Ame making the executive decision to go towards Roche. They think about this play. They've got the Plague Ward in. They're watching for this respawn. 10 seconds away. Here comes the side of RNG. Faith Beyond away from his team. God King coming over, not with a Chrono, though. He's got it in 15 thanks to the Refresher Orb. RNG over to the side. X-Nova spots Faith Beyond and blinks away. Venomous Gale hits on an X-Nova as well as Chalice. Time Walk over to these big stack here. Or big camp, sorry. But now, Roche, Time Walk in, Time Walk out.
No buybacks on 3 of the heroes, though, this time.
Yeah, they have it on Luna, though. They don't have it on Nothing to Say, or as well as Faith Beyond.
Luna and
It's
Faith
5.5
Beyond, they're the big
minutes
ones.
away from Y. Time Walk in, Time Walk out. Maybe
They're just
looking
hitting
to bait
Roche.
out
Oh
those
my God.
BKBs. They're starting to hit Roche with Ame.
He has no
coming in with the
Eclipse.
Plague Wards. He doesn't have the Eclipse for 35 seconds. They land the Torrent. Time Walk in, over to the side. Walrus Punch on a God King.
No, again,
Walrus Punch
again.
on a God King. Can he get the
Again.
Walrus Punch on a God King? The Walrus Punch. He's looking like Mike Tyson. He's looking to get the knockout. He finds Somnus. Another Walrus Punch. Bringing it to him. Ame over to the side. They've got the Nullifier finally on the GQ. They get the kill on a Tusk. They'll get the BKB out and nothing to say. Astro Imprisonment comes on through. It's holding steady Ame on this Luna. And they'll go back towards Roche. They're getting low thanks to
can't
the
fight the
Poison
Poison
Nova,
Nova.
and they cannot fight it. 32,000 net worth lead, and who's getting the Aegis? It's going to be LGD.
Sync Q, actually.
Oh my, and a Refresher Shard on the ground.
I really think if you give him the Moonshot, there's a perma stun right there. Not the Pirate Head, sorry. That should definitely be in the Tusk's hands, right? No?
Yeah.
It should be.
Yeah.
And he's not near max attack speed at all.
No.
Give him the Pirate Head, let him do his work.
Oh my god. He's got a Swift Link.
And now Pirate Head, let's go.
Yeah, I agree.
Who has the Pirate Head? Venom?
Venomancer?
No way. Come on, Sync Q, you gotta call this out.
You gotta want it.
Give it to him, give it to him.
Give.
Oh no. This is
God, he could
treacherous,
he
dude.
could be getting knockouts like crazy.
This is illegal.
8,000 gold on the Luna. 8,500, 12,000 on the Kunkka. Everybody, except for Chalice, those buyback, and it's still 75-25.
Yeah, at this point, net worth lean means very little.
X being built for the silencer. That could be meaningful.
Oh, please give the Pirate Head to the Tusk, guys. Not in the backpack. It's such a good item. Why is it in the backpack of a Venomancer? It's 150 attack speed.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Please, Faith Beyond.
Please, Faith Beyond, just give him the right click power. Hit him with the sheesh.
No, no.
Not yet, not yet.
He's not doing it.
There's the actual
I can't believe Luna is just happy holding.
Ooh, arrow hit Bane.
Oh.
Seer Stone, BKB, Popeye Ame, they're going to go in with the Ghost Ship Fleet. Time Walk in, there's the Eclipse with, I believe, the Mini Sun. He is level 30. They've got the
no buyback
down
on
the
the
Jinkyu. They've got the Wind Waker.
No buyback on Odie, no buyback on Odie.
No buyback on Chalice. They're going to get the kill here on the Chalice. They'll look over at Jinkyu. They've got the Side of Seer Chase coming into Somnus. They're looking for the Torrent Storm. He's going to land on any of his heroes. He's going to be the one who's getting attacked by Somnus, but it's not going to be enough damage coming out as
Somnus
now Ame gets the kill into Somnus. The right clicks the Snowball, all coming through. It's the reflected Snowball all the way back on his Jinkyu, trying to drop down the shards, but they've got coming in. He takes out the Aegis. Is it going to get enough? No, God King running with the poison as well as the poison sting coming up from the Plague Wards. Time Walk over the Venomous Gale. It hits, and down goes God King. They bought back on all three. They don't have Chalice. It's a 5v4.
And now there's a bash on Tusk too. If you weren't bashed enough before. I can't believe
it was a 32,000 net worth lead.
Well, that's buybacks in late game, my boy.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't believe a Void is losing to a Tusk in late game.
RNG has had so many opportunities. And they cannot capitalize.
They have 1 minute. They can stall it out. They got Chrono Sphere as well still, so... Arrow! Right in the head.
Book of Shadows as well as the Wind Waker. It's been enough.
Yeah, it's... Oh, it's a big AoE. Big AoE. It hits everybody. Everybody in the fountain even. Look, they're ticking down the fountain.
And that's going to open up taking the bottom set of racks.
Tick, tick. They're all just standing in the fountain because they can't go out.
That's crazy.
And
the only one who has buyback is Ame.
And the Pirate Head is still in the backpack.
It hurts.
Like, give the death to Luna, please. Why does he have Book of Dead?
He doesn't need to read. His damage needs to be at least 3 times as big.
Like, you can't tell me the Book of the Dead is better than one of the other two.
They are landing these arrows with the torrents.
Ooh, nice Wind
Wind
Waker.
Waker.
Ow!
It hurts.
Run, 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 run.
They have cheese, though. They can give him the cheese. He will eat the cheese if needed, but he also has Satanic.
They're actually confident in taking the fight, huh?
5v5. Buyback only available on Ame.
The big Venom wards are also a big problem. Is he level 30 yet on Venom? He is, so the wards have like, what, 3 times the health or something?
Bottom and
they're so hard to... Look at the Venom wards, they're just killing it! Okay!
Feasting him out.
Also the range of the Gale with the Seer Stone is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like full screen.
And then he's got Plague Wards off that.
And the Plague Ward cast range to begin with is ridiculous as well. And the Venom's just keeping them at bay the entire time.
Yeah.
They can't kill the wards fast enough.
Nothing to say over to the side, looking for his entry point. But they do have Chrono. There's the blink in from Faith Beyond.
All 5
Look at the AoE is a full
they hate him.
They dropped on the Chrono.
Book of Shadows.
He jumped in. That's going to be a problem. They'll get the kill to the Bane. No, the Walrus.
Oh my God, he got him.
She killed the supporter of a lifetime. The Snowball's going to be reflected back over. He's going to time walk out, trying to get out of
it. He jumped up and go back in.
Oh.
What? No, it was a bug. He didn't go back in. There was definitely Snowball rolling. Wait, Odie's taking over damage still. He's taking ticky. They're just sieging them.
Yeah, it's the slow siege.
Look at the Venom wards. Just Luna beam Venom wards, Gales. And they use their Chrono.
Veno finally doing it.
That Chronos are cooldown for like 2 minutes now.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Guarding Greaves immediately.
Oh, the Glyph and the Desperation Glyph, it does nothing here.
Chrono in 85, Eclipse in 50, and now the Glyph is no longer there. They've got the Lotus Orb again. He does have Chrono in 15 because of the refresher work.
And
they're going to jump in and
all
with
5 again?
Beyond, it's all 5 heroes every single time. The Poison Nova just making it impossible for RNG to fight. There's nothing they can do while they've got the Poison Nova on them. Faith Beyond digging with the Pirate's hat right in front of the base.
Oh, look at the damage they're all taking. Oh my god, they're just playing with the food right now.
Looking to finish this game off, looking to finish this series between them and second place RNG, LGD. They were once down by 32,000 net worth. 10 seconds till they have the Eclipse back up. They've got the Refresher available on the Void, but the Poison Nova, every single time it's up in 20 seconds, they got to make a move before it's up again. They'll be in trouble if they don't. It'll just be Poison Nova once more.
Oh my god, the way they're playing is so obnoxious.
Yeah, it really is. Remnant
In,
forward,
out,
Remnant
in, out, every
in
time.
and out every single time. They're not giving any options here to RNG, trying to choke him out, but they find out the tidal wave. That's going to be through. Out on Ame. They've got the Hex out. On now, on to nothing to say. Wind Waker used by Faith Beyond. They're going to overwhelming Blink as well as use the Poison over. They got the Sanity's down and looking for Faith Beyond. They get the kill to the Venomancer. They've only got one, but he's going to buy back immediately. The tidal storm comes through. And oh god, King right clicks coming in from Jinkyu, trying to get this right click Walrus Punch damage out. Snowball coming in. They look over.
Look at the Poison Nova damage
silence. They've got the Chrono. They're looking over, but the Wind Waker keeps alive Ame. They get the kill next over, but nothing to say. He's in too deep.
The poison
starting to take them down really low. They've got another Chrono. Nothing to say. He just popped back. The Book of Shadows keeping him alive. It is okay to read. They'll get the kill on a challenge. They'll take out the OD and he'll buy back, but they have no Somnus.
And Arrow Ember.
Woo!
They're not going Indo.
Time walk in, God King looking for Ame, popping the Lincolns once more.
The
Time dilation. They're trying
man.
to keep them alive here. They're trying to keep their base alive. They're trying to keep the hopes of winning the series
Buildings
alive.
win Dota, not heroes.
And it's the heroes that can't keep up with the side of LGD. They've got the Walrus Punch in. The Snowball's coming into the Chalice. They've got the Sun on the God King with the beat popped by Ame.
Got Arrow Dome.
Ooh, Astro Imprisonment keeping himself alive, but the down is just the Ancient God King trying to do anything. But the Poison Nova comes out once again from Faith Beyond. They get a kill on the God King. They will take out JQ. Finally, the Tusk goes down, but he has buyback. Felix as well as
There's
nothing they can do. The throne's going down.
No way.
Felix is gone, and they will take it 2-0.
No way.
LGD on the brink of defeat. 80 minutes in, down 32,000. They come back and beat RNG.
And this team is so ridiculous.
They're so resilient.
What can you say? It's like a cockroach that you beat 50 times and it's just like flying around anyway.
They talk about how resilient cockroaches are, and they've just come through time and time again. They were down by so much.
But we talk about the MVP of the game, the Book of Shadows, so many times.
Saved them.
Like, who calls it a meme item now?
It's not a meme. It's no longer a meme. You can read, you can learn, and you can survive Chronos.
But the way they played is also so perfect. Like, the way they poke every time. You know, it's like a predator that like puts his bait out and then just poison over them, and they keep walking with them. They don't initiate. They're like, this is LGD. Or this is LGD and this is RNG. It's like, they don't let them leave, right? And then suddenly they jump in. They're all half health already from the Poison Nova.
Dude,
it's ridiculous.
Faith Beyond was going in and just overwhelming Blink, Poison Nova. I'll be back in 30.
Wind Waker.
See you later. Wind Waker away. And then Blink and there was nothing they could do. There was no
it must be so
opportunity for them.
Mind-boggling for them too. Like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
How do we
There's
even
nothing you can do.
This?
And it looks so dumb too. Like it's just spinning away from you.
People who are RNG fans are just yelling, fight, 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 but they cannot fight.
They got poked all the time. Searing Chains, Venowards, Gales,
oh my God.
the Bane sleeps and stuff, everything. And Luna beams everywhere.
Yeah.
Eclipse from super long range.
Yep, it was... I mean,
well, if you doubted LGD after this game,
there's no more doubt. No more doubt.
Like, even if they're down, they're not down.
No, they're definitely not down. And I'll tell you one thing. The panel's got to break it all down and then interview this team. Guys, take it away. Show us what had happened, please.
Have fun.
LGD, this team, you can never count them out. If there is a will, there is a way. This team will pull it off, and they do close out the series 2-0 in one of the craziest turnarounds I think we've seen in a long, long time. I mean, that was just nuts. So much to talk about in this game, so much to break down. I mean, Neff, what do you want to talk about? The crazy Venomancer, the tier 5 items, I want
to talk about the Faceless Void losing at the end of that game. I mean, the later the game goes, the more likely the Faceless Void is to win, but a combination of the Wind Wakers and the Books of Shadows and the forced disengages from these Venomancer ults all added up to be too much for the Faceless Void. And you had OD doing damage in that Chronosphere as well, and it just did not end up mattering. This game was absolutely insane.
Can we count this as one game? Can we say that we went to game 3 of the series?
This was 3-0, yeah.
It's like the PSG, DPC cinematic universe, you know? You have like multiple movies going on.
Yeah,
it's a two-parter.
It feels like RNG. They won and they didn't.
Yeah.
Then they didn't.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, they got lucky to get the Book of Shadows, sure, but like there was so much more to this game than that. And I think Faith Bian, you know, if he's not MVP, I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna cause maybe do some striking action here, because that man just did a ludicrous amount of work in that game.
You don't think that Xin Q deserves the MVP? Him playing Punch Out while everyone else plays Dota.
If you have a meme VP, then that would be, if there's an M for meme MVP, then absolutely 100%, because that was absolutely great. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like I thought it was a bit of a misplay how he kept trying to snowball the Void out of Mirror Shield, and it seemed like Void got lucky every single time and just snowballed him back. So
yeah, so for anyone curious about how that one was working, if you're the caster of Snowball, you can use any spells inside of it. If you're brought inside by your ally, it's, you know, only that ally who casts it, aka Tusk. But, you know, there's some funky interactions with Lotus Orb inside the game.
Yeah, you can't really blame them for not knowing every single intricacy of these items. Just later on, you like.
It gets wild.
It just gets wild. It's a different game. It's not Dota anymore. It's just something different, something else. And PSG.LGD still make it true. It's just insane. The amount of damage that Fate Beyond was doing early on, and then later on with what's the name? Tornado item. What's the name?
Wind Waker. No one ever has the money to build it in this economy, right?
Yeah, you're right. Like too expensive, man. But the Wind Waker, the Book of Shadows, just amazing insane match. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the Venomancer set some records for damage this game. I'm not sure if you have the numbers on hand, Nomad, per what the previous records were.
I know the previous records. We'll see if they've broken them. But yeah, the previous records were around, I think, 210, 223k was the previous, and apparently he did 213. So not quite beating the all-time record. He takes a very honourable second place behind In Your Dream on Terrorblade, but he does set a new record for damage dealt on Venomancer specifically, which was previously held by S4. So no shame in that at all.
No, broken this record after so many years. I mean, he ended up, being the Sieger as well. Just once he hit that level 30, he got the...
It was a one-man show by the end.
Yeah, it was a one-man show. He just ended up doing so much, and they realized, okay, God, I gotta use my chrono. I gotta double chrono this Venomancer, which is insane. Is it just a position 3? And it wasn't supposed to scale to the late game like this. Like, we're talking about how strong it was in the laning phase.
Yeah. So from now on, if I'm picking Veno, I'm telling my team, don't worry, just wait minute 70. I'll carry. Yeah, I'll carry.
Just delay. Yeah. I'm gonna go farm.
Yeah, and I think this is just partially due to that change to his ultimate a little while ago. It does percentage-based damage of your max HP with the added number. So it ends up just completely melting everybody no matter how late the game goes.
I just love every fight. He blinks in, ulties, then Wind Waker's out of there. Just parties on out. He's just like, all right, peace. Deuces, idiots.
Yeah. Like, a lot of praise has been said towards Venomancer. At the same time, I feel like that hero is what put them in a really bad position at the beginning of the game, right? Like when you're playing with the Veno, it's not like he had a poor lane, he's playing into a Void. It's just that you don't have this oomph, this offlaner that can actually enable his team. You're just a Veno, you're a snake that's rotating around, planting wards and whatnot.
Very slowly. You hold positions, but other than that, you really did struggle to fight the enemy team up until he got, his 25 talent, his Aghanim Scepter.
Up until minute 80. When you just own.
Yeah. Definitely made up for it by the end of the game. I mean, that was so sick. We were convinced that the game was over, RNG had won, but if there's any team that...
I wasn't. I was constantly saying LGD are going to do it, even when they had Roshan, Refresher. I do not put words in my mouth, Neff. You know damn well what I said.
You're very brave.
Thank you. Yes, always believing. Don't stop believing.
Yeah, this time, though, it did take some
Stupidity?
Not stupid, bravery to go for PSG.LGD. I mean, during the game, right?
Oh, yeah.
During the draft, sure, you can. But during the game, after a couple of Roshans and after just Chronos evaporating the Luna together with the OD damage, I thought they had no way back. I thought this game was pretty much done. But it's PSG.LGD, it's never done with them. It's
never. And of course, every good team needs a phenomenal captain, and they have exactly that on PSG.LGD. And we have the honor of talking to Mr. Y, aka Innocence. Well, firstly, I mean, that was such a crazy game. I mean, at what point did you actually realize that this game was over?
就是首先恭喜你获得比赛的胜利，然后是一场非常精彩的比赛。但是在什么时候你们才意识到自己可能要赢下这场比赛了？
可能是等到特别后面吧，我们可以用就是找到他们高地下吧，然后用蛇棒跟露娜的 C 开始耗高地的时候，才觉得比赢的比较容易吧。
It's in the very late game when we sieging their high ground using our Venom's ward and Luna's shard beam. Till then, we start to realize we can win the game.
Wow! Only at that point, whilst sieging, did they realize that's crazy. Throughout that game, it was just kind of a brawl, really. Were you guys very excited? Were you enjoying the game? Was there a lot of shouting and noise, or was it very calm and strategic?
这场比赛的话，从内容来讲是一场大乱斗嘛。然后当时你们在打的时候，是不是也是这样的？还是你们是比较冷静的？还是说就是会互相这个大喊大叫，然后去指挥互相指挥或者互相沟通？
后面就是不至于大喊大叫吧。然后我们更多的是串彼此的信息吧，在中期的时候，然后报彼此的买活跟对方的买活，然后再尽自己所能嘛。因为中期的时候，就是对方能做的事情能比我们多很多，所以我们要尽可能的把信息串好，才能把每一步决策做得再优化点。
It's not shouting and screaming, first of all, and we definitely communicate a lot during the middle of the game, communicating each other with the status, with the skill cooldown, and with the buyback, with the enemy buyback cooldown. Because I feel like in the middle of the game, the enemy team can do much more than us, and we just to make sure we understand each other.
Getting all on the same page. Smart. Neff, did you have a question?
I do. Playing Bane that game looked very difficult against the Global Silence. That game, it seemed like a lot of the focus was on Xin Q, on Faith Beyond. What were your main objectives inside the team fight in the game that was fairly difficult for you to play your hero?
就首先这场比赛对你混乱之源来说的话，肯定很难打，因为对面有个沉默在等着你。然后其实到了后期的话，我们看到队伍更多的重心可能放在3、4号位的英雄上面。那作为你一个5号位混乱之源的话，在这种情况下，你是怎么样去找到游戏里面自己的定位呢？
两个方面吧，一个是促进彼此的沟通，然后再是想办法创造好的战场吧，然后再其次就是也是跟6级装备有点关系吧，是5级吧，5级装备那个鞋点能够让我才有一丝发挥吧，然后其他我在团战的作用是比较小的。
There's two aspects. First of all, I have to make sure my team is on the same page. We have to communicating with each other with the right information, and it's also my job to try to create a better battleground for my team. And to the very late game, the level 5 item, which the book can give the Dark Willow skill, that book. When I have that item, I feel like I can actually do something in the game.
I mean, there was that moment where you stole everything from Roshan and nearly got the kill onto the Void. I mean, were you feeling it in that moment, and were you disappointed when the Void got away?
中间有一次就是你差点把肉山里面所有的东西都抢干净了，然后差一点点就把虚空假面给杀掉了。那波没有杀掉虚空，你会不会觉得稍微有些可惜？
是的，那一波其实好像是我失误了吧，然后大没有完全拉完，因为我有 A 杖，我提前出来，然后想吃一口，然后好像其他幻象，然后又被沉默了，所以导致好像最后差一点血没杀掉吧，不然可能当时觉得那个地方把虚空杀了，可能就直接就赢了吧。
Yes, and I do feel like it's my own mistake because stopped my ultimate earlier. I thought I has 2 illusion can do that, but it got interrupted. I tried to brand sap the void to add some damage, and I do feel like if I keep the ultimate going and then we kill the void, the game will be over right there.
Well, retrospect and talk. Oh, Lizard, you got a question?
Yeah, I just want to know. Yeah, small mistakes happen, but what do you think about the late game Dota, this 70 to 80 minutes and tier 5 items? Do you enjoy that more, or do you enjoy the strategical 30, 40-minute games?
就是想问你一下，这场比赛打得也非常精彩，但是打到了70、80分钟的 DOTA 是比较混乱的吗？就是比较本能的 DOTA， 是你更喜欢打这种特别厚的这种长局呢，还是更想就是30分钟、40分钟打那种执行力特别高的那种常规的 DOTA？
首先这70、80分钟的 DOTA 打的也比较少吧，然后应该可能还是偶尔打一下会非常的精彩，包括每个人肾上腺素也会特别高，非常的打的时候也会更加投入吧。但是我想，如果一个 BO3 都打70、80分钟，可能选手会有点顶不住。
It's very rare for us to play a game into very late game, 70-80 minutes. So I feel like if we rarely get to play one of this game, it's really nice. The adrenaline going up as well. It feels really nice during the match. But if every game is like this, I feel like player cannot hold it.
Yeah.
So
Understandable. Yeah.
Good in moderation. With the ability to look back on that game and analyze it after the game is finished, is there anything you feel like RNG could have done differently to secure that one out?
现在再回过头来看的话，你觉得就是 RNG 怎么样做可能会在中期就直接结束比赛呢？
可能就是在应该是30、40分钟吧。那我其实是感觉我们一直正面团是打不过他们的，他们要想办法把我们放出去，或者找到机会吧，就是找到机会打，就是漏些破绽，然后让我们主动扑上去，才可能更好的结束游戏吧。因为我们高地有剧毒存在，应该是没那么好上的，或者是可能有某波盾团的他们的处理不够好吧。
I think their best chance is at 30 to 40 minutes when they are in a huge lead. I think they probably should try to bait us out, just to let us out and team wipe us to go on the high ground. Because we have Venom, it's really hard for them to push the high ground if we all stay in the base. Otherwise, it's just they probably made some mistake during the Roche fight, so improve that, they'll be fine.
All right. Final question from me then. Having watched the other regions and assuming the major happens, what are your confidence levels going up again on the international stage?
现在的话也是有了其他赛区的参考嘛。那如果 Major 能够顺利开打的话，你们这次去到 Major 的话，会是一个怎么样的一个信心程度？
还是学习吧，因为我们始终没有跟我们的中单就是很好的在线下进行磨合。我们始终觉得在线下，包括在 Major 上的大赛的磨合是更加的促进一个团队的进步，以及让团队更升华一个地方吧。所以具体会发挥怎样，我们也不太清楚。
We haven't think about that too much, and we will try to learn, as I said before. And because our mid laners still couldn't join us in the bootcamp right now, I feel like 5 people, all the people together in a LAN event, in a big event, we can learn together and understand stuff more, understand more things about the game. So I really looking forward to I'm really looking forward to play with our mid laner offlane, of course, and we will just try to learn and improve together.
All right, LGD haven't even hit their critical power yet. Wyatt, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck for the rest of your remaining games.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后续有好的运气。
Great stuff indeed. Yeah, these
That's
guys.
terrifying.
That is terrifying, isn't it? Like they just pull off a turnaround like that, like a 70-minute game. First off, he seems like super cool and calm. Like afterwards, yeah, a little jittery, but after a game like that, just like yeah,
not even our final form,
Yeah, like we made mistakes here and there.
Yeah, like-
if he was at the boot camp, he'd be better.
Could have finished the game at 70-minute mark. We took it to the 80. Yeah, we have to improve a bit.
You know what's crazy to me is the fact that he was providing a lot in comms in that game as the game went on. Usually right now, whoever is feeling like the strongest at a given point in the game is the one making the shot calls. But it sounded like he was constantly contributing to that as the game went on. But there it is, exactly what you want, Nomad.
Meme MVP. I mean, yeah, it was very good. It was very funny. We did enjoy watching those punches, just the chain punches onto the faceless void at the end, getting very, very silly. I mean, look at that build. Look at that build.
That's Guess the Hero right there.
It really is. Yeah, it really is.
You'd never guess there was one of the best teams in the world in their position 4 that ended up going for that.
Dude, Greedy Pod Sports has been the signature of LGD for a long time now, and they're absolutely obliterating with it. A crazy, crazy game and a crazy, crazy series.
Wait, it said he did 223,000.
223,000 damage. Wait 1 second here.
You got your numbers all wrong, Nomad.
I was told by... I'm not going to out them, but I was told by one of the members here about this number, so I just got to check real quick.
Don't out them, it's fine. It's close enough.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane game there.
Wait, so what was the damage number?
223,779.
Yep, that's a new damage record of all time in competitive Dota, according to Knoxville. And I trust that man very, very much, as should you. And that's correlated through all of the time since the damage records have been a thing, and also from the Valve official resources, so all Valve official tournaments.
What's crazy, it's not even one of those longest games. Maybe it is the longest game that involved Venomancer, but
possibly
we've had some 100+ minute games, and
where
this one is 80-minute one.
Yeah.
Yep, beat the previous damage total by about 700 damage, by the way. So very, very close. Yeah, and that was in your dream on Terrorblade not so long ago, even.
Well, PSG said in one of their interviews that they were looking forward to playing RNG. We got, 70, 80-minute game here. We have a new record for damage done. I mean, what more can you ask for?
What more could you ask for at all? No, that was an incredible game. I mean, Lizard, any closing thoughts before we move on?
Just incredible gaming from all of the teams today. I really don't know what to expect anymore from the Chinese region. I expected Game 3 here. I kind of got it in 2 games.
I
expected,
Game 2, Part 1.
Yeah, Game 2, Part 1, and Part 2, Return of the Venomancer.
Yeah, if this were an anime, it'd be split between like 5 episodes for sure.
And then the first series of the day as well. IG, I feel that PSG.LGD breaking records is definitely a main storyline, but the sub-headline is IG in a slump in which we haven't seen this team in a really, really long time.
Yeah, they're in a pickle, and it's going to be really hard to unpickle themselves right now because they got to come up against Team Aster and Team LGD, and they have to pull off a win against at least one of those teams if they want to force tiebreakers. And even then, that's still not a guarantee to be even out of the relegation zone. So, yeah, IG got to face the top 2. That's just going to be entirely difficult. Good luck. Basically, good luck.
It's a time to come in clutch. It's going to be soon. I mean, IG, incredibly good team, but maybe they are cursed. I mean, the curse of Kaka is real.
The Kaka curse, yeah. The man leaves and his
the team disbands like within 6 months.
Yeah, maybe he's got like a really powerful grandmother who's like, "You dare kick my grandson," and just casts this powerful spell.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think that's it.
Or maybe he just makes you rely on all of his experience and shot calling, and then once he leaves, you're like, we don't have anyone to fill that gap.
You know, lore-wise, it makes sense. He is a demon witch expert that his grandmother.
Ah, that's why he was playing Lion all the time.
Exactly.
And on that note, I think we should end the broadcast. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow on the 17th of January, of course. We've got EHOME versus LBZS on the cards, which is going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. And then we move on to Aster versus Phoenix for the second match of the day. So join us tomorrow for those 2 series. And of course, we will see you then for more DPC action from today. Thank you so much for watching. We've enjoyed bringing you these games a hell of a lot, and we'll see you for more action tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back one more time as we jump into the community corner to get you guys updated on everything that's going on in the Chinese scene. And we start off with a story about a young vlogger making her way into the Chinese scene with a big splash.
Is that what it is? I mean, it's what official VTuber coming in.
Vlogger, VTuber.
The face of Dota 2. Okay, man. This is a big deal, all right? It's not like I spent the entire afternoon watching Desohead's debut on Bilibili, and I didn't pronounce that right? Probably not.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a boomer with these things. You know, I barely even know what a VTuber is. It's like some animated avatar, right?
Yeah, but they have one now representing Dota 2. They had, Cobble Dragon Lady representing Counter-Strike on Perfect World previously, but it's all a lot of success on its first day. It ended up being the #1 Dota 2 streamer on the platform. It had a lot of viewers, and they were interacting a lot with the community. There was an SF tournament where they ended up 1v1ing a couple people, then played some party stack games. Didn't end up going so well, but...
When does it ever?
When does it ever?
When does it ever? But still a very successful stream, and yeah, you can definitely check out Desohead or, what was it, Dodo?
Dodo.
Yeah, Dodo Head. You know, they're on the Perfect World social medias if you want to check them out.
You know why she's called Dodo Head, by the way?
Pardon?
Her hair is shaped like a desolator at the top, yeah.
Yes, I did notice that, actually. I was tuned in for about 5 minutes and then ran away because it was scary because I didn't understand it.
Me too. I didn't spend that long watching that.
No, that's definitely why you haven't got bags under your eyes and
totally.
right now. All right, and then, of course, we have the community reaction to IG versus LBZS, and, I mean... You can kind of predict what this one's going to be. A lot of people saying that, my boy Kaka was wronged. If he was here, none of this would be happening. The downfall of IG is all his fault. I mean, it's pretty much what you'd expect, right?
This has happened a couple of times, apparently. This isn't the first time. It was when they ended up winning a major, right? They ended up kicking Kaka from the team.
Yep. It
was with EHOME, 3-0ing EG at MDL.
And then every team which kicks Kaka, they get hit by the curse we were just talking about on the panel. It's not good.
I mean, you could say like, yeah, it's not a very big deal. Kaka, he's one player, replacing him doesn't make that much of a difference. But previously, this team was winning majors, consistently performing at the top of the region. Now, 1-4.
It speaks for itself. The stats don't lie. I mean, it is interesting because. I mean, a lot of people talking about like his personal skill and saying like, his in-game leadership makes up for it. A couple of comments talk about how like Counter-Strike, they understand that in-game leadership is very important. But to be honest, Kaka was a great mechanical player as well. I mean, just going purely by fantasy, stun time and that sort of stuff. He was always up there.
Did you pick him all the time on your fantasy? Or?
I always had him on fantasy, and I was like top of the leaderboards in the fantasy until I forgot a day and then cried.
Yeah, I mean, that happened to everybody. Fair enough. But, there was some people, I mean, we talked to the team themselves. They wanted to mix things up. They felt like they were relying on him a little bit too much. And other people seem to think that he might starting to get a little bit too old and they want somebody with more potential. Or
That's in the comments, not any professional opinion coming out there. Yeah, no, that's just in the comments there. But
really? You were telling me that was your opinion?
No, absolutely not. Moving on. What else we got? Oh, an upcoming tournament, Neff. How very exciting.
Ooh, alrighty.
So it's the Intel-sponsored event coming up in Beijing, and that is going to be a LAN event as well. The teams are all going to be there. It's going to be pretty awesome, so you guys should check that out.
Price pool of $300,000 dues.
That's a lot of dollary dues, Neff. That is a lot of dollary dues.
But unfortunately, it's running at the same time as the DPC, so you guys are going to have to make a choice, and I'm sure you'll choose to watch us.
You'd better. Yeah. And also, in case you're wondering, who's participating? The all-important question. We got PSG.LGD, LBZS, Asta Ares, IG, Extreme Gaming, Shenzhen, and Vici Gaming. So hell of a lineup there. Going to be an awesome event. So make sure you guys tune in for that one. And of course, that is the Intel World Open. So go and check that out.
Dates.
Sure.
19th to 22nd.
Yeah. Throw those in there as well. I guess those are kind of useful as well, right? Got anything else? Doesn't actually look like it. So. Yeah.
We can talk more about Desohead if you want.
Absolutely not. No, let's end the stream here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and make sure you tune in tomorrow for more Dota 2 action and, of course, some more community highlights as well. See you next time.